Chapter 1. The Cannon Fodder of the Immortal Slaughtering Platform, the Great Dao Entry System. Have you heard? Just yesterday, a lad was utterly obliterated by chicken spirit. It was truly tragic. Indeed, someone mentioned to me that the Immortal Slaughtering Platform is fraught with peril. It's my turn. Soon do you think I'll see you again tomorrow? I dare say both of your wishes are unlikely to come true. In the celestial realm, at the Immortal Slaughtering Platform, a ghastly atmosphere permeated the air, thick with malice. A throng of executioners, heavenly soldiers donned in masks of torment, murmured amongst themselves. Among them was a bewildered soldier, seemingly in a dreamlike state. What in the world? I never imagined that pressing one could lead to such a journey. His name was Honghuang, a mere mortal from the Blue Star WY chance. He had clicked on a post online that promised a chance at transmigration and, upon pressing one, fell into an unconscious slumber, only to awaken in a different realm. To his astonishment, he found himself in the primordial world. A sharp pain coursed through his mind as the memories of his former self flooded in. Honghuang's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had not only transmigrated, but had entered the chaotic realm of the primordial era. At this juncture in the primordial age, the battle between the witches and the liches had recently concluded. The celestial emperor, Yuan, under the decree of the Dao ancestor, had established a new heavenly court to oversee the three realms. However, in an age where sages coexisted, this heavenly court was but a Fidean institution devoid of substance, merely ornamental. The heavenly court, yet to attain the status of divinity, was impoverished, populated solely by minor celestial beings and lowly spirits. Any entity with aspirations had long sought refuge under the tutelage of the sages, leaving the heavenly court to scavenge the remnants. The original bearer of the name Honghuang was a postnatal human who ascended to immortality through sheer effort, joining the heavenly court as a celestial steed. During this tumultuous era, chaos reigned, with remnants of demon clans and malevolent spirits rampant throughout the land, to maintain order and intimidate the three realms. Yuan established the Immortal Slaughtering Platform to capture and execute the demons wreaking havoc in the lower realms. This department, though seemingly prestigious and directly governed by the Celestial Emperor, bore the grim reality of a death rate exceeding 50%. Things are becoming rather intriguing. Upon realizing the gravity of his situation, Honghuang smirked with a hint of disdain, cool and indifferent. Perhaps it's best to embrace annihilation. I end this perilous world of the primordial age. As a nascent celestial being with no celestial artifact or lineage, was he not merely placing his life on the line? Yellow number 9, 9527 T. That moment, the execution officer bellowed, his resonant voice echoing through the air. Upon hearing this, Honghuang was momentarily taken aback as he donned his designated mask of suffering. At long last, it is my turn. Or ruse, there is no system at all. He called out to the overseer in vain. There was no response. With a resolute stride, he approached the yellow number 9 Immortal Slaughtering Platform. The reality of the Immortal Slaughtering Platform differed vastly from his portrayals in films. It was not merely a singular stage. Divided into 4 realms of heaven and earth, the platform classified the immortals it executed based on their strength. The yellow-numbered Immortal Slaughtering Platform was tasked solely with the execution of earth and heavenly immortal offenders, manned by numerous executioners. Honghuang was but one of them. With the employee number 9527 with a heavy heart, Honghuang ascended the yellow number 9 Immortal Slaughtering Platform, wielding the standard Immortal Slaying blade. As he approached a bound demon, it was a wolf demon of the heavenly immortal realm, its power suppressed by the formidable aura of the Immortal Slaughtering Platform. Only the mouth could move. Beast, I curse you. May you never. Upon seeing Honghuang, the wolf demon immediately erupted with curses. The hesitation that lingered in Honghuang's heart vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of power coursing through his body and enhancing his blade. With a swift motion, the blade fell. The wolf demon's head rolled onto the Immortal Slaying Platform. Honghuang's pupils were bloodshot, and he gasped for breath, as though this strike had drained every ounce of his strength. Dizziness enveloped him, and he felt as if he were hallucinating. Beside the corpse of the wolf demon, he noticed several scattered orbs of light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving your first kill. The Great Path attribute system has been activated. Honghuang's body trembled, and astonishing brilliance shone in his eyes. Good. It seems not to be an illusion. System, what abilities do you possess? This system is the manifestation of the true spirit of the Great Path. All attributes and abilities encountered by the host will be converted into attributes and can be fused at will. Method 1 for obtaining attributes. Defeating or killing targets has a chance to yield certain attributes. Method 2. First-time encounters with significant characters from the primordial world will randomly drop attributes. Method 3. Consume one's own merit to replicate target attributes. Now I understand. Honghuang realized the system's functions were straightforward and easily comprehensible. The attributes are classified as follows: white, green, blue, cyan, purple, gold, rainbow, and black for negative attributes. The system panel unfolded in Honghuang's mind. Name: Honghuang. Cultivation: early stage, Earth Immortal. Background: mid-level acquired. Merit value: merit too low to display. Attributes: dogshit luck blue, human race. Fortune green, mediocre white. Dogshit luck blue. You possess extraordinary luck, encountering opportunities beyond the reach of ordinary people. Human race fortune green. As an elite of the human race, you are shielded by a faint aura of human luck. Mediocre white. You are unremarkable, as there are countless individuals as handsome as you. Honghuang felt a wave of embarrassment. This panel was rather dismal. There were only 3 attributes, one of which was useless. His merit value was too low to be displayed. Yet the dogshit luck had some merit. Perhaps his very crossing into this realm was a stroke of luck. Attributes available for fusion detected: bloodthirsty frenzy green, bad luck black, moon gazer green, gluttonous wolf blue. The system's prompt continued to resonate, drawing Honghuang's gaze to the orbs of light beside the wolf demon's corpse. Bloodthirsty frenzy green. Enter a frenzied state upon sustaining severe injuries, doubling your strength, but losing your rationality. Bad luck black. You are plagued by misfortune, with your luck at its lowest. Moon gazer green. You are innately attuned to the moon, able to absorb moonlight for cultivation, condensing 3 drops of moonlit essence daily. Gluttonous wolf blue. Enhanced by gluttony, your appetite increases significantly, and all consumed food transforms into corporeal strength. Would you like to fuse? So it really is a stroke of bad luck. No wonder I ended up on the Immortal Slaying Platform. Honghuang pondered over the black attribute thoughtfully. Aside from bad luck, I shall fuse all others. Chapter 2. Attribute gluttonous wolf. Eating to ascend to celestial being. Without hesitation, Honghuang discarded the negative black attribute, opting to fuse all the remaining ones. As long as they weren't negative, they were useful, especially the blue attribute, gluttonous wolf, which greatly intrigued him. To gain strength merely by consuming food. How does this differ from leveling up while lounging, as the essence of 2 green and 1 blue attributes permeated his body? Honghuang felt a subtle surge of power within his physique. The ethereal force of lunar energy descended upon him, merging with his pores, gradually enhancing his cultivation as well. The attribute gaze at the moon began to take effect. Honghuang's pores unfurled as he gazed at the moon, feeling an inexplicable sense of intimacy akin to that evoked by mooncake, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Hey, 9527, stop gazing at the sky at that 45-degree angle. I know you're quite handsome, the executioner declared, playfully striking the wooden block to draw attention. Complete your task and come down quickly. Will you donate the demon's remains or keep them? Snapped back to reality. Honghuang awkwardly scratched his head and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "My lord, I choose to keep them." The bodies of the condemned on the immortal execution platform can be dealt with in 2 ways. Either donated to the celestial court for merit, which would then send them to the palace of Duishui to be refined into elixirs, or taken away as a small benefit for subordinates. However, while the power contained within the demon and celestial corpses is considerable, it is often chaotic and difficult to refine. Without sustenance, refining a corpse of the same rank could take millennia with minimal results. Thus, many executioners opt to donate their finds for merit in exchange for medicinal pills. Honghuang was acutely aware that the worth of a celestial corpse far surpassed the value of mere merit points, provided one could successfully refine it. Fortunately, with the greedy wolf attribute at his disposal, he had no cause for concern. He could simply consume it once he returned. Very well. You may take the wolf demon's remains, the executioner conceded with a slight nod, showing no further consideration. Honghuang gestured, drawing the wolf demon's body into a spatial compartment, and strode confidently down from the immortal execution platform. Subsequently, he exchanged his merit for 2 additional celestial corpses from fellow executioners, one belonging to a bull demon and the other to a tiger demon. Honghuang, what do you need so many celestial corpses for? A colleague inquired, perplexed that I simply have a penchant for barbecued delicacies, and I intend to roast them, Honghuang casually explained. Were it not for the limitations of his merit and the attention it might attract, he would have desired to exchange for even more. Thus concluded this round of the immortal execution task. The next opportunity would not arise until the celestial soldiers returned from their expedition to the lower realms, bringing back a new batch of condemned souls. Honghuang's residence was situated within the celestial soldier realm of the first heathen independent world, where each celestial soldier possessed their own cave dwelling. Upon returning to his abode, Honghuang eagerly commenced his cultivation. Although he had successfully completed the task, in this perilous primordial world, strength remained paramount. Otherwise, one might find themselves unexpectedly confronted by a monkey or some other creature, swiftly dispatched as mere fodder. With the greedy wolf attribute aiding him, Honghuang found his cultivation process remarkably unburdened. He simply needed to continue consuming. Even the flesh of a wolf demon at the celestial immortal rank could be refined at an astonishing pace. His physical cultivation progressed rapidly. A century later, having consumed the flesh of 3 demon immortals, Honghuang's physical realm ascended to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal rank. Although he remained at the earth immortal level, the sheer strength of his physical form enabled him to overpower a multitude of nascent celestials, who, in his cave, Honghuang exhaled deeply, releasing the last remnants of impure energy and refining the final morsel of flesh within him. My physical prowess is sufficient now. I must elevate my spiritual realm. He was not a primordial ancestor and could not solely cultivate his body. And no matter how formidable the body, without commensurate spiritual cultivation, one would merely be a brute. Conversely, neglecting the physical form while possessing an immensely powerful spirit would render one as fragile as a mere paper doll. However, the vast majority of beings in the primordial world primarily focused on spiritual cultivation, with physical prowess as a secondary concern, for the challenges of refining the body far surpassed those of nurturing the spirit. Stepping out of his cave, Honghuang attuned himself to the ethereal power of the moonlight permeating the universe. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, a droplet of moonlight essence, no larger than a thumb, coalesced and swirled in the void. Honghuang inhaled sharply, drawing the lunar liquid into his being. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from his core, radiating through his limbs and bones. His cultivation advanced slightly, and he repeated this process continuously. This was the cultivation method of the Wolf Demon clan. Although merely a green tier technique, the speed of his progress was now several times faster than before. Honghuang couldn't help but marvel at the stark disparity in innate advantages. Even the most ordinary wolf demon cultivated at a pace that surpassed his own. As a postnatal human, he felt that it was unlikely to find anyone in the entire primordial expanse who lagged behind him as significantly. Unbeknownst to him, 500 years had elapsed. On this day, a resounding bell echoed through the realm of the celestial soldiers. Dong! As he practiced, Honghuang slowly opened his eyes, his aura suddenly surging before settling back into tranquility. A new round of the celestial slaying mission has commenced. In the span of 5 centuries, he had advanced from the nascent Earth Immortal stage to a complete Earth Immortal level. Such rapid progression could hardly be deemed slow in the past. It would have required at least several millennia. In this world, where appearances held great weight, some beings transformed into great luo golden immortals, while others toiled for millennia to barely step onto the path of immortality. The gaps in one's innate advantages were chasms that could not be bridged merely through time and effort. Honghuang stabilized his level and departed his cave at remarkable speed. I hope this time, the celestial slaying will present me with superior attributes. He brimmed with anticipation. Although encountering prominent figures in the primordial realm might yield some attributes, given his status, even meeting a celestial general was a challenge, let alone those important figures. Thus, the celestial slaying method remained the most reliable path. Filled with vigor, Honghuang hurried to the celestial slaying platform, anxious not to miss his chance. For others, the celestial slaying platform was a daunting beast for him. It represented a grand experience dungeon. Honghuang, you're here so early today? A colleague, arriving late, expressed surprise upon seeing Mo Yu seated beneath the celestial slaying platform. Is there truly someone so eager to work? Complete the task early and leave work early, Honghuang replied with a smile. Before long, all the celestial slayers had gathered. Honghuang noticed some new faces in the ranks, while a few familiar ones were conspicuously absent. Whether it was a shift change or an unforeseen event, he silently hoped for the former. Dong! Accompanied by a resounding bell, batches of condemned immortals were ushered onto the celestial slaying platform. The supervising official proceeded with routine protocol, calling names in succession. Honghuang encountered a fully realized earth immortal, a rat spirit. With a swift motion, he wielded his immortal slaying blade, effortlessly dispatching the rat spirit. A series of luminous orbs representing various attributes tumbled to the ground. Discovered fusion attributes: stealth green, elementary earth manipulation blue, insatiable greed black. Chapter 3. Slaying the gluttonous beast, the first Azure entry. Concealment. Green, you can significantly mask your presence, evading detection by enemies. Elementary earth manipulation. Blue, a beginner-level earth manipulation technique. Insatiable greed. Black, you are exceedingly avaricious, immobilized in the presence of treasures. Earth manipulation. Quite splendid. Hong Yuan's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a valuable asset. Within the realm of deification, Sun, utilizing earth manipulation, roamed like a mad dragon. Had it not been for his own folly, no one could have captured him. Though merely an entry-level technique, it suffices for his current state. In addition to earth manipulation, the entry for concealment is also commendable, both being excellent tools for survival and escape. Together, these two entries form a formidable combination. However, pairing them with insatiable greed complicates matters. It seems that the rat spirit's downfall was due to its overwhelming greed, leading to its capture. Otherwise, even 100 ordinary celestial soldiers would struggle to ensnare it. This illustrates that no matter how exceptional an entry may be, it cannot withstand the corruption of a black entry. Setting aside insatiable greed, Honghuang focused on merging concealment with elementary earth manipulation. In an instant, his understanding of earth manipulation transitioned from non-existence to mastery at the introductory level. Subsequently, he offered the rat spirit's corpse as tribute, exchanging it for merit points. Consuming this offering felt rather unpleasant, leaving him somewhat unsettled. He could only barter with colleagues for some edible flesh. Yellow Section, Stage 6, 8848. The executioner's voice resonated throughout the arena. A novice celestial executioner approached the 6th execution stage. Hiss. Is that the bloodline of a glutton? Hong Yuan's gaze was drawn to the center on Stage 6. It was a monstrous beast with a human face and the body of a deer, possessing 4 eyes beneath its ribs and an immense physique. This creature was not a true glutton, but a hybrid, bearing a trace of gluttonous bloodline. Its cultivation already reaching the peak of celestial immortality. Though not a genuine glutton, the malevolent aura it emanated instilled fear in the hearts of the executioners present. The execution stage could only suppress the power of the primordial spirit, yet the strength of the physical body remained unchanged. The demon race is renowned for their physical prowess. Otherwise, how could they contend with the shamanic lineage? A demon immortal with a gluttonous bloodline possesses a terrifyingly powerful physique. At that moment, the executioner, codenamed 8848, visibly pale, stepped before the hybrid glutton, swallowed hard, and tremblingly raised the execution blade. Clang! In a flash of lightning, the execution blade struck the hybrid glutton's neck. Yet it failed to inflict any harm. Conversely, the executioner was violently repelled to the ground, losing consciousness. Haha, young one, do you think you can slay me? Release me at once, or my father will surely annihilate you all. None shall escape. The hybrid glutton uttered a venomous curse, causing those present to change color in shock. The executioners stared wide-eyed, astonished that this hybrid glutton could incapacitate a novice celestial executioner solely through its physical strength. The execution stage could only suppress spiritual power, yet the physical strength remained formidable. The demon race is inherently celebrated for their corporeal might, especially those possessing gluttonous bloodlines, whose physical capabilities are truly fearsome. The executioner's spiritual prowess may reside at the celestial level, yet his physical form lags significantly behind. Bold wretch, you have stirred chaos in the lower realms, bringing suffering to countless souls, And now, at the brink of death, you dare to utter such reckless words? The supervising executioner bellowed, his true immortal authority radiating forth, suppressing the malevolent presence and granting a sigh of relief to the onlookers. Is there anyone willing to ascend the stage and bring this fiend to justice? He surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with authority and grandeur. Realizing that if no one else stepped forth, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Such a creature of this caliber was not something an ordinary executor could contend with. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating. My lord, I am willing to give it a try. At that moment, Honghuang stepped forward. There are times to maintain a low profile, yet there are moments when one must display a glimmer of brilliance. Only by demonstrating one's value can one acquire greater resources. Furthermore, he was quite covetous of the mixed blood Tao Tai, determined to claim it for himself. 9,527. Excellent. Regardless of whether you can slay it, I shall bestow upon you double merit. The supervising executioner praised. This was a commendation for bravery. Honghuang cupped his hands and strode boldly towards the 6th execution platform. The crowd could only admire him, devoid of jealousy, for such endeavors could easily lead to death. This young man is commendable. His courage is praiseworthy. Just then, a figure appeared silently beside the supervising executioner. It was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, a golden star emblem imprinted on his forehead. This was none other than the esteemed Taibai Jinxing, a favored figure beside the heavenly emperor and one of the few native deities of the heavenly court. Master Taibai, what brings you here? The supervising executioner immediately transformed his expression, contorting his features into an exaggerated display of flattery. Nonsense. Am I not allowed to come? Taibai Jinxing glared at the supervising executioner, instilling such fear that the latter nearly collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the 6th execution platform. At that moment, Honghuang had already reached the side of the mixed blood Tao Tai. With a stoic expression, he drew the standard execution blade, channeling his entire magical essence into the weapon. Buzz! The execution blade glowed brilliantly, extending to a length of 40 meters. Insignificant ant, do you think you can slay me? Go back and cultivate for another 10,000 years. The mixed blood Tao Tai scoffed disdainfully, utterly dismissive of the earth immortal before it. Such creatures were trivial in the lower realms. It could consume 10 of them in a single gulp as easily as drinking cool water. Beast, your end is nigh. Honghuang's expression turned cold as he raised the execution blade high, bringing it down with force. Boom. A clash of thunderous sound accompanied by the resonance of metal striking metal echoed through the air. Honghuang's body trembled, his internal blood energy surging violently, nearly propelling him backward from the rebounding force. Fortunately, his physical form had reached the mid-celestial stage, though not on par with the Tao Tai. He was the one on the offensive. The execution blade embedded into the flesh, failing to sever the head, yet inflicting considerable damage. The mixed blood Tao Tai emitted a furious roar. Its 4 eyes fixated intently on Honghuang. How is this possible? A mere ant could inflict harm upon me? Enough with the me, you are but an insignificant celestial. Unworthy of such titles, Honghuang scoffed, withdrawing the blade to strike again. Using the neck of the hybrid beast as a wooden post, I transformed into a lumberjack, unleashing a frenzied assault. At last, a head tumbled to the ground. The hybrid beast had been slain. Due to the presence of the Slaying Immortal Platform, its true spirit was bound within its corporeal form. With the severing of its head, its primordial essence dissipated as well. You are finished. My father will not spare you. The hybrid beast's venomous gaze fixated on Honghuang, as if yearning to etch his visage into the depths of its soul. As its final breath escaped, several luminous orbs scattered upon the ground. Discovered potential fusion entries: devouring spirit of Tao Tai, light cyan; arrogance, black; karma, black; barbaric golden body, light cyan; devouring spirit of Tao Tai, light cyan, consuming myriad spirits to replenish cultivation. This technique originates from the innate divine ability of the fearsome beast Tao Tai, albeit incomplete. Barbaric golden body, light cyan, the first 5 stages of the body refinement technique created by the king of Tao Tai. Shall fusion be attempted? Chapter 4: The Gift of Taibai, such a delightful fate, chuckled Honghuang, observing the 4 entries, 2 of which were black. After all, the explosion of 4 entries resulted in 2 pale blue ones. It is no wonder that this formidable beast possesses the bloodline of the gluttonous Tao Tai. One can only imagine the treasures that would emerge from vanquishing a pure-blood Tao Tai. Honghuang contemplated, his gaze fixating on the 2 azure entries. The Tao Tai's ability to devour spirits bore a resemblance to the greedy wolf's, serving as an enhanced version. Both rely on consumption to elevate their cultivation, a technique akin to the stellar absorption in martial arts literature. As for the other azure entry, it filled Honghuang with astonishment. No wonder this creature's physique was so robust, it had indeed cultivated body refinement techniques. Without hesitation, Honghuang chose to merge the two azure entries. The barbaric golden body consists of 5 levels, corresponding to the Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, and Golden Immortal. Upon perfecting the practice, one's physique could attain the Golden Immortal realm. As the Taoist swallowing spirit entry fused with him, it astonishingly merged with Greedy Wolf into a singular new entry. In an instant, a new entry was born. Tao Tai Stomach. Blue, your stomach is impervious. It can consume all living beings and even postnatal spiritual treasures, thereby nourishing your cultivation while possessing some characteristics of spiritual treasures. My goodness, this seems rather extraordinary, Honghuang exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock at the formidable power of the Tao Tai Stomach. It could even devour spiritual treasures. More impressively, it could inherit some traits of those treasures. How immensely powerful would his physique become with the Tao Tai Stomach paired with the barbaric golden body? Honghuang was plunged into profound amazement. At that moment, the celestial beings present gaped at the Immortal Slaying Platform, astonished that Honghuang had indeed slain the hybrid Tao Tai. Bravo, Honghuang. You have done splendidly. The Immortal Slaying officer blushed with excitement. With the superior overseeing, Honghuang's prowess brought him great honor. Nay, nay, chuckled the Tai Bai Jinxing, revealing no excessive astonishment. Is that so? The Immortal Slaying officer's smile faltered. Indeed, this young man is a potential talent, Tai Bai Jinxing marveled. With proper guidance, he may possess the potential to ascend to the ranks of the earthly Punisher. In the Talent Scare's heavenly court, discovering such promising individuals was indeed a source of great joy. The earthly Punisher. Such a lofty appraisal. The Immortal Slaying officer was taken aback. To achieve that title, one must at least be a golden immortal. While it is not overly difficult for postnatal beings to reach the Earth Immortal or Celestial Immortal realms with a stroke of fortune, even true immortal and mysterious immortal statuses are conceivable. However, the golden immortal stands eternal, sharing a lifespan with the heavens, a monumental chasm to bridge, attainable only through extraordinary luck and perseverance. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled in silence. Just then, Honghuang approached. Honghuang, splendid work. Come forth and meet Lord Tai Bai Jinxing. The Immortal Slaying officer hurriedly beckoned, eager to introduce Honghuang, lest he fail to recognize him. Tai Bai Jinxing. Honghuang's heart raced, his gaze landing on the elder beside the Immortal Slaying officer. Tai Bai Jinxing can be regarded as a prominent figure beside the heavenly sovereign. Even before his ascension to divinity, he had already become a member of the celestial court, being among the earliest celestial officials. As such, he enjoys the utmost trust of the heavenly emperor. Many matters, both grand and trivial, within the heavenly realm are delegated to Tai Bai Jinxing. For instance, while the Immortal Execution Platform falls directly under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Emperor, the burden of responsibilities leaves him little time for management. Thus, Tai Bai Jinxing assumes this duty. If the Heavenly Sovereign is likened to the chairman of the Celestial Court, then Tai Bai Jinxing serves as its CEO. Greetings, my lord. Honghuang promptly bowed, his face adorned with an appropriately flattering expression that conveyed both respect and a subtle avoidance of excessive flattery. Ah, your name is Honghuang, is it? I shall remember you. If you serve diligently in the celestial court, your future is boundless. Tai Bai Jinxing replied with a smile, casually producing a resplendent golden elixir from his sleeve. You have rendered meritorious service in vanquishing demons. This is a 3-turn golden elixir, a token of commendation for you. Coughing lightly, he added in jest, emphasizing that the elixir was a personal reward from him. Honghuang, utterly astonished by the unexpected gift of a 3-turn golden elixir, recognized that such a treasure was beyond the reach of even the heavenly generals. Without hesitation, he accepted the elixir, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Please continue. I shall take my leave, Tai Bai Jinxing remarked, waving his sleeve and vanishing from sight. As Honghuang watched him depart, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the spot where Tai Bai Jinxing had stood, a cerulean orb of light lay quietly. Could this be a dropped item? There are 3 ways to acquire such items: by defeating enemies, by interacting with significant characters from the primordial era, or through the replication of merit. Clearly, Tai Bai Jinxing is an important character within the system's rules. The extent of his importance remains uncertain, but he is undoubtedly superior to an unnamed passerby. Honghuang felt a surge of excitement within, maintaining a composed demeanor as he examined the dropped item. Great Koi, Blue, you possess profound fortune and remarkable luck. destined to become a favored individual among significant figures, achieving notable accomplishments. Honghuang was astounded. Not just any koi, but a great koi. No wonder Taibai Jin Xing thrived in the celestial court and ascended to the position of a senior manager. The great koi item fused seamlessly with his existing, fateful luck item. Similar items tend to merge harmoniously. Both of these items pertain to luck. Upon fusion, a new item was born. Fortune transformed into butterfly. Blue, your fortune is exceptionally profound, coalescing into a butterfly within an undetermined time frame, aiding you in discovering opportunities. Although the item retained its blue attribute, its function had transformed. The great koi represents an abstract flow of consciousness, whereas fortune transformed into butterfly embodies a pragmatic approach. Marvelous. This item is extraordinary. Honghuang's eyes sparkled. At the moment of fusion, he sensed subtle changes within his being. It felt as if the entirety of heaven and earth were drawing near to him. Fortune embodies luck, and luck signifies fortune. Those blessed with good fortune might find treasures even upon stepping outside. The term fortune transforming into butterflies is particularly considerate, as it possesses the ability to metamorphose into butterflies, guiding oneself in the pursuit of opportunities. A mysterious and profound energy coursed within, stirring restlessly. Honghuang understood that it would not be long before the butterfly of fortune would emerge from within him, leading him to seek his destiny. Honghuang, you have indeed not disappointed me. I have believed in your potential since childhood. The voice of the execution officer, filled with excitement, pulled Honghuang back from his reverie. Earthly Punisher. It is said that since the establishment of the Celestial Execution Platform, there have been no more than 10 earthly punishers. Honghuang rummaged through his memories. The Celestial Court had been re-established for a brief period. Thus, the Celestial Execution Platform lacked substantial history. The Xian punishers were exceedingly rare, and the earthly punishers were even scarcer, with only 10 known to exist. If his memory served him correctly, thus far, the Celestial Execution Platform had only executed 3 Tai Golden Immortals among the condemned. The Great Luo Golden Immortal was beyond reach. Haha, just do your best. Without pressure, the execution officer patted Honghuang on the shoulder, dismissing the weight of the moment, as he too felt that the assessment from Lord Taibai was rather audacious. You may take away the flesh of that mixed blood Tao Tai. Rest assured, your merits will be fully recognized. By the way, you are a practitioner primarily focused on physical cultivation, correct? My discerning eyes do not deceive. In the second heaven of the Celestial Court, there exists a thunder realm where you can exchange merits for a token, allowing you access to train there, ensuring that your efforts will yield remarkable results. Chapter 5, The True Immortal of Flesh, the Thunder of Metal. The execution officer, a loquacious individual, discerned that Honghuang's physical form was extraordinary and enthusiastically recommended places for cultivation. Initially, Honghuang had been merely indulging in pleasantries, but upon hearing the mention of the Thunder Realm, he was momentarily taken aback. The Thunder Realm? That was a place he had not previously known. Thank you for the information, my lord, Honghuang expressed with a bow, his face radiating gratitude. This person is quite amiable. No need for such formality. We are all comrades. You may call me Cui Hao, as I am a few years your senior. Do not hesitate to address me as Brother Cui. The execution officer replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. Thank you, Brother Cui. Honghuang responded with a grin. Subsequently, he returned to his dwelling with the flesh of the mixed blood Tao Tai, eager to test the prowess of the Tao Ye's stomach. To his astonishment, he discovered that the speed at which the Tao Ye's stomach refined the flesh was several times faster than the greedy wolf attribute. In just a few short years, he had completely refined a mixed blood Tao Tai. His physical cultivation naturally advanced to the perfection of the celestial immortal. Within his cave dwelling, Honghuang sat cross-legged upon a mat, emanating a faint golden radiance. Through his garments, one could clearly see golden light swirling from his pores, resembling a small golden figure. This was the effect of the barbaric extreme golden body. At this moment, his physical strength was undoubtedly on par with that of the original mixed blood Tao Tai. In his current state, he could easily slay the mixed blood Tao Tai with a single strike. Indeed, it appears that the potential of the barbaric extreme golden body exceeds my expectations, Honghuang mused, satisfaction evident upon his face as he felt the power within him. Yet, this was merely an incomplete form of the barbaric extreme golden body. His physical body was approaching its limit. It was time to cultivate the primordial spirit. With a swift motion, he produced a golden elixir in the palm of his hand. The disparity between the physical body and the primordial spirit was too great, which could lead to complications. He could distinctly sense a sense of lethargy and sluggishness within his primordial spirit. If this continued, there was even the possibility of spiritual exhaustion. Honghuang swiftly swallowed the elixir, and a powerful force erupted, surging through his limbs and bones. A single 9-turn golden elixir could allow a mortal to ascend to the golden immortal level. Although the 3-turn golden elixir was not as potent as the 9-turn variety, it was still formidable. After just a few breaths, Honghuang broke through the bottleneck, advancing his primordial spirit cultivation to the initial stage of the celestial immortal. He showed no signs of halting, steadily ascending until he reached the late stage of the celestial immortal, at which point he gradually began to calm. Ultimately, Honghuang's primordial spirit cultivation reached the late stage of the celestial immortal. With the dual cultivation of the I am now capable of engaging with true immortals, he thought contentedly. While challenging those beyond his current level was no trivial matter, his dual cultivation certainly granted him the qualifications. Let me examine my attributes. A luminous screen swiftly unfolded before him. Name: Honghuang Cultivation, Late Stage Celestial Immortal Primordial Spirit, Perfect Celestial Immortal Physical Body, Footing, Medium Grade Postnatal Merit Points, 28. 600 Attributes: Butterfly of Fortune, Blue, Taotai Stomach, Blue, Barbaric Extreme Golden Body, Light Blue, Earthly Divine Power, Blue, Moonlit Gaze, Green, Concealment, Green, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Green. To Honghuang's astonishment, the unremarkable attributes had vanished. This meant he was no longer ordinary. Quite satisfactory, as long as he was free from mediocrity. Additionally, his merit value finally manifested, astonishingly exceeding 20,000. It appears that this celestial being is not without merit. Typically, those captured at the celestial slaughter platform are profoundly wicked, burdened by their karmic debts. Slaying such malevolent beings yields a certain degree of merit. However, merit aside, the aura of malice remains. This profession is not easy to undertake. With that thought, Honghuang stowed away his panel and departed the cave, making his way to the Hall of Achievements to exchange for a token to enter the Thunder Realm. Fortunately, the token was not expensive, costing only a small fraction of his merits. Having obtained the token, Honghuang successfully entered the second heaven of the Celestial Court. The Thunder Realm is a diminutive world established by the Lord of Thunder and the Lady of Lightning, teeming with various heavenly thunderbolts, specifically designed to temper the physical body. Yet, it is rarely frequented by celestial deities, as most in the Celestial Court do not primarily cultivate their physical form. Rather, it is a secondary pursuit. The agony of refining the body is considerable, and the benefits are not as significant as those gained from nurturing the primordial spirit. With the resources and time devoted to physical cultivation, one's spiritual cultivation would have soared. Only Honghuang, with his unique attributes, opted for a dual cultivation of both body and law. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this path. Within the Thunder Realm, dark clouds loomed densely, and thunder rumbled ominously. Golden lightning descended like a celestial sword, striking with great force. Honghuang stood resolutely beneath the tempestuous clouds, unleashing a punch to counter the lightning. Bang! His figure was sent reeling backward, his fist bloodied. It was overly ambitious to pit the strength of a perfected celestial against heavenly thunder. Yet, paradoxically, Honghuang felt his body growing stronger, hinting at a breakthrough to the third level of the mighty golden body. Very well. It seems you favor a direct approach. Clenching his teeth, Honghuang charged forward once more. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a terrifying force erupted, enveloping Honghuang in a brilliant glow that shattered the sea of thunder. His physical cultivation had advanced. That would suffice for today. Sensing the opportunity, Honghuang decided not to push further. This method of self-infliction was effective solely for breaking through bottlenecks. Persisting beyond that would be akin to courting suffering. As Honghuang exited the doors of the Thunder Realm, a man approached him. The guards flanking the entrance immediately straightened and called out in unison, "We greet Lord Thunder." Thunder. Honghuang's heart raced. He had not anticipated that this individual was the deity responsible for the celestial punishments. He discreetly examined the Lord of Thunder's attributes, noting a series of azure entries along with a radiant lavender one. Honghuang's eyes gleamed with desire, immediately contemplating the use of his copying ability. However, his meager merits were insufficient even for the smallest fragment. What a pity! Honghuang felt a wave of frustration. At that moment, the Lord of Thunder also noticed MOU but did not engage, merely casting a fleeting glance before entering the Thunder Realm. Yet, as he brushed past Honghuang, a cerulean orb of light fell from him. Honghuang paused, a smile creeping onto his lips. Discovered a fusion attribute, Gung metal heavenly thunder, blue. Gung metal heavenly thunder, blue. A heavenly thunder of the metal element, sharp as gold, capable of cutting through all. Invincible and unyielding. Gung metal heavenly thunder. Honghuang's face illuminated with joy. This thunderbolt was among the golden heavenly thunders capable of evolving into divine weapons within the thunder realm. What a fortuitous occurrence! With the presence of the metal element of Gung and the heavenly thunder, I can completely compensate for my deficiencies in offensive capabilities. Although his physical strength is formidable, his methods of attack are rather simplistic. Now, this issue seems to be resolved. The fusion of attributes. As Honghuang's thought stirred, a cerulean orb merged with his being. Within his gaze, a fleeting flash of golden lightning illuminated his eyes before tranquility returned. Soon after, Honghuang departed from the second heaven, preparing to return to his cave dwelling. What is this? Suddenly, he halted, his face initially displaying astonishment, which was swiftly replaced by joy. From the center of Honghuang's brow, a white radiance surged forth, coalescing into a celestial butterfly. This ethereal butterfly was visible only to him. It was the manifestation of fortune transformed into a celestial being. The butterfly circled gracefully in the air before alighting upon Honghuang's shoulder, its body signaling fervently, urging him to follow. My opportunity has arrived, Honghuang exclaimed with excitement, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Chapter 6. Business Trip to the Lower Realm. The former associates of the demon sage Honghuang did not act impulsively and descend to the lower realm. The celestial beings of the heavenly court cannot descend at will without just cause. This is a celestial decree. After much effort, Yuan had managed to recruit a few subordinates and was loath to let them descend carelessly. Honghuang restrained his excitement and turned to the task assignment at the celestial slaying platform. Executioners also had their missions, accompanying the heavenly soldiers and generals. They were tasked with slaying the sinful demons in the lower realm. In essence, the demon slayers were also members of the heavenly forces. Generally, only the Xuanxing practitioners would take on such missions. For the sake of descending to the lower realm, Honghuang had no choice but to take a risk. However, most missions were merely opportunistic, presenting little danger while offering substantial merit. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, the demon clan had been wreaking havoc, slaughtering countless human lives. Honghuang's gaze scanned through the various tasks. The Eastern Sea was the birthplace of the human race, and his own tribe resided there. This shall be the one. Without hesitation, Honghuang accepted the task. Since he was to slay demons, he might as well assist his homeland in ridding it of its demon scourge. This mission was not solitary. It required him to descend alongside the heavenly soldiers to slay the demons together. The following day, a grand army comprising 10,000 heavenly soldiers and 2 generals set forth. Both generals leading the charge were of the Xianxian realm, one of whom had even reached the later stages of Xianxian and was known as the Medicine Fork General. Honghuang noticed that he was not the only executioner in the army. Several Xuanxing practitioners accompanied him. Yet, he was the sole Xuanxing practitioner. Hey, you must be Honghuang, right? First time on a mission? Stick close to me during the operation, and I assure you, you will be safe. A handsome man clad in silver armor approached Honghuang with a friendly demeanor. He was a Xuanxing practitioner with mid-level true immortal cultivation. Honghuang looked at the man in confusion, but remained silent. I am also of the human race. We ought to help each other while out here. The man laughed heartily, dispelling Honghuang's bewilderment. You are quite affable, Honghuang responded, pleasantly surprised that this individual was so eager to look out for him. As they journeyed, the two swiftly grew familiar. The man introduced himself as Mo Bai, who had joined the heavenly court 5,000 years prior. Let us hope this mission goes smoothly. With a Xianxian general leading us, even if we encounter a golden immortal, we need not panic. Such trivial tasks are merely opportunities to accumulate merit. We may not need to lift a finger at all. The accompanying demon slayers whispered amongst themselves. Clearly seasoned veterans on their missions, each appearing quite at ease. Honghuang remained silent but shared their sentiments. Heavenly soldiers and generals never fought alone. They triumphed through numbers. Despite the presence of only 2 Xianxian generals in their ranks, with the addition of 10,000 heavenly soldiers forming a formation, they would have the means to contend even with a formidable golden immortal demon. Aside from casual conversation during the journey, Honghuang did not forget to quietly sense the guidance of the fortune source immortal butterfly. However, he was unable to act independently at this moment and could only focus on completing the task before seeking an opportunity to extricate himself. Here we are, just ahead. After an indeterminate span of time, the leading Medicine Fork General suddenly halted, and the clouds began to part slowly. Beneath lies a majestic mountain range. and in the far distance, the azure coastline can be discerned. According to intelligence reports, the source of turmoil is concealed within these mountains. The heavenly general, with a voice as thunderous as a bell, immediately issued commands for the celestial soldiers to lay down an intricate net of heavenly traps. A colossal formation of nets gradually took shape, enveloping the mountains below. "Haha, you dare to confine this king?" A boisterous laughter echoed through the heavens, as an overwhelming aura of demonic energy burst forth from within the mountains. A swarm of demons emerged, gathering in groups, seemingly preparing their own formation. This net of heavenly traps was originally conceived by our clan's demon emperor, based on the grand celestial array of the stars. Is it not a tad impolite to use it against us? Among the horde of demons, a formidable creature with a human body and a goat's head slowly ascended, exuding a terrifying pressure. Perfected Shenxian, you are a remnant of the demon court. The expressions of the two heavenly generals shifted, for such words could only be uttered by an extraordinary demon. The intelligence was flawed. The remnants of Honghuang Tai's forces? In the back, Hongyuan wore a grave expression. The celestial array of stars was indeed a masterpiece of Honghuang Tai. The heavenly net formation of the celestial court was also within their grasp, and it appeared to be the authentic version. By the heavens, is this the intensity of my first assignment? Bai's complexion paled, trembling as he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kuei, a former subordinate of the merchant goat demon saint. The goat demon presented himself with poise, resembling a sagacious scholar. At this revelation, the two heavenly generals grew increasingly unsettled. The merchant goat demon saint was one of the 10 great demon saints of the demon court, a formidable figure of quasi-saint caliber, and a survivor of the witch demon war. I care not whether you are a bull or a goat. The demon court is but a relic of the past. The demon rays shall defy the heavens and be extinguished. The heavenly general, Yao Cha, bellowed, shaking the very heavens. Heh, seeking death. Kuei Jia's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent enveloping the air. The two net formations collided with one another. Boom. The earth trembled as a terrifying aura swept across the surroundings. The demons within the formation and the celestial soldiers spewed blood like dumplings, plummeting to the ground. The two heavenly generals then charged toward the goat demon, engaging in fierce combat. Kill. A group of executioners gritted their teeth and surged toward the lesser demons below. When faced with formidable foes that could only target the weaker demons. Brother, I shall go first. You handle yourself. Bai clapped Hongyuan on the shoulder, drawing his sword of celestial slaying and rushing forward. Hongyuan remained silent, quietly following behind. Such an explosive opportunity for rewards could not be missed. Little human, die. A tiger demon at the initial stage of true immortality, grinning savagely, charged directly at Hongyuan. A mere celestial being, I could crush you with a single punch. Boom. The fists collided. The tiger demon's arm exploded on the spot, its body hurtling backward. How is this possible? The tiger demon's face twisted in horror, unable to believe what it was witnessing. The strength of its physical form had been surpassed by that of a human in the celestial realm? Who then truly is the demon? With an impassive expression, Hongyuan brought his foot down, shattering the head of the tiger demon. Discovered fusion entries: Beast King Fist, blue; Tiger Spirit, green; Blood Escape, green; Beast King Fist, blue. Your martial arts exude a regal aura, inflicting additional damage on demon beasts with a single strike. All beasts shall submit. Tiger Spirit, green. You possess the might of a tiger. No ghost dares to approach. Blood Escape, green. Ignite your essence, doubling your speed. 1 blue and 2 green. Quite impressive. Hongyuan nodded silently. Especially the Beast King Fist entry, which unexpectedly grants added benefits against demon beasts. Alas, he is but a human. Such martial arts hold little value for him. One might say the tiger demon met its demise unjustly. Had it possessed any technique inflicting extra damage on humans, it would not have perished so swiftly. With a thought, Hongyuan fused the entries, instantly mastering them all. Demon. Behold the might of my Beast King Fist. Chapter 7. The Enraged Demon King? The innate follow-up Hongyuan, filled with anticipation, was eager to test the might of his martial arts. Brother. You have slain my brother? At that moment, a voice filled with sorrow and fury erupted as a leopard spirit charged at Hongyuan, intent on avenging its kin. With a powerful punch, Hongyuan unleashed an overwhelming pressure that momentarily halted the leopard spirit, as if it had glimpsed the divine. Boom. In that fleeting instant of distraction, the punch descended, obliterating the creature into a mist of blood. Not bad. This leopard spirit was weaker than the tiger demon, possessing only the cultivation of a perfected celestial. Even its aggressive attributes were inferior, revealing merely a single green attribute. Fusion, Honghuang commanded, for any attribute that was not black held potential. Subsequently, he continued to eliminate several lesser demon spirits of the celestial realm. Yet, the attributes they yielded were far from satisfactory. Only one blue attribute caught his eye. Withering and flourishing, blue retain a thread of life when on the brink of death. Intrigued by this attribute, Honghuang returned to the scene of the incident to examine the body of the slain demon spirit. As expected, he discerned a hidden thread of vitality within the lifeless form. Given time, it would undoubtedly resurrect. Thus, Honghuang ignited a flame, reducing the corpse to ashes. This extinguished any lingering traces of life. For a withered tree to bloom again, it must first exist. The lesser demon spirits were lacking in quality, offering no high-level attributes. Honghuang sighed inwardly. After a prolonged hunt, he had not even encountered a pale blue attribute. If only he could slay the goat demon. He had previously observed that the formidable demon, Kuei Jie, possessed several blue attributes. However, the perfected celestial was far beyond his reach. At this moment, the fierce battle between two celestial generals and Kuei Jie had escalated to a boiling point. Despite the numerical advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. The goat demon had revealed its true form, which represented its strongest state. Towering 1,000 feet high, it radiated an overwhelming aura of terror. The two celestial generals were already wounded, drenched in blood, yet they persisted, refusing to fall. So weak, so utterly weak. Do you even deserve to be celestial generals? In the past, you wouldn't even qualify to guard the gates of the demon court. The goat demon's voice boomed like thunder, steeped in derision. You beast! You have forced my hand. The thunderous celestial general, feeling the sting of humiliation, trembled as he retrieved a talisman crackling with lightning from his bosom. Alas! The value of this talisman was equivalent to 1,000,000 military exploits. His lips quivered. For it was a consumable item, requiring thousands of years of diligent effort to amass. Upon noticing the talisman in the general's grasp, Kuei Jie's pupils constricted. Before he could react, the celestial general unleashed the talisman. Boom! In an instant, the heavens trembled, and the winds and clouds shifted ominously. A storm of thunderclouds gathered above the goat demon, rumbling as if the chariot of the heavenly emperor were passing by. This is bad. Kuei Jie's expression changed dramatically. My trousers. A crimson bolt of lightning struck the back of the goat demon, instantly tearing its flesh and leaving it drenched in blood. The power of this lightning rune was evidently beyond what a mere Xianxian could withstand. Following this, even more ferocious bolts of lightning descended. Although the demon race possessed formidable physical strength, they were ultimately still composed of flesh and blood, and the goat demon, being a civil official among its kind, was not particularly distinguished in terms of physical prowess. In mere moments, its vitality plummeted, leaving it severely injured. Unexpectedly, the celestial general Yao Cha still had such a trump card. Honghuang, watching from a distance, could not help but marvel at the unfolding spectacle. He had been prepared to flee. Yet the situation had suddenly turned in favor of his adversaries. This heavenly lightning was no ordinary strike. It was a branch of the 5 elements divine lightning, specifically the yang fire lightning, akin to the metal heavenly lightning. This lightning was the epitome of solar and masculine energy, accompanied by the burning fury of heavenly fire, cleaving and incinerating all in its path. Thunder rumbled as the searing bolts continued to rain down, enveloping the surrounding void for miles. The goat demon's aura steadily waned, teetering on the brink of falling from the Xianxian realm. Suddenly, it let out a heart-wrenching roar, its body erupting in a brilliant crimson light. Its form rapidly shrank, transforming into the primordial Tao body. This was dire. It intended to flee. The celestial general Yao Cha was taken aback and prepared to strike. Just then, a golden sword-shaped bolt of lightning fell from the sky, crashing down upon the goat demon's forehead with a resounding thud. This strike caught the goat demon completely off guard, arriving without warning, and thus it nearly cost him his life. His gaze froze in disbelief as he looked towards a distant spot, beneath a massive boulder. Honghuang pointed to the sky, maintaining a rather dashing spellcasting pose. You human vermin? Honghuang awkwardly retracted his hand, rubbing his nose. Your stature is indeed considerable, albeit rather large and ineffectual. I shall take your life. The goat demon's eyes instantly filled with blood, and he charged madly towards Honghuang. Fleeing was of no concern. This wretched little human must die today. Quick, save that soldier. The two celestial generals, regaining their composure after their initial shock, rushed to aid Honghuang. However, The speed at which the blood-burning goat demon surged forth was beyond their reach. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Honghuang. Just as the celestial generals thought that this heavenly soldier was destined for doom, Honghuang's figure suddenly vanished, burrowing into the ground. The power of the earth divine ability manifested at that moment. Although the goat demon was no slouch in cultivation, he was utterly ignorant of earth magic. He could not halt his charge in time and collided with the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled and shook. Where is he? The goat demon was momentarily bewildered. Your father is right here. A moment later, Honghuang's head popped up from the ground 1,000 feet away. Wah, wah, wah. The goat demon trembled with rage. Smoke billowing from its 7 orifices. You little rascal. Earth divine ability. The 2 celestial generals were astonished. Even they could not master such earth magic. Some abilities required not only talent and comprehension but also consideration of time investment. Thus, Honghuang, utilizing the earth divine ability, began to dance around the frenzied goat demon, occasionally emerging to deliver a strike of golden lightning sword. Not long passed. The severely injured sheep demon, on the brink of death, was utterly infuriated. Honghuang delivered the final blow. Immediately, several luminous entries emerged. Discoverable fusion entries, pre-heavenly inferior footing green, entangled by karma, black, spirit of the sheep's rebirth green. Mirror flower water moon, blue, pre-heavenly inferior footing green. You possess a pre-heavenly footing. Your cultivation speed and potential far exceed those of post-heavenly beings. Spirit of the sheep's rebirth green. You can command the souls of slain beings, limited to those below the golden immortal realm. Mirror flower water moon, blue. By using water as a mirror, you can reflect a fragment of a future scene. Pre-heavenly footing. Honghuang's breath caught in his throat, nearly bursting into laughter with excitement. The concept of footing was immensely significant. The pace of cultivation hinged upon it. Naturally, footing was not immutable. If a mortal consumed a 9-revolution golden elixir and ascended to the golden immortal realm, could they still be considered to possess a post-heavenly inferior footing? Without delay, Honghuang focused his thoughts and eagerly commenced the fusion of the entries. Chapter 8. Infiltrating the Underworld. Innate spiritual treasure. As the innate spiritual treasure fused with his being, Honghuang felt a sudden clarity in his consciousness, his entire being resonating with newfound transparency. Even the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy accelerated several-fold. An innate spiritual foundation, if all goes well, is destined to break through to the golden immortal realm. In contrast, a postnatal foundation, without external assistance, will forever remain stagnant, unable to ascend to the golden immortal status. This exemplifies the profound disparity. At this moment, Honghuang's foundation had metamorphosed into an innate low-grade one, marking him as a member of the innate human race. Aha! What a remarkable lad! I never anticipated that the heavenly court would harbor such talent. The celestial general Yao Cha, along with another general surnamed Lin, approached, their eyes glimmering with admiration as they regarded Honghuang. Are you a disciple of the Thunder God, wielding the power of Gong Metal Thunder? One inquired. I am Honghuang, the executor of the Immortal Slaying Platform, not a disciple of the Thunder God. I merely grasped a fraction of its essence by fortunate chance, Honghuang replied, regaining his composure and bowing respectfully to the 2 celestial generals. Fortunate chance? Such an achievement cannot be ascribed merely to luck, General Lin chuckled. All right, let us not delve too deeply. Everyone harbors their own secrets, General Yao Cha interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He then strode over to the corpse of the great demon Kuejia, rummaging around before producing a staff. This is the spiritual treasure of the sheep demon. Consider it your spoils of war. He extended the staff towards Honghuang. This is a postnatal low-grade spiritual treasure. Honghuang, unable to refuse, accepted it graciously. With the mission accomplished and spoils accounted, General Yao Cha promptly declared the order to prepare for their return to the heavenly court. General, I wish to return to my tribe for a visit. May I return a bit later? Honghuang hesitated before speaking. Of course, just be swift in your return. Do not linger too long, General Yao Cha replied nonchalantly, not overly concerned. At times, they too would linger in the mortal realm to savor its beauty. After all, it is a natural inclination. Honghuang was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the approval. It appeared that certain seemingly stringent regulations were not as harsh as he had imagined. Subsequently, he detached himself from the main group, soaring southward alone. He did not venture far, waiting until the celestial soldiers departed on their clouds before stealthily returning to the battlefield. Spirit of the sheep, arise. Souls, heed my call. Honghuang invoked the essence of the sheep spirit, summoning the soul of the great demon Kuejia. At the moment he cast his spell, A pair of soul collectors from the underworld, miles away, were seizing Kuejia's soul, dragging it towards the gates of hell. Suddenly, Kuejia's soul erupted in a brilliant radiance, breaking free from its chains and soaring away. Impudent. The two soul collectors fumed. Damn it. After so much effort to capture a soul of the profound immortal realm, it slipped away. One of them cursed, incredulous at the audacity of the demon race, practically disregarding the authority of the underworld. My performance this month is ruined, lamented the other, collapsing to the ground in despair, pounding the earth in frustration. Just moments ago, he had envisioned his outstanding achievements leading to commendation from the goddess, promotion to the title of Ghost Emperor, reigning over the underworld, and instilling fear in the wilderness. Now, all those dreams lay shattered. Let us return and report this to the goddess. The souls governed by the spirit of the sheep are utterly obedient to their master. Honghuang commanded Kuejia to return to the demon clan as an undercover agent, to report on their movements at any moment. Yes, master, Kuejia replied, vanishing in an instant. I hope this proves useful, Honghuang silently mused as he watched Kuejia depart. Shortly thereafter, a beam of spiritual light erupted from his brow, manifesting as a celestial butterfly, transformed from his fortune. It soared gracefully, heading towards a specific direction. Honghuang promptly followed, never straying far behind. Together, the man and the butterfly swiftly traversed the lands of the human race. Honghuang's consciousness swept across, surveying the various tribes of humankind. He observed that they had learned to weave nets for fishing and began domesticating livestock, constructing dwellings. It seemed that the heavenly sovereign Fuxi had made his appearance. A stirring sensation arose within Honghuang. The emergence of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, heralded by the heavenly sovereign, signified the rise of humanity, poised to supplant the shamanic beings and become the principal actors in the vast wilderness, dominating the primordial world. However, even as the leading figures of the earthly realm, they could not evade the grasp of the saints. Once the 3 sovereigns attained their celestial positions, they were immediately confined by the saints within the fire cloud cave. The burgeoning fortunes of humanity, which had risen as a result, were subsequently divided among the saints. On the surface, humanity appeared as the protagonists, basking in glory. Yet in truth, they were merely pawns, akin to livestock raised for slaughter, fattened for a time before being culled. Yuan shook his head with a smile, despite this knowledge. He felt powerless to intervene. With greater power comes greater responsibility, yet he possessed little power and therefore bore scant responsibility. Even the 3 sovereigns, strong as quasi-saints, could not resist. What could a mere celestial being like him hope to accomplish? The game played by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was one of the saints vying for dominance, dividing the substantial pie of humanity beneath the saints. One had no right to partake in the feast. It was better to focus on personal growth. Time passed, though Honghuang perceived it not. Finally, the fortune butterfly halted before a mountain shrouded in purple mist, circling around him. You mean, the opportunity lies within the mountain? Honghuang discerned the butterfly's message. This mountain, known as Xiang Mountain, was a somewhat renowned celestial peak in the eastern expanse of the primordial world. In the next moment, the butterfly flapped its wings and darted into the mountain. Honghuang followed closely behind. After a brief while, he and the butterfly arrived at a dense thicket within the mountain. Here, Honghuang's expression turned quizzical as he found no treasures in sight. His consciousness roamed the surroundings. Just as he began to question, he suddenly spotted a cave deep within the thicket. However, his consciousness could not penetrate inside, as though obstructed by a mysterious force. A spark ignited in Honghuang's eyes. Intuition suggested that the opportunity lay within the cave. Indeed, as he stepped inside, he discovered a primal barrier sealing the path ahead. Only a primordial spiritual treasure would be guarded by such a barrier. The primordial world places great emphasis on fate for those with fortune. Even a mere breeze could unveil a barrier, leading to the discovery of a spiritual treasure. Conversely, the unfortunate might stand before a barrier yet remain oblivious to its presence. This exemplifies the distinction between shallow and profound sources of fortune. Honghuang summoned the celestial slaying blade and thrust it toward the barrier. The power of this primal barrier was already considerably weakened. Should he fail to arrive within a millennium, the treasures within shall manifest. With a resounding crack, the restrictions shattered, unleashing a torrent of vibrant purple energy. Such a rich essence of golden spirit, Honghuang gasped. Realizing that the treasures within must be intrinsically linked to the element of gold, he expanded his consciousness and eagerly stepped into the cavern. The depths of the cave extended far into the subterranean mountain range, revealing a broad expanse. At the terminus of the cave lay a chamber of resplendent purple and gold. The walls were adorned with a dense array of purple-gold ores, exuding a profound spiritual aura. In the center of the chamber, a magnificent purple-gold hammer floated in midair, radiating an indomitable innate brilliance. An innate treasure. Honghuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, unaware that such a treasure, coveted even by the most formidable celestial beings, was now tantalizingly within reach. Chapter 9. The Collapse of Heaven and Earth. The purple gold hammer in the primordial world. Innate spiritual treasures are undoubtedly rare and elusive. Even some disciples of saints may not possess the qualifications to own these treasures. Take, for instance, the 3-0 real person, Honghuang of the Chan school. In Honghuang's recollection, Honghuang did not possess a single worthy spiritual treasure, not only due to the disdain of the primordial heavenly lord, but also because of the intrinsic rarity of innate spiritual treasures. Without hesitation, Honghuang grasped the hammer in his hand, his consciousness penetrating its essence. Soon, he gleaned its information. This treasure, known as the purple gold hammer, was forged from innate purple gold, classified as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The hammer was indestructible, its power unparalleled. With one strike, it could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to quake. A splendid treasure, perfectly suited for someone of my physical prowess, he thought with a smirk, as it was indeed tailored for a robust individual like himself. Just as Honghuang prepared to stow away the purple gold hammer, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The entire cavern began to tremble violently. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook, and loose stones flew in every direction. Honghuang's gaze sharpened as he witnessed a violet stone figure emerge from the depths of the purple gold mine. It has come to life. This mine had given birth to an intelligent being. Perhaps it was his removal of the purple gold hammer that triggered some mechanism, awakening the stone figure. Given your arduous cultivation, I advise you to return at once. I can pretend I have not seen you, Honghuang declared sternly, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned master. Attempting to intimidate the stone figure, remained silent, swinging its fist, the size of a grinding stone, towards Honghuang, refusing to heed my words. You have chosen your own demise, Honghuang retorted coldly, wielding the purple gold hammer with sudden force, although he had yet to refine it. Thus unable to unleash the full might of an innate spiritual treasure, the innate purple gold still possessed considerable hardness. He was eager to discover whether the stone figure or the purple gold hammer was the tougher of the two. With a resounding crash, the hammer met the fist midair. At the moment of impact, the stone figure's fist shattered instantly, akin to an egg colliding with a rock. The stone figure, having absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attain sentience, was no match for the strength of the innate purple gold hammer. It appears I am indeed the stronger, Honghuang smirked, just as he thought the battle was drawing to a close. More pieces of purple gold stone began to converge upon the stone figure, transforming it into an even larger entity. Well, this is how you wish to play? Honghuang was taken aback, instantly finding humor in the situation. He swung the purple gold hammer once more and charged forward. The shattered stone figure reassembled repeatedly. After several attempts, Honghuang finally discerned that the stone figure harbored a core, the true essence of its being. As anticipated, when he shattered the core within the stone figure, it finally succumbed. To Honghuang's astonishment, as the stone figure collapsed, several luminous orbs fell to the ground. Discovered fusion entries: golden elemental body, green, devouring gold and submitting, green. Awakening of intelligence, white, golden elemental body, green. You possess a body of the 5 elements with a golden affinity. Cultivating gold-based techniques will yield remarkable results. The ability to consume and refine, as well as extract the essence of metal, allows one to enhance oneself while simultaneously augmenting the mastery over various metallic entities. The initial awakening of intelligence, white, indicates a nascent awareness, a blank slate of consciousness. Shall we merge? To his astonishment, the stone golem displayed remarkable prowess. Honghuang was pleasantly surprised to discover that the newly formed spirit of the stone golem had yielded 2 azure attributes. This time, he opted to eliminate the white attribute, fearing it might render him foolish upon merging. As the 2 azure attributes fused within his form, they began to intertwine seamlessly, a process facilitated by their similar properties. The metal spirit body and the ability to consume metal met the criteria for fusion. Upon reaching Honghuang, the fusion commenced immediately, leaving even him taken aback. Before long, a new attribute emerged. As he beheld the color of this attribute, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Metal spirit Dao body, light purple. You possess the innate body of the metal spirit, a rare gift. Your cultivation in metal arts is greatly aided, and your Dao body is indestructible, rivaling many spiritual treasures. Splendid. At last, my first purple attribute has arrived. Honghuang was filled with exhilaration as he realized that at the moment the metal spirit Dao body manifested, his physical strength surged significantly. Moreover, his foundation transformed into an innate superior foundation. The classifications of foundation include acquired, innate sacred, and chaotic demon god. Setting aside the chaotic demon god, an innate superior foundation is, in essence, considered the second tier of the primal world. At this moment, standing still, the surrounding purple-gold spiritual energy rapidly integrated into his being. Within his flesh and blood, a faint layer of indestructible spiritual light emerged, a hallmark of innate spiritual treasures. Given time, his corporeal form would attain a hardness akin to that of innate spiritual treasures. As Honghuang's physical cultivation soared, he soon transcended to the mid-stage of true immortal and continued to ascend. The cave was saturated with an abundance of purple-gold spiritual energy. At this point, Honghuang resembled a mouse that had fallen into a rice barrel, greedily consuming everything around him. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit cultivation was also on the rise. The density of the spiritual energy here was at least tenfold that of the outside world, and it was rich in innate spiritual energy. Feeling insatiable, he seized a chunk of ore and began to gnaw on it. His voracious appetite could refine even acquired spiritual treasures. Thus, naturally, he could also assimilate gold stones. Honghuang employed both external and internal methods in his endeavors. The power of the gold stones refined by his voracious appetite melded into his vital organs, endowing them with metallic properties. This not only fortified his exterior but also solidified his interior, just as Honghuang was deeply engrossed in his refining. A figure in a purple robe gracefully descended before the cave entrance. The Taoist, with hair and beard as white as snow, exuded an ethereal presence. His skin is smooth as that of an infant, yet his lips bore a hue reminiscent of poison, tinged with purple and black. Ah, who would have thought that upon venturing out, the purple sun mountain would reveal such fortuitous opportunities? The Taoist surveyed the cave, sensing the rich, innate spiritual energy wafting outward. His face alight with joy and a glimmer of greed flickering in his elongated eyes. He was none other than the master of this mountain range, the Purple Sun Taoist. In a swift motion, the Purple Sun Taoist darted into the cave like a wraith. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a humanoid creature voraciously devouring a piece of violet gold stone. What manner of fiend is this? With a thunderous shout, the Taoist of the Purple Sun expressed his anger, unaware that fortune had been seized by another. He mistakenly believed that Honghuang was some sort of monster, for no ordinary person would engage in such behavior. Alas, he had ultimately been discovered. Honghuang shook his head in resignation, finishing the last morsel of the precious stone. The moment the Taoist appeared at the cave entrance, he sensed something amiss. Are you of the human race? The Taoist's gaze sharpened, finally discerning Honghuang's true identity. This humanoid was indeed human, not a transformed beast. However, the peculiarity of his actions had led to a misunderstanding. Do I resemble some kind of monster? Honghuang gazed at the Taoist, utterly bemused. Simultaneously, the Taoist's attributes appeared before his eyes. Mastery of alchemy, green. Clarity of sword heart, green. Late bloomer, blue. Burdened by karma, black. Mountain bearer, light blue. Chapter 10 Senior, cease your probing. I shall eliminate this Xianxian. What a remarkable swordsman. However, what is the cause of this karmic entanglement? A thought struck Honghuang as he observed the Taoist before him, whose cultivation had already reached the early stage of Xianxian. He was indeed a master swordsman. Yet, the seemingly virtuous Taoist was ensnared by karmic ties. This ignited a sense of vigilance within Honghuang, who outwardly maintained an unassuming demeanor. Although I am not of the human race, I share some connections with it. The Taoist Zhang remarked, a barely perceptible glint of killing intent flickering in his eyes, while his face bore a benevolent smile. However, young friend, are you aware that this place is my sacred ground? Ah, I truly did not know. I stumbled in here quite unintentionally. Please do not take offense, senior, Honghuang replied, hastily cupping his hands in apology. Oh, since that is the case, have you stumbled upon any spiritual treasures? Taoist Zhang inquired, casually strolling closer with his hands clasped behind his back. He displayed no hint of malice, resembling a kind elder. Spiritual treasures? None at all. Upon my entrance, I merely discovered these purple golds. Honghuang shook his head. Is that so? Young friend, do not deceive this old man. If you speak the truth, I may very well consider taking you as my disciple. Taoist Xiang's smile was enigmatic, and his tone grew increasingly frigid. Senior, do not test me. Every word I utter is sincere, Honghuang insisted earnestly, nearly swearing an oath. What a pity, Taoist Xiang sighed, a look of regret crossing his features. Senior, you speak in jest. With so many purple spirit stones, their value is immeasurable. Why not share them equally? Honghuang proposed. As cultivators, we should prioritize harmony. Let us not let a mere opportunity lead us to conflict and disrupt our peace. You are correct. Harmony is indeed paramount for cultivators. Since you discovered this spirit mind first, it is only fair for you to claim half. Taoist Zhang replied with a hearty laugh, readily acquiescing to Honghuang's suggestion. Please, senior, go ahead. Honghuang gestured, allowing the Taoist to take his share first. Together, Taoist Zhang waved his hand, indicating that they should both partake. Then I shall not be polite. Honghuang nodded cheerfully. The two appeared to be in perfect accord, embodying the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, creating a harmonious and affectionate scene. However, in the next moment, both turned their backs, preparing to collect the spirit mind. In an instant, they simultaneously whirled around and launched their most ferocious attacks at one another. Old fool, I knew you harbored ill intentions. Honghuang bellowed. You little wretch. There is evidently innate spiritual energy here. Hence a spiritual treasure must be present, yet you deceived me into believing there was none. Taoist Xiang's visage twisted in fury. His pretense cast aside. Kill you, and the treasure shall remain mine. With a thunderous clash, their fists met, a tempestuous force sweeping through the cave. With both parties momentarily pushed back, neither gaining the upper hand. You little wretch. Your physical form is astonishingly robust. Taoist Xiang exclaimed, astonished that his full-powered strike had failed to obliterate his opponent, resulting only in a stalemate. Now I understand. No wonder you could consume purple gold. He recalled the scene upon entering, dawning a moment of realization. This youth is a practitioner who primarily cultivates the physical body. I never expected you to possess such a facade of righteousness while harboring a heart so malevolent, Honghuang coldly remarked. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Those of simple minds might have perished long ago in the shadows of treachery. However, in the world of the primordial chaos, the old currency is the norm. Those with pure hearts cannot endure for long. It seems we are alike. Little beast, you have trespassed upon my domain and stolen my spirit treasure. Today, I shall refine you into a human elixir to aid my ascent to the golden immortal path. The Xiang Taoist emitted a cruel laugh, his eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty fervor, resembling a ferocious beast. In his eyes, individuals like Honghuang, with such a unique constitution, were akin to walking elixirs, unparalleled treasures. No wonder. Honghuang paused, swiftly discerning why this Taoist was ensnared by karma. This individual must have concocted many human elixirs to utter such words. Moreover, among his attributes, one notably indicated mastery in alchemy. The case is solved. Boy, surrender willingly. No matter how formidable your physical form, you cannot hope to rival me. The Xiang Taoist cackled, conjuring a 3-foot-long azure sword into his grasp. In an instant, a fierce sword intent surged forth. This was a postnatal spirit treasure. Upon witnessing this, Honghuang ceased to feign ignorance, swiftly conjuring the purple gold hammer into his hand. An innate spirit treasure. The Xiang Taoist's pupils constricted slightly before he burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha! Is this the treasure you have acquired? In your hands. It is nothing short of wasteful. You cannot wield an innate spirit treasure. Allow me to take it instead. With a resonant cry of the sword, the Xiang Taoist thrust the spirit sword forward in a flash. So swift. Honghuang felt a surge of shock, truly. The sword cultivator with sword heart clarity possessed remarkable speed. Had this strike occurred before entering the cave, it could have claimed his life. Yet now, everything was different. At this moment, Honghuang's physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of true immortal, while his primordial spirit cultivation had surpassed the initial stage of true immortal. Coupled with the golden spirit body, his physique boasted defenses rivaling spirit treasures. Even against a Shen immortal, he might still stand a chance. Honghuang struck like lightning, barehandedly intercepting the blade, exuding confidence. A spray of blood erupted. A gash appeared in Honghuang's palm, piercing through to the bone. However, his bones remained unscathed. The wounded area shimmered with points of spiritual light, a manifestation of the indestructible spiritual glow, rapidly healing. Ha ha! A fool indeed. My sword cleaves through all. How could mere flesh withstand it? The Xiang Taoist laughed, astonished that someone dared to catch a sword with their bare hands, as if they were Pangu himself. Just as he prepared to retract his sword for a decisive strike, his expression abruptly changed. The sword in his hand was firmly gripped by Honghuang, rendering it impossible to escape. In that fleeting moment, Honghuang retaliated, delivering a ferocious 100 Beasts King fist squarely to the Ziyang Daoist's chest. This punch nearly shattered his heart. The Ziyang Daoist spewed blood, his body flying backward. Seizing the advantage, Honghuang pursued relentlessly, his physical strength fully unleashed in the confined space. The Ziyang Daoist's advantage as a sword cultivator was rendered ineffective here. In a contest of physical prowess, one can only expect to be crushed. You vile creature, may you meet a wretched end. The internal organs of the Ziyang Daoist lay shattered. Yet he continued to curse Honghuang with an undying voice. Though Honghuang's robe was tattered and his body bore numerous wounds, they were mostly superficial, not affecting his essence. You shall perish first. Honghuang's expression was one of cold ruthlessness. This Daoist, who practiced alchemy with the lives of others, deserved his fate. With a resounding thud, Honghuang crushed the Ziyang Daoist's skull beneath his foot, obliterating his very soul. Several orbs of words scattered upon the ground. Discovered fusion entries. Heart of the sword, blue. Mastery of alchemy, blue. Burden of mountains, light blue. Entangled by karma, black. Chapter 11, Alchemy and Swordsmanship. The emergence of the heavenly sovereign and the manifestation of the saves the sword heart enlightenment. Blue, your innate talent for swordsmanship is remarkably high, naturally attuned to the sword, making your cultivation of sword techniques exceptionally efficient. Mastery of alchemy, blue, you possess profound knowledge in the art of alchemy, capable of concocting numerous lower-tier celestial elixirs. Burden of the mountains, light blue, one of the 72 minor divine abilities of the earthly fiends. This is a manifestation of strength. Karmic entanglement. The entry of the Ziyang Daoist did not fully materialize, yet the alluring aspects of alchemy and sword heart enlightenment were revealed to MOU. Fusion. With a thought, Honghuang merged the three positive attributes. Soon, a wealth of memories regarding alchemy flooded his mind, as if they were innate. In addition, numerous insights into swordsmanship emerged, giving birth to a new green attribute. Entry into swordsmanship. Green, your swordsmanship has reached a foundational level, mastering the basic sword techniques. Personal panel. With a mere thought, the panel illuminated before Honghuang's eyes. Name, Honghuang cultivation. Early true immortal, Yuan Shun. Perfect true immortal, physical body. Footing, innate superior quality spiritual treasure. Purple gold hammer, innate medium quality. Wolf Fong Club, post-heavenly low quality. Merit points, 316,600 attributes. Light purple, golden spirit Dao body. Blue, sword heart enlightenment. Mastery of alchemy. Fortune as a butterfly, gluttonous stomach. Metal thunder of Gung, life of the goat's spirit. Light blue, barbaric golden body. Burden of the mountains. Blue, earthly divine ability entry. King of beasts fist, withering and flourishing. Blood escape, mirror flower water moon. Green, moon gazing, concealment, bloodthirsty frenzy, tiger soul. Gazing at his relatively splendid panel, Honghuang wore a satisfied expression. This expedition proved tremendously fruitful. Not only had his cultivation significantly advanced, but he had also acquired several high-quality attributes. Additionally, he obtained a medium-quality innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, with both his Yuan Shun and physical body as true immortals, he should find no equals beneath the realm of profound immortals. Compared to his cultivation upon rebirth, he felt utterly transformed. Returning now, he could ascend to the rank of profound executioner. Honghuang mused, for the status and benefits of a profound executioner far surpassed those of a yellow executioner. With the strength to ascend, why not do so? He had even prepared an excuse, claiming that good fortune had led him to consume an innate spiritual root, resulting in a substantial rise in cultivation. In the primordial realm, opportunities were abundant. Subsequently, Honghuang retrieved the spiritual sword from the ground and collected all the purple gold stones before departing the cave. The spiritual energy contained within these purple gold spiritual stones was sufficient to elevate him to the realm of profound immortal. Honghuang did not hasten his return. Instead, he began searching the Ziyang mountain for the cave of the Ziyang real man. Though he located the cave, it yielded no treasures. After all, a sensible person would carry their valuables with them. Thus, Honghuang chose to cultivate within the cave of the Ziyang real man, refining the purple gold hammer. As his consciousness delved within, he discovered that the innate restrictions of the purple gold hammer numbered as many as 21. 1 to 12 restrictions, low-grade innate spiritual treasure. 13 to 24 restrictions, medium grade innate spiritual treasure. 25 to 36 restrictions, high grade innate spiritual treasure. 37 to 48 restrictions, superior innate spiritual treasure. 49 restrictions, innate supreme treasure. The middle grade innate spiritual treasure, with its 21 prohibitions, stands out as a remarkable specimen within its tier. Honghuang, with a composed mind, commenced the arduous process of refinement. Unbeknownst to him, a century slipped by. Within his cave abode, Honghuang emerged from his meditative state, realizing the innate spiritual treasure was indeed challenging to refine. After 100 years, he had only succeeded in refining 30%. A wry smile escaped his lips as he reflected on the passage of time. Only 7 prohibitions had been refined in a century. This pace was not particularly slow, yet Honghuang perceived it as such. He chose not to continue refining. The 7 prohibitions were sufficient to unleash 30% of the golden hammer's might. That was more than adequate. He resolved to return to the heavenly realm. For should he delay further, it was likely that emissaries from the heavens would be dispatched to retrieve him. However, just as he stepped out of his cave, an awe-inspiring sound of Dao resonated throughout the cosmos. The Dao is supreme. I, Fuxi, have created the 8 trigrams, woven nets, and tamed wild beasts, benefiting humanity. My merits are fulfilled. Today, I ascend to the position of heavenly sovereign, as recognized by the Dao. As the words echoed, the heavens quaked once more. This was the heavenly sovereign achieving enlightenment. Honghuang's gaze sharpened, and a towering figure materialized in the cosmos, reflecting in the eyes of every living being. He bore the 8 trigrams upon his back, golden light enveloping him, radiating an aura that inspired reverence. Boundless merits cascaded down, enveloping Fuxi, whose presence surged to unimaginable heights. The myriad saints of the primal chaos and countless powerful beings were struck with trepidation. Under the influence of fortune and merits, Fuxi had ascended to the status of a quasi-saint, positioned above the quasi-saints yet below the true saints. Was humanity on the verge of a resurgence? It was astonishing that such a seemingly frail race had birthed a figure of such strength. How amusing. It was merely a construct of accumulated merits. The celestial beings were all abuzz. The heavenly sovereign's Dao fruit was indeed formidable. Aside from the heavenly Dao saints, none could rival Fuxi. Honghuang gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, an even grander aura suddenly emerged, enveloping the entire cosmos. A purple mist arose from the east. A Taoist clad in a Tai Chi robe approached on a green ox. An immense, ethereal presence swept through, subduing Fuxi's aura entirely. Following this, the primordial heavenly venerable materialized, crowned with celestial clouds. The essence of the sword soared, shattering the void. A remarkably handsome youth, with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, emerged. It was the master of heaven. The 3 pure ones had arrived. Almost simultaneously, the 2 saints from the west appeared on the western horizon, seated majestically, their heads crowned by the azure sky. The 6 saints of the heavenly Dao were present, all except Yuan. A thought flickered in Honghuang's mind as he attempted to discreetly inspect the entries of the saints. However, he found it impossible. These were not the true forms of the saints, merely projections of their. Additionally, the distance was too great. Heavenly Sovereign Fuxi, your merits are complete. Please enter the fire cloud cave to stabilize the fortune of humanity. The old master of Taiji spoke calmly, his expression neither mournful nor joyful, exuding solemnity. Please enter the fire cloud cave to stabilize the fortune. Primordial followed suit, his demeanor indifferent. Witnessing this scene, Fuxi shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Even as the celestial sovereign, he could not alter the fate of humanity. Please. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Taching Laozi conjured a golden pathway leading to the fire cloud cave. Fuxi let out a deep sigh, remaining silent as he turned towards the cave. Observing this, Honghuang felt an unusual tranquility within. As a traveler from another realm, he had long anticipated this moment. Next would be the Earth Sovereign and the Human Sovereign. The Human Sovereign Xian Yuan, renowned for his ruthless campaigns, the Battle of the Deer was particularly brutal. Perhaps, an opportunity for me to intervene. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Honghuang's eyes. The significance of the Human Sovereign lay in unifying the human race. Soon, the Shaman clan would rise again, vying for supremacy in the realm, thus igniting the war of humans and shamans. At that moment, he envisioned relocating the celestial slaughter platform for a decisive strike. According to the timeline of the primordial era, it would still be a millennium before the birth of the Human Sovereign Xian Yuan. 1,000 years was ample time for him to cultivate his strength. Chapter 12. Hao Yan. A daydream of ascending to the profound realm. As Fushi stepped into the fire cloud cave, the world fell into a serene stillness. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Tian sat majestically upon his throne, gazing into the Hao Tian mirror. A profound expression of melancholy and resignation adorned his face. In Fushi, he perceived a reflection of himself. As the celestial emperor, he was entrusted with governing the vast wilderness by the decree of the Dao ancestor. Yet, it seemed that no one paid him heed. The radiance of the saints loomed high above, rendering his authority as the celestial emperor almost insignificant. Consequently, Hao Tian resorted to bullying the remnants of the demon clan to bolster the reputation of the heavenly court. The fate of the human race. Hao Tian murmured to himself, his thoughts stirring. It was impossible not to feel envy. However, with the saints presiding, what could he truly accomplish? The Taoist saints were all exceptionally cunning. Take, for instance, Laozi of the Taiji, who adeptly reaped benefits from both sides. For the sake of a mere fraction of the heavenly court's fortune, he transformed a benevolent corpse into Taishang Laojun, who took residence in the heavenly court. Although it was said that he assisted in alchemy, in truth, only a handful of golden elixirs had graced Hao Tian's lips over the years. He hoped for a day when the heavenly court could genuinely suppress the vast wilderness, compelling all to submit. As he pondered, Hao Tian found himself increasingly agitated, spiraling into daydreams. He envisioned the heavenly court rising to prominence, with the saints bowing in submission, even the Dao ancestor regarding him with awe. Alas, Hao Tian clutched his head in despair. He had truly lost his sanity, entertaining such contrary fantasies. It seemed the weight of oppression had taken its toll. Just then, the morning star sought an audience, prompting Hao Tian to compose himself and restore the dignity befitting the celestial emperor. Tai Bai, what news do you bring? Your Majesty, I report that Prince Luyao of the Golden Crow has been unusually active of late. Recently, a heavenly general encountered the remnants of the demon sage, Shangyang, in the mortal realm, leading to a fierce battle. Tai Bai, with utmost respect, began to relay the information. Luya. Hao Tian's eyes narrowed with coldness. Luya, emboldened by being the sole bloodline of the demon emperor, had stirred the demon clan against the heavenly court over the years. Unfortunately, the remnants of the demon clan were elusive, bolstered by the support of the 10,000 great mountains, which posed a significant headache for Hao Tian. He was not only tasked with dealing with the demon remnants, but also with organizing the ancient stars and addressing the mess left by the demon court, leaving him utterly stretched thin. Alas, in this vast heavenly court, there is not a single soul to share my burdens. Hao Tian's brow furrowed, and with a deep sigh, he slowly inquired, Tai Bai, what of the Slaying Immortals Platform? Are there any newly appointed Earth Punishers? Upon hearing this, Tai Bai did not respond immediately, but instead racked his brain for an answer. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes, as if he had unearthed a thought. Your Majesty, while there are no new Earth Punishers, I have discovered a talented immortal with great potential. I estimate that within 3,000 years, this individual could ascend to the profound Punisher level, and within 10,000 years, may even attain the rank of Earth Punisher. Tai Bai had thought of Honghuang, who had been thrust into the role under pressure, as there was a need to present some results. 10,000 years. Hao Tian felt a slight twinge of discomfort. While 10,000 years could be deemed neither long nor short, in the current context of the heavenly court, it was undeniably too protracted. You may leave. I am fatigued. Hao Tian waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Yes, Your Majesty. Tai Bai retreated hastily. Honghuang did not linger in the lower realm, but hastened back to the heavenly court. The first order of business upon his return was to report in and claim his merits, though he had slain few demons. One of them was a formidable great demon of the Xianxian realm, the Kuaijia. This commendation was graciously bestowed upon him by the heavenly general, Yao Cha. Upon learning that Honghuang had vanquished a Xianxian great demon, the celestial officials and executioners at the Slaying Platform were utterly astonished. While the heavenly court had dispatched many Xianxian great demons, it was unprecedented for a Tianxian to slay one. Honghuang, how did you achieve this? Cui Hao inquired, his expression one of disbelief as he scrutinized Honghuang, sensing an undeniable transformation in him, particularly in his cultivation, which now eluded even his keen perception. It was merely luck. The demon was gravely wounded, and I delivered the final blow, Honghuang casually explained, attributing his success to chance. Those familiar with battling world bosses know that sometimes fortune outweighs sheer power. Indeed, it was likely that the great demon Kuaijia had succumbed to psychological distress, a form of noble spiritual damage. Impressive. Extraordinary. I could tell from the first glance that you were exceptional. By the way, what is your current cultivation level? Chui Hao suddenly shifted the conversation. By sheer luck, I consumed a heaven and earth spiritual root and broke through to the true immortal realm. Yuan had already prepared his response and spoke it effortlessly. Another stroke of luck? Chui Hao was taken aback. Such a stroke of luck was akin to a lifetime of achievement for another. Without further contemplation, he excitedly pulled Yuan along to ascend as a Xuanqing practitioner. The process was seamless, devoid of any petty interference or skepticism, as long as he demonstrated his cultivation level accurately. In addition to this, he was required to undertake a mission to assist the heavenly army in slaying a demon of true immortal caliber or above. For Yuan, this was child's play, something he could accomplish independently. The privileges and resources afforded to a Xuanqing practitioner were tenfold those of a common Huangqing practitioner. Yuan received his salary and the standard equipment for Xuanqing practitioners, then prepared to exchange his newly acquired merits for cultivation resources. No matter how abundant the merits, without conversion into cultivation, they remained futile. After making the rounds, Yuan exchanged all his merits for 3 Earth Yuan fruits. The Earth Yuan fruit was a rare low-grade spiritual root essential for cultivating earth-based divine abilities. The battle with Kuai-Jie had profoundly impressed upon Yuan the significance of earth-based techniques. These abilities were not only useful for evasion but also for spiritual assault. Basic earth techniques might suffice against the uninitiated, but they would prove inadequate against those well-versed in the craft. Hence, it was imperative to enhance his skills. With ample resources for cultivation in hand, Yuan returned to his cave abode to practice. During this period, he had no obligations but to await the mission 500 years hence. Seizing the opportunity, he hastened to elevate his cultivation. Seated upon his mat, Yuan took out the Earth Yuan fruits and consumed them in one swift motion. Soon, he was enveloped in a formidable force of earth energy. Time passed unmeasured until he had consumed all 3 Earth Yuan fruits. At last, his earth-based divine abilities experienced a breakthrough. The previously mundane descriptor of his earth technique had transformed into a vibrant azure hue. Earth technique minor accomplishment. Azure your earth abilities have reached a modest level of achievement. You can traverse even the deepest depths of the earth as if walking on solid ground. Indeed, this is truly impressive, Yuan remarked with a satisfied nod. Seizing the remaining time, he commenced his cultivation of the primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, 5 centuries had elapsed. As Yuan awakened from his meditative state, the overwhelming aura surrounding him abruptly settled into tranquility. Over the course of 500 years, he had surmounted 2 minor realms, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of true immortal. Such a pace surpassed even his progress during the celestial immortal phase. The remarkable speed of his advancement was primarily attributed to the abundant cultivation resources at his disposal. Conditions then were nowhere near as favorable as they are now. Solidifying his cultivation, he waved his hand to dispel the restrictions at the cave entrance. In the next moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside. Yuan, you have finally completed your training. I've been waiting for quite a while. The jovial figure of Yao Cha Tianzhong entered. Surprise! For this expedition, I am once again your partner. Chapter 13, The Transformation of the Giant Spirit God. The underground cavern. The tone of the Yao Cha Heavenly General was markedly different from last time. He now regarded Yuan as an equal. It was evident even to a fool that Yuan's future achievements would undoubtedly rival those of a Heavenly General. Under the insistence of the Yao Cha Heavenly General, Yuan reluctantly agreed to refer to him as brother. Brother Yao, what mission do we embark on this time? Yuan inquired. I still rely on your assistance. Do you not possess the earthly divine powers? This time, we are tasked with subduing a troublesome sin spirit, a cunning earth dragon. This dragon, aware of its inability to defeat me, has chosen to remain hidden. Thus I require your help in luring it out, Yao Cha explained. Rest assured, you need only to enter the underground dragon's lair and draw it to the surface. I will handle the rest, he assured, patting his chest confidently. What is the dragon's cultivation level? Yuan asked with curiosity. It is at the early stage of the profound immortal realm. Its cultivation is not particularly high. But since it has been hiding in its underground lair, I have found myself at an impasse, which is why I sought your assistance, Yao Cha lamented. Revealing his lack of expertise in earthly divine powers, rendering him incapable of engaging in battle underground. That is no problem, Yuan replied, nodding slightly. He was confident he could manage a foe at the early profound immortal stage. Excellent. Prepare yourself. We shall set off tomorrow, Yao Cha said, a look of relief gracing his face. The following day, Honghuang arrived early at the southern heavenly gate, awaiting their departure. Before long, Yao Chao appeared, accompanied by a towering figure resembling a giant. Is this the giant spirit god? Hong Yuan's gaze sharpened. Honghuang, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you to my superior. The giant spirit god, Yao Chao said, waving enthusiastically. My superior is indeed a high-ranking heavenly general. Honghuang's thoughts raced. He had not anticipated that the giant spirit god was Yao Chao's superior. He stepped forward and offered a respectful gesture, discreetly assessing the giant spirit god's cultivation level. At the early stage of the golden immortal realm, though not extraordinary, the giant spirit god was a perennial presence in the heavenly court. Always a familiar figure throughout the ages. Given the current period, it was reasonable for him to possess early-stage golden immortal cultivation. You are Honghuang. Yao Chao has spoken of you. The giant spirit god said with a broad grin, naturally squeezing Hong Yuan's shoulder. A fine young man, quite sturdy indeed. Unlike some deities who possess great magical power, yet neglect their physical form, appearing frail like a maiden. Indeed, a masculine figure must be robust. Ah, you flatter me, giant spirit god. I merely fortuitously consumed the essence of the heavens and earth, which has fortified my physique, Honghuang replied, his lips twitching as he subtly stepped back, distancing himself from the overly enthusiastic giant. One day, come visit me. I will teach you a few techniques that will surely enhance your strength, making you as robust as I. The giant spirit god chuckled heartily, taking a liking to Hong Yuan's formidable physique. I have duties to attend to today. I shall return, the giant spirit god declared decisively, and with that, he descended to the mortal realm accompanied by a legion of heavenly soldiers. Honghuang's gaze fell upon the spot where the giant spirit god had departed, where a luminous orb of text flickered with a faint glow. Discovered emergible entry, giant spirit transformation, blue. Giant spirit transformation, blue, a body-refining technique of the giant spirit clan, capable of manifesting a towering true form that shakes the heavens and earth. It was unexpected that the giant spirit god could also yield an entry. Honghuang's eyes brightened, as he had begun to grasp the rules of the system. As long as a deity was named in the original narrative, they could be classified as an important character. With a thought, he merged the entry. The moment giant spirit transformation entered his body, it immediately began to synergize with mighty golden body. Soon, a new entry was born. Giant spirit golden body, blue, a powerful body-refining technique that excels in strength and defense. Once perfected, it can reach the realm of the Tai golden immortal. The original giant spirit golden body emphasized strength, while the mighty golden body focused on physical defense. The fusion of these two body-refining techniques resulted in a divine skill that harmonized both strength and defense. Coupled with the unique traits of the golden spirit Dao body, Honghuang's physique had reached a terrifying level. Whether in physical form or spiritual essence, distinctions existed even at the same realm. At present, Honghuang's physical body, within the true immortal realm, undoubtedly ranked among the elite. Perhaps only the Witch Clan's 9 transformations of profound art could surpass him. Brother Honghuang, let us set forth, said Yao Chao Tianjiang as he observed the departure of the giant spirit god. Indeed, Honghuang replied, brimming with confidence and fervor, as he yearned for a fierce battle to hone his physique and break through his bottleneck. The vast expanse of the primordial land stretched infinitely, adorned with an array of magnificent mountains and terrains. A cloud of auspiciousness floated in the boundless void, shimmering with silver light and teeming with people. Brother Honghuang, below lies the lair of the earth dragon. We cannot descend, lest we attract its notice. Please delve underground and lure it out. I shall await here to set up a formation, Yao Chao Tianjiang urged, casting a wary glance at the ground. Be sure to exercise caution. Do not engage it directly, for you are no match for it. No worries. Leave it to me, Honghuang assured, nodding as he swiftly descended. He plunged into the depths, enveloped in a soil-toned radiance, continually descending. Unbeknownst to him, he had already ventured 10,000 feet underground, his consciousness spreading out to seek the traces of the earth dragon. The so-called earth dragon was not a true dragon, but a malevolent spirit born from the malevolent energy that tainted the earth's veins. This earth dragon frequently wreaked havoc underground, causing earthquakes for amusement, leading to the suffering of countless lives. After an indeterminate span of time, Honghuang suddenly felt his body lighten, and he found himself in a vast underground chamber. This immense space formed its own realm, with primordial stalactites above and a white spiritual pond below. Near the pond, a pool of magma radiated intense heat. At that moment, Honghuang's attention was captivated by a spiritual tree beside the pond. The tree was not particularly tall, bearing fist-sized, earthy yellow fruits. Honghuang recognized these fruits well, having consumed them not long ago. Indeed, it is the spirit root of the world, the earth origin fruit. Behold, the earth origin fruit tree. What a discovery! A radiant brilliance ignited in Honghuang's eyes, and a smile unconsciously curved at the corners of his mouth. At the edge of the magma vent, a vibrant red spirit root also thrived, a blood-red Ganoderma. The blood Ganoderma, a precious remedy for healing wounds, an invaluable herb for cultivating fire-based divine powers. Honghuang was overjoyed. This journey had proven immensely worthwhile. At this moment, with treasures before him, he refrained from acting recklessly. These two spirit roots were not yet fully matured. Plucking them now would render their effects diminished. Moreover, on the opposite barrier, there lay a cavern spanning 100 feet, dark and unfathomable, faintly emanating a sinister aura. At this very moment, the creatures within the cave had been roused by his presence and were swiftly approaching. They are coming. Honghuang's gaze sharpened, and the Xian Tai Fei Xing sword materialized in his hand. Chapter 14. The Art of Shrinking the Earth. Honghuang. Every individual's constitution varies. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry reverberated through the subterranean space. Within the cavern, a colossal serpent, adorned with horns upon its head, surged forth. Its body stretched several hundred zhang, covered in a multitude of earthy nodules. Is this the earth dragon? Merely a cunning serpent? Honghuang chuckled, deeming it unworthy even to be compared to a true dragon. Those who intrude upon my lair shall be met with merciless retribution. Those who covet my treasures shall face an even graver fate. The earth dragon fixed its fierce gaze upon Honghuang, its vertical pupils flickering with a chilling intent to kill. Almost simultaneously with its declaration, its tail swept out, intent on reducing the human before it to mere pulp. Honghuang, having sensed the impending threat, evaded the tail's descent and, without pause, unleashed a sharp arc of light from his flying star sword. Clang! The blade struck the dragon's tail, sparking an unexpected shower of flames. The entire form of the earth dragon was encased in a stone armor forged from the essence of the earth, rendering it nearly indestructible. This strike left but a faint mark. What formidable defense! Honghuang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed, as a creature born of the earth's essence, it possessed an extraordinary resilience. Cackling, the earth dragon taunted, "Human, are you merely tickling me?" The serpent's eyes reflected a human-like derision and disdain, finding amusement in the sight of an insignificant creature flailing before it. Honghuang, shaking his head in amusement, realized he had erred in the same manner as the Xiang Taoist. In this confined space, close combat was paramount. He sheathed the flying star sword and summoned the purple gold hammer. The preliminary skirmish had merely been a warm-up. Now, the true contest commenced. With that, Honghuang's form suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant of 100 zhang. His physical strength surged exponentially. Boom! With a single swing of the hammer, he struck the earth dragon's back, causing its eyes to bulge as if they might burst. "Damn you, human! I shall devour you!" The earth dragon roared, opening its cavernous maw to bite down upon Honghuang. "Come forth," Honghuang thought, retracting the purple gold hammer and meeting the attack with his bare fists. In an instant, the entire underground space trembled. After a fierce battle, the earth dragon was utterly astounded. Is this truly a human? Its physical prowess was no match for that of a mere mortal. Honghuang's fighting spirit surged, his body resonating with thunderous roars. Within his flesh, an indomitable spiritual light shimmered, exuding profound mystery. After the fierce confrontation, his physical cultivation finally transcended into the realm of the profound immortal. Empowered by this breakthrough, Honghuang mounted the earth dragon's head, prying open its massive jaws and forcefully tearing out its tongue. Blood gushed forth in torrents. With a final, devastating punch, he pierced the dragon's skull, definitively ending its life. Shortly thereafter, several luminous orbs fell to the ground. Discovered fusion entries, the art of shrinking the earth, green. Karmic entanglement, black. Wealth accumulation, blue. Earth listening technique, blue. The art of shrinking the earth, green, a vast distance, traversed in a single step. Wealth accumulation, blue. Your fortune flourishes, easily attracting treasures. The art of earth listening, blue. Your auditory perception is remarkably acute, allowing you to detect the faintest sounds from the depths below. Shall we merge? The ability to shrink the distance? Indeed, it is precisely what I need for swift travel. A slight smile graced Honghuang's lips. While shrinking the distance may not rival the supreme techniques like the Golden Crow's transformation, it remains a commendable skill. With this ability, few beneath the Golden Immortal realm could hope to pursue him. Additionally, the techniques of wealth gathering and earth listening are also advantageous, particularly the former, for among cultivators. Wealth is paramount. As the three positive attributes merged, Honghuang sensed a subtle enhancement in his fortune. Simultaneously, he was astonished to discover that the green attribute of human race fortune had inexplicably transformed into a pale blue hue. Human race fortune, pale blue as an elite of the human race, having contributed to its well-being, you possess a measure of protective fortune. A pensive look crossed Honghuang's features. Perhaps this change was due to his recent slaying of numerous malevolent beings that plagued humanity, effectively aiding his kin. After all, what enabled the three sovereigns to attain the Dao fruit of the human emperor? It was their contributions to the human race. Never mind, I shall report back first. Without further contemplation, Honghuang casually set up a few restrictions to shroud the earth essence fruit tree and the blood spirit mushroom before he hoisted the earth dragon's carcass and returned to the surface. What is happening? A skirmish? My brother Honghuang is too impulsive. Within the clouds, the heavenly general Yao Cha appeared anxious. The ground had trembled suddenly, undoubtedly indicating that Honghuang was engaged in battle with the earth dragon. However, the tremors subsided swiftly, returning to tranquility. Could it be that my brother Honghuang is in trouble? Yao Cha's expression shifted. Unable to contain himself, he immediately descended with the celestial troops to lend assistance. Just then, Honghuang emerged, dragging the earth dragon behind him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yao Cha's pupils dilated, nearly causing him to plummet. Honghuang, have you slain the earth dragon? Gazing at the mangled remains of the creature, Yao Cha's heart surged with shock, regarding Honghuang as if he were a monster. A fortunate breakthrough during battle allowed me to vanquish this abomination, Honghuang explained with a smile. Just kidding, I could have slain it without the breakthrough. You broke through. Yao Cha's eyes widened in disbelief. How is it that you were constantly achieving breakthroughs? Hadn't you just done so before descending? In moments of crisis, one can unleash unprecedented potential. Indeed, that is the essence of it. This creature was dreadfully formidable, preventing my escape. Thus I had no choice but to break through mid-battle and strike it down. Noticing Yao Cha's peculiar gaze, Honghuang offered an explanation. So that is how it is. Yao Cha nodded, half convinced, then raised his thumb, exclaiming, "You humans are truly remarkable. Each person's constitution is unique," Honghuang replied with a chuckle. Yao Cha. Well then, brother Yao, you take the earth dragon back to report. I must return to the tribe for a while. Honghuang shifted the topic. Very well. We shall return first. Take care of yourself. Without further thought, Yao Cha accepted the earth dragon's body and, accompanied by the celestial army, took to the clouds. As Honghuang returned to the subterranean space, he settled down beside the spiritual pool to cultivate, awaiting the ripening of the earth origin fruit. Time flew by, and a century passed. His patience bore fruit, for the earth origin fruit and the blood spirit mushroom matured almost simultaneously, even faster than Honghuang had anticipated. After collecting the two spiritual roots into his inner space, he rose, preparing to explore the lair of the earth dragon. At that moment, the long-dormant fortune butterfly suddenly emerged from his brow. You've come out again? What delightful news do you bring this time? Honghuang smiled pleasantly, cradling the fortune butterfly in his palm. The little treasure became increasingly endearing. The fortune butterfly fluttered upwards, heading towards the earth dragon's cave. A dragon's den, is it? Just as I had envisioned. Honghuang hastened to follow. Before long, they arrived at the earth dragon's lair. The cave was suffused with rich, earthy spiritual energy, adorned with various rare spirit stones and several innate spiritual treasures. Honghuang smacked his lips. The haul was decent this time, though he felt he could strive for more in the future. He spoke to the fortune butterfly, as if comforting a forlorn child. However, to his surprise, after arriving at the lair, the fortune butterfly showed no intention of stopping and instead burrowed directly into the earthen wall. Chapter 15: The Innate Earth Spirit Pearl. You do not wish to be entangled by karma, nor do you desire a regression in your cultivation, do you? Where are you going? As soon as Yuan burrowed into the earth, Honghuang became anxious. He had not even uttered a harsh word, yet she fled after just a few remarks. Casually stowing away several acquired spiritual treasures, he moved his feet and followed Yuan into the earthen wall. The two sped underground, one person and one butterfly. Before long, Yuan came to a halt. Before them stood an earthen wall, devoid of anything. Dear? Honghuang wore a perplexed expression, reaching out to touch the surface. only to immediately sense a barrier, a restriction. Honghuang's eyes brightened. This sensation was all too familiar. The subtlety of restrictions lies in their ability to remain undetected even beneath one's nose. Without hesitation, Honghuang summoned the purple golden hammer and struck fiercely ahead. Boom. The restriction revealed itself, with intricate patterns swirling, exuding an extraordinary mystery. Instinctively, Honghuang felt that this restriction was even stronger than that of the Xiang mountain cave. What does this signify? Honghuang's eyes glinted. It indicated that the treasures within were even more formidable than the purple golden hammer. Through the barrier, he perceived the rich earth spirit energy inside, an earth-type spiritual treasure buried underground. Honghuang could hardly contain his eagerness to refine the restriction. This refinement took a century. At last, the restriction burst forth in resplendent light, completely shattering. Honghuang soared inside, revealing a circular space where, at the center, a pearl the size of an egg, yellowish in hue, slowly rotated, emanating a potent earth spirit energy. This is the earth spirit pearl? Honghuang grasped the pearl, allowing his consciousness to penetrate it. Discerning its origins. A high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the innate earth spirit pearl. Just as he surmised, this object was indeed one of the 5 elemental spirit pearls. The earth spirit pearl, classified as a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, containing 32 innate restrictions. To his surprise, the earth spirit pearl was found here. Honghuang felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps it was due to the earth spirit pearl that the earth dragon came into existence. It was a pity that the earth dragon had not discovered the innate earth spirit pearl. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly become a formidable creature. Without delay, Honghuang sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to refine the earth spirit pearl while absorbing the earth spirit energy surrounding him. With the innate earth spirit pearl, his earth-based supernatural powers would surely soar to new heights. In the Western world, miasma billowed, shrouding the land in perpetual darkness. What you perceive as desolate, sparsely populated, and barren is, in fact, true desolation, where miasma and demonic energy coexist, devoid of spiritual essence, and ordinary beings cannot survive a year in such an environment. This was the consequence of Rahu's self-detonation, which obliterated the ancestral veins of the West, leaving the lingering demonic energy to persist for ages. To call the West barren is to bestow it with undue praise. At this moment, beneath Mount Shumi, 2 figures were diligently repairing the earth's veins. The 3 pure ones are too overbearing. We have traveled thousands of miles to lend our support, to intimidate the Emperor Fuxi and compel him into the fire cloud cave. Yet they do not share even a fragment of fortune with us. Suddenly, Cutie cast aside his work, pointing towards the east and cursing vehemently. His teeth clenched in indignation, his face a mask of grievance, as he recalled the last time the 2 saints of the West had intruded uninvited, intending to siphon the fortune of the human race. However, while they had arrived, the 3 pure ones showed no inclination to share any of the spoils. Yuan subtly conveyed that the 3 senior brothers had assigned their disciples to be the teachers of the 3 sovereigns, monopolizing the merits of the 3 sovereigns. With the 5 emperors still to come, could they not spare 2 for the West? The 3 pure ones responded. Our familial matters in the East have no bearing on you in the West. What business do you have here? In an instant, the 2 saints from the West were rendered as mere jesters. Each time Yuan recalled this, he felt utterly humiliated, akin to pressing a warm face against a cold backside, only to receive a slap afterward, as if his face was not warm enough. Junior brother, you've repeated this 100 times. Have you not let it go? Jian shook his head with a look of exasperation. Has elder brother moved on? Not at all. Yuan replied coldly, it is imperative that we do not passively observe while the 3 pure ones monopolize the Dao fruits of humanity. Are you unwilling to share? Then do not expect to fare well. Jian inquired with a subtle smile, his face brimming with admiration for Yuan. He recognized that his junior brother was beginning to hatch a grand scheme. First, summon de Shurji, Yuan said with a mysterious smile. Moments later, a burly man, clad in tattered garments and sporting disheveled hair, arrived. Great teacher, second teacher, you summon me? De Shurji respectfully bowed and asked, a hint of naivety in his expression. De Shurji, you are the most outstanding disciple of our West, and now you have a significant mission. Only you can undertake it for the great advancement of the West. Yuan said with an enchanting smile, his eyes brimming with encouragement. What significant mission, teacher? De Shurji asked, momentarily taken aback, his head adorned with question marks. He thought to himself, if such a heavy responsibility rested on him, would the West not be doomed? Come closer, Yuan beckoned. De Shurji obediently leaned in. First do this, then that, and finally this. Yuan whispered a flurry of instructions into De Shurji's ear. Upon hearing this, de Shiji gasped in horror, his eyes wide. Teacher, wouldn't this invite divine retribution? If anyone discovers this, will our West not be finished? Finished? Yuan grasped de Shiji's ear and pointed into the distance, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Look at our West. Is there any room for decline left? It seems. Indeed not, de Shiji nodded solemnly. Rest assured, in this era of calamity, the divine secrets are unpredictable, as long as we exercise caution. No one will know, Yuan reassured him. Then why don't you go? De Shiji tilted his head, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ti's face flushed. Whether from anger or embarrassment remained unclear. You rascal. If anything happens to me, the West will be utterly doomed. Now that I understand, I shall go. De Shiji affirmed with determination, his resolve unwavering, as he had always unconditionally supported his teacher, regardless of right or wrong. Do you know who has sent you? You. You. It is your own decision. Me. I am going of my own volition. No one has directed me. De Shiji declared firmly, his gaze resolute. Excellent. Go forth. And upon your return, you shall be the deputy leader. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. As the great Bodhisattva departed from Mount Sumeru, he hastened forth, surreptitiously making his way towards the eastern sea, having left the confines of the western realm. With a modicum of conscience, Quan Ti bestowed upon him a single Bodhi seed, intended for his protection and to serve as a vessel for karma. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, he was promptly intercepted by 2 guards before he could draw near. What beggar dares approach? They exclaimed, urging him to depart. I come from the west, he retorted. Seeking an audience with your Dragon King. The anger in his expression nearly erupted. From the west? Is that not a mere beggar? The guards erupted into laughter upon hearing this. What difference does it make? After a considerable ordeal, the great Bodhisattva finally stood before Honghuang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The Dragon King's gaze fell upon the ragged figure before him, revealing a flicker of wariness. My friend, there is truly nothing of value in my palace. You would be better off seeking elsewhere. It is well known that Western practitioners are not to be trusted. Alas, I did not come for such trivialities, the Bodhisattva retorted, exasperation lacing his voice. For what purpose, then? Honghuang queried, his face etched with skepticism. My friend, surely you do not wish to be ensnared by karma and witness a regression in your cultivation? The Bodhisattva replied with a disarming smile. Chapter 16, She is still but a child. Upon hearing the words entangled by karma, Honghuang's expression faltered. Ever since the ancient war among the 3 clans, the Dragon Clan has been ensnared by karma, making it exceedingly difficult to progress in their cultivation, and in some cases, even causing regression. The higher the status within the Dragon Clan, the more pronounced this affliction becomes. As the Dragon King of the East Sea, Honghuang bears an especially heavy burden of karma. Long ago, during the era of the 3 clans, he had brushed against the threshold of quasi-sainthood. But now he has plummeted to the level of a Tai golden immortal. At this rate, he would be no better than a stray dog on the roadside. Once the unrivaled rulers of the world, the Dragon Clan has now become prey. Karma remains in everlasting agony in the hearts of all dragons. I have a plan that can help the Dragon Clan rid themselves of this karma, but you must assist me with a task, de Shiji stated confidently and methodically. Anything, even 10 tasks, just say the word. Honghuang replied without a second thought, for what could be more important than alleviating karma? Very well, lean in closer. De Shiji beckoned. Honghuang stepped forward, pressing his ear close. Upon hearing the proposal, his expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped. You want me to drown a human girl? She is but a child. No, I cannot agree to such a condition. It would surely invite heavenly retribution and further entangle me in karma. He shook his head vehemently, resolute in his refusal. Is there even room for further decline for a clan already ensnared by karma? De Shiji chuckled. Honghuang paused, contemplating. Perhaps you were right. In the West, there exists a treasure known as the 8 Treasures Pool of Merit. Merely soaking in it can eradicate the karma one bears, de Shiji revealed, dropping a bombshell. There is such a treasure in the West? Honghuang questioned, skepticism evident on his face. How can they still possess a pool of merit when they seem so impoverished? What is that expression? The West may appear barren, but in truth, it is quite prosperous. Otherwise, how could I have grown so robust? De Shiji gestured to his sculpted physique. Is that true? Indeed. Then let us deliberate on a plan. Unbeknownst to Honghuang, the child he was to drown was none other than the future Earth Sovereign's daughter. 10 prohibitions, barely managing to exert 30% of their power. Within the subterranean space, Honghuang slowly opened his eyes, having undergone this refinement for over a century. Simultaneously, he absorbed all the innate spiritual energy contained within the prohibitions. His primordial spirit cultivation reached the consummate level of a true immortal. It is time to return. Rising to his feet, Honghuang soared upward. As he navigated through the underground labyrinth, he remained oblivious to his location. Upon resurfacing, he swept his consciousness across the area and was astonished to find himself at the seaside. No wonder he caught a whiff of the salty sea breeze. Just as he was about to retract his consciousness, he suddenly spotted a young girl paddling a small boat across the water. Boom! At that moment, the sea surged violently, unleashing a towering wave toward the tiny vessel. Honghuang's gaze sharpened. Under his mental scrutiny, he discerned a dark figure beneath the surface, stirring up chaos. Could this girl be? Honghuang gasped, nearly instantaneously deducing the identity of the child. Suddenly, as he moved, it felt as though the very ground beneath him was receding. In the blink of an eye, Honghuang vanished from his original position. On the surface of the sea, the girl gazed in terror and confusion at the towering waves. Fear compelled her to shut her eyes. Father! With a tremendous roar, the colossal wave crashed down, engulfing the small boat. What is happening? Where did the people go? Beneath the surface, Aotai's eyes widened in shock. Although the boat had capsized, the little girl had mysteriously vanished. Such a vile dragon, stirring up chaos and endangering the life of a child. Honghuang's figure appeared in the sky, coldly surveying the scene below. No wonder Jingwei drowned. The daughter of a human sovereign, inexplicably perishing in the sea. Was that just? It seemed someone was orchestrating mischief from the shadows. Jingwei, how did you come to be here? Honghuang asked, looking at the girl in his arms. I don't know, Jingwei replied, staring blankly at Honghuang, feeling as if the older brother before her radiated light. It appeared as though his assumptions were validated. Honghuang nodded subtly. Jingwei's reaction further confirmed his suspicions. Who dares meddle in the affairs of my dragon clan? Aotai's voice boomed, the sea boiling with fury as a colossal azure dragon, stretching 1,000 feet long, soared forth, encircling Honghuang with an air of arrogance. This was a true dragon of the immortal realm. Have you decided to confess that this matter was orchestrated by your dragon clan? Honghuang inquired nonchalantly, his gaze growing even more indifferent. So what if it was? Aotai scoffed, disdain evident in his dragon eyes. You have some nerve. It seems the dragon clan is prepared to pay a visit to the celestial execution platform. Honghuang raised his hand, summoning the flying star sword into his grasp. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Aotai erupted into a hearty laugh. In an instant, a flash of sword light silenced his laughter. The immense dragon body was cleaved in two. I am the celestial executioner. Your dragon clan has invoked a grave consequence, Honghuang sneered, seizing the terrified Aotai. The celestial court may not oversee the lineage of sages, but can it neglect the fallen dragon clan? The executioner is a reaper within the celestial court, and beyond its confines, a law enforcer traversing the three realms. According to celestial decree, it is all just and proper. Discovery of emergible entry. Water manipulation minor accomplishment. Blue. Water manipulation minor accomplishment. Blue, you have mastered the minor realm of water manipulation. Upon triggering the defeat conditions, a blue entry fell. Merge. With a thought, Honghuang instantly grasped water manipulation. Let us go. Take me to your dragon king, Honghuang commanded, casting a protective spell around Jingwei as he grasped Aotai and plunged into the depths of the sea. At that moment, Honghuang was in the dragon palace, fantasizing about cleansing his karma, breaking through, and leading the dragon clan back to its pinnacle. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded as the great doors of the palace were flung open. Honghuang, cradling the child in one arm and holding the transformed Aotai in the other, strode forward. Who are you? Honghuang bellowed, rising in fury. EC Dragon King, you have the audacity to conspire against the daughter of a human leader. Do you intend to incite a war between our races? At Honghuang's declaration, Honghuang was rendered speechless, his other concerns forgotten. The daughter of the human leader? When did this happen? How was I unaware? Hiss. That girl is the daughter of the leader of the human race. Honghuang's pupils suddenly constricted as realization dawned upon him. He had been deceived. It seemed he had indeed been tricked. Daji Shi had merely referred to her as an ordinary human, without mentioning her prestigious lineage. You. Who are you, and how do you possess this knowledge? Honghuang's expression betrayed his anxiety. I am of the human race, and likewise, a celestial executioner of the heavenly court, Honghuang replied with a cryptic smile. Intriguing and enigmatic. Why do you wonder how I know? It is because every action of your dragon clan is under the vigilant gaze of the Haotian mirror. Disturbing the order of the three realms warrants a grave punishment. What? Ao Guang's complexion changed drastically. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. The dragon clan was actually being surveilled by Haotian? On another note, should the girl be drowned, the human race would undoubtedly seek retribution. In such a scenario, a war between the two clans would ensue, and the dragon clan would inevitably bear the blame for disturbing the natural order. That beast, Dai Ji, had actually plotted against me. Ao Guang quickly connected the dots. No wonder the Western faction was willing to go to such lengths. They had aimed for this outcome all along. Esteemed angel, I wish to report this. Chapter 17, 5 million merits. The magnificent entry of the first disciple of the Ao Guang was a man of honor, and without hesitation, he offered up the great sage in his entirety. Not daring to conceal even the slightest detail. The Western teachings, was it? That was hardly surprising. Yuan let out a cold laugh. Among the 6 saints of heavenly Tao, the 2 from the West were the least scrupulous. It was no wonder they engaged in such antics. Where is he now? Yuan inquired. In the Dragon Palace, came the reply. Excellent, an opportunity for redemption has arrived. Old Dragon King, I trust you know how to proceed? Yuan chuckled softly. Though Ao Guang was not particularly astute, he was not foolish either, and he quickly grasped Yuan's intent. Come forth, dragon. Bring forth the great array of the East Sea, and join me in vanquishing the demons. With that, Ao Guang rallied his troops of shrimp soldiers and crab generals and set forth towards the Dragon Palace, where the great sage resided. In the wake of Ao Guang's departure, a conspicuous black entry appeared. Discovered a fusion entry. Incredible karma, black. Would you like to fuse? Fuse it yourself. Yuan scoffed, noting that others were burdened with karma, while Ao Guang was marked by something extraordinary. This was indicative of the immense extent of Ao Guang's karma. At that moment, the great sage was indulging in a feast within a certain palace, gorging on various seafood delicacies, such as mantis shrimp and deep-sea abalone. In the West, one could hardly enjoy such luxuries, often barely scraping by on grass. Suddenly, the great array of the 4 seas descended, accompanied by Ao Guang's booming voice. Bold demon, you dare impersonate a disciple of the West, inciting discord among us. Today, the Dragon Palace shall be your tomb. Demon? Where? The great sage spat out a crab claw, looking around in confusion. Stop searching. It's you. Ao Guang bellowed. Ao Guang, my friend, what is the meaning of this? By the heavens, if I do not crush you today, I shall not be worthy of the title of East Sea Dragon King. With a thunderous command, Ao Guang activated the great array. Realizing the peril of his situation, the great sage understood that his cover had been blown and hastily gathered the remnants of his feast to flee. Nowhere to run. Stay here. The sea roiled, creating towering waves. As a core disciple of the West, the great sage had already stepped into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even with Ao Guang summoning the great array, he could not hold him back, and the great sage tore through the formation to escape. Yuan was not particularly concerned about this outcome. It was no small feat to compel the East Sea Dragon clan to confront the great sage. After all, it was akin to slapping the face of the Western teachings. Ao Guang dared not gamble, for offending the Western teachings could prove troublesome. Yet, should the Heavenly Court use this incident as a warning, the Dragon clan would be doomed. It was a choice between the holy teachings and the Heavenly Court, which was backed by the Tao ancestor. A decision had to be made. While a sage might disregard the face of Haotian, Ao Guang could not afford to do the same. Unbeknownst to Ao Guang, Yuan was also wielding the power of intimidation. In truth, Haotian had not even taken notice of this matter. Yuan made a momentous discovery. By merely rescuing Jingwei, he had inexplicably accumulated 5 million merits. After all his efforts over time, he had only managed to gather a few 100,000. To save one person and gain 5 million merits. Clearly, one must engage in more good deeds. Yuan mused as he departed from the Dragon clan, with Jingwei in tow. Upon returning to the shore, I was greeted by a throng of humans, fervently searching for something. It seemed they were in search of the lost Jingwei. Yuan had fallen with Jingwei in his arms. Little girl, you're back, exclaimed a man, tears glistening in his fierce eyes as he rushed forward. Father, I fell into the water, but thankfully, an older brother saved me. Jingwei spread her arms and leapt into the man's embrace. Lushan looked at Yuan, his face reflecting gratitude. Thank you, esteemed immortal. He attempted to bow but was gently stopped by Yuan. There is no need for formality. It was merely a small act. I am also of the human race. Just call me Yuan. The man before him would one day become the Earth Emperor. And for both emotional and rational reasons, he would not accept such reverence. An immortal is also one of us, Lushan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could our kind possess such a remarkable figure? You're too kind, Honghuang replied with a smile. Given his cultivation, he indeed qualified as an exceptional individual among humans, albeit a standout among the short. Discoverable fusion entry. Human race luck. Green, you possess a small portion of the protective luck of the human race. At Lushan's feet, a green entry caught the eye. Fusion. Honghuang calmly merged the entry within himself, enhancing his human luck once more. Subsequently, Lushan invited Honghuang to visit the tribe as a gesture of gratitude for his life-saving deed. Unable to refuse, Honghuang accompanied him. At the Lushan tribe, he encountered a plump Taoist. This Taoist was none other than the chief disciple of the Taoist master Duobao. The three sovereigns' teachers were affiliated with the teachings of the human teaching, and the teacher of the celestial sovereign was Xuandu, while the earth sovereign was taught by Duobao. And the future human sovereign would be guided by Guangchengzi. While referred to as a teacher, their role was merely ceremonial. Upon seeing Lushan return with Honghuang, Master Duobao revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had long predicted Jingwei's fate would be fraught with peril, yet she had returned unscathed. Master, this is Honghuang, the slayer of immortals from the heavenly court, and a member of our human race. Thanks to his intervention today, my daughter has been spared from death, Lushan introduced. Slayer of immortals. Master Duobao glanced at Honghuang, then nonchalantly averted his gaze. As a saint's direct disciple, the chief disciple of naturally looked down upon a mere soldier from the heavenly court. Little did he expect to encounter Duobao here. Let me see what entries he possesses. Honghuang discreetly examined Master Duobao's entries. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Supreme Clarity Immortal Scripture, purple. Saint's Direct Transmission, purple. Mastery of 8-9 Profound Arts, purple. Manipulation of Creation, purple. Fortuitous Star, light purple. Innate Spirit Scent, light purple. Supreme Clarity Immortal Scripture, the cultivation method passed down by the Supreme Clarity Saint, the foundational technique of, is the most exalted method for cultivating the primordial spirit in the wilderness. Mastery of 8-9 Profound Arts, derived from the 9 Transformation Profound Arts. Created by the Jade Clear Saint, it is an esteemed method for physical cultivation in the wilderness. Manipulation of Creation, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Bestowing life upon the dead, an unparalleled technique. Fortuitous Star, your luck is extraordinary. You are destined to rise effortlessly in life, achieving great success and fortune. The innate spiritual scent, the innate divine ability of the treasure-seeking mouse from the primordial era, capable of detecting spiritual treasures within a radius of 10,000 miles. The cascade of purple entries dazzled Honghuang's eyes, each one tantalizing in its allure. The Slaying Immortals Sutra, currently the most esteemed method for cultivating the primordial spirit in the Honghuang realm, is derived from the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. Following the fall of Pangu, the 3 clear ones represented his primordial spirit, inheriting the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, while the ancestral witches embodied the physical form, inheriting the 9 transformations of Xin Gong. Subsequently, the 3 clear ones divided the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong into the 3 great immortal scriptures, Ta Ching, Yu Qing, and Shang Qing. As for the 8-9 Xin Gong, it was created by the primordial lord in imitation of the 9 transformations of Xin Gong, achieving perfection such that the physical body could reach the quasi-saint realm. The Taoist, having long mingled among the 3 teachings and mastered their doctrines, thus acquired the 8-9 Xin Gong. The 8 transformations of Xin Gong correspond to the Great Completion realm, enabling one's physical cultivation to ascend directly to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. During the Fengshan War, the Taoist withstood the might of supreme spiritual treasures with his physical form, a testament to his cultivation of the 8-9 Xin Gong. The remaining entries are equally impressive. I currently possess several million merits. I wonder if I can replicate one. Honghuang pondered, quietly assessing the replication costs. Slaying Immortals Sutra, 5 million merits, Wuzhuang Creation. For 120,000 merits, Fortune Star Shining. 3 million merits, Innate Spiritual Scent. 250,000 merits, as for the teachings directly imparted by saints. They are classified as special entries and cannot be replicated. The 8-9 Xin Gong exceeds the price threshold. Indeed, it is possible. Honghuang rejoiced. Chapter 18. The first purple entry, promotion to Xianxian. Observing several replicable entries, Honghuang did not dwell excessively on his decision. He had already reached a conclusion in his heart. I shall replicate the Slaying Immortal method. What he lacked most at present was a technique for cultivating his primordial spirit. A superior cultivation method could enhance the quality of his magical powers, granting him an advantage over others of the same rank. Undoubtedly, the three pure paths are among the most esteemed techniques in the primordial realm. As for the fortune star's blessing and the innate spiritual scent, they were not absolutely essential. With the entry fortune transforms into a butterfly, how could one fear the absence of spiritual treasures? Just as Honghuang's thoughts crystallized, 500,000 merits were swiftly deducted, and soon after, a purple entry materialized gradually. At the moment that Slaying Immortal method entry was generated, an immense comprehension surged forth within Honghuang's mind. In an instant, he grasped this technique as if he had practiced it for an eternity, intuitively activating its workings. Honored Immortal Honghuang, this way please. Lianshan invited graciously. Indeed. Daobao Daoist nodded slightly, taking the lead. Honghuang stared vacantly at the spot where he had departed, and before he knew it, a luminous orb of entry lay before him. Discovered a fusion entry, transforming beings into soldiers. Green, you can turn beings into temporary combatants. What a delightful surprise. Honghuang felt a surge of joy. Not only could he replicate one entry, but he had also stumbled upon another. It was a classic buy one get one free scenario, transforming beings into soldiers. While not the pinnacle of divine abilities, proved formidable in group combat. Fusing. Honghuang concentrated, initiating the fusion. He then followed Lianshan into the tribe. He did not linger long. After a brief meal, he concocted an excuse to depart. A sense of guilt gnawed at him, a fear of being discovered by Daobao Daoist. It felt akin to thievery beneath someone's very nose, despite never having stolen anything. Shumi Mountain. Failed. How could this happen? Dashizi. How did you assure me back then? In the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Zhuanti reprimanded Dashizi with a livid countenance. His meticulously crafted plan had been exposed. Master, please temper your anger and sample the seafood I brought back. Dashizi, with a flash of inspiration, hurriedly produced the packed seafood in an attempt to win his master's forgiveness. Zhuanti's gaze fell upon the remnants of seafood strewn across the ground, momentarily stunned. Leftovers? Rebellious disciple. Today, I shall cleanse my ranks. Zhuanti exclaimed, rising abruptly. A terrifying aura radiating around him. Master, quell your fury. Let us first hear how he will defend himself. Jian quickly interposed before Dashizi, fearing that this rebellious disciple might perish under the overwhelming sacred might. It was no easy task to accept such a disciple. Master, please calm down. It was a human cultivator who rescued Jingwei, disrupting your plans, Dashizi hastily explained. A human cultivator? The two saints of the West were taken aback. Indeed. This individual is also a slayer of immortals from the Heavenly Court. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuanti fell silent. The Heavenly Court. I see that Haotian has grown infatuated, daring to thwart my schemes, Zhuanti remarked coldly, his brows knitting tightly together. His first reaction was that the Heavenly Court had intervened, attempting to seize control of the calamity and partake in the spoils. He would never have imagined that Honghuang's actions were purely accidental. It seems this matter cannot be attributed to you. Rise, said Zhuanti, casting a calm glance at Deshurji. Since the Heavenly Court has entered the fray, we must deliberate carefully. Time in heaven spans a day while a year passes on earth. Honghuang had lingered in the mortal realm for nearly a millennium, whereas only 3 years had elapsed in the Heavenly Court. First, he must report back to the Slaying Immortals Platform and claim his merits. Honghuang flew through the southern Heavenly Gate, heading straight for the Slaying Immortals Platform. Upon entering the office of the Slaying Immortals Platform, an official greeted him. Honghuang, you have finally returned. I heard you single-handedly slew the Earth Dragon of the profound immortal realm. Was it merely luck this time? Chui Hao jested, fully aware of the astonishment he felt upon hearing the news. His guess was astute. There was indeed an element of fortune involved. Honghuang acknowledged with a thumbs up. You haven't broken through to the profound immortal realm, have you? Chui Hao inquired, astonished. Not yet, Honghuang replied, shaking his head, adding silently, but I am close. His physical cultivation had surpassed the profound immortal level, yet his primordial spirit had not. The true immortal realm is no easy feat, is it? I have been stuck for several thousand years, making no progress. Chui Hao consoled him, speaking from experience, mistakenly assuming Honghuang shared his predicament. Speaking of which, your return is quite timely. Soon, the Earth Department will execute an immortal slaying. You should come and witness it, Chui Hao continued. This piqued Honghuang's interest. The targets at the Earth Department's Slaying Immortals Platform typically began with the Golden Immortal Realm offenders. Upon inquiry, he learned that recently, The giant spirit god had returned from a purge, capturing a golden immortal demon king, who was to be executed at the Earth-tier Slaying Immortals Platform. When will this occur? Honghuang pressed for details. I shall summon you when the time comes, Cui Hao assured, patting his chest in confidence. Honghuang exchanged his merits for cultivation resources and returned to his cave abode. The so-called resources primarily consisted of celestial elixirs. He also obtained a first-tier golden pill and some alchemical materials, intending to concoct pills himself. With the title of Master of Alchemy, ordinary celestial elixirs posed no challenge. However, golden pills were far from ordinary, even the most basic first-tier variety. After numerous attempts and failures, he finally succeeded in refining a batch of first-tier golden pills. Having nearly exhausted all his resources, given my current alchemical skills, the success rate is too low. I must prioritize cultivation, Honghuang lamented. Recognizing that alchemy should only be a supplementary endeavor, not a primary focus, he then stored away the alchemical furnace, consumed a golden pill, and began his cultivation. After some time, Honghuang's primordial spirit cultivation effortlessly broke through to the profound immortal realm. With the innate superior foundation and the Qing Xianju, he found no bottleneck whatsoever in the profound immortal stage. With both his primordial spirit and physical body at the profound immortal level, my obsessive-compulsive tendencies are finally at ease. Honghuang smiled broadly. The magical power refined through the Qing Xianju was extraordinarily pure and of high quality, even in the early stages of the profound immortal realm. His magical power surpassed that of many mid-stage profound immortals. Honghuang, brother, are you inside? At that moment, Cui Hao's voice echoed from outside the cave. Cui Hao has arrived. It seems the celestial execution is about to commence. Honghuang raised his hand and dissipated the protective barrier, striding forth with purpose. At this moment, Cui Hao was gazing around, and as the barrier dissolved, Honghuang's figure materialized before him. Honghuang, have you broken through to the Xianxian realm? Cui Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he sensed the profound aura emanating from Honghuang. Indeed, I consumed a golden pill, and I was pleasantly surprised by its potency, Honghuang replied with a smile. Is that so? Did you ingest the 9-turn golden pill? Cui Hao was left speechless. He too had partaken of golden pills, yet he had not achieved a breakthrough to Xianxian. Do not overthink it. Each individual's constitution varies, Honghuang reassured him, giving Cui Hao a gentle pat on the shoulder before leading the way. Though it seemed a jest, it held a kernel of truth. Cui Hao, being an ordinary postnatal cultivator, could not be compared to those of innate excellence. Even if Honghuang were to remain idle, he would still possess the potential to ascend to the Jingxian realm in the future. As Honghuang and Cui Hao arrived at the celestial execution platform of the Earth Division, they found it already teeming with celestial soldiers and executioners from both the Huang and Xian divisions, all eager to witness this grand spectacle. Seated in the executioner's seat was the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing, who would personally oversee the proceedings. Additionally, the mighty Juling God and the formidable Yao Cha were also present. What a grand affair! Who is this condemned celestial? Honghuang mused, curiosity etched on his face, as an instinct within him hinted that this condemned being was no ordinary figure. Chapter 19, the son of the demon saint. The divine eye at the moment when Honghuang was engulfed in puzzlement, the murmurs around him seemed to unveil the answer. It was said that the condemned sinner was none other than the son of the demon saint. Could it be? The demon saint was a formidable being of quasi-saint status. How could his offspring have been captured by the giant spirit god? Such absurdity. This beast had devoured numerous members of various clans, totaling in the millions, and had ambushed the heavenly soldiers dispatched for the punitive expedition, resulting in the tragic deaths of many celestial generals, compelling the giant spirit god himself to take action. A despicable creature. Truly, an infuriating beast. The demon race deserved annihilation. Upon hearing this, Honghuang furrowed his brow, realizing the extent of this heinous fiend's cruelty. At that moment, accompanied by a thunderous rumble, a jade pillar ascended upon the central execution platform. Bound firmly upon it was a creature with 7 avian heads. Its visage grotesque and terrifying. With its emergence, a palpable aura of bloodlust enveloped the entire venue. The invisible demonic energy emanating from it instilled a chilling dread in the hearts of all heavenly soldiers. 7 bird heads, it was indeed a descendant of the bloodline of the ghost car. Honghuang's gaze flickered as he discerned the true nature of this demon. The true form of the demon saint's ghost car was that of a 9-headed bird. This creature, with only 7 heads, was evidently a sign of bloodline degeneration. However, even in its weakened state, it was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary demons. It was likely that the giant spirit god had expended considerable effort to subdue it. Before long, with a command from the celestial star of Tai Bai, a golden-armored fairy ascended the execution platform. Was she the Earth Enforcer? Honghuang was taken aback. With his limited recollection, he could not place her identity. Brother Honghuang, you do not recognize her? Shui Hao cast an odd glance his way. This is none other than Her Highness, Princess Yunhua. You mean Princess Yaoji of Yunhua? Honghuang exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback to find Yaoji serving on the execution platform. Indeed, who else could it be? Shui Hao continued. When the execution platform was first established and in need of personnel, Princess Yunhua was the one who came forth. Though it was not her primary duty. Isn't this a severe shortage of personnel? Honghuang remarked. Incredulous that the Celestial Emperor would assign his own sister to the execution platform, demonstrating a rather egalitarian approach. With a swift motion, Yaoji brandished the execution blade, and with a single stroke, she severed the 7 heads of the ghost car's offspring in unison. Magnificent. As expected of Her Highness, she has effortlessly dispatched this beast. The heavenly soldiers and executioners below erupted in cheers, their faces alight with fervor. Who could have anticipated that Princess Yunhua possessed cultivation at the late Golden Immortal stage? Honghuang gazed at the woman on the platform, unable to suppress his admiration. How could such formidable prowess befall a mere mortal? It was evident that there were unscrupulous machinations at play behind the scenes. As the execution concluded, and Honghuang prepared to depart, he was halted by the celestial star of Tai Bai. Honghuang, you have truly surprised me. To have advanced to the rank of Earth Enforcer in such a short span of time. Tai Bai approached alongside Princess Yunhua, simultaneously offering flattering introductions. Your Highness, this is the individual I mentioned to you, Honghuang. This young man possesses great potential, with the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Earth Executioner. Princess Yunhua nodded slightly, her gaze settling upon Honghuang. As she scrutinized him, Honghuang too observed her. The lady was a vision of grace. Akin to an exquisite painting, her countenance dignified yet imbued with warmth. Every gesture exuded nobility and elegance. I have heard of your name, Yaoi spoke, her lips parting gracefully, her voice ethereal and melodious. I have encountered the princess. Honghuang bowed respectfully, his downcast eyes fixed intently on the ground beneath Princess Yunhua's feet. There lay a faint purple orb of light, quietly resting there. Discovered emergible entry. Heavenly eye, light purple. Heavenly eye, discerns the truth, pierces illusions, and unveils disguises. Furthermore, your eyes can emit golden light, inflicting harm upon adversaries. Isn't this the heavenly eye of Yangjian? Honghuang was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the revelation of such an entry linked to Yangjian's mother. Nevertheless, he thought it best to merge it without delay. With a focused thought, he proceeded to assimilate the entry. When he finally lifted his gaze, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, Princess Yunhua had already departed. Do not linger, she has already left. Shui Hao whispered nearby. Honghuang nodded, suddenly recalling the delicate fragrance that had wafted past him, surely a remnant of Yaoi's presence. Honghuang, I have long spoken highly of you in the presence of His Majesty. Strive diligently to attain the rank of Earth Executioner and be bestowed the title of True Deity. Tai Bai Jinxing remarked before vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Earth Executioner begins his journey as a Golden Immortal and in the current void of the Heavenly Court. A Golden Immortal holds the chance to become a true deity. To be a true deity is splendid, transcending to divinity, ascending the ranks of immortals, and serving as a civil servant of the Heavenly Court. Honghuang felt a stirring within him when the calamity of deification arrives. It shall be the moment for the Heavenly Court to rise. Securing a divine position beforehand would yield numerous advantages. Brother Honghuang, we meet again. Today, I find myself free. Why not come to my abode for a visit, and I shall guide you in physical training. The voice of the giant spirit god boomed from afar, his presence unmistakable. Brother Giant, I am currently bound by duties. I assure you, next time. Honghuang replied, hastily making his exit. He spoke no falsehood. Indeed, he had a task at hand, one that involved executing a celestial being. This marked Honghuang's inaugural task as an Earth Executioner, tasked with slaying celestial beings of the true immortal and profound immortal realms. Fortune smiled upon him, as he was assigned a true immortal at the initial stages of the profound immortal realm. However, this particular celestial being was not of the demon race, but rather a solitary cultivator. Having committed numerous transgressions in the lower realms and violated heavenly laws, he had been apprehended and brought here. With a swift stroke, Honghuang dispatched the foe, and an entry fell to the ground. Discovered mergeable entries. enlightenment and desperation, green, skin transformation, blue, blood nourishment, green, enlightenment and desperation. In moments of dire peril, you can awaken your latent potential and achieve breakthroughs. Skin transformation, temporarily assume the appearance and aura of another. Blood nourishment, utilize your essence blood to stimulate the growth of spiritual flora. Enlightenment and desperation. This entry holds significant promise. Honghuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was said that during the capture of this infamous sinner, he had experienced a breakthrough, significantly enhancing his power. Regrettably, the breakthrough was not substantial enough, and he was ultimately apprehended. As for the term Hua Pai, which refers to the ability to assume another's appearance and aura, it can only be maintained for a limited duration. Furthermore, it cannot conceal itself from formidable beings and is easily discerned. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as merely being blue. The last term, blood sacrifice, seemed even more futile. Utilizing vital blood to stimulate spiritual plants. ISNT vital blood priceless? Merging these three terms, Honghuang continued his quest to slay the celestial sinners. The subsequent targets he vanquished were all true celestial beings, yet not a single azure term emerged, leaving Honghuang somewhat disappointed. After completing his task, he returned to his cave dwelling with the flesh of several formidable demons to refine his physical form. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, within a certain celestial cave, the son of the ghostly vehicle met his demise, struck down by the heavenly court. Chapter 20. The Devious Demon and the Magnificent Attribute Panel after the fall of the Demon Court. The vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains became the stronghold of the demon race. At this moment, within a grand celestial cave, countless demons congregated, their collective presence casting a shadowy pall over the space as demonic energy surged skyward. The heavenly court had gone too far in its persecution of demons. They even dared to slay the offspring of the ghost car demon saint. The heavenly court's audacity was increasingly intolerable, seemingly dismissing the existence of our demon race entirely. Were they intent on annihilation? No. We must show the heavenly court a taste of our wrath. Kill. The air was thick with the roars of furious demons, echoing throughout the cavern. Shangyang Demon Saint, your intellect is sharper than most. What should we do? Inquired a prominent golden immortal demon, addressing the woman seated upon the grand throne. She donned a flowing white feathered robe, her long hair as pure as snow, with a pair of delicate, sprouting horns atop her head. Her exquisitely chiseled visage resembled finely crafted porcelain. This was Shangyang, the demon saint, whose wisdom and strategy were second only to Bai Zhe among the 10 great demon saints. The heavenly court delights in exterminating demons, so let us provide them with a few to eradicate, Shangyang replied coolly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Huh, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we sacrifice ourselves? A large demon expressed confusion, voicing his complaints. Fool, Shangyang admonished sharply. What I mean is to set a trap, luring the heavenly court into sending troops, and then strike them all at once. Thunder Eagle, Green Ping, this matter is entrusted to you, she continued, her gaze shifting to a specific area. 2 demon kings, with human bodies and avian heads, stepped forward. Do you understand what to do? Not at all. They responded in unison, bewildered. Shangyang, exasperated, covered her face, feeling defeated by her foolish subordinates. You focus solely on cultivating your magical powers and neglect your intellect. First, send a squad of demon soldiers to create chaos and lure the heavenly court into action. Once they arrive, you will emerge and encircle them. Do you comprehend? Shangyang commanded coldly. Now we understand. The 2 demons' eyes sparkled with malicious glee. Await our favorable news. They promptly began to tally their demon soldiers. In an unnoticed corner, a demon with the head of a goat and the body of a man brightened his eyes, a mysterious smile curving his lips. How could the destruction of the heavenly court be without my involvement? Count me in. He stepped forward with righteous indignation, seamlessly joining the ranks. This demon was none other than Kuei Jia, the undercover agent planted by Honghuang within the demon race. That will be all for today. Everyone disperse. Shangyang waved her hand. The throng of demons scattered. Kuei Jia hurriedly returned to his lair, raising his hand to cast a formation to prevent eavesdropping. Having completed these tasks, he knelt on the ground, murmuring incantations. Master, Master, please respond upon receiving this. Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly court, Honghuang suddenly paused. Having received Kuei Jia's transmission, Master has received it. Kuei Jia, what is it that you wish to convey? He had nearly forgotten about Kuei Jia and was surprised by the sudden contact. Master, the demon race has devised a scheme. Shangyang Demon Saint intends to plot against the heavenly court. Oh, Such a development exists? Elaborate further. Honghuang's interest piqued, and he immediately commanded. The Capricorn recounted the future developments. So, you are also part of the team? Well done. Any news, report to me at once. Honghuang praised and commanded Capricorn to keep him informed of the latest movements of the demon clan. Yes, master. Capricorn's gaze was terrifyingly resolute. In the heavenly court, within the cave of the celestial soldiers, Honghuang awaited news from Capricorn while cultivating. He had refined the flesh and blood of several great demons, elevating his physical cultivation to the mid-stage of the profound immortal. Personal panel. As Honghuang's thoughts settled, a luminous screen swiftly unfolded before him. Name: Honghuang cultivation. Initial stage of profound immortal, Yuanshan. Mid-stage of profound immortal physical body, footing. Innate superior grade spiritual treasures. Innate earth spirit pearl, innate superior grade. Purple gold hammer, innate middle grade. Xian iron flying star sword, wolf fang club. Merit value: 725,300 attributes. Purple, supreme clarity immortal art. Light purple, golden spirit Dao body. Heavenly eye divine pupil. Blue, sword heart clarity, alchemy mastery. Fortune transformation, gluttonous stomach. Gung metal heavenly thunder, sheep spirit vitality. Giant spirit golden body, sudden enlightenment and desperation. Beings transformed into soldiers. Light blue, mountain bearer. Green, moon gazing, concealment, bloodthirsty frenzy, tiger soul. My knowledge has become a hodgepodge. After reviewing his panel attributes, Honghuang couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, Capricorn sent a message. Master, there is a situation. The demon clan plans to ambush at Black Rock Mountain. Honghuang paused, immediately invigorated, and replied, what is the highest cultivation level of the opposing forces? The two demon kings leading the charge are named Thunder Eagle and Azure Ping, both at the mid to late stage of Golden Immortal, accompanied by over a dozen profound immortals and around 5,000 lesser demons. Capricorn recounted in meticulous detail, almost revealing the opponent's addresses. I understand. Honghuang nodded discreetly, rising to leave the cave and heading towards the task distribution hall. Is there any recent demon turmoil at Black Rock Mountain? He inquired directly to the registering celestial official. Black Rock Mountain? Indeed, there has been a demon disturbance. A major demon at the initial stage of profound immortal has been wreaking havoc, but the celestial general Yao Cha has already taken troops to quell it. The celestial official nodded. This is bad, Honghuang exclaimed, taken aback by the swiftness of the heavenly court's actions. When did they leave? Just now. With a whoosh, Honghuang dashed out of the great hall, rushing to the residence of the giant spirit celestial general. Hey, Honghuang, my young brother, what brings you here? Well, you've become stronger. Would you like me to teach you a few moves? The giant spirit god greeted Honghuang with a beaming smile, eager to engage him in physical training. With urgency at hand, Honghuang wasted no time and went straight to the point. In response, the giant spirit god shrugged dismissively. I have faith in Yao Cha's abilities. It's merely a small demon at the initial stage of profound immortal. He can handle it. No, this is a trap set by the demon clan. There are two golden immortal demon kings behind it. What? How do you know? The giant spirit god paused, his expression instantly turning serious. There are my informants within the demon clan, Honghuang declared solemnly. Damn it, is there such a thing? Oh no, quickly. Hasten to rescue Yao Cha. The giant spirit god burst forth from the residence, summoning 20,000 celestial soldiers from the heavenly army, accompanied by another high-ranking celestial general, Yudo, and 20 ordinary celestial generals, preparing for departure. Wait, I shall accompany you, Honghuang interjected. Honghuang, what purpose do you serve in this endeavor? A battle of such caliber. At the golden immortal level, you would be of no assistance. Our strength suffices, the giant spirit god replied with a light chuckle. I have my own informants within. Do you not recognize my value? Honghuang, fearing for Kuadra's safety, felt compelled to join. Indeed, that is a valid point, the giant spirit god conceded with a nod. Soon, the grand army traversed the southern heavenly gate, making their fiery descent to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, the expeditionary force led by Yao Cha had already arrived at Honghuang Mountain. Chapter 21. The might of the white tiger. This child must not be spared. The towering Black Rock Mountain loomed like a darkened giant, exuding an aura of demonic energy that pierced the heavens. The mind of the demon commander unfurled, instantly perceiving a potent malevolence within the mountain, unmasked and raw. From the formation, not a single one must escape, he commanded. Suddenly, the 5,000 celestial soldiers behind him fanned out, beginning to weave an intricate net of heavenly traps. A raucous, derisive laugh echoed out as a colossal black bear. An imposing demon of the Xianxian rank emerged. You celestial soldiers are doomed. I shall devour you whole. Arrogant. You think you can? The demon commander scoffed. His expression one of disdain. Of course, I cannot. But it is now your turn to make your entrance. The black bear roared, shaking the very foundations of the earth. What? The demon commander faltered, his countenance shifting dramatically as his gaze fixated on a singular point. Young celestial generals, you are surrounded. The Thunder Eagle and the Azure Ping, two demon monarchs, descended from the sky, followed by a dark tide of demon soldiers, landing upon Black Rock Mountain. A golden immortal. The demon commander turned pale, his heart plummeting. One golden immortal was already beyond his capacity to contend. Two could spell doom. How foolish. With a mere trick. I have ensnared you. It appears the heavenly cord is not as formidable as it claims. The Thunder Eagle regarded the demon commander with contempt, having already deemed him a dead man. So this was your trap. The demon commander's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that the demon clan would resort to military stratagems. Haha. Only now do you grasp the truth? It is too late. The Azure Ping laughed uproariously, only to abruptly cease, his gaze snapping forward. Why the silence? Laugh. Why don't you? Honghuang, the giant spirit god. And you do appeared with the celestial soldiers, encircling Black Rock Mountain. Boss, what brings you here? The demon commander exclaimed, his face alight with surprise, his heart easing. My brother Honghuang sensed your peril, so we came, the giant spirit god replied boisterously, hands planted on his hips, casting a scornful look at the demons. Birdman. You are now surrounded. You. The Thunder Eagle and Azure Ping, bewildered, pointed at the giant spirit god, speechless with astonishment. The heavenly court's response was decidedly swift. What a bunch of fools. I merely employed a simple ruse, and you fell for it. The giant spirit god declared proudly, discreetly giving a thumbs up to Honghuang beside him. Brother Honghuang, you are impressive. Honghuang shrugged, indicating it was no great feat if even intelligence can falter. Then what would that make one? The Azure Ping and Thunder Eagle were rendered dazed. Those words are mine. Humph. With you two, it remains uncertain who surrounds whom. The two demons quickly regained their composure. With two golden immortals on their side, they felt bolstered, along with the formidable physical prowess of their kin. The advantage is ours. Attack. With a resounding cry, the two demons charged toward the giant spirit god. Form ranks. The seasoned giant spirit god, having seen countless battles, commanded the celestial soldiers to form a defensive formation in preparation for the clash. Boom. The celestial soldiers collided with the demon army, igniting a fierce melee. The giant spirit god joined forces with you due to battle against the two demons. The realm of this king surpasses yours, O giant spirit. Your defeat is inevitable. Cackled the Qingping. He was at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, the highest among all present. Is victory determined merely by one's realm? If that were the case, the primordial world would have long achieved peace. The giant spirit scoffed, his booming voice echoing across the expanse. Humph. You do not comprehend the terror that I embody. The Qingping transformed into its true form, a colossal azure bird that blotted out the sun, exuding a formidable malevolence. Is it only you who can grow in size? The giant spirit advanced a step, his body towering in the wind, swiftly morphing into a thousand-zhang giant, engaging the Qingping in fierce combat. At this moment, Honghuang also entered the fray, confronting a formidable demon of mid-immortal caliber. Cackling. Human celestial soldiers? Come. Into my belly. With a flash as swift as lightning, a sword struck. The demon's words fell silent as its head vanished, its body crashing heavily backward. Identified mergeable attributes, devouring chi, blue, invulnerability to poisons, blue, 2 attributes, 1 blue and 1 green, with a low fusion rate. Merging. Honghuang fused the attributes, wielding the Xian Iron Flying Star Sword, charging into the demon horde like a tiger among sheep. With swift, decisive strikes, he felled his foes as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. No demon could withstand him. Even the large demons at the peak of the immortal stage fell within 10 moves, their bodies obliterated by his raw physical might. In that moment, the demons were struck with fear. Hiss. What a terrifying physique. What manner of being is this? Is this truly a human? My master is formidable. Behind the demon ranks, Kuei Jia wore a proud expression, basking in the glory of his master's prowess. Look. He has torn the tiger vanguard asunder. Suddenly, a small demon gasped in horror, witnessing Honghuang rip a tiger demon in two. This tiger demon was the vanguard of the demon army at mid-immortal level, renowned for its immense strength. Yet, In its strongest aspect, it was crushed by a mere human. Identified mergeable attributes: Misty Breath, blue; Tiger Might, green. White Tiger Bloodline, blue. Misty Breath. You can devour the mist and vapors of heaven and earth to replenish yourself. White Tiger Bloodline. A faint bloodline of the sacred beast, the white tiger, flows within you. As Yuan stored the half of the tiger in his spatial realm, a notification resonated in his mind. Ah, no wonder, this tiger demon possesses a white tiger bloodline. During the battle, he had sensed a trace of divine essence emanating from it. The white tiger, as one of the four sacred beasts, is indeed extraordinary. As these attributes fused within him, they reacted with his existing attributes. Misty Breath combined with devouring chi, moon gazing, and other minor attributes, forming a new attribute. 9-breath assimilation, light purple through 9 breaths. You can absorb the spiritual energy within the surrounding realm, converting it into magical power. This is an excellent method for cultivation, healing, and replenishing magical energy. Moreover, the Beast King Fist combined with Tiger Soul, Tiger Might, and White Tiger Bloodline, coalescing into a new attribute. White Tiger's Might. Green. You can unleash the oppressive aura of the sacred beast, the white tiger, instilling fear in nearby enemies, rendering them unable to move. 9-breath assimilation. How marvelous, truly marvelous. Yuan rejoiced immensely. To my astonishment, a plethora of rudimentary items has remarkably amalgamated to form a purple inscription. This is akin to extracting a substantial nugget of pure gold from a heap of worthless scrap metal. Furthermore, the might of the white tiger is commendable, capable of intimidating lesser foes, serving as a perfect means for group assault. This individual, he appears to be exhausted, yet the urge to slay surges within him. At that moment, the myriad of demons, perceiving Yuan's inaction, presumed him incapacitated, and thus, they lunged forward in a frenzied assault. Seeking death. With a cold snort, Yuan unleashed the might of the white tiger. Exhaustion? Such a notion is unfounded. The desire for carnage is escalating. In an instant, a divine and terrifying pressure emanated from Yuan, rippling outward like waves. All demons ensnared by this oppressive force became rigid, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Unable to move, some demons displayed horror, their bodies rebelling against their commands, each organ seemingly harboring its own intentions. Meanwhile, amidst the fray, Qingping, Lei Jiao, Zhu Lingshan, and Yudu were all stirred by this overwhelming pressure. A mere human warrior exudes the might of a sacred beast? This individual must not be allowed to remain. Qingping's visage contorted with rage, his eyes betraying an insatiable thirst for blood. Chapter 22. The Expired Celestial Talisman? Hao Yan's concern. Thunderhawk, I will hold them off. You must eliminate that celestial soldier. He cannot live, or he will become a significant problem in the future. Qingping secretly transmitted to his companion. Leave it to me. Thunderhawk nodded. With a swift motion, he spread his wings and transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards Yuan. At that moment, Yuan was poised to unleash a massacre when an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly engulfed him. In the next instant, an oppressive force descended, as the lightning form of Thunderhawk struck down towards the top of Yuan's head. This thunder was silent yet possessed catastrophic power. Die, brat. Thunderhawk sneered ferociously. With this strike, even a golden immortal would be obliterated, let alone a mystic immortal. Yet, just as the lightning descended, Yuan's figure abruptly vanished. Where is he? Thunderhawk was momentarily taken aback. Here, you fool. Yuan's silhouette appeared not far away, waving at Thunderhawk with a radiant smile. In that critical moment, he had utilized his heavenly eye to foresee the trajectory of the lightning and narrowly escaped using the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch. It appeared to be luck, but in truth, it was skill. Had either of the two elements been absent, he would have been struck by the lightning. You little beast. You actually evaded my Tai Chi in thunder. Thunderhawk was both astonished and enraged, but he quickly regained his composure. Next time, you will not be so fortunate. Without further ado, Yuan turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? Thunderhawk revealed a cruel grin, immediately giving chase. Not good. Brother Yuan is in danger. This scene caught the attention of the giant spirit god, who immediately turned grim. Thunderhawk was a mid-stage golden immortal beast king, while Yuan was merely at early-stage mystic immortal. How could he contend? Consequently, he intended to shake off Qingping to save Yuan. The giant spirit god's intention was promptly discerned by Qingping, who swiftly positioned himself in front of the giant spirit god. Giant spirit god, you think you can leave without defeating me? It's not that simple. I carry the bloodline of the Kunping. When it comes to speed, I claim second place. And no one dares to claim first. Stay put. The Kunpeng possessed the speed of the heavens, and as a bird of the Kunpeng, his velocity was indisputable. I'm right behind you. The harmony's speed is unmatched. Bragging, are we? Just a mixed-breed bird. Today, I shall end your life. The giant spirit god was furious and drew forth a celestial talisman. Behold my astonishing weapon of destruction, the destruction celestial talisman. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a radiant streak that soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Qiping was startled. Such lethal celestial talismans were carried by many heavenly generals. Having caused the demon tribe considerable losses, he prepared to retreat. To his surprise, the talisman emitted only a flash of light before dissipating into thin air. Failing to summon a thunder calamity or anything else, malfunctioned? A smile crept across Qiping's face, spreading joyfully. Damn it! My celestial talisman has expired. The giant spirit god staggered back 3 steps as if struck by lightning. Then, in frustration, he cradled his head and let out an unwilling roar. Indeed. Haha. Giant spirit god, accept your fate. Qiping laughed heartily towards the heavens. Deceived, in a fit of rage, the giant spirit god caught a fleeting glimpse of the scene before him, a barely perceptible smile flickering at the corner of his eye. The celestial talisman he had just used was not truly expired, nor was it a weapon of destruction. Rather, it was a summons for reinforcements, known as the summon of celestial beings. Upon invocation, it could stir the heavenly mirror, alerting His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Within the celestial realm, only a select few high-ranking celestial generals possess such a talisman. Today, in a bid to rescue Honghuang, the giant spirit god took a bold risk. Meanwhile, at the very moment the talisman dissipated, it transformed into an invisible stream of light, racing into the heavenly court. In the Lingxiao Hall, having just completed his tasks and settled down to rest, the heavenly emperor suddenly sensed an unusual movement from the heavenly mirror. The giant spirit god has activated the summon of celestial beings. He waved his sleeve, and the heavenly mirror appeared before him, spinning gracefully in the air, revealing a vivid scene. What was happening at Black Rock Mountain? How could 2 golden immortal generals struggle against a mere demon king? The heavenly emperor furrowed his brow. But soon, he perceived something amiss. On the other side, a golden immortal demon king was relentlessly pursuing a celestial soldier. This was the executioner of the celestial slaying platform. Recognizing the standard silver robe worn by Honghuang, the heavenly emperor immediately identified him. What could possibly trouble my omnipotent elder brother? At that moment, a regal celestial maiden entered the Lingxiao Hall. Yaoji, noticing her brother's furrowed brow as he gazed at the heavenly mirror, could not suppress her curiosity. Has something happened? A celestial soldier is being pursued by a demon king. The heavenly emperor spoke in a grave tone, preparing to issue a command for aid. Yaoji leaned closer, her eyes widening in surprise as she beheld the figure within the heavenly mirror. Honghuang, do you know him, sister? The heavenly emperor asked, his expression one of perplexity. Of course. He is the most outstanding executioner of recent years, with the potential to ascend to the ranks of the earthly executioners. Brother, you must save him, Yaoji urged, her face etched with urgency. The heavenly emperor nodded. Even without Yaoji's insistence, he would not stand idly by as Honghuang faced death. Just as he prepared to speak, the scene within the heavenly mirror abruptly shifted. The once pursued Honghuang suddenly turned and charged toward the Thunderhawk. Haha, little beast. You finally stopped running and chosen to attack the king directly. How commendable. The Thunderhawk's face lit up with delight at Honghuang's bold move. Such a compliant prey was rare. He vowed to grant a swift conclusion. Divine Eye of Heaven. Activate. Golden Body of the Giant Spirit. Activate. Honghuang's eyes gleamed with divine light, his form expanding dramatically to a height of 1,000 zhang, radiating golden brilliance as if forged from immortal gold. His momentum surged forth like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage. The Thunderhawk was momentarily stunned at that instant. Honghuang appeared to him as an ant that had suddenly been blown up to the size of an elephant. This astonishing aura was nearly on par with that of a golden immortal. This boy cannot be left alive. With this realization, the Thunderhawk's murderous intent solidified. If a mere initial stage mystic immortal could unleash such power, what would happen if Honghuang were to ascend to golden immortal? Would he not be capable of overpowering him? You are the most astonishing being I have ever encountered among humanity, yet that is all there is to it. Today, allow me to demonstrate the essence of an immortal golden immortal. The thunderous eagle let out a resounding cry, its entire form enveloped in crackling lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a tremendous clash, The man and the eagle collided, engaging in a fierce battle. Honghuang activated his heavenly eye, perceiving every assault of the thunderous eagle, deftly countering each strike. In that moment, he resembled a battle-hardened deity, unfazed by the might of any adversary he faced. How is this possible? The thunderous eagle, in a state of disbelief, gazed intently at Honghuang. Despite its overwhelming power, it could not bring down its foe. Peculiar. Utterly peculiar. At this moment, even the exalted figures of the Lingxiao Palace, Haoyan and Yaoji, were rendered speechless. Chapter 23. Epiphany and Desperation. Slaying the Golden Immortal Brother. Is he truly merely a Xianxian? Yaoji gazed intently at the image within the Haotian mirror, her voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, Honghuang possessed only the cultivation of an early Xianxin. However, his physical prowess was undeniably formidable. Haotian nodded slightly, a calm exterior belying the tumult within his heart. A Xianxian could stand shoulder to shoulder with a mid-tier golden immortal demon king. How? Extraordinary. Yaoji marveled, momentarily lost in thought, only to quickly cover her mouth. Realizing her words bordered on the crude, a blush blossoming on her exquisite visage. No, he cannot match them. If this continues, he shall surely lose, Haotian asserted. His gaze fixed resolutely on the mirror. It resembled a tug of war, a test of endurance and perseverance. A Xianxian could not possibly outlast a golden immortal. Sister, time is of the essence. I shall soon open a temporal passage to send you forth. Haotian's expression was grave, yet before he could finish, the scene within the mirror shifted anew. Honghuang summoned the primordial earth spirit pearl and brought it crashing down upon the back of the thunder eagle. Boom. The weight of the primordial earth spirit pearl was tremendous. With but a single strike, the thunder eagle's spine shattered, its innards ruptured, blood gushing forth. Primordial earth spirit pearl, where did you obtain such a treasure, you little beast? The thunder eagle seethed with rage and greed. Even he lacked a spiritual treasure of such caliber. Should he acquire the primordial earth spirit pearl, his power would ascend to new heights. With your intellect, it is quite challenging for me to elucidate, Honghuang chuckled lightly, urging the primordial earth spirit pearl to launch another devastating blow. This king shall not fall for the same trick twice. The thunder eagle's eyes blazed crimson, its wounds healing at an alarming rate. The physique of a golden immortal was immortal. The concept of blood rebirth was merely foundational. A mere fatal injury was hardly lethal. With a powerful flap of its wings, its body crackled with electricity, darting through the air. A tempest of lightning descended, enveloping Honghuang in an electrifying domain. Boy, let's see how long you can endure. The thunder eagle cackled maniacally, having altered its strategy to wear down its opponent. At that moment, Honghuang took a reckless gamble. He let down his defenses, allowing the Tai Chiyin thunder to strike him directly. Instantly, he was drenched in blood, his breath faltering. Huh. The thunder eagle was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Has this man lost his mind? Or does he realize he cannot contend and seeks death? Yet, in the next instant, Honghuang, whose aura had seemingly dwindled to its nadir, erupted with a terrifying presence. He was breaking through. In this moment of crisis, the epiphany triggered by desperation ignited within him. Both his physical body and primordial spirit ascended a minor realm. His breath resonated like thunder, his heart akin to a celestial drum. As he inhaled, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, rushing toward him in a frenzy. Amidst the tempest of spiritual energy, Honghuang stood resolute, reborn anew, and with the 9 breaths of inhalation, all expended mana was restored. The thunder eagle was left astounded, its avian eyes wide with disbelief. This individual, who seemed on the brink of collapse, had suddenly erupted with renewed vigor. I pondered on the notion of friendship and bonds being uttered from such a mouth. Where was this prowess when it truly mattered? Congratulations. You have witnessed my second phase and are fortunate enough to savor the essence of this complete power. You are indeed a lucky man. Honghuang's gaze was as piercing as lightning, his words laced with bravado. What a charade. Ultimately, you are but a mere celestial being. Meet your demise. For I am not to be trifled with. The thunder eagle was enraged. One might think you have ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. The thunder eagle launched a frenzied assault, yet Honghuang met it with effortless grace. His post-transformation composure exceeded that of his former self. In contrast, the thunder eagle, beset by rage and prolonged exertion, found his vitality waning significantly. With the innate earth spirit pearl serving both offense and defense, coupled with Honghuang's seemingly inexhaustible magical energy, the tide began to turn in his favor. With the earth spirit pearl hovering above him, Honghuang wielded swordplay with one hand and thunder techniques with the other. The metallic heavenly thunder and sharp sword light relentlessly tore at the Thunder Eagle's form. By the time the Thunder Eagle recognized the peril, it was far too late to flee. Wait, cease your assault. I shall grant you mercy. Now, begone. The Thunder Eagle, thrown into disarray yet feigning calmness, attempted to deceive Honghuang into retreating. Foolish creature, do you think everyone is as naive as you? Honghuang scoffed, intensifying his onslaught. Boom. The Earth Spirit Pearl struck the Thunder Eagle once more, causing it to spew blood and shatter its spine. Instantly thereafter, the metallic heavenly thunder descended, obliterating the Thunder Eagle's corporeal form into fragments. A wisp of primordial spirit escaped, the miniature Thunder Eagle displaying a visage of terror as it fled in a frenzy. With a flicker, Honghuang's divine eye locked onto the Thunder Eagle's escape trajectory, and with a single stroke of his sword, he shattered the primordial spirit. Soon after, several luminous orbs fell to the ground. Fusionable entries discovered. Tai Chi Thunder, green. Thunder Wing Soaring, blue. Wind Mastery, green. Tai Chi Thunder, a silent heavenly thunder possessing devastating power. Thunder Wing Soaring. You can condense wings of lightning and soar with the speed of thunder. Wind Mastery. You can harness the force of the wind. Tai Chi Thunder, splendid. Honghuang felt a surge of satisfaction. Though there were only 3 entries, the presence of Tai Chi Thunder was sufficient. Tai Chi Thunder is a variant of Heavenly Thunder, a branch of the Tai Chi Yang Divine Thunder. Renowned not only for its formidable might but also for its elusive nature, making it an essential technique for stealthy assaults. Fusion. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the arrogant Qing Ping suddenly changed countenance. He could no longer sense the presence of the Thunder Eagle. How could this be possible? Has the Thunder Eagle perished? To pursue a celestial being and lose one's life in the process? No. I must investigate. Immediately. He prepared to depart for the scene of the incident. Hey, where do you think you're going? At that moment, the giant spirit god and fish belly blocked his path, adorned with smug grins. Finally, it is my turn. I assentee it. Step aside. You dare impede me? How naive. With a thunderous shout, Qing Peng surged forth, racing in a specific direction. Trying to escape? Halt. The giant spirit god let out a long cry and gave chase. As Honghuang fused the newfound entries, he readied himself to assist the giant spirit god in vanquishing Qing Ping. At that moment, a void passage appeared above, and a woman clad in golden armor and silver robes emerged. The woman was Yao Ji, who had come to provide assistance. Upon seeing the scattered remnants of the Thunder Eagle on the ground, Yao Ji was momentarily taken aback. Dead? Is it truly dead? She pondered, bewildered. She had arrived just in time to witness Honghuang in peril, on the brink of collapse. What had transpired during this interval? Your Highness, Honghuang exclaimed, a look of confusion crossing his face as he bowed slightly towards Yao Ji in the sky. Did you kill the Thunder Eagle? Yao Ji pointed at the fragments on the ground, her expression a mix of innocence and astonishment. Indeed, in a moment of breakthrough, I managed to turn the tide and slay it, Honghuang acknowledged with a nod, unabashedly admitting his feat. As I have mentioned, individuals possess different physical attributes. Achieving a breakthrough during combat is quite reasonable, is it not? Chapter 24, The Demonist Physique of Humanity, Ascending to True Divinity. In the magnificent palace of Lingxiao, Haoyan gazed with elation at the Haotian mirror, murmuring to himself, what a remarkable youth. My celestial court is graced with such prodigious talent. This young man not only possesses profound fortune, but also wields astonishing combat prowess, capable of slaying golden immortal demon kings even at the Xianxian realm. Haoyan was ecstatic. The presence of such a celestial genius illuminated a glimmer of hope amidst the endless darkness. I shall bestow upon him an official title, a true deity. It must be a true deity. However, what title shall I grant him? Haotian pondered deeply, recalling that historically, only those of the golden immortal tier could hold the rank of true deity in the celestial court, which was the minimum standard. Presently, however, Honghuang was merely at the Xianxian level. I shall appoint him. Tai Bai. Where is Tai Bai jinxing? With a commanding voice, Haotian proclaimed, his authority resonating through the hall. Meanwhile, Yaoji fell into profound silence upon hearing Honghuang's words. Dressed impeccably in her battle armor, she found herself at an impasse. Her gaze lingered on Honghuang, as if she were scrutinizing the man before her for the first time. Princess, why do you gaze at me so? It's rather embarrassing, Honghuang said, scratching his head in feigned ignorance. Upon hearing this, Yaoji's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze awkwardly. Oh, Yaoji, what were you just observing? Her delicate hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, striving to quell the tumult within her heart. Observing Yaoji's unusual demeanor, Honghuang felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Could it be that humans possess an innate demoness physique, destined to guide celestial maidens? Otherwise, how could Yaoji be drawn to the mortal Yang Tianyu? It was not just Yaoji. Even Yang Chan, the seven fairies, and other celestial maidens had once succumbed to the allure of mortal trousers. Such precedents existed. Just as Yaoji pondered how to respond, Qingpeng arrived on cue. However, upon noticing Yaoji's presence, he wasted no time and gracefully veered away, soaring into the distance. He fled. A wise man knows when to retreat. With 3 golden immortals present, victory was implausible. Demon, where do you think you are going? Yaoji shouted fiercely, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit. Qingpeng, swift as the wind, evaded capture even amidst the onslaught of 3 golden immortals. Yet, while he escaped, the demon army suffered catastrophic losses, with only a scant few managing to flee. Among them was Kuei, who had always been of divided loyalty, lacking any desire to fight, and was constantly scheming to slip away. Thus, during the battle, he had retreated to observe from a distance. Witnessing the demon army's disastrous return, Kuei grinned broadly. My master knows of my unwavering loyalty. Surely, I shall be rewarded. With this thought, he felt the air around him sweeten. However, he feared that his return might raise suspicions. Contemplating this, Kuei abruptly raised his hand and twisted off one of his goat horns. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain, showering down upon him. Best to reattach it for now. I can remove it later. It seems that the situation has become rather intense. Capricorn pressed the ram's horn back, and the bleeding abruptly ceased. After a series of actions, he departed from the scene. At Blackrock Mountain, Honghuang, I never anticipated your ferocity surpassing mine. Having slain that sand sculpture, the giant spirit god exclaimed in admiration, patting Honghuang on the shoulder. Truly impressive. Brother Honghuang, I owe you my life. Without you, I would have undoubtedly perished. The medicine fork expressed his gratitude, nearly moved to tears upon realizing the truth. Had it not been for Honghuang's undercover efforts in monitoring the movements of the demon clan, he would likely have met a grim fate. The recent victory over the demon clan was chiefly attributed to Honghuang. Yaoji spoke up, now fully aware of the entire sequence of events, asserting that without Honghuang, the heavenly court would have suffered significant losses. Let us return and discuss further. Subsequently, the group began to assess the battlefield and return to the heavenly court with their spoils. Upon reaching the southern heavenly gate, the Star of Tai hurriedly approached, his aged face beaming with joy akin to blooming daisies. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the generals for your remarkable achievements. Is that so? I don't recall you ever welcoming me before, the giant spirit god remarked, perplexed as he scratched his head. Although the recent accomplishments were noteworthy, they hardly warranted such a reception from Tai. Hiki, General, you are overthinking it. I am not here solely for you. With a flick of his wrist, Tai produced a resplendent imperial edict. By the decree of His Majesty, the slayer of the golden immortal demon king, Honghuang, has rendered great service. He is hereby conferred the title of Sun Traveler, tasked with patrolling the heavenly realm and overseeing the morality of the mortal world, holding the rank of a 6th-grade deity. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The title of Sun Traveler, a 6th-grade deity, tasked with patrolling the heavenly realm and monitoring the deeds of the mortal world, was unprecedented. The giant spirit god, Medicine Fork, and the other heavenly generals were astounded. To be bestowed the title of a rightful deity at the Xianxian realm was a groundbreaking occurrence in the annals of the heavenly court. This position was exceptionally unique. Despite being a 6th-grade rank, it wielded tremendous power. To patrol the heavenly realm and oversee the mortal world, what did this signify? This was the enforcer between the realms of heaven and humanity, with authority surpassing many 5th-grade and even some 4th-grade officials. At that moment, even Honghuang was taken aback. He never expected the celestial emperor to elevate him to the status of a deity, granting him the privilege of early ascension into the divine hierarchy. This was a dream coveted by countless beings in later generations. Furthermore, with the title of Sun Traveler, his operations in the mortal realm would become significantly more convenient, free from any constraints. As the celestial emperor's decree spread, the heavenly court trembled, and all deities became aware of this development. The emperor, who spoke with the authority of heavenly law, ensured that even his edicts were upheld without question. In an enigmatic manner, Honghuang's figure appeared to merge with an ethereal divine presence, resonating in the hearts of all deities. From that day forth, The title of Sun Traveler bore his name. Well then, who exactly is this Honghuang? That he ascended to the divine path as a rightful deity while still at the Xianxian realm? I have not heard of him being the executioner at the Slaying Immortal Platform. But wait, how could a mere Xianxian slay a golden immortal demon king? No wonder the emperor made an exception, a Xianxian capable of slaying a golden immortal. This young man possesses remarkable potential. Originally, the deities were skeptical, questioning how a mere mystical immortal could ascend to the rank of a true god. However, upon learning that Yuan had vanquished the golden immortal demon king, their demeanor shifted to one of respect. The position of a true god not only comes with generous rewards, but also grants the favor of heavenly fortune. Should one perform admirably, they may also receive offerings from the mortal realm. Such offerings symbolize merit and fortune, the benefits of which are self-evident. Congratulations, Yuan. You shall henceforth be a true god of the heavenly court, proclaimed the illustrious Tai Bai Jin Xing with a respectful gesture. By the way, now that I have become the god of day, will I still be able to visit the Immortal Slaying Platform? Yuan inquired suddenly. For that platform was his treasure trove of experiences, and he could not afford to lose it. Must you go? Tai Bai Jin Xing asked, puzzled. I have a penchant for vanquishing demons and evil. Nothing can deter me, Yuan replied with a smile. Ah, your majesty has not relieved you of your position as the immortal slayer, so if you wish to go, no one shall stop you, Tai Bai Jin Xing stammered, clearly at a loss. Is this truly something one can become addicted to? Chapter 25, The Problem with Shangyang. Where did it all go wrong? Listening to Tai Bai Jin Xing's words, Yuan felt a sense of relief. Truly, his brother Hong remained true to his original intention, willing to mingle with those beneath him even after ascending to the status of a deity. The giant spirit god gave a nod of approval. Come. Today is a momentous occasion for Brother Hong. Let us go to my residence for some wine and celebration. Before Yuan could respond, the giant spirit god enthusiastically pulled him along. A throng of celestial generals surrounded Yuan, escorting him away. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, within the lair of the demon sage Shangyang, a grave report was being delivered. Demon sage, our plan has failed. My forces were besieged by the heavenly soldiers, resulting in total annihilation. Even Lei Diao met an untimely demise at the hands of a Xianxian. Cheeping knelt, bloodied and battered. One of his wings even tattered. This was self-inflicted, a necessary guise to avoid suspicion from the demon sage regarding his efforts. What? Qingpeng, are you jesting with me? How could a mere Xianxian slay Lei Diao? Shangyang's fury erupted, feeling insulted by the implication of such incompetence. I would not dare deceive the esteemed demon sage, Qingpeng explained, his voice laden with distress. The one responsible is named Yuan, an executioner of the celestial court. My words are entirely truthful, devoid of any deceit. Human. Shangyang frowned, perplexity deepening. Has the world transformed so? Are humans now so formidable? Once, they were nothing but prey for our kind. I failed to comprehend how my meticulously crafted plan was unraveled by the celestial court. After a moment of silence, Shangyang's cold gaze swept over the assembled demons as she pondered where the flaw lay. Could there be a traitor among us? At that moment, Kuei-ju stumbled in, panic-stricken. Demon sage, I beseech you for aid. His horns had vanished, and he was spewing blood, a sight that stirred sympathy among the demons. Surely, it cannot be so. Qingpeng gazed at Kuei-ju in astonishment, feeling overshadowed by his misfortune. What happened to you? Shangyang inquired, moving back a step to avoid the blood splatter. Those beasts of the celestial court have torn off my horns, and I barely escaped with my life. Kuei-ju's face turned pale, and before he could finish, he collapsed, unconscious on the ground. What a brutal method. Shangyang pointed her delicate hand, channeling a burst of life essence, to a goat demon like her. The horns represented their essence and vitality. Losing them was akin to losing half of one's power. This time, our demon clan has suffered grievously. We cannot let this go unpunished. Especially that human, Yuan, he must pay dearly. Shangyang's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Demon sage, I bring the latest news. That human, Yuan, has been appointed as the solar traveler. At this moment, a demon king hurriedly arrived from outside. The sun god? It seems that Yuan holds him in high regard. Shangyang was taken aback, a cold smile suddenly curling at the corners of his lips. The sun god oversees the good and evil of the mortal realm. Whenever there is a matter in the human world, he is sure to make an appearance. Is this not an opportunity? In the heavenly court, within the Great Spirit General's residence. The Great Spirit God not only serves as a high-ranking celestial general, but also holds the title of a righteous deity, thus possessing his own abode. Following his ascension, Honghuang would also have a residence of his own. His sun god palace is located in the second heavenly realm, not far from the great spirit god. The celestial energy in the second heavenly realm is significantly more abundant than that in the first heavenly realm. Upon moving into his new home, Honghuang immediately began to cultivate. In the world of the primordial chaos, righteous deities in the heavenly court are merely viewed as slightly larger insects by the powerful. Only strength is the true path to supremacy. Let me examine my panel attributes. In the sun god residence, Honghuang sat cross-legged on a mat, exuding an air of solemnity. As his thoughts descended, an ethereal panel unfolded before him. Name: Honghuang Cultivation, Mid-level Shin Immortal, Yuan Shin. Late-level Shin Immortal, Physical Body, Footing, Supreme Innate Quality Spiritual Treasures, Innate Earth Spirit Pearl, Supreme Innate Quality, Purple Gold Hammer, Mid-level Innate Quality, Xian Iron Flying Star Sword. Wolf Fun Club, Merit Value, 1, 284, 200 Attributes, Purple, Supreme Clarity Celestial Technique, Light Purple, Golden Spirit Dao Body, Heavenly Eye Divine Pupil. 9 Breaths of Subduing Qi, Green, Sword Heart Clarity, Alchemy Proficiency, Fortune Transformation, Gluttonous Stomach, Metal Thunder of Gung, Taiji Yin Thunder, Sheep's Spirit Vitality, Great Spirit Golden Body. Might of the White Tiger, Beings Become Soldiers. Light Green, Mountain Bearing, Summoning Wind and Rain. Blue, Wealth Gathering, Earth Listening Technique, Withering and Flourishing. Mirage, Skin Painting, Thunder Wings Soaring. Green, Concealment, Cloud Riding, Great Strength, Wind Control. Damn, the enlightenment from a desperate situation turned out to be a one-time attribute? Honghuang suddenly realized that the attribute of enlightenment had vanished and did not merge with the other attributes, it simply disappeared. This means that the attribute is a consumable item. What a pity. Had he known, he would have used it at a higher realm. Honghuang felt a twinge of regret. However, cultivation is something that must be realized for it to truly belong to oneself. Preserving strength can easily lead to self-detriment. The greatest agony in life is to die with unspent wealth. In this battle at Black Rock Mountain, he reaped substantial rewards. Not only did he acquire several exquisite attributes, but he also brought back the flesh of a few great demons. Immediately, Honghuang utilized his gluttonous stomach to begin refining the flesh. Within a mere century, his physical cultivation broke through to the consummate level of true immortal, just a step away from golden immortal. It was time to visit the celestial slaying platform. Within his residence, Honghuang slowly opened his eyes. Having cultivated to this point, his physical body had reached a bottleneck. Consuming more flesh would be futile, only serving to overextend himself. Honghuang departed from his abode and headed to the celestial slaying platform. Greetings, Lord Sun God. The execution officer, Cui Hao, hurriedly approached with a beaming smile. Given his position, he could barely be considered a 9th-rank official, not even a righteous deity, and thus could not be compared to a 6th-rank righteous deity. Do not flatter me, Honghuang replied with a smile. Congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Hong. A group of practitioners of the arcane arts surrounded him, congratulating Honghuang on his promotion, among whom was the human named Imobai. He wore an expression of mixed admiration and envy. When he first encountered Honghuang, he was merely a Huang-level practitioner of celestial rank, yet in such a brief span, Honghuang had ascended to the status of a true deity. Such rapid advancement not only commanded respect, but also left no room for any other sentiments. After a round of pleasantries, Honghuang commenced his task of slaying celestial beings for the day. His enthusiasm was palpable, and his vigor was infectious, eliciting admiration from all the practitioners present. It was no wonder that Brother Hong had achieved such success. He remained true to his original aspirations and harbored an unwavering resolve. I find myself lacking in comparison. Were I to attain the status of a true deity, I would never stoop to such menial and laborious tasks again. Indeed, just look at how spirited he is. Honghuang's fervor immediately inspired the executioners in attendance. Each individual appeared revitalized, eagerly vying to partake in the labor. Witnessing this extraordinary scene left Honghuang somewhat bewildered. Is it possible that you too can acquire rewards from slaying celestial beings? Chapter 26. The Taiji Yin Yang Divine Thunder. The machinations of the demon clan Honghuang had consecutively dispatched numerous true immortal level or mysterious immortal level sinners. The scattered entries were predominantly green and blue, with only one being of a cyan hue. Space Shuttle. This divine ability pertains to the realm of space, akin to teleportation. Even a short distance leap can span thousands of miles. It appears that ordinary sinners can no longer satisfy my ambitions. As my realm ascends, The utility of commonplace green and blue entries diminishes, relegating them to mere fusion. The cyan entries, however, are a matter of fortune, as those possessing such entries are exceedingly rare. With a swift motion, Honghuang severed the final sinner, marking the conclusion of today's task. Detected fusion entry: Yang Fire Thunder, blue; Minor Wood Elemental Mastery, cyan; Golden Light Escape, blue. Another cyan entry. Honghuang's eyes sparkled. The mastery of the wood element endows one with formidable vitality and recuperative abilities. Fusion. With a mere thought, Honghuang commenced the amalgamation of the scattered entries. Subsequently, new entries began to merge with the existing ones. The Golden Light Escape, when combined with the earthy shortening technique, transformed into vertical golden light. Vertical golden light, light purple, a divine ability of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, possessing unparalleled speed that transcends time and space. Moreover, the Yang Fire Thunder entry fused with several similar lower-tier entries, resulting in Taiji Yang Thunder. Taiji Yang Thunder, cyan, the utmost yang and formidable heavenly thunder, wielding immense power. A nemesis to all malevolent spirits and entities. As two potent entries emerged, Honghuang initially believed this to be the culmination. However, the unfolding events proved otherwise. Upon the manifestation of Taiji Yang Thunder, it immediately fused with the Taiji Yin Thunder entry. A series of chain reactions ignited a fervor within Honghuang, stirring his very blood. Before long, the fusion of Taiji Yin Thunder and Taiji Yang Thunder birthed a new entry. Upon witnessing the hue of this entry, a broad grin spread across Honghuang's face. Taiji Yin Yang Divine Thunder, purple, a fusion of Yin and Yang forces, capable of both offense and defense, wielding boundless might. Regarded as a form of supreme divine thunder. Divine thunder. Among the primordial realms, there exist 9 divine thunders, including the purple sky divine thunder, the 5 elements divine thunder, and the 3 purities divine thunder. The Taiji Yin Yang divine thunder is one among them, while not the most potent. It possesses a unique capability absent in other divine thunders: defense. This attribute is undoubtedly the most fitting for his current self. The finest defense constitutes offense, conversely. The most effective offense is also a form of defense. By repelling all assaults, one can exhaust their opponent to the point of defeat. Is this not a method of attack? Should I encounter the Thunder Eagle now, I could claim its life within 3 exchanges. Honghuang mused. Though his magical prowess has yet to fully harness the Divine Thunder's ultimate state, vanquishing a Golden Immortal remains an effortless endeavor. Even the Tai Golden Immortal could be stripped of their skin. Honghuang, in a splendid mood, hummed a tune as he departed from the Celestial Slaughter platform. He had exchanged his merits for a 3rd transformation golden pill, intending to enhance his primordial spirit cultivation upon his return. However, according to tradition, he first needed to fulfill his duties as the day traveler, patrolling the realms of heaven and humanity. The boundless void of the celestial realm was imbued with an inexplicable malevolence emanating from the ancient stars. A figure leaped amidst the chaotic currents of the void, flickering in and out of sight. After years of meticulous order, the celestial constellations had nearly restored their harmony. Honghuang's eyes gleamed with divine light as he surveyed the surrounding stars. There was scarcely anything to inspect in the heavenly realm. The remnants of the demon court had long been eradicated, leaving little cause for concern. The crux of the matter lay in the mortal world. With a swift motion, Honghuang's figure alighted upon an ancient star, activating his celestial vision to gaze down upon the earthly domain. This was a monumental endeavor. Even the Haotian mirror could not unveil every spectacle of the human realm. Unhurried, Honghuang resolved to cultivate while simultaneously conducting his patrol in the mortal world. Time flowed swiftly. On one particular day, Honghuang made a significant discovery. At the foot of a towering mountain, he witnessed a horde of demons mercilessly slaughtering a human tribe. It was the surge of malevolent bloodlust that caught his attention. Damnable beasts! Honghuang erupted, exuding an icy aura of murderous intent. Soon after, as he prepared to intervene, an unexpected transmission interrupted his actions. Master, there is new information. Please respond. It was a message from Kuei-Jia. Received. What is the new development? Honghuang replied. Trouble is brewing, Master. The demon clan is plotting against you. Shangyang has learned of your ascension to day traveler and has instructed the lesser demons to create chaos in the mortal realm, aiming to lure you into a trap. Oh, is that so? Honghuang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely being a profound immortal would draw the attention of a demon sovereign, who would even orchestrate an attempt on his life. What enmity could warrant such a scheme? Surely, it could not be so. Rest assured, Master. Do not fall for their ploys. Avoid entangling yourself in the turmoil of the mortal realm. It is a trap devised by the demon clan. Kuei Jia's transmission was laced with concern. Honghuang shook his head with a smile. Could he truly refrain from intervening and still uphold his role as day traveler? Clearly, this was an overt scheme. Even if he were aware, he could not ignore it. Otherwise, his position as day traveler would be rendered a mere facade, a source of ridicule. Tell me, which powerful demons has Shangyang dispatched to eliminate me? Honghuang inquired. As far as I know, there is a Tai golden immortal and several golden immortals among them, including the previous encounter with Qingpeng. Quite an extravagant lineup, Kuei Jia responded. Honghuang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It seemed Shangyang was quite intent on his demise. I understand. Remain hidden and keep me informed of any developments, he commanded. Subsequently, he decisively transmitted a message to the giant spirit god, requesting assistance. He certainly would not be foolish enough to confront this alone. To have allies and not utilize them would be sheer folly. After sending the message, Honghuang moved with purpose, descending toward the fray. Demonic fiends, prepare to meet your end. His gaze suddenly turned cold, an astonishing aura descending upon him. In an instant, the demonic beings of the tribe below halted their actions, directing their attention towards Honghuang in the sky. Oh, there is another celestial being here. Be cautious. This person is a profound immortal. Hiss. The human race's profound immortal is indeed terrifying. The crowd of demons was taken aback, only to burst into laughter. Hiki. A formidable demon with a human body and a wolf's head stepped out from the tribe, blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth. He gazed at Honghuang, cruelly licking the blood from his lips as if eyeing his prey. I particularly favor celestials like you. Your flesh and blood are rich in nourishment. Quite a coincidence. So do I, Honghuang replied, his eyes icy, speaking with indifference. He too relished the blood and flesh of such formidable demons. Whoosh. A flash of sword light cut through the air, freezing the sinister grin on the wolf demon's face as his head rolled to the ground. The crowd of demons stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. What just transpired? Chapter 27. The Might of Divine Thunder. Destiny unveiled with merely a flick of his finger. Honghuang annihilated the entire demon tribe within the settlement. To him, distinctions such as Xianxian or Jinxian were utterly inconsequential, after all. It was merely a matter of wielding a sword. Subsequently, a myriad of luminous orbs of text erupted forth, predominantly in shades of green, accompanied by a few blue ones. While not a single cyan orb was present, having something was certainly preferable to nothing. With a mere thought, Honghuang fused them all together. Thank you, O celestial being, for delivering us. The remnants of the human tribe knelt in gratitude, expressing their heartfelt appreciation for Honghuang's timely intervention. I am of the human race, and also the sun chaser of the celestial court. There is no need for such formality. Rise, Honghuang replied. The world lay in tatters, and surely someone must undertake the task of mending it. He could not save everyone, yet he would still strive to contribute his share. We pay our respects to the sun chaser, O celestial being. The humans below marveled. Who would have thought our kind could possess such formidable strength? This place is perilous. You should gather your belongings and depart, he cautioned. If all goes as anticipated, a great battle shall soon unfold here. We shall heed the decree of the celestial being. The crowd nodded earnestly, immediately busily packing their possessions to migrate toward a new haven. Leader, where shall we go? One inquired. This vast world holds many places to call home. Fortunately, we have been saved by the Sun Chaser. From now on, our tribe shall be known as the Chaser Tribe, dedicated to honoring the great Sun Chaser. A middle-aged man, with a resolute countenance and eyes that sparkled with boundless hope, proclaimed. Honghuang remained where he was, sitting cross-legged in meditation, awaiting the demon's approach. If the demons sought his demise, they would inevitably come, just as Honghuang anticipated. Following his slaughter of the demon kin, far away in a distant realm, the demon king Qingping received word. He has appeared. Brother Ingqiao, that human has surfaced, and he has fallen into our trap. Qingping exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he turned to his serpent-headed demon king. This demon held significant stature, boasting the 8th-generation bloodline of the demon Saint Jiaoying, with magical prowess surpassing even Qingping, having attained the pinnacle of golden immortal. Oh, where is he? At Mist Mountain. What are we waiting for? Let us depart immediately, lest we be outpaced by our brethren. Ingqiao licked his crimson lips with a predatory glint. To set an ambush for Honghuang, the demon clan dispatched numerous demon kings to act in concert. The competition was fierce. It was not merely the two of them. Your words hold merit, Brother Jiao. Qingpeng nodded resolutely. Thus, The two demons soared from their lair, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Their speed was remarkable, fueled by a desperate drive to seize the glory before it was snatched away by others. Consequently, within a mere few days, the two demons arrived above Mist Mountain. Expanding their divine senses, they indeed spotted a solitary figure nestled amidst the ruins of the tribe below, sitting in stillness like a mountain. It is he. Ha! Honghuang, do you still remember this king? Qing Peng cackled, his shadowy, icy gaze fixed intently on the figure beneath. Somewhat. You are that defeated foe. The sand sculpture? Honghuang glanced at Qi Ping, feigning contemplation. You insolent wretch. That sand sculpture is a thunder sculpture. I am Qing Peng. Qing Peng roared in fury. Brother Qing Peng, surely you have not faced even a single Xinxian? The infant Jiao gazed at Qi Ping with a look of disdain. A Jinxian demon king who cannot contend with a mere Xinxian is practically destined for reconstruction. Do not heed his nonsense. I have never crossed blades with him. That fool Legiao perished at his hands. Who knows what trickery he employed? Qi Ping exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He was indeed agitated. The infant Jiao nodded slightly. Very well, I shall personally deal with him. It is rare for a Xianxian to compel my direct involvement. With a sinister chuckle, the infant Jiao prepared to strike when suddenly, another demon king arrived. Haha. Brother Jiao, Brother Peng, you both have arrived rather early. Are you planning to monopolize the spoils? Let all who witness partake. Let all who witness partake. I shall claim my share of the credit. This was a golden immortal leopard demon, at the peak of Jinxian cultivation. He had hastened to the scene at the first news, but arrived just a moment too late. Yunzhong leopard, you are quite swift. Very well, since you are here. You may claim your share of the glory. After exchanging glances, the two demons nodded in agreement. Thank you, brothers. Yunzhong leopard exclaimed, bowing in gratitude to the two demons. At this moment, they had entirely regarded Honghuang as spoils of war, as if he were already dead. In broad daylight, do you conspire against the heavenly deities, disregarding the majesty of the heavens? Honghuang rose expressionlessly, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. The moment these words left his lips, the three demons could no longer contain their laughter. Haha, what a colossal joke. Do you think we were raised in fear? Our demon race once ruled the heavens. When we dominated the realms, your human race had yet to be born. The three demons laughed heartily, as if they had heard the most ludicrous jest. Very well, let me show you what heavenly might truly is. Honghuang raised a hand, and in an instant, the very fabric of reality trembled. A thunderous roar erupted in the skies, akin to the primordial chaos of creation. The three demons shuddered, blood streaming from their orifices, their souls disoriented. What? They gazed in horror at the heavens, recognizing the might of divine thunder. Could it be that the heavenly court would unleash the Zishu divine thunder to annihilate them? Surely not. In the next moment, a dual-colored bolt of lightning tore through the void, descending upon the three demons. Boom. Qi Ping was obliterated on the spot, his body shattered to pieces, caught completely off guard. A single Taiji Yin-Yang divine thunder was sufficient to reduce his form to mere fragments. Qi Ping, Brother Ping, are you unharmed? Both the infant Jiao and Yunzhong leopard's expressions shifted dramatically. Qing Peng conveyed his dire state. His physical form was destroyed, leaving only his primordial spirit. Save me. The diminutive form of Qing Peng's primordial spirit wore an expression of sheer terror. Under the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang divine thunder, even his resolve was on the verge of collapse. Divine thunder inherently restrains spiritual bodies, bereft of corporeal protection. Even the mightiest primordial spirit would not dare confront the divine thunder directly. Quick, save Qing Peng. The infant Jiao bellowed, poised to shield Qing Peng's primordial spirit. Simultaneously, Honghuang reached out with a grasp, declaring, subdue. In an instant, a divine lightning of black and white descended, forming a magnificent Taiji diagram that suppressed all beneath it. Thunderous roars echoed as the Taiji Yin-Yang divine lightning enveloped the vast expanse, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. The essence of the Qing Peng was instantaneously shattered, reduced to mere ashes. A sense of dread filled the air. The infant dragon and the cloud-hued leopard swiftly conjured a magical shield. Yet they too were caught in the tempest of divine lightning, sent hurtling backward, spewing forth blood. With the fall of the Qing Peng, several luminous orbs of text cascaded to the ground. Discovered fusionable text entries. Heavenly Gang Bodyguard, green. Fate Passage, green. Divine Speed, blue. Arrogance, black. Heavenly Gang Bodyguard. Your form is enveloped by the power of the Heavenly Gang, rendering you impervious to blades and fire. Fate Passage. You possess the ability to perceive your adversary's weaknesses, and to trace the cycles of cause and effect. Divine speed. You are endowed with extraordinary speed, a rarity in the world. Arrogance. You harbor disdain for others, lacking in courtesy. Chapter 28. The depletion of magical power? An improbable encounter, a brawl, is it? 2 in green and 1 in blue. Quite commendable. Honghuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately fused the 3 positive attributes. It is said that the legendary golden-winged Great Peng possesses 5 extraordinary abilities: the Divine Foot Technique, the Heart-Reading Technique, the Fate Technique, the Heavenly Ear Technique, and the Heavenly Eye Technique. The Green Ping is also a variant of the Great Ping bird, having mastery over one of these abilities, specifically the Fate Technique. However, it is regrettable that this Green Ping, during its expedition, evidently failed to utilize the Fate Technique to foresee the causal trajectory of the future. Otherwise, it would not have met its demise here. With the 3 attributes merged within him, the Fate Technique began to integrate with the divination of Tianji and several lesser attributes. Remarkably, evolution was possible. Honghuang was taken aback, his anticipation growing. Little beast, die. At this moment, the injured second demon, in a fit of fury, unleashed a powerful roar, revealing the form of a 9-headed serpent. 9 menacing heads lunged towards Honghuang. Celestial Shield. Honghuang swiftly conjured a golden magical shield enveloping him. Harnessing the power of the Celestial Shield, simultaneously, he formed a lightning seal with one hand, summoning the supreme Tai Chi thunder once more. Beneath his feet, a Tai Chi diagram gradually materialized, swirling in motion. Sizzle. The manifestation of the 9-headed serpent charged forth, its gaping maw intent on devouring Honghuang, only to be shattered by the supreme Tai Chi thunder. Tai Chi Yin and Yang. Restrain. Honghuang wielded the lightning seal, shifting his offense. He embodied the essence of the thunder ancestor, commanding all thunderous might. Another bolt of Tai Chi Yin and Yang thunder descended, obliterating the 9-headed serpent's manifestation, severely wounding the true form of the serpent, fracturing bones and spilling blood. How can this be? You command the power of divine thunder. A mere human, what merit do you possess? The serpent emitted a soul-rending roar, its visage becoming grotesque. After a brief exploration, it became evident to him that the Tai Chi Yin and Yang thunder was indeed summoned by Honghuang. Brother Jiao, are you unscathed? The cloud leopard inquired with genuine concern. I am in dire straits. Hasten to slay him. The serpent retorted. This individual had consecutively summoned divine thunder. He must be nearly depleted of magical power, making this the opportune moment to eliminate him. The serpent's countenance darkened. This foolish leopard can only ask if I am unscathed. Even if I were well, such inquiries would render me unwell. With your assurance, I can relax, replied the cloud leopard, nodding and turning its fierce gaze towards Honghuang. With a swift motion, a long spear appeared in his grasp, piercing the void with a remarkably sharp spearlight. As the serpent had suggested, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang thunder demanded immense energy. After only a few usages, over half of Honghuang's magical power had been expended. Fortunately, I possess the 9-breath recovery. Honghuang smirked, his voice booming as his strength rapidly replenished. He vanished from sight, darting towards the leopard spirit, choosing to target the softer fruit. Little beast, seeking death, you dare to engage me in close combat? The cloud leopard's face twisted into a malicious grin as it beheld the approaching Honghuang. Close-quarter combat tests the strength of the body, a domain where he excelled. Perish. It unleashed a powerful punch that compressed the air, creating a tremendous storm. Honghuang, expressionless, retaliated with his own punch. The fists collided. Creak. No. This is not right. The smile on the cloud leopard's face abruptly froze as an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a punch striking the ancient divine mountain. The terrifying power left his arm bloodied and reeling. Foolish deer. With my Taiji divine thunder, the heavenly gang protecting my body, and the enhancement of the innate earth spirit pearl, you dare to challenge me in physical strength? Honghuang could not help but chuckle. Although his physical form was merely at the pinnacle of true immortal, with the support of 3 formidable treasures, he was emboldened to confront even the Tai Golden Immortal. Your magical power, the cloud leopard exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't it said that you were at a disadvantage? How can you be so formidable? That's why I call you a foolish deer. That snake has deceived you. Honghuang retorted with a cold laugh. Nonsense. The infant flood dragon bellowed, vehemently denying the claim, then turned with concern towards the cloud leopard. Brother leopard, are you all right? The cloud leopard coughed up blood incessantly. His internal organs shattered. This person is sowing discord. Let us join forces to kill him. The infant flood dragon hissed, his face etched with murderous intent as he glared at Honghuang. "My lord, we are here." At that moment, the earth trembled, and countless beastmen surged from all directions, surrounding Mist Mountain and sealing their escape. "Haha, splendid. Human, your demise is imminent." The two demons laughed heartily, their reinforcements having arrived. Despicable and shameless. To gang up on a mere Shin immortal? Honghuang's brows furrowed, his expression one of righteous fury. "Hee, this is how my demon clan operates. If you have the capability, then eliminate us all." The infant flood dragon mocked. "Young man, I acknowledge your strength. You are indeed a formidable opponent. But in a life and death battle, it has always been thus. If you possess the ability, summon others to join you against us," the cloud leopard concurred, gazing at Honghuang with a hint of admiration and pity. "Very well then." Honghuang shrugged, his expression one of resignation. "What, have you resigned yourself to fate?" The two demons scoffed. Everyone, together. Before the words could leave their lips, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, golden light flashing and radiant clouds billowing. Above the clouds, 100,000 celestial soldiers appeared. In front of the army stood Yaoji, the giant spirit god, the demon fork, and the fish belly, among other celestial generals. "Bold demons, how dare you encircle and attack the righteous deities of the heavenly court?" Yao Ji declared coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Honghuang. "Taiji Divine Thunder. He possesses the power of divine thunder. Brother Honghuang, you truly are remarkable. You foresaw it correctly. This band of demons indeed plotted against you." The giant spirit god's thunderous voice resonated across the heavens. The expression of the two demons shifted dramatically, horror flickering in their eyes. Had the heavenly court laid an ambush in advance? Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to arrive so swiftly. "Our plan has been exposed." The infant flood dragon's face turned ashen. Was this a mere guess, or was it sheer coincidence? "Flee." The cloud leopard moved, darting away. In this situation, victory was unattainable unless the opponent was a fool. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Yao Ji sneered, producing a spiritual treasure. Buzz. In an instant, radiant beams of light surged forth, enveloping the surroundings and forming an immense array that shrouded the entire realm. She had anticipated this news. How could she not be prepared? The cloud leopard crashed into the net of the formation and was immediately repelled by a tremendous force. Damn it! This formation can even ensnare golden immortals. The cloud leopard's expression darkened. Lung mist. Do not even think of fleeing. Let us fight with all our might. There lies a chance of victory. They possess merely 100,000 celestial soldiers, while our numbers far exceed theirs. The advantage is ours. The infant Jiao bellowed, his resounding voice echoing in all directions, addressing not only the cloud leopard but also the assembled demon army. To falter before battle is no different from awaiting death. Kill. Leave no one alive. Yaoji issued her commands, her countenance as frigid as ice. She was genuinely enraged. Charge. Annihilate these beasts. The giant spirit stepped forward, leading the charge against the two demons. Honghuang smiled faintly, opting to sit aside and meditate while examining the newly merged attributes. Chapter 29. Severing the Causal Link. Honghuang exudes the aura of the Thunder God. Hiss, a purple attribute. Upon witnessing the newly fused attribute, Honghuang gasped in astonishment. Severing causality, purple conceals heavenly secrets, evades predictions. What does this imply? With this attribute, even the saints of the heavenly Dao are unable to predict his fate. It is akin to carrying a chaos pearl. Splendid, splendid. Honghuang was overjoyed. This was akin to receiving timely assistance in dire straits. He lacked not for combat attributes nor for techniques. What he truly desired were attributes like severing causality. Furthermore, possessing this attribute would afford him the opportunity to glimpse the power of causality itself. The laws of causality ranked just below the laws of destiny among the highest principles. As Honghuang restored his magical energy, he contemplated the strength of causality. This battle would likely resolve itself without his intervention. Yaoji, being a golden immortal, combined with the innate spiritual treasures and the assistance of several other golden immortal deities, would easily overwhelm the likes of Ying Jiao and Yun Zhongbao. Honghuang initially intended to wait until he fully recovered before claiming any accolades. However, he was taken aback by Yaoji's ferocity, perhaps incited by genuine anger. She acted with remarkable decisiveness. With a swift motion, she conjured a bronze bell swirling with fragments of time. Upon the resounding chime, a mysterious light shot forth, cleaving Ying Jiao in twain, extinguishing its very soul. Is this the breaking universe bell? Honghuang was momentarily stunned, his eyes betraying a look of astonishment. It is said that the Breaking Universe Bell is one of Haotian's treasures, categorized as a top-grade innate spiritual artifact, on par with his own innate Earth Spirit Pearl. However, due to the varying degrees of refinement, the Breaking Universe Bells might far surpasses that of the innate Earth Spirit Pearl. With but a single strike, it vanquished Ingjiao. Naturally, each spiritual treasure possesses distinct functionalities. The innate Earth Spirit Pearl emphasizes defense, while the Breaking Universe Bell, capable of slicing through time and space and obliterating souls, is much more offensive in nature. With Haotian's assistance, Yao Ji's endeavor to refine the Breaking Universe Bell would not pose a significant challenge. It seems Haotian's affection for Yao Ji surpasses my expectations. Honghuang mused, a sense of helplessness washing over him. His original intent had been to seize the glory. Yet Yao Ji's swift action left him no opportunity. Witnessing Ying Jiao's instantaneous demise at Yao Ji's hands, Yin Zhangbao was nearly paralyzed with fear. I surrender. I surrender. Spare my life. He fell at his knees, pleading for mercy. Take this demon back and execute it on the execution platform to demonstrate the majesty of heaven. Yao Ji commanded with resolute authority. The celestial generals surged forward, subduing and binding Yin Zhangbao. As for the remaining lesser demons, some were captured, while others met their demise. Those who survived could not escape a visit to the execution platform. What a thoroughly exhilarating victory. The giant spirit god placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily towards the heavens. Honghuang, once more, you have been the foremost contributor to this triumph. Yao Ji turned her gaze towards Honghuang, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In that moment, she radiated elegance and grace, as gentle as flowing water. A stark contrast to the ruthless goddess of slaughter from earlier. Not at all. This victory is a collective achievement. Honghuang replied with a smile. Refusing to claim undue credit. Return to the heavenly realm. His Majesty will surely bestow merit and rewards. Yao Ji nodded and instructed those around her. Princess, I must continue my inspection of the mortal realm. I shall not return just yet. Honghuang waved his hand dismissively. Then do be careful. Without further words, Yao Ji departed with a host of celestial warriors riding on clouds. Once they had left, a celestial butterfly, formed from the essence of fortune, emerged from the center of Honghuang's brow. In a swift motion, he followed the butterfly as it soared into the distance. In the celestial hall of Lingxiao, the Tai Chi Yin Yang divine thunder. What a remarkable youth. Honghuang possesses the demeanor of a thunder god. Haotian praised exuberantly. Just moments ago, he had witnessed, through the Haotian mirror, Honghuang's fierce battle against the three demons. He had never anticipated that Honghuang could summon divine thunder. This was indeed more impressive than the thunder god himself. Once again, this lad has achieved great merit. What reward should I bestow upon him? Perhaps appoint him as a chief deity of the thunder department? Haotian pondered. The heavenly court lacked nothing except for divine positions. Given Honghuang's ability to command divine thunder, he was undoubtedly qualified for such a role. Moreover, many deities in the heavenly court held multiple positions. For instance, the giant spirit god was not only the deity of the giant gate star, but also a senior heavenly general. Likewise, the Venus star deity, while serving as a star god, also managed the daily affairs of the Immortal Slaying Platform. Very well, this shall be decided. After a brief contemplation, Haotian nodded in satisfaction. In the vast mountains, with the demonic kings Ingjiao, Qingping, and Yun Zhangbao, along with tens of thousands of demon soldiers, this plan was indeed flawless. Shangyang languidly reclined on her throne, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishing brilliance. She reveled in the delight of her scheme. The reconstruction of the demon race's former glory begins at this moment. Everything the demon race had lost shall be reclaimed bit by bit. Great demon sage. Great demon sage. At that moment, a large demon tumbled into the cavern, prostrating itself on the ground. Is there news? That human named Honghuang has perished? Shangyang lay elegantly, appearing utterly relaxed. He is dead. The large demon gasped. Upon hearing the word dead, a faint smile curled at the corners of Shangyang's lips. Just as she had anticipated, everything was under her control. Dead, but it is not that human. Ingjiao and Qingpeng have fallen. The large demon gasped for air, struggling to continue. What? A terrifying aura erupted as Shangyang sprang to her feet, instantly appearing before the large demon. Repeat what you just said. I said Qingpeng and Ingjiao have died, ambushed by the heavenly army. They were completely annihilated. That human named Honghuang is alive. The large demon stammered, nearly shattering under the pressure of her presence. Bang! Shangyang's gaze sharpened, and the large demon was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving not even a trace. Mind your words next time. Of course, there would be no next time. How could this happen? Shang Yang's expression darkened. Why had her meticulously crafted plan been uncovered by the heavenly court? The last time she could dismiss it as mere coincidence, but this time, it seems far too simplistic to attribute it to chance. Where has the issue truly arisen? Could it be that our demon clan has an undercover agent in the celestial court? Shang Yang's gaze turned frigid as this possibility struck him. No. How could my demon kin, who despise the celestial court to their very core, ever serve as spies for them? He swiftly dismissed this thought. Honghuang, Honghuang, I shall remember you. Shang Yang's expression hardened, and his murderous intent towards Honghuang reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Honghuang, following the auspicious fortune fairy butterfly, traversed countless mountains and rivers, racing through the primordial expanse of the world. The vastness of the primordial realm is boundless, without end. Even after years of flight, it amounts to but a drop in the ocean. As Honghuang accompanied the fortune butterfly, he cast his gaze over the primal lands. The evolution of the human race was remarkably swift. The Lianshan clan had officially ascended to the status of the human sovereign, honored as the divine farmer due to their monumental contributions. The Earth's sovereign was nearing the completion of his virtuous deeds. Honghuang's thoughts were myriad. After the divine farmer attained enlightenment, the human emperor Yuan would soon make his appearance. Chapter 30. The Earth's sovereign's enlightenment and the innate extraordinary treasure. The reign of the human sovereign signifies a cataclysmic trial, an inevitable tribulation that every member of the human race must endure. Presently, although humanity is experiencing rapid advancement, incessant friction among various tribes foreshadows an impending great war. It is essential for someone to rise and unify the human race. The divine Shinnong is acutely aware of this dilemma, yet he comprehends that the time is not ripe, and this formidable challenge must be left for future generations to resolve, placing his trust in their wisdom. On this day, Shinnong felt a profound sense of completion, realizing that his merits were fulfilled. He convened the leaders of all tribes for a grand ceremony atop Mount Tai. The Great Dao is above. I, Shinnong, have divided the 5 grains, tasted myriad herbs, and minted currency. Today, my merits are complete, and I shall attain the Earth Sovereign's Dao fruit for humanity. His voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. As his words echoed, the cosmos trembled violently, and an overwhelming surge of merits cascaded forth. In that moment, the power of the universe enveloped him, and Shinnong's declaration of enlightenment reverberated across all realms, proclaiming it throughout the vast wilderness. As the merits descended, Shinnong's aura soared, majestic and powerful, propelling him to the level of a semi-saint. In a distant part of the wilderness, Honghuang gazed at the sky, astonished. He had anticipated more time. Yet the moment he entertained that thought, Shinnong had already achieved enlightenment. The newly ascended semi-saint Shinnong stood as an equal to the former heavenly sovereign Fuxi, both embodying the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, just below the status of a saint. With the Earth Sovereign's enlightenment, the scene mirrored the past. The aura of the heavenly Tao enveloped the wilderness. Auspicious purple chi flowed from the east, as Taching rode in on a green ox. Shortly thereafter, Yuan sure appeared, crowned with celebratory clouds, while Tongtian tore through the void, arriving in succession. Nuwa, however, had yet to make her appearance. Yet, the 2 saints from the west had arrived. Their insatiable ambition undeterred by the humiliation they had previously faced from the 3 pure ones, they still sought to share in the spoils. Ah! Greetings to my esteemed senior brothers, Zunti said, clasping his hands in a jovial manner towards the 3 pure ones. The Western saints were recognized disciples of Hongjun, while the 3 pure ones were his direct pupils, thus differing in status. Indeed, the 3 pure ones cast a casual glance at the 2 saints, maintaining an air of indifference. The human race's Earth Sovereign had achieved complete merits and was destined to enter the Fire Cloud Cave to consolidate the fate of humanity. Lotzi spoke softly, waving his sleeve as a golden path extended towards the Fire Cloud Cave. Shinnong sighed inwardly and turned to leave. He had long anticipated this conclusion. Yet even with foreknowledge, he was compelled to act. As Shinnong stepped into the Fire Cloud Cave, a subtle smile graced the faces of the assembled saints. Congratulations! Congratulations to my senior brother and my esteemed nephew. Zuni beamed, bowing to Tongtian. At the very moment of Shinnong's enlightenment, his master, the Taoist Duobao, also absorbed merits, severing a connection to a former existence and enhancing his own cultivation. Jian, Zunti, do not waste your efforts here. The merits of the human race are not meant for the West. Tongtian scoffed, expressing himself candidly without a hint of subtlety. Tongtian, Your reasoning is quite unreasonable. Is it not? One might think the human race was your creation. The faces of the Western saints darkened, with Zuni casting disdainful remarks. Enough of this prattle. If you are unconvinced, let us engage in a contest. With that, Tong Tian summoned the 4 swords of extermination. The 2 Western sages were rendered speechless. Their faces flushed with indignation. Was this not an act of bullying the honest? Very well, let us cease this matter here. My esteemed friends, concerning the fortunes of the human race, there will be opportunities in the future. With a serene expression, I spoke and painted a grand vision. As my words concluded, the figures of the 3 pure ones vanished from sight. In Kunlun Mountain, at the Jade Void Palace, the primordial one sat upon a mat, while the 12 golden immortals stood in order below. The Emperor of Earth had achieved perfection in his merits, and the Emperor of Humanity was soon to make his appearance. Guangqingzi, the master of the Emperor of Humanity, was the only one fit for this role. "Do not disappoint my expectations," said the primordial one, his gaze settling upon a middle-aged Taoist. This individual was none other than Guangqingzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals. Upon hearing his teacher assign him such a significant responsibility, Guangqingzi's face lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude for the teacher's favor. The remaining golden immortals gazed upon him with envy. Such a coveted position seemed beyond their reach. You too shall descend the mountain and assist Guangqingzi in fulfilling this great endeavor. When the merits are completed, you shall also be endowed with virtues. The primordial one continued, revealing his grand ambitions, preparing for all 12 golden immortals to join in the accumulation of merits together. Strength lies in numbers. We shall diligently obey the teacher's decree. The assembly of immortals rejoiced in unison. Meanwhile, Honghuang followed Yuan to a celestial mountain. Another grand peak? It seems that all fortunes are intertwined with mountains. Honghuang mused as he gazed at the celestial mountain before him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, accompanying Yuan into the mountain's embrace. Soon, Yuan came to a halt. Is the opportunity here? Observing the desolate forest, Honghuang activated his heavenly eye. Suddenly, a restriction materialized before him. With the experience from previous encounters, he remained unfazed. Utilizing the heavenly eye, Honghuang deftly unraveled the restriction as if aided by divine intervention. And within a mere century, he opened a breach. Instantly, a torrent of primordial spiritual energy surged forth. A primordial spiritual treasure. Honghuang's eyes gleamed with recognition. Discerning that the opportunity within was a primordial spiritual artifact, he stepped inside. The interior also revealed a forest, seemingly indistinguishable from the exterior, save for the significantly denser spiritual energy. Before long, Honghuang stumbled upon a shimmering lake, its waters glimmering with golden light, and Dao patterns swirling, transforming into golden circular seals. I seemed to have caught a whiff of wealth. Honghuang's instincts informed him that this treasure was likely linked to riches. The dancing Dao patterns resembled ancient coins. It appears my wealth-attracting abilities are at play, Honghuang thought, his form flickering as he approached the lake's edge. He then opened his mouth and inhaled deeply, drawing the entire lake's water into his belly. Immediately, a colossal artifact resembling a copper coin soared into the air. This treasure was circular with a square hole and bore a pair of wings, its Dao patterns fluttering like snowflakes across the sky. Is this the falling treasure coin? Honghuang's pupils widened in astonishment, drawing a sharp breath. So, this mountain is indeed Wui Mountain? In the context of the investiture of the gods, the master of the falling treasure coin, Shaoxing Chaobao, was a wandering cultivator from Wui Mountain. Although these two possessed unremarkable cultivation, their extraordinary artifact left a lasting impression on him. In the midst of the Great War of Gods, Shaoxing and Chaobao utilized the falling treasure money to knock down Zhao Goming's sea-stabilizing pearl. This extraordinary spiritual treasure possessed an uncanny ability, seemingly disregarding the opponent's cultivation level, effortlessly dislodging their magical artifacts. However, ultimately, both Shaoxing and Chaobao met their demise at the hands of ordinary weapons. This indicates that the falling treasure money could only displace spiritual treasures, proving ineffective against those of inferior rank. Alternatively, it may be suggested that wielding the falling treasure money demands an exorbitant cost. Contemplating this, Honghuang could no longer restrain himself. He raised his hand and grasped the falling treasure money, his divine consciousness forcefully penetrating its essence. Does one relish the immense divine consciousness of a father? The falling treasure money is neither an exceptional innate spiritual treasure nor of inferior quality. It belongs to the realm of innate anomalies, devoid of specific grading. Nonetheless, One can ascertain its level based on the number of internal restrictions. Chapter 31. Nothing but mastery of the hands. Honghuang's divine consciousness penetrated the falling treasure coins, meticulously comprehending the wondrous applications of this treasure. The falling treasure coins are imbued with 45 innate prohibitions, comparable to the finest innate spiritual treasures. After a considerable duration, Honghuang successfully refined the first prohibition, thus acquiring knowledge of how to utilize the falling treasure coins. To his astonishment, the thick gift crab required either merit or fortune to activate its power to strike down treasures. Honghuang was taken aback. Both wealth and merit are not easily attained. Particularly merit, in the primordial world, its significance is tied to one's very existence. A being devoid of merit is inevitably ensnared by karma, facing relentless misfortune. The demon race serves as a prime example. Most of them are shackled by karma, with their merits in the negative. The decline of the demon court was partly due to the massacre of the human race, leading to their entanglement in karma and subsequent downfall. Wealth, on the other hand, is even more abstract, intrinsically linked to commerce and requiring financial transactions. In the current primordial realm, where commerce is not prominent, acquiring wealth becomes exceedingly arduous. Perhaps I could establish a commerce system to garner wealth? A sudden epiphany struck Honghuang. Why did Xiaosheng and Xiaobao meet their demise? It was due to their reckless use of the falling treasure coins, resulting in a lack of virtue and insufficient fortune, ultimately leading to their downfall. Establishing commerce and seeking wealth must commence with the human race. Only when humanity advances towards a civilized society can a perfect trading system be constructed, enabling one to become the wealthiest among them and attain the most formidable fortune. With this thought, Honghuang rose, preparing to visit the human race. He retraced his steps and exited the prohibitions. Just then, a fierce intent to kill surged forth. The primordial chessboard, the yin-yang chess pieces. In an instant, Honghuang found himself enveloped by a shadow, as if he had entered a chaotic realm, surrounded by primordial chaos. Above him, two celestial bodies, one black and one white, radiated an overwhelming malevolence, pressing down upon him. How audacious to dare seize our brother's opportunity, deserving of 1,000 deaths. We have long awaited your emergence. Once ensnared in the primordial yin-yang chessboard, even a golden immortal would meet their demise. Outside the chessboard, two Taoist figures, one plump and one lean, were sinister smiles. They were the wandering cultivators Xiaosheng and Xiaobao from Wui Mountain. Not long ago, they had discovered the prohibitions here but refrained from rushing in to seize the treasure immediately. Instead, they prudently lay in ambush, waiting for Honghuang to emerge, ready to pluck the ripe fruit. Brother Xiao, your plan is nothing short of exquisite. This fellow has truly fallen for our ruse. Once ensnared in our primordial yin-yang chessboard, no matter his prowess, he shall not escape. Xiaobao cackled, his chubby visage quivering with excitement. The primordial chessboard and yin-yang chess pieces, stemming from the same origin, though merely of the inferior innate grade, when combined, could unleash the might of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, as long as one remains trapped within. Even a celestial being could not hope to escape. Indeed, no matter how precious a treasure may be, it is of little utility without life to wield it. Those who overestimate their own abilities deserve their demise. Xiaosheng let out a cold laugh. No sooner had the words left his lips than the world, forged from the essence of yin and yang, began to tremble violently. Still attempting to resist? Allow me to refine you. With a stern expression, Xiaosheng summoned the full power of his talisman. In the next instant, a bolt of black and white lightning pierced the heavens and the earth, tearing the entire miniature world asunder, and the figure of Honghuang emerged. You are both disappointed, I see. I've heard this treasure can ensnare celestial beings, but alas, I am not one of them. Honghuang smiled faintly, his demeanor calm and collected. What appeared to be a benign smile was, in the eyes of Xiaosheng and Xiaobao, far more terrifying than that of a demon. You, a mystic immortal, how have you managed this? Xiaobao was left in a daze. What absurdity is this? Is a mystic immortal truly above a celestial being? A celestial being could not shatter it. Yet it was broken by a mystic immortal. It is simply a matter of skill. Honghuang formed his fingers into a sword and unleashed a sharp beam of sword light. Wait, let us speak. Xiaosheng hurriedly began. But before he could finish, his head was severed. Terror flashed across Xiaobao's face as he fled in a frenzy. With a mere gesture, Honghuang summoned a divine sword of pure metal lightning, cleaving him in twain. Both of them, possessing only late-stage mystic immortal cultivation, stood no chance against Honghuang at that moment. Discovered fusionable attributes, wealth and treasure, light cyan, small fortune, blue, disguise technique, blue. Greed, black. Wealth and treasure. Your financial fortune is promising. You are destined to discover a treasure related to wealth. Small fortune. Your luck has consistently been favorable. You may encounter minor opportunities. Disguise technique. Alter one's appearance and aura, making it difficult to detect. No wonder these two were able to acquire the falling treasure. They were born with financial luck. Observing the scattered attributes of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, Honghuang murmured. Unfortunately, while they possess this fortune, they failed to harness it. Otherwise, they might have achieved remarkable feats. Fusion. With a thought, Honghuang initiated the fusion of the positive attributes. The attribute wealth and treasure immediately merged with gather wealth, forming a new attribute. Prosperous wealth, Cyan, your financial fortune is extraordinary. You are destined to acquire many treasures. The other attribute, small fortune, also fused with fortune-s metamorphosis. Alas. Butterfly, have you run out? Honghuang felt a twinge of reluctance mixed with anticipation. Fortune-s metamorphosis had led him to 3 opportunities, yielding immense rewards. However, all things must come to an end. After discovering the falling treasure, Honghuang felt that the aura of fortune-s metamorphosis was nearing its depletion. This implies that this attribute can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. Were it limitless, it would not merely be a cyan attribute, but rather a golden or even a multicolored one. Small fortune and fortune-s metamorphosis are both luck-related attributes. Naturally, their fusion would also yield luck. Before long, a new attribute appeared before Honghuang's eyes. The arrival of 5 blessings, light purple. Your fortune is astonishing, destined to discover 5 innate treasures. 5 innate treasures. Honghuang's eyes brightened. The metamorphosis of fortune occurs only 3 times, while the arrival of 5 blessings guarantees the discovery of 5, with 2 additional treasures. It truly deserves the designation of light purple. What astonished Honghuang even more was that he thought this was the end. However, the final entry was the art of disguise. It was surprisingly merging with other entries. The art of disguise, skin changing, form transformation, breath concealment, and other rudimentary entries ultimately fused into one. Fetal transformation of form, light purple altering appearance, posture, and aura. All things may transform at will. Fetal transformation of form. The 36 transformations of Tiangang. A smile of delight graced Honghuang's face, his lips curving into a perfect arc. Another light purple entry had emerged. Chapter 32. Honghuang. Call me boss. The 36 transformations of Tiangang vary in strength. The more potent can reach a violet hue, exemplified by the manipulation of creation, while the weaker manifest only in blue, such as the summoning of soldiers from beans. The transformation of the fetus into form is a delicate lavender, signifying a middle tier of power, neither strong nor weak. With the ability to transform, future endeavors would undoubtedly become more manageable, Honghuang mused. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name, Honghuang Cultivation, Mid-Stage Shin Immortal, Yuan Spirit, Perfect Shin Immortal Physical Body, Footing, Innate Superior Quality Treasures, Innate Earth Spirit Pearl, Purple Gold Hammer, Falling Treasure Coins. Primordial Chessboard, Yin-Yang Chess Pieces, Xian Iron Flying Star Sword. Merit Value, 266, 500 entries. Violet, Upper Clear Immortal Technique, Taiji Yin-Yang Divine Thunder. Causality Severance, Light Violet, Golden Spirit Dao Body, Heavenly Eye Divine Pupil, 9 Breath Subjugation, Ground Gold Light, Transformation of the Fetus, 5 Blessings Arrive, Blue, Sword Heart Clarity. Mastery of Alchemy, Gluttonous Stomach, Gung Metal Heavenly Thunder, Sheep Spirit Vitality, Giant Spirit Golden Body, White Tiger Power, Summoning Soldiers from Beans, Tiangang Bodyguard, Prosperous Wealth, Void Shuttle. Light Blue, Mountain Burden, Wind and Rain Summoning. Blue, Earth Listening Technique, Withering and Flourishing, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Thunder Wing Soaring. Green, Cloud Riding, Herculean Strength, Wind Command. Honghuang, with a satisfied expression, retracted the panel. His journey to Wuyi Mountain bore immense rewards. Not only had he acquired falling treasure coins, but he had also fortuitously intercepted 2 inferior innate treasures. Though they were of lower grade, they were still rare treasures in the primordial realm. At the very least, he had slain numerous demon clans without encountering a single demon wielding innate treasures. Even the golden immortal demon kings merely utilized acquired treasures. Honghuang's gaze fell upon the corpses of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao nearby. These two, blessed with fortune, might prove to be valuable assets. He then raised his hand and directed a sheep spirit into their bodies. Employing his tried and true method, he sought to control them. Fortunately, their cultivation was only at the level of Shin Immortal. Had it been any higher, he would have faced difficulties. Meanwhile, miles away from Wui Mountain, two ghostly messengers from the underworld were merrily binding the souls of two Xian immortal spirits with iron chains, making their way towards the nether realm. Heh. Our luck is splendid this time. Two Xian immortal souls are sufficient for us to ascend to the position of chief ghost messenger, one of the messengers exclaimed cheerfully, his face radiating with dreams of advancement. He envisioned being promoted, gaining wealth, and rising swiftly to become a pillar of the underworld. Today, I consulted a ghostly matron for auspicious dates. Promotion is favored, while scheming individuals are to be avoided. The other messenger nodded in agreement. This omen is truly accurate, he exclaimed with delight. Last time, that soul inexplicably flew away. It was too strange. Otherwise, we would have already been elevated. Damn it, now I'm feeling a bit anxious. Let's hurry and leave to avoid any unforeseen incidents. What kind of ghost is this unfortunate? The other messenger chuckled. Just then, the iron chains binding the soul suddenly shifted. The smile on the ghost messenger's face froze instantaneously. Buddy, did you feel that? I felt it. Two ghostly messengers exchanged bewildered glances, as though they had encountered a phantom. I'm done with this. With that, the souls of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao uncontrollably soared into the air, vanishing in an instant without a trace. No, the two messengers fell to their knees. Despair etched on their faces. Swallow, do not leave. In Wui Mountain, Honghuang summoned the souls of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao back, granting them new corporeal forms. We meet our master, they declared, kneeling reverently as devoted acolytes. Do not call me master, refer to me as boss, Honghuang instructed, expressing his disdain for the term master, though his preference varied depending on the speaker. Yes, boss. Xiao and Qiao replied in unison. I now bestow upon you a mission. Honghuang continued, intending to integrate Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao into the human realm, where they could flourish and discover paths to prosperity. Those under the control of spiritual beings exuded unwavering loyalty, yet retained their own consciousness. Hence, with their intellect, they were well suited for this endeavor. They were already blessed with fortune, which would surely enhance their success in this pursuit. We understand, boss. The duo nodded in agreement after receiving Honghuang's command. Go forth. He gestured. Having completed this task, he departed from Wui Mountain, soaring towards the lands of humanity, with the Shinnong clan stepping back. It was now time for Xian Yuan to take action amidst the impending calamity. Honghuang transformed into an unremarkable human, embarking on a journey through various human tribes to experience their customs and culture. The current human society had gradually abandoned tribal civilization in favor of a system of towns. In his travels, he encountered not only ancient tribes but also magnificent cities. People cultivated grains, constructed edifices, and tamed beasts, creating a scene of thriving prosperity across humanity. Yet, Honghuang was acutely aware that this prosperity was but a fleeting facade, concealing imminent dangers. Tensions between tribes and towns were escalating, foreshadowing an inevitable cataclysmic war. His explorations continued for a century. One day, he entered a flourishing tribe and, beneath a grand tree by a lake, encountered a middle-aged scholar, dressed in simple linen robes. The scholar bore a furrowed brow, as if grappling with a profound dilemma. Difficult, he lamented, muttering incantations in a trance-like state. This scene piqued Honghuang's curiosity. My friend, what troubles you so? Honghuang approached the tree and sat beside the middle-aged man. Despite his century of wandering, he retained a youthful appearance, thus addressing him as my friend. The scholar glanced at Honghuang before turning away, picking up a twig to scribble on the ground. You call me my friend, do you know how to articulate the meaning of that phrase? Oh, so you cannot write? Honghuang was taken aback, then chuckled. He too picked up a twig and inscribed the character for friend upon the earth. The middle-aged gentleman gazed intently at the ancient character on the ground, his brow furrowing into a distinctive shape. What, do you not recognize it? Honghuang chuckled, casually inscribing another character. With a graceful stroke, he formed the character for person. Surely, this one must be familiar? He wrote the large character for human on the ground. Upon seeing it, the middle-aged scholar's pupils dilated, as if struck by a sudden thunderclap in his mind. I understand now. I comprehend. The reason we call it person is because it resembles a person. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he fervently grasped Honghuang's hand. Young brother, thank you for your guidance. I am deeply grateful. With that, he attempted to rise and bow to Honghuang. It's not a matter of great significance, Honghuang interjected, pulling him back and indicating that there was no need for such formality. What is there to thank for? May I inquire your name, young brother? My name is Honghuang, He replied, Honghuang. I shall remember it. The middle-aged scholar repeated the name twice, his excitement palpable, before departing. He too possessed a name. His name was Zhangjie. Chapter 33. Honghuang, is this merit given without cost? After Zhangjie departed, Honghuang continued his travels among the human race, perceiving this merely as a fleeting interlude, not dwelling upon it. Unbeknownst to him, another decade slipped by. On this day, a resounding voice echoed across the land of humanity. I, Zhangjie, today established the literary path for the human race, utilizing all things as a foundation, creating pictographic characters to complete the inadequacies of humanity. In the primal world, as the winds and clouds shifted, Zhangjie's voice resonated with the heavens and earth, circulating far and wide, reaching every corner without exception. A thunderous rumble reverberated. The very fabric of the universe trembled, awakening all living beings. What? Someone is creating human culture? The human race is feeble, lacking wisdom. What sort of characters could emerge from such a race? Is this an attempt to imitate the demon script of my kind? Sneered a powerful demon. The demon race indeed possesses its own script, crafted in ancient times by the master Kunpeng. To forge this script, Kunpeng toiled for millennia, pouring his heart and soul into the creation of 800 demon characters. In an instant, across the vast expanse of the primal realm, all saints and mighty beings turned their gazes towards Zhangjie, eager to witness what characters he might conjure. Zhangjie, is the literary ancestor about to emerge? In a certain region of the human realm, upon hearing the voice, Honghuang paused momentarily, then nodded in affirmation. During the era of Yuan, Zhangjie invented writing, bringing an end to the ancient practice of knotting ropes for record-keeping, replacing it with a more convenient written form. His contributions were immense, earning him the esteemed title of the literary ancestor of humanity. The timing coincided perfectly with Yuan's reign. At that moment, Honghuang's gaze sharpened. Activating his divine eye to pierce through the void, landing upon a refined elder. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, Honghuang's pupils widened in astonishment, and he inhaled sharply. This was none other than that middle-aged scholar. A decade had passed. He appeared older yet undeniably stronger. 10 years prior, beneath the tree, he had taught Zhangjie to write the first character. That had been a completely unintentional act. Honghuang did not believe he had imparted the knowledge of character creation to Zhangjie. Even without him, the literary ancestor would have eventually birthed the first characters. It was merely a matter of time. In the human realm, within the bear tribe, the youthful Yuan, alongside the celestial beings such as Guangchengzi, was closely observing this scene. Before them, a magical projection allowed them to witness Zhangjie's unfolding narrative clearly. Should this endeavor succeed, it would yield tremendous merit. Guangchengzi remarked, "It is indeed challenging. The creation of characters requires the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. Only then can merit descend." Taiji Zhenren chuckled, believing that with the fleeting wisdom of the human race, it would be exceedingly difficult to produce any noteworthy characters. The powerful beings from Kunlun Mountain, Shumi Mountain, the Heavenly Court, the Blood Sea of the Underworld, and the Northern Sea were all attentively watching. At this moment, as the heavens and earth responded, Zhangjie finally penned the first character. With a simple stroke and a dot, he inscribed the character for person. This uncomplicated duo of strokes manifested in the void, illuminating the universe. The golden script seemed to be imbued with life, vibrant and animated, as if a genuine human were in motion. In that instant, all the deities and immortals who had been watching gasped in awe, feeling the warmth of the world enveloping them. Within this simple character, they discerned the profound essence of the great principle of simplicity. Boom. The celestial realm trembles, and the primal chaos shifts ominously as the character emerges, reminiscent of the creation of heaven and earth. In the beginning of humanity, life arose between heaven and earth. This signifies the essence of heaven and earth. As the heavens and earth manifest, the sun and moon appear, embodying the celestial bodies. The cosmos is infused with profound mysteries. As Zhangjie's voice resonates powerfully, akin to the voice of the celestial order, with his hands gesturing in the void, he inscribes the most ancient of characters, each radiating golden brilliance, brimming with enigmatic significance, resembling the patterns of the Tao. Storms, thunder, and lightning, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each golden character illuminates the void, becoming visible to countless beings. Soon, Zhangjie inscribes 800 characters, surpassing the demonic script, yet he shows no signs of halting. How could this be possible? The frail human race. How does he possess such capability? The powerful beings of the demon race are taken aback. The human race, seemingly so weak and ephemeral, possesses such wisdom. Is this reasonable? Songjia appears to be entranced, wholly immersed in the ocean of character creation. Unbeknownst to him, he ultimately creates 3,000 characters before finally pausing. The witnessing beings are left in astonishment. Even Honghuang is taken aback. He recalls that Songjia had not created this many characters before. Could it be due to my influence? Resulting in a butterfly effect that led to the creation of 3,000 characters? The number 3,000 aligns with the principles of the Tao. Boom. As the 3,000 characters are completed, a torrent of merit radiates forth, cascading down in overwhelming waves, to the astonishment of the assembly of great beings. The golden light of merit does not solely descend upon Songjia. A portion also falls upon Honghuang. Oh, I too possess merit? Honghuang feels a surge of joy, his lips curving into a smile. Almost a third of the merit descends upon him. In an instant, Honghuang is enveloped in this merit, basking in the radiant golden light, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. Songjia aura swells as all the merit transforms into his cultivation. Today's merits are fulfilled. I thank you, young friend Honghuang, for assisting me in character creation. He gestures in gratitude towards Honghuang, his face displaying appreciation. You are too modest, venerable ancestor of writing. Honghuang returns the gesture respectfully. Honghuang, this individual possesses the merit of character creation as well? On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan sure furrows his brow slightly. This young man has an impressive background. He is not only of the human race, but also a legitimate deity of the heavenly court. Laozi, standing nearby, chuckles softly. With the revered Taishang Laojun overseeing the heavenly court, how could he remain unaware of the events occurring there? Oh, so he is that young boy. Yuan sure realizes, though his expression grows increasingly displeased. The title of the sovereign of the three realms has clouded the boy's judgment. Daring to reach out to the human race, Yuan sure snorts coldly, perceiving Hongyuan's actions as directives from Haotian, aiming to usurp the fortunes of the human emperor's tribulations. During the reign of the heavenly emperor and earthly emperor, he remained compliant. Yet when it comes to the human emperor Xin Yuan, he stretches forth his hand. Haotian does not regard himself highly. Does he believe he is the most easily intimidated among the three pure ones? Yuan sure, lost in thought, firmly embraced his idea. The child of Haotian looks down upon me. Second brother, relax. Even if Haotian had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to seize the fruits of the Chan teaching. In my view, this is all mere happenstance, chuckled Tong Tian. At this moment, the bond among the three pure ones remained unbroken, and thus, there was no division among them. Hearing this, Yuan sure cast a discontented glance at Tong Tian. It's easy for you to say. You have already reaped your rewards, standing here without a care. Third brother speaks rightly. This mere Xianxin cannot stir much turbulence. Laozi chuckled as he stroked his beard. Yuan sure nodded, choosing to say no more. This time, he had dispatched 12 golden immortals. Even if the celestial gods were to mobilize in full force, they would not create significant waves, let alone a mere Xianxian. Such is the confidence that emanates from the Chan teaching. Chapter 34. Zhuanti, this child is destined to be connected with me. The invitation from Xian Yuan to the Lingsha treasure hall. What a remarkable lad, once again surprising me. Haotian gazed at the scene reflected in the Haotian mirror with palpable excitement. Ha Yuan, bathed in virtuous merit, transcended into the sanctified realm, exuding an unspoken charm. From Honghuang, he perceived a glimmer of hope for humanity's intervention. Despite being a youth, he harbored lofty ambitions. How could he idly watch the saints consume humanity without restraint? If the heavenly court could extend a hand to humanity, gaining their friendship and a portion of their merit in the process, it would be nothing short of splendid. As the principal actors of the heavenly realm, allying with humanity was far more advantageous than incurring their wrath. The more Haotian pondered, the more exhilarated he became, lost once again in reverie. Imagining the heavenly court suppressing the primordial chaos, commanding the saints, with none daring to defy. Wait, I should first contemplate what position to bestow upon Honghuang upon his return. Haotian's thoughts shifted, his expression deep in contemplation. Following this appearance, it was likely that certain saints would seek to recruit Honghuang into their fold. Thus, he must ensure ample rewards were offered to prevent others from poaching him. Haotian's perspective was astute. Meanwhile, the two saints of the West were already deliberating on how to entice Honghuang to their domain. This child, adorned with merit, a strategy must be devised to bring him to the West. Ahem, this child is fated to join my ranks. I harbor no ulterior motives. Zhuanti gazed upon the meritorious Honghuang, nearly drooling with envy, and realizing his lapse, quickly wiped his mouth, adopting a serious demeanor to clarify. In pursuit of sanctification, They had borrowed heavenly merits, accumulating a vast debt of virtues. A pressing need for merit was evident. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Jane shook his head. A frown etched on his face. The West, a desolate wasteland. No, it is akin to a hellish realm. Who among the sane would venture here? Brother, do not underestimate ourselves. Although the West is arduous, we are still a sacred teaching. Yuan retorted, discontented. You speak wisely, my junior. Jane smiled gently, choosing not to contest further. Given the dire straits my junior faced, compliance was necessary. Daji, come here at once. Yuan's voice resonated. Thud. Daji appeared before the two saints, swept in by the tempest. Disciples bow before the great master and second master. Daji reverently greeted, grasping Yuan's foot and mimicking a gesture of kissing it. Though the foot was grimy and seldom washed, Daji showed no disdain. This was the sacred filth. And when ground, transformed into golden elixirs, bestowing great benefits. Ordinary disciples would yearn for such an opportunity, but would rarely find it. Enough. That is sufficient. Yuan, unable to withstand this exuberance, kicked Daji away. Though this fellow often behaved thusly, he remained unperturbed. Master, do you have any instructions for me? Daji crawled back, grinning mischievously. This individual is named Honghuang. I have just divined that he is destined for the West. You are to guide him here, Yuan instructed, pointing at the figure within the magical projection. Honghuang, I believe I am familiar with him. He is the one from the Dragon Palace last time. De Shiji was momentarily taken aback before he grasped the situation. Master, he has disrupted your plans. Do you still intend to extradite him to the West? He inquired, perplexed. Fool, it is precisely for this reason that I am fated to have connections with the West. I have already forgiven him, Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively, exuding an air of magnanimity. Upon hearing this, De Shiji looked at him with admiration, thinking how truly benevolent his master was. As long as you understand, Yuan said, turning his back, concealing his merits and fame. At that moment, his silhouette appeared to De Shiji as grand and towering as Mount Sumeru. Less than 30% of the merit, yet it amounted to over 10 million. When all the merits fell upon him, Honghuang was astonished to discover that the merit value had increased by over 10 million. This meant that even with less than 30% of the merit, the total was still over 10 million. He had been tirelessly slaying demons and had even rescued Jingwei, yet together they had not accumulated even 10 million merit. Yet now, merely by casually guiding Song Jie in the creation of characters, he was rewarded with over 10 million merit. It was indeed an effortless windfall. Honghuang did not use the merit to enhance his cultivation. Setting aside whether merit was a trap or not, he had no intention of doing so. He needed to reserve it for the replication of entries. It was far more prudent to advance in cultivation steadily and securely. Often, the cultivation gained through merit is merely a paper tiger. Even among saints, this holds true. Among the 6 saints, Tachin is the strongest, primarily because he severed more corpses before attaining sainthood. In contrast, the 2 saints of the West and Inwa relied heavily on amassed merit, rendering them slightly inferior. Thanks to your guidance, I have gained sudden insight into the script of the human race, Song Jie said, flying over and expressing his gratitude with a bow. Initially, he had not possessed such extensive thoughts, but after a few prompts from Honghuang, he experienced a sudden awakening, leading him to an unstoppable flow of ideas. We are all of the human race. There is no need for formality, Honghuang replied, waving his hand. Indeed, being overly courteous only creates distance, Song Jie laughed. Just as the two were conversing, a group flew over. It was Yuan and the celestial beings of the Chan sect. What shall I address this esteemed immortal? Yuan inquired, having come specifically to recruit Honghuang. Please, there is no need for formality. I am Honghuang, also of the human race. Currently serving as a sun god in the heavenly court, Honghuang introduced himself. So you are a celestial being, Yuan exclaimed, his face revealing astonishment and admiration. For a postnatal human to ascend to the position of a celestial god in the heavenly court is no simple feat as for the celestial beings of the Chan sect. Upon hearing Honghuang's identity, their reactions were rather muted. Some even displayed contempt in their eyes. In their view, a celestial god of the heavenly court was inferior to a registered disciple of the saintly teachings, let alone compared to their own golden immortals. Honghuang, would you be willing to join me in conquering the world? Yuan continued earnestly, gazing sincerely at Honghuang, the young emperor brimming with ambition. This. Honghuang hesitated, pondering how to respond. Just then, Guangqingzi, standing beside Yuan, interjected, Disciple, since this individual is from the heavenly court, let it be. He is merely a Xianxian. His presence makes no difference. He wore an expression of indifference, with an air of arrogance etched between his brows, resembling a diminutive primordial being. In the eyes of the Chan sect followers, anyone who did not belong to their ranks was deemed to possess shallow fortunes, or was merely a creature adorned with fur and horns. Originally hesitant, Honghuang found clarity in his thoughts upon hearing these words. If Guangqingzi did not wish for him to join, then he would resolve to do so. Although I am a rightful deity of the celestial court, I am also tasked with the responsibility of patrolling the mortal realm. While I may not be of great assistance, I can still offer my modest support, Honghuang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Guangqingzi's brows furrowed slightly, casting a discontented glance at Honghuang. Assisting the Emperor Xianyuan was the sustenance of the Chan sect. How could a mere celestial being dare to stake a claim? It was sheer folly. Meanwhile, as Guangqingzi scrutinized Honghuang, the latter discreetly assessed Guangqingzi, examining the nuances of his character. Chapter 35 Golden Entries. The confidence of Guangqingzi, Yuqing celestial art, purple the supreme method passed down by the Yuqing saint, possessing exceptionally high magical quality. 8-9 Mysteries. Light gold the complete version of the 8-9 Mysteries, fully cultivated, allowing the physical body to reach the quasi-saint realm. Saint's personal transmission. Light purple a disciple personally taught by the Yuqing saint. Dual sword chi. Light purple the supreme sword chi emitted by the dual swords of yin and yang. 12 golden immortals. Blue the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching. Divine favor. Blue you are greatly favored by the Yuqing saint. Innate beings. Blue you are an innate being, far surpassing those of acquired nature. Fortune at hand. Blue you possess good fortune and are likely to encounter numerous opportunities. Honghuang felt a surge of astonishment. Guangqingzi's entries were nothing short of magnificent, particularly the light gold entry. The complete version of the 8-9 Mysteries bore a light gold classification, whereas the version possessed by Taoist Duobao could only be cultivated up to the 8th level, thus it was merely purple. This illustrates the Yuanshi Tianzuan's profound affection for Guangqingzi, even bestowing upon him the complete version of the 8-9 Mysteries. The entry, Divine Favor, speaks volumes. Only Guangqingzi possesses this unique entry, a bespoke distinction absent from the other disciples of the saints. Qingzi, I shall refer to you as the little Yuanshi of the Chan teaching. Honghuang mused inwardly. Junior brother, what rank is the Detour god? At that moment, Tai Zhenren, standing behind Guangqingzi, chuckled and inquired of a short and stout Taoist beside him. That Taoist was none other than the vertically challenged Zhu Lusun. Additionally, there were several other golden immortals present, including Ci Hang Daoran, Pu Xian, and Wen Shu. Perhaps it is 7th rank, or was it 6th? Upon hearing Tai Zhenren's words, Zhu Lusun adopted a pensive demeanor, striving to recall the details. Never mind. Let us just say it's 6th rank. Tai Zhenren waved his hand dismissively, a teasing smile adorning his face. At this, Honghuang slightly furrowed his brow. Tai Zhenren's tongue was indeed quite sharp. All right, let us be on our way. Guangqingzi spoke with an air of indifference, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. In his eyes, Honghuang was merely a minor celestial being, hardly worthy of extensive dialogue. In other words, such a level of insignificant character was not even qualified to engage in conversation with him. Had it not been for Xuanyuan's insistence on coming, he would have had no interest in attending. Honghuang observed Guangqingzi's retreating figure and discreetly activated the entry copying function. The following entries can be copied. 8-9 Mysteries, light gold 15 million merits, Yuqing celestial art, purple 5 million merits, dual swords, light purple 280,000 merits. I shall copy the 8-9 Mysteries. Without much hesitation, Honghuang decided, for he was currently cultivating the Qingxian art and lacked not for spiritual cultivation methods. In comparison, the 8-9 Mysteries held greater significance. Moreover, his merits were sufficient. Missing this opportunity may mean an indefinite wait for the next one. As Honghuang's thoughts crystallized, 15 million merits vanished in an instant. He found himself once again destitute, left with just over 300,000 merits. In his most impoverished moments, he had only 3 million. Soon, a pale golden inscription gradually manifested upon Honghuang, the 8-9 profound art. However, at the moment of its emergence, the inscription began to merge with the original Titan golden body. What on earth? Honghuang was taken aback, quickly realizing the implications, his breath quickening. The pale golden radiance grew ever more resplendent. Ultimately, a golden inscription was born. 9 transformations of profound art, gold the most powerful physical cultivation technique of the primordial era. Perfected through 9 transformations, achieving sanctity in the flesh. Hiss. It turned gold. Honghuang felt a thrilling tingle across his scalp. He never anticipated that the 8-9 profound art could merge with the Titan golden body to form the 9 transformations of profound art. Splendid, splendid. Guangchengzi, you have bestowed upon me a tremendous gift. At this moment, Honghuang yearned to express his gratitude to Guangchengzi's ancestors. With the arrival of the 9 transformations of profound art, the path of physical cultivation was entirely completed. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Honghuang was elated to discover that several orbs of inscriptions quietly lay scattered where Guangchengzi and the others had departed. Fusion inscriptions discovered. 3 heads, 6 arms, green. Big Dipper sword technique, green. Ground as steel, green. Intro to formation, blue. 3 heads, 6 arms. A combat technique created by Tai Jinren. It allows the simultaneous wielding of multiple spiritual treasures and various divine abilities, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Big Dipper sword technique. A sword technique inspired by the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, with sword energy akin to the stars, possessing boundless might. Ground as steel. One of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, capable of rendering the earth as resilient as divine steel, making it the nemesis of earth-based techniques. Intro to formation. You possess a basic understanding of formations, having just embarked on this path. Excellent, excellent. Fusion. Honghuang smiled. These inscriptions were quite useful, especially the 3 heads, 6 arms, enabling the simultaneous activation of multiple spiritual treasures and divine abilities. Mother need no longer worry about the spiritual treasures running out. Subsequently, Honghuang bid farewell to Sangre and returned to the heavenly court to report. Upon reflection, it had been nearly a millennium since his descent. Meanwhile, in the Bear tribe, disciple, the time is nigh. It is time to unify the human race. Only then can your merits rival those of the 2 sovereigns of heaven and earth, achieving complete virtue. Guangchengzi, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of profound mystery. Master, the human realm is vast and diverse in customs. It may not be so simple. Moreover, unification is bound to incite bloodshed. Yuan expressed his concerns. The final words left unspoken. In truth, he yearned to emulate the 2 earlier human sovereigns, not wishing to incite slaughter. However, Guangchengzi held a different perspective. He fervently hoped Yuan would accomplish great feats, attaining the status of human sovereign, thus allowing him to reap the benefits. But after much contemplation, he realized that what needed to be done had already been accomplished by Fuxi and Shinno. He could only aim for the unification of the human race to achieve magnificent accomplishments and establish the human sovereign. As for the bloodshed, Guangchengzi dismissed it as a minor concern, not a significant issue. Disciple, how can a sovereign possess the compassion of a woman? How have I taught you? Upon hearing Yuan's words, Guangchengzi's countenance darkened. How could such a formidable man have produced a disciple as seemingly weak as Yuan? In reality, Yuan was not weak. He merely could not bear to witness the suffering of the beings upon the human realm. Your concerns are utterly unwarranted, with my guidance and that of my esteemed seniors. The unification of the human race is but a trivial endeavor. Guangchengzi spoke coldly, his brow adorned with an air of arrogance. Such is the confidence of the Chan teaching. Understood, master. Yuan nodded slightly, at a loss for words, having been subtly persuaded. Prepare yourselves. Within a millennium, I expect to witness the unification of humanity. Guangchengzi commanded. Meanwhile, as Yuan diligently prepared, in the southern territories of the human realm, a tribe known as Julie welcomed the birth of a remarkable infant. This child, silent and composed, possessed an extraordinary nature, each hand grasping a character that, when combined, formed the name Chiyo. His father could not help but exclaim, "My son embodies the stature of an emperor." Chapter 36. The Great Wisdom, Are You Boasting? The Supreme General of the Yin-Yang Thunder Mansion. The Jiuli tribe is no ordinary human tribe. As early as the era of the Lich, the Witch clan captured humans to serve as breeding vessels, resulting in a lineage of human witch hybrids, of which the Jiuli tribe is one. From a young age, Chiyu displayed remarkable ambition, vowing to achieve great feats. The chieftain of Jiuli rejoiced at this revelation and declared his intention to pass on the chieftaincy to Chiyu upon his coming of age. Shortly after Chiyu's birth, several extraordinary infants also emerged within the Jiuli tribe. Meanwhile, after departing from the human realm, Honghuang soared towards the heavenly court. As he approached the southern heavenly gate, a streak of golden light rushed towards him, blocking his path. It was the infinite saint. Greetings, fellow Taoist Honghuang, the newcomer said. It was none other than the Great Wisdom, sent to escort Honghuang to the west. Are you? The Great Wisdom? Honghuang paused, momentarily taken aback. As he noticed the shabby appearance of the monk before him, such poverty could only be found in the West. Indeed, it is I. The Great Wisdom managed a congenial smile. The two saints mentioned that you share a connection with the West. Would you be willing to accompany me to Mount Sumeru? It is vast and abundant, with endless delicacies and celestial elixirs in abundance. The Great Wisdom spoke with great enthusiasm, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. Do you expect me to believe that? Honghuang chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. Are you trying to fool me? Such claims cannot be sincere. I consume celestial elixirs like staple food. The Great Wisdom puffed out his chest, earnestly explaining, in truth, the last time I tasted a so-called celestial elixir was from the Sacred Filth brand. I have likely forgotten the true flavor of a real elixir. Apologies, but I only consider the 9 Revolutions golden elixir as my sustenance. Anything else makes me cough. I shall not be going to the West, Honghuang shrugged, expressing his reluctance. What? You consume the 9 Revolutions golden elixir as food? The Great Wisdom's eyes lit up with excitement. You must be boasting. I refuse to believe it. Believe it or not, I shall take my leave. Honghuang sidestepped the Great Wisdom, intending to depart. Wait, you cannot leave. The Great Wisdom, growing frantic, felt as though hearing of such a splendid life was more painful than death itself. What? Do you intend to forcibly drag me to the West? Honghuang turned back, a cold smile gracing his lips. You must accompany me to the West today. The Great Wisdom's expression twisted in fury, nearly losing his composure. You are enjoying a good life? That cannot be allowed. You must suffer alongside me in the West. If you refuse to comply, I shall enforce your transcendence. I am a celestial deity appointed by the Heavenly Emperor. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? What Heavenly Emperor? Is he truly greater than my teachings? The Great Wisdom blurted out, disregarding the significance of Yuan. Just as his words fell, a terrifying hand emerged from the southern heavenly gate, exuding immeasurable celestial authority, and swatted the Great Wisdom away. He flew towards the west like a shooting star, becoming a mere black dot before vanishing from sight. As the hand withdrew, tranquility returned to the cosmos. When the Great Venerable appeared, he was promptly captured by the heavenly mirror, as he was perilously close to the southern heavenly gate. Coupled with his formidable cultivation, naturally, their dialogue was also overheard by the heavenly sovereign. Humph! Does even a disciple from the West dare to disregard me? Within the Lingxiao Hall, the heavenly sovereign's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. Unable to contend with a sage, must I also falter against a disciple of a sage? Just as I suspected, Honghuang's performance has indeed caught the attention of the sage. Thankfully, the West is impoverished, otherwise. A tremor of unease coursed through the heavenly sovereign. Had the 3 purities extended an olive branch, who knows what might have transpired? Fortuitously, it was merely a beggar from the West. It seems I must amplify the rewards. With a flicker of thought, the heavenly sovereign summoned the star of the morning. This great lion possesses remarkable audacity, daring to demean the heavenly sovereign at the gates of the celestial court. Honghuang chuckled, his form soaring towards the southern heavenly gate. Upon returning to the celestial court, he first went to report. After completing his duties, Honghuang departed from the celestial execution platform, preparing to retreat for seclusion and cultivation. Just then, the star of the morning arrived with a decree in hand. Honghuang, you have finally returned. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The star of the morning laughed heartily, though he had just received the decree and was merely feigning anticipation. What is this? Honghuang was taken aback, pointing at the decree with curiosity. The decree of the Heavenly Emperor. The star of the morning unfolded the document, a beam of golden light shooting toward the heavens. The sun-riding deity Honghuang has rendered meritorious service in vanquishing demons, his mystical powers profound. Henceforth, he is appointed as the general of the Yin-Yang Thunder Palace, commander of the clouds and thunder, wielding authority over thunderous punishments, ranking as a 4th-rank deity. The heavenly sovereign, with the celestial mandate in his mouth, uttered the decree, and an invisible force coalesced around Honghuang. Simultaneously, it was proclaimed throughout the celestial court. Yin-Yang Thunder Palace. General, deity of the Thunder Department. Honghuang was at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. He now held 3 positions. As a 4th-rank deity, he was considered a mid-level deity within the celestial court. I already bear the responsibilities of the celestial executioner and the sun-riding deity. Can I truly assume the role of the Thunder Department's deity as well? Honghuang chuckled helplessly at the star of the morning. I never anticipated that upon my return, I would be bestowed with an official title. Utilizing talent according to capability, my dear Honghuang, you possess such merit. Besides, who doesn't he hold multiple divine titles? The star of the morning patted Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him to adapt. After all, the celestial court has a multitude of vacancies. It is no grand affair to hold concurrent positions. Wouldn't it be delightful to receive multiple salaries? At this, Yuan shrugged his shoulders. What more can I say? The celestial court is indeed in dire need of deities. Each individual must juggle several divine roles. The general of the Yin-Yang Thunder Palace is one among the deities of the Thunder Court. The position of the Thunder Department leader, the Heavenly Lord of Thunder, is currently vacant. Following that are the core deities of thunder and lightning, along with the 5 commanders and 36 thunder generals. His new role places him among the thunder generals. Beneath them are the 24 protectors, the wind and rain masters, and the 5 thunder kings. By the way, this is an additional reward from His Majesty. The Tai-Bai Jinxing retrieved a peach, the size of a bowl, from his sleeve. Its surface shimmered with flowing purple patterns, releasing an enticing fragrance. The purple patterned peach, a fruit that ripens once every 9,000 years. Even I have only savored one thus far. With a face full of envy, Tai-Bai Jinxing handed the peach to Yuan, whose eyes brightened with excitement as he eagerly accepted it. This was the legendary peach that only the Monkey King had tasted. A 9,000-year-old purple patterned peach, consuming just 1 grant's longevity equal to that of the heavens. Moreover, such a supreme innate spiritual fruit possesses boundless benefits for refining the physical body. The reason Sun Wukong's flesh remains indestructible, impervious even to the 8 trigrams furnace, is due to his consumption of peaches and the 9 revolutions golden elixir. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. In comparison to promotions, this peach feels far more tangible. I shall not impose further. I will simply report to the Thunder Department when time permits. Tai-Bai Jinxing smiled, waved his hand, and turned to depart. Subsequently, Yuan exchanged his merits for a 4 revolutions golden elixir and hurried back to the day toward deity's abode. It was time to break through to the golden immortal level. Chapter 37, The 5 Transformations of Profound Arts, Ascending to the Golden Immortal. In the divine residence of the Day Wanderer, Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat, producing a purple-patterned peach of immortality, and began to consume it. As he devoured a single peach, the potent essence of the innate spiritual roots swiftly surged within him. Yuan activated the 9 transformations of profound arts and the supreme celestial technique, refining this immense power. For an ordinary person, consuming a single purple-patterned peach of immortality would result in an immediate ascent to the heavens, granting them longevity equal to that of the celestial realms. Yuan was in the process of reconstructing his physical form. The transformations of the profound arts progressed. First transformation, second transformation, third transformation. Each transformation corresponded to different realms, the first to the earth immortal, the second to the heavenly immortal, and so forth. Upon achieving the 4th transformation, Yuan's physical realm reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage. Although he remained at the same level, his physical strength had significantly surpassed that which he had attained while cultivating the giant spirit golden body. With renewed vigor, he endeavored to break through to the golden immortal realm. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the great sage of the West transcended time and space, crashing into Mount Sumera head first. The might of Hao Yan's palm was formidable indeed. The 2 saints of the West sensed the disturbance and were immediately incensed. Who dares to trespass upon our sacred western mountain? They exclaimed. Great sage, what has transpired? Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the wayward disciple, the great sage. What manner of appearance is this? As the 2 saints swiftly approached, Yuan pinched the great sage and lifted him up. With a thud, the great sage knelt before Yuan. Clasping his leg and weeping, Master, you must advocate for me. In an impulsive moment, he licked the saint's leg, savoring its sanctity. Impudent fool! Yuan kicked him away, sending him flying. What has happened? Were you not tasked with guiding Yuan? Why have you returned in such a state? Master, I have complied with your commands and sought to guide Yuan. I pleaded with him, but this rascal despises our western poverty and refuses to come. The great sage's face was a portrait of grievance. Did you not enlighten him about the merits of the West? Yuan Ti's expression darkened. Merits? Are there any? The great sage hesitated, his head adorned with question marks. He was oblivious to any virtues the West might possess, save for the esteemed legs of his 2 masters, which he selfishly wished to keep to himself. Begone! After a protracted silence, Yuan finally lost his composure. In truth, he too could not fathom what enticing qualities the West might offer. It was utterly devoid of competitiveness. If one were to seek the prestige of a sage, would not the teachings of the 3 pure ones from the East be far more appealing? Hao Yan has gone too far, daring to strike at my Western disciple. Once the great sage departed, Yuan Ti's countenance turned ominously cold as he cast his gaze toward the east. The Dao ancestor's disciples must possess some semblance of authority. This incident revealed how much Yuan valued this individual, even resorting to personal intervention. Rest assured, this karmic debt shall be duly noted by this humble monk, the guide said with a cheerful demeanor. With a cold snort, Yuan Ti retorted, "Do you believe offending the West will lead to a favorable outcome? Such a notion is utterly naive. Sooner or later, this will be repaid tenfold. Without a billion merits, this matter remains unresolved. Disciple, the impending calamity of the human emperor draws near. Should we not deliberate on what benefits the Western realms might derive from this tribulation?" The benevolent visage of the guiding sage reveals a shadow of concern as he observes the teachings being monopolized by the human race, and his anxiety is palpable. The human emperor's tribulation presents the final opportunity that we in the West must not squander. With unwavering resolve, Yuan Ti contemplates whether this is indeed the sole chance for this individual. I have dispatched the medicine master Li to infiltrate the human realm in search of opportunities, and I trust that good news will soon arrive. A subtle smile graces Yuan Ti's lips, radiating an air of strategic foresight and assured victory. Ah, indeed. The guiding sage nods slightly, acknowledging the wisdom of his capable disciple. In the heavenly court, within the daytime God's abode, an indeterminate amount of time passes before Honghuang, in deep meditation, suddenly opens his eyes. An overwhelming aura emanates from him, as if he were a force of nature. Every pore of his body exudes an immortal, radiant light, and within his flesh, the indestructible essence intertwines, heralding a further evolution of his physical form, akin to a primal spiritual treasure. With the fifth transformation of his profound skill, such terror is unleashed. A fleshly body of golden immortal status, indestructible and eternal. As he senses the transformation of his corporeal form, awe illuminates Honghuang's eyes. The golden immortal is far more formidable than he had ever envisioned. The golden immortal is indeed immortal. At this level, the concept of lifespan becomes irrelevant, unless, of course, one falls to a more powerful adversary. Simultaneously, the innate spiritual power of the purple-patterned peach elevates his primordial spirit cultivation to the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. If only I could consume a purple-patterned peach daily. Honghuang muses, chuckling at his own whimsical thought. In truth, whether it be the peach or the golden elixir, the initial consumption yields the most potent effects, diminishing with each subsequent intake. If one were to rely on them as sustenance, the benefits would become negligible, potentially even adverse. It is time for my primordial spirit to break through. With that, Honghuang retrieves a fourth-tier golden elixir and, with a surge of determination, endeavors to penetrate the barrier of the golden immortal's primordial spirit. Given his foundations and the techniques he has cultivated, breaching the threshold of the golden immortal realm should pose little challenge. After a considerable duration, a terrifying aura ascends before settling into tranquility, marking Honghuang's successful breakthrough to the early stages of the golden immortal realm. His primordial spirit is now enveloped in a golden essence, appearing all the more fortified. With both his primordial spirit and corporeal body attaining golden immortal status, Honghuang beams with satisfaction. In this realm, even amidst the vastness of the primordial world, he stands as a formidable power. In the heavenly court, this holds even truer. Let me examine my attribute panel. With a mere thought, a luminous screen unfurls before his eyes. Name, Honghuang cultivation level, early stage golden immortal, Yuanshin. Early stage golden immortal, physical body, background, innate supreme quality treasures, innate earth spirit pearl, purple gold hammer, falling treasure money, primordial chessboard, yin-yang chess pieces. Xiantai flying star sword. Merit value, 3, 588, 600 attributes. Gold, 9 transformations mystical art. Purple, supreme clarity celestial scripture, Taiji yin-yang divine thunder. Causality severance, light purple, golden spirit Dao body, heavenly eye divine pupil, 9 breaths of qi, grounding golden light, embryonic transformation, 5 blessings descend. Blue, 3 heads and 6 arms. Enlightened sword heart, mastery and alchemy, gluttonous stomach, gung metal heavenly thunder, sheep spirit vitality, steel from earth, white tiger's might, beings transform into soldiers, heavenly gang bodyguard, prosperous fortune. Light blue, mountain bearing, wind and rain calling. Blue, earth listening technique, withering and flourishing, mirror flower water moon, thunder wing soaring. Array path entry. Green, cloud riding, Herculean strength, wind mastery. The blue attributes are particularly numerous. Yet the most striking remains the singular golden attribute. Even among the most esteemed disciples of saints, possessing a golden attribute is not guaranteed. Honghuang, quite satisfied, stowed away the panel. After such an extensive period of seclusion, the lower realm must be embroiled in conflict by now, he pondered. At this moment, Yuan should be embarking on a journey to conquer the world. However, Honghuang was acutely aware that despite the assistance of Guangqingzi, this campaign would be arduous. In the early stages, Yuan faced repeated defeats, earning the title of a perennial loser. Were it not for the will of heaven, the victor of the Battle of the Deer might still be uncertain. It is time to descend to the lower realm. With a single step, Honghuang vanished from sight. Chapter 38. A Show of Power? This strike pierces heaven and earth. Honghuang departed from the sun god's abode, preparing to descend to the mortal realm. However, before doing so, he needed to report to the Thunder Department. The Thunder Department resides in the 18 layers of heaven, with its core region known as Thunder City. After navigating through numerous barriers, Honghuang finally arrived at Thunder City, a vast, ancient metropolis, standing firm amidst the boundless sea of thunder, unchanged since time immemorial. This was the headquarters of the Thunder Department. This is my token. Upon reaching the city gate, Honghuang wasted no words and presented his Thunder Department token, inscribed with the words General of the Yin-Yang Thunder Court in 7 characters. It shimmered with golden light, radiating an aura of divine might. General, please this way, the guarding celestial soldier respectfully said after examining the token. Honghuang's renown had spread throughout heaven since his appointment as the sun god, and now he had been conferred as the official deity of the Thunder Department, a 4th-grade celestial being. To this day, he had become one of the most illustrious deities in heaven. The celestial soldier, cautious not to show any negligence, hurriedly led Honghuang to the Thunder Lord's abode. Currently, as the position of the celestial Lord of Thunder was vacant, the affairs of the Thunder Department were temporarily overseen by the Thunder Lord. Thus, Honghuang was to report to the Thunder Lord's residence. General, this is the place. The Thunder Lord is waiting for you inside. You may enter on your own, the celestial soldier said with utmost reverence. Honghuang nodded and strode into the Thunder Lord's palace. Inside the Grand Hall, the Thunder Lord sat at the head of the table, flanked by Marshal Ma, various Thunder Generals, and assisting deities responsible for summoning clouds and rain. Upon entering, Honghuang immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Was this a show of power? His mind stirred, yet he maintained a composed exterior. His gaze swept over the deities present, finally resting on the middle-aged man at the head of the table. Greetings, Thunder Lord, he said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, neither servile nor arrogant. It seems we have met before? The Thunder Lord paused momentarily before speaking. Indeed, as you say, we had a brief encounter in the Thunder Realm, Honghuang replied, recalling the memory. The Thunder Realm. I remember now, the Thunder Lord said, realization dawning upon him. I never expected. Your Majesty would confer upon you the title of official deity of the Thunder Department and the foremost among the 36 Thunder Generals. The Thunder Lord mused to himself, his expression remaining neutral. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, piercing and intense, fixed upon Honghuang. While I do not concern myself with your Majesty's decree of your ascension to Thunder Deity, as the one responsible for the Thunder Department, I must bear full accountability. The Thunder Department does not harbor idlers. I must inquire, as the chief of the Thunder Generals, do you comprehend the art of thunder manipulation? The Thunder Lord's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the hall. He sat there like a thunderous ancestor, emanating a terrifying presence that suppressed all. In that moment, the expressions of the Thunder Deity shifted, as though unable to withstand the weight of this power. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Honghuang remained unshaken, exuding tranquility as he calmly replied with 2 words, a little understanding. It is well known that mastery of a technique encompasses various levels: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and a little understanding. Very well. Since you possess some understanding, I shall test your abilities to see if you are fit to assume the position of the Thunder God General. Suddenly, Lei Gong rose, enveloped by crackling thunder, his eyes transforming into a dazzling shade of purple gold. If the esteemed one has expressed interest, then let us proceed. Honghuang narrowed his eyes, eager to gauge the true strength of this master of the Thunder Department. Lei Gong's cultivation had already reached the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, a formidable presence within the celestial realm, albeit only within this era of the heavenly court. Should the events of the investiture of the gods come to pass, such prowess would surely become commonplace. Let us go forth and engage in battle. With a grand sweep of his hand, Lei Gong dashed out of the grand hall, soaring into the boundless sea of thunder. Honghuang followed closely behind. Onward, onward. An exhilarating spectacle awaits. This newcomer possesses remarkable audacity to challenge the esteemed Lei Gong. Soon, we shall discern whether he truly possesses merit or is merely a fade, regardless of his capabilities. It is inconceivable that he could defeat Lei Gong within the thunderous expanse. Indeed, this is the sovereign's domain. The deities of the Thunder Department engaged in fervent discussions, relishing the unfolding drama. During this test, I shall employ only 30% of my strength. Should you endure for 10 breaths, it shall serve as proof of your capability. Lei Gong stood resolute amidst the thunderous sea, hands clasped behind his back. Only 10 breaths? Honghuang felt a twinge of regret, sensing that such a brief span would not suffice for him to showcase his abilities. Prepare yourself. Lei Gong raised a finger, unleashing a bolt of azure thunder that surged toward Honghuang. This was the thunder of Wood, a force imbued with both vitality and destruction. The esteemed one is earnest, employing the power of thunder from the outset. Do you believe Honghuang can withstand 10 breaths? I have heard he possesses only the cultivation of a mystic immortal. How could he possibly endure? Unless Lei Gong holds back, it is utterly impossible. The onlooker speculated, viewing the situation with keen interest. With Honghuang's mere mystic immortal status, the chasm between him and a Tai golden immortal is unfathomable. Even if Lei Gong utilizes only 30% of his strength, it remains beyond what a mystic immortal could withstand. The disparity is stark. At this very moment, confronted by the ferocious thunder, Honghuang stood immobile, displaying an air of nonchalance as he pointed to the void. With a resounding crash, a golden thunderous sword cleaved through the air, shattering the azure thunder of Wood. Gold conquers wood. In terms of offensive prowess, the thunder of Gung metal is indeed superior. Ah, I have underestimated you. You truly embody the essence of the thunder god. Lei Gong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Next, the domain of water and fire thunder. In an instant, the sea of thunder erupted. The intertwining forces of water and fire thunder coalesced into a formidable realm of thunder that enveloped Honghuang. This was the power of the thunder of Bing fire and the thunder of Kuei water. The esteemed one has even summoned the domain of water and fire thunder. The deities gasped in astonishment, realizing that the fusion of these two opposing thunders, one representing Yin and the other Yang, created a veritable inferno. You shall find it impossible to breach the domain of water and fire thunder. However, enduring for 10 breaths would still be commendable. Lei Gong murmured to himself, beginning to acknowledge Honghuang's performance. Within the domain, the relentless forces of the two thunders rampaged with unrestrained fury. Almost there, no more games. Honghuang sensed the profound essence of the thunder domain, and with a gentle lift of his palm, the Taiji Yin-Yang divine thunder materialized within his grasp. Go. This strike pierced through the heavens and the earth. The black and white hues of the divine thunder shattered the thunder domain, manifesting before the eyes of the deities. Yin-Yang. The Yin-Yang divine thunder. This fellow has actually mastered the power of divine thunder. No wonder. No wonder His Majesty has conferred upon him the title of Grand General of the Yin-Yang Thunder Mansion. The righteous gods of the Thunder Department suddenly understood, their widened eyes now enveloped by the dual colors of Yin and Yang. At this moment, the most astonished was none other than the Thunder Lord. Staring in disbelief at the Taiji divine thunder before him, Honghuang stood firm in the Taiji stance, divine thunder shielding his form, charging forth with the speed of lightning. My lord, it is my turn now. The 10 breaths are nearly upon us. Urgency is palpable. Boom. The Thunder Lord was momentarily stunned, unable to react before being propelled away, crashing deep into the Thunder Sea. Chapter 39. Ascending to the rank of Earth Punisher. The Great Hunt in the Central Plains. The Taiji Imperial Edict. Guided by Yin and Yang, Honghuang combined his fingers into a sword, summoning the full force of the Thunder Sea, preparing to unleash a formidable strike upon the Lord of Thunder. His aura surged forth, unmasked, as his spirit reached its zenith. Wait, the 10 breaths have elapsed. Just as his words fell, the Lord of Thunder stumbled out of the Thunder Sea. Has he arrived? It seems not quite yet. Honghuang's expression turned perplexed. Was it not here moments ago? The Lord of Thunder waved his hand, striving to steady the tumult within. Had that strike landed upon him, it would have surely inflicted grievous harm. So, does this imply your surrender? Honghuang chuckled. Cough. Consider yourself fortunate. It appears I have been blind to your prowess. I should have realized, Your Majesty would not bestow upon you the title of the Thunder Department's divine being without cause. It dawned on him that he was on the first tier, while the Lord of Thunder resided on the fifth. The Lord of Thunder sighed. His earlier majesty evaporated. Thunder repairmen were straightforward, speaking candidly without pretense. He bore no intention of making things difficult for Honghuang. It was merely a matter of duty. Now that Honghuang's strength was acknowledged, he was seen as an ally. At this moment, the surrounding divine beings of the Thunder Department were left astounded. Goodness, did you all notice? The Lord of Thunder just panicked. What does this signify? Remarkable. Our Thunder Department has gained another formidable force. He shall lead the Thunder Generals. And I wholeheartedly endorse this. This individual is truly impressive. I cannot compare. Marshal Ma expressed his admiration. Recognizing that Honghuang's ability to compel the Lord of Thunder to halt was a testament to his might. With a combat power of merely 6,000, Honghuang exceeded at least 10,000. As a fellow Golden Immortal, Marshal Ma conceded that Honghuang would undoubtedly surpass him in combat prowess. It seemed the second-in-command position would soon need to be relinquished. Marshal Ma sighed deeply. Let us celebrate the Grand General. With a grand gesture, the Lord of Thunder beckoned the assembly of deities, leading them into the Lord of Thunder's residence. After his departure, a luminous orb of text lay quietly on the ground. It appeared the defeat trigger had been activated. Honghuang smirked. Defeating an opponent yields a chance for a word orb to drop. And it seemed this was indeed the case. Discovered a fusionable word orb, Yang Fire Heavenly Thunder, Qing the Heavenly Thunder of the 5 elements fire, embodying supreme Yang and rigidity. Infused with the destructive force of thunderous flames. Yang Fire Heavenly Thunder, also known as Yang Fire Thunder, is a branch of the 5 elements divine thunder, akin to the Gung Metal Heavenly Thunder. Quite remarkable. Honghuang nodded inwardly, fusing the word orb, and strode confidently into the Lord of Thunder's residence. After the celebrations, the Lord of Thunder brought Honghuang to the Heavenly Army Department, stating, Honghuang, you are now the Grand General of the Thunder Department, commanding 10,000 heavenly soldiers. You may select 2 ordinary heavenly generals and 10,000 heavenly soldiers to assist you in executing your duties. Honghuang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the divine being of the Thunder Department could command troops. However, his position was unique, requiring not only the execution of divine punishment, but also the expulsion of malevolent forces and the safeguarding of peace between the heavenly realm and the mortal world. Such tasks could not be accomplished alone. He would need subordinates to collaborate. Soon after, Honghuang selected 2 celestial generals, one named El Hua and the other Xingrong, both of whom were at the mid-level of the profound immortal realm. The remaining 10,000 heavenly soldiers were to be allocated at random. Upon returning to Thunder City, Honghuang commanded, El Hua, Xingrong, you shall first lead the troops in practicing battle formations. I will inform you of any tasks at the earliest opportunity. The 2 generals bowed in compliance and took their leave. Subsequently, Honghuang detached himself from the Thunder Department and returned to the Slaying Immortal Platform. Having now transcended to the Golden Immortal stage, it was time for him to ascend to the Earth Executioner. The Earth Executioner possesses the authority to execute sins committed by Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals, with the rewards for such tasks being considerably more favorable. Naturally, he would not be modest about this. By heavens, Lord Honghuang, have you truly broken through to the Golden Immortal stage? Cui Hao exclaimed, his jaw nearly hitting the floor upon learning of Honghuang's impending elevation to Earth Executioner. How did you cultivate so swiftly? Why am I still merely a true immortal? Cui Hao was on the verge of kneeling in disbelief. Over the years, he had only managed to advance a minor stage, remaining a true immortal, while Honghuang had surged from the Earth Immortal realm to Golden Immortal. Could such prodigies truly exist in this world? Such rapid progress is a result of my relentless dedication. Keep striving, and you too may succeed, Honghuang encouraged, patting Cui Hao on the shoulder. Is it truly just a matter of effort? Cui Hao remained skeptical. If mere effort sufficed, the world would be teeming with great Luo Golden Immortals. It also requires a sincere heart, Honghuang replied with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further, for this matter was beyond explanation. Soon after, Honghuang successfully ascended to the Earth Executioner rank, receiving a set of formal golden armor and silver ropes, along with a specially crafted postnatal spiritual treasure, the Slaying Immortal Blade. At this level, he was not only responsible for the daily tasks of the Slaying Immortal Platform, but was also required to undertake missions. He casually accepted a task to eliminate a golden immortal demon king and hastily descended to the mortal realm. The primary objective of this descent was to address the calamity of the human emperor, with the task being merely an ancillary pursuit. As soon as he flew out of the southern heavenly gate, Honghuang beheld the chaotic aura of tribulation surging throughout the primordial world. When the tribulation energy accumulates to a certain extent, it necessitates the execution of calamities for resolution, which is how the formation of tribulations occurs. On the mortal realm, tumultuous strife erupted. Under the guidance of Guangqingzi, Yuan embarked on a grand campaign for unification. After several centuries, he had successfully unified nearly half of the territories of the human race in the eastern and northern regions. Everything was progressing smoothly. However, as Yuan engaged fervently in his conquests, the Jiuli tribe in the southern territories of humanity quietly rose to prominence. At the age of 18, Yu succeeded as the tribal leader, initiating a series of reforms and developments. By chance, he subdued a black and white striped beast, and through it, discovered the marvelous utility of iron ore, propelling a vigorous production of weaponry. Thus, he named the beast the Iron-Eating Beast. Initially, the Iron-Eating Beast was a tough adversary, feigning submission while harboring rebellious intent. However, under Yu's attentive care, providing for all its needs, the Iron-Eating Beast expressed, "I have some kin. You should capture them as well." Upon hearing this, Yu was overjoyed. Such fortuitous news? Then I shall not hold back. Yu dispatched troops to capture the Iron-Eating Beast tribe, seizing over 10,000 robust iron-eating beasts, with the intention of assembling a formidable army of ferocious creatures. The Jiuli tribe, having undergone a century of development, had undeniably emerged as the preeminent tribe in the southern region. Meanwhile, Yu's ambitions grew increasingly difficult to contain. At that moment, within the Jiuli tribe, the towering figure of Yu was seen feeding bamboo to the iron-eating beasts. Suddenly, a man, standing nearly 10 feet tall, wielding a massive axe and exuding an aura of fierce ferocity, approached. "Elder brother, everything is prepared." His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an overwhelming power. He was none other than Xingtian, the foremost warrior of the Jiuli tribe. "Excellent. From this day forth, our Jiuli tribe shall hunt in the central plains," Yu proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. They had prepared long for this moment. Centuries of accumulation, all for this singular battle. "Haha. I shall revel in the thrill of slaughter." Xingtian's boisterous laughter echoed across the heavens. Chapter 40, The Apothecary, Become My Disciple, Wild Boar Spirit of Maishan the Jiuli tribe. Under the leadership of Yu, embarked on a formidable campaign, sweeping through the southern territories of the human race with unparalleled ferocity. They were well trained and equipped with 5 types of weapons: bows, halberds, spears, polearms, and tridents, all crafted by Yu himself. The already formidable Jiuli warriors, armed with these lethal instruments, became valiant fighters capable of defeating 10 foes single-handedly. For the various tribes, this was akin to a dimension-reducing strike, rendering them utterly defenseless, forced to capitulate. Thus, Yu's army continued to swell, thriving on the spoils of war, expanding like an insidious virus. Unbeknownst to them, the human race harbored such fierce individuals. On a mountain peak in the south, a seemingly effeminate Taoist gazed in admiration at the carnage wrought by Yu. This individual was the disciple of the Western sect's leader, the apothecary Lioli, who, under the directive of the 2 saints from the West, had infiltrated the human realm, awaiting his opportunity. This young man was valiant, rivaling even Yuan. No, he surpassed Yuan, possessing the bearing of an emperor. The apothecary Lioli mused, a spark of inspiration illuminating his mind. Perhaps he could support this individual in vying for the imperial throne. If the Chan sect assisted Yuan, could not the Western sect also back a human emperor? If he could take Yu as his disciple and elevate him to the throne, the fortunes bestowed upon the emperor would all revert to the West. As the master, he would also partake in the merits. A splendid strategy indeed. Amused by his own cleverness, the apothecary Lioli acknowledged the inherent risks of this endeavor. However, the West was impoverished, wild, and unafraid. They had nothing to lose. In an instant, the apothecary Lioli vanished from sight. "Spare those who surrender," Yu bellowed. As yet another tribe was crushed, their resolve shattered, opting for submission. He sat astride the back of a ferocious beast, his piercing gaze radiating an intimidating aura of bloodlust. At that moment, the apothecary Lioli materialized out of thin air. "Yu, I perceive the potential of an emperor within you. Become my disciple," he stated directly, a subtle smile adorning his face. "Who dares to approach me?" You wish to take me as your disciple? Die. Chi Yu responded without hesitation, unleashing a powerful punch. The blow landed squarely on the apothecary Liuli's face, catching him off guard with Chi Yu's directness and ferocity. With a splatter, the apothecary was sent flying. Half of his face contorted. How can you be so barbaric? He exclaimed, his complexion turning ashen. You infuriate me. Not bad. You managed to withstand my strike. Chi remarked, astonished that this seemingly fragile Taoist could endure such a blow. Chi Yu, do you not desire to be the emperor? If you take me as your master, I can assist you. Nonsense. Even without you, I can defeat Yuan and claim the imperial throne. Chi Yu retorted disdainfully. Arrogance. Yuan has the support of the Chan sect. Do you truly believe you can contend with the holy sect? The apothecary Liuli sneered. And who are you? Chi Yu paused, scrutinizing the apothecary Liuli closely. I am but a humble monk, the foremost disciple of the Western sect, the apothecary Liuli, he declared, adjusting his robe with pride. Well, what of it? Chi Yu replied dismissively. Chi Yu remained unfazed, unperturbed by the situation. You are truly obstinate, exclaimed Yasher Liuli, growing impatient. If all else fails, let us start as brothers. If you find my company agreeable, perhaps you might consider taking me as your master? To be frank, I excel in the role of a brother. His boundaries were remarkably flexible. Everything was up for negotiation. Chi Yu merely smiled and rode away on his iron-eating beast. Does silence equate to acquiescence? Wherever you go, I shall accompany you, dear brother. Yaosher Liuli blushed and hurried after him. Meanwhile, the Yuan army swept across vast expanses of human territory, leaving no adversaries in their wake. Their success was so effortless that Guangchengzi could only marvel. This is too simple, devoid of any challenge. The merits of the human emperor are practically handed to us. It seems my presence is no longer required, sighed Tai Jinren. When he first descended from the mountain, he was filled with fervor, expecting a formidable battle. Only to encounter this? It is thanks to my senior brother's wise guidance that Yuan has emerged victorious in every conflict. Zhuluosen seized the moment to flatter. Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi smiled gracefully. This Yuan has merely inherited a fraction of my prowess. Ah, merely a fraction? If he possessed 70 or 80%, would he not unify the entirety of Honghuang? Zhuluosen exclaimed in astonishment. After a brief pause, Guangchengzi cleared his throat, signaling his junior to exercise discretion. Flattery requires a measure of tact. After all, the Witch clan had failed to unify Honghuang, let alone the human race. Simultaneously, within a certain human tribe, a horrific scene was unfolding. A colossal wild boar demon, with a mouth agape like a gaping abyss, devoured one human after another. Mother, help! Cursed beast! May you suffer a wretched fate! The onlookers were filled with despair and fury at the sight. Humph! To become my meal is a privilege you should cherish. The wild boar demon spoke with a disdainful human-like expression. Vile creature, you seek your own demise. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded, startling the wild boar demon. It turned to see a dazzling array of stars above, aligning to form a terrifying sword intent that pierced through the cosmos. Before the demon could react, its massive form was cleft in twain, and a golden light surged forth from its being. Honghuang appeared, grasping its primordial spirit in his hand, rendering its struggles futile. He had just completed his task of slaying a golden immortal demon king when he discovered this pig demon feasting upon humans. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Do you know my identity? Release me at once, lest you forfeit your life. To Hong Yuan's surprise, the wild boar demon did not plead for mercy, but rather issued a threat, indicating its formidable background. Truly a pig demon, how foolish you are. Can you not recognize my identity? Hong Yuan scoffed. I care not who you are. Are you not merely human? No, wait. You are a celestial being from the heavenly court? The demon's pupils constricted in recognition of Hong Yuan's standard attire. I shall grant you 3 breaths. Fail to provide an explanation, and your life shall be forfeit, Hong Yuan stated coolly. I am one of the 7 monsters of Maishan. Release me. My elder brother is Yuan Hong, a formidable force. If you take my life, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance, and you shall face dire consequences, the wild boar spirit exclaimed in a state of panic. The 7 monsters of Maishan, the wild boar spirit? Hong Yuan was taken aback, scrutinizing the pig demon in his grasp. So, you are the 4th, Zhuzhen? Indeed, it is I. Release me, and let us come to an understanding. Let this matter be forgotten, Zhuzhen said, regaining his composure, believing that Hong Yuan was intimidated by his reputation. Take me to Maishan. Hong Yuan abruptly changed the subject. What purpose do you have in going to Maishan? Zhuzhen was taken aback. Need I even say? I intend to eliminate you all, not to forge a brotherhood. Honghuang chuckled. Very well. I shall escort you. Zhuzhen felt a surge of joy within, showing no signs of hesitation. To willingly march to one's demise? Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Chapter 41. The Demise of the Five Monsters. The long-armed ape in the eyes of Zhuzhen, the celestial general before him, was merely at the golden immortal stage. Certainly no match for his brothers. It was a foolish pursuit of death. Upon reaching Mount Mei, would he not fall prey to his brother's grasp? Under Zhuzhen's guidance, Honghuang swiftly located Mount Mei. He unleashed his aura, enveloping the entire mountain. Who dares to trespass upon my Mount Mei? With a whoosh, several formidable demonic auras shot skyward. The canine demon Dai Li, the water buffalo demon Jin Dashing, the serpent demon Chong Hao, the goat demon Yang Xian, and the centipede demon Wu Long all revealed themselves. Brothers, save me. This man is a celestial general from the heavenly court. Haha. You are doomed. Once you arrive at Mount Mei, you will be at our mercy. Will you not release me? Otherwise, my brothers shall show you no mercy. Upon witnessing the emergence of the five demons from Mount Mei, Zhuzhen ceased his pretense. A smug expression etched upon his face as he fixed his gaze upon Honghuang, seemingly oblivious to his own peril. A celestial general? A mere golden immortal dares to come to my Mount Mei, courting death. You dare to harm my brother. You have chosen your demise. The five demons, without inquiring further, immediately surrounded Honghuang, sealing the space and preventing his escape. You are truly a fool. Honghuang regarded Zhuzhen with pity. With a slight exertion of his fingers, he crushed Zhuzhen's primordial spirit. My apologies, my hand slipped. Brother. This scene left the five demons of Mount Mei seething with rage, their eyes blazing with fury. Before them, a brother had been obliterated? Cease your wailing, you ill-fated stars. Your deaths are upon you. Honghuang bellowed. Seeking death. Beast. The five demons, consumed by fury, charged at Honghuang with reckless abandon. All five were at the golden immortal stage, albeit at varying levels of initial and mid-stage, including the now-deceased Zhuzhen. To Honghuang, dealing with these ordinary golden immortals was akin to slicing through vegetables. Even when besieged by the five demons, he remained unperturbed. His exterior emanated the heavenly Gang Qi, forming a protective shield around him. The divine abilities of the five demons struck the shield, yet most of their power was dissipated, failing to inflict any substantial harm upon Honghuang. How formidable! Beast! Is he truly at the initial stage of golden immortal? The five demons exchanged glances, a shared sense of existential doubt dawning upon them. Honghuang raised his hand and summoned his celestial sword, casually slashing through the air. The sword's brilliance cleaved the centipede demon Wu Long in twain, blood splattering into the void. Fire of young thunder. In an instant, a crimson lightning bolt descended, obliterating Wu Long's primordial spirit. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, far too swift for any reaction. Seventh brother. The remaining four demons cried out in anguish, their hearts now shrouded in a veil of terror. The celestial general before them was unnaturally powerful. Over the years, they had encountered numerous celestial generals, yet none had exhibited such ferocity. Who exactly are you? The canine demon Dai Li demanded. Me? Honghuang let out a light chuckle before speaking. Listen carefully. I am the executioner of the heavenly court slaughtering immortal platform, the day trip god, and the grand general of the Yin-Yang Thunder Palace, Honghuang. Yuan? Why does this name sound somewhat familiar, as if it resembles my elder brothers? The snake demon, Chong Hao, exclaimed in disbelief. What a ridiculous name, even longer than mine. The water buffalo demon pointed at Honghuang, suddenly realizing, I know. He is the infamous Honghuang. Which one? The remaining three demons turned their heads in unison. He is the one that the demon saint is actively pursuing. Jin Dashing's face was filled with horror. Indeed, the three demons gasped in unison, their breaths hitching. It is said that this Honghuang is extremely formidable, having caused the demise of several golden immortal demon kings, compelling the Shangyang demon saint to issue a wanted notice throughout the demon realm. Where has your elder brother Yuan Hong gone? Honghuang inquired indifferently. My elder brother has gone to attend a meeting in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Jin Dashing replied honestly. Fool, you mustn't say that. The expressions of the three demons changed drastically, hastily attempting to intervene. My elder brother Yuan Hong is currently secluding himself on Mount Mei, so please do not act recklessly. Jin Dashing scratched his head and changed his statement. Oh. It seems that there are two fools as dim-witted as the pig demon among you. Honghuang smirked slightly. Run. The dog demon, Dai Li, suddenly shouted, transforming into a streak of crimson light, racing deep into Mount Mei. Almost simultaneously, the other three demons also sprang into action, fleeing in all directions. They understood they were no match for Honghuang, and this individual was adept at summoning reinforcements. Continuing to engage would lead to dire consequences. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Honghuang activated his void-shifting technique, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the goat spirit, Yangxian. Boom. Honghuang unleashed a punch with lightning speed. Yangxian's pupils contracted, and with a resounding explosion, he was obliterated. Immediately, Honghuang transformed into golden light. Activating the golden light divine technique, his unparalleled speed created an arc, swiftly catching up to the fleeing snake demon, Chonghao. Unless the latter possessed comparable agility to match the golden light, even a brief head start would not hinder Honghuang's pursuit. This illustrates the importance of escape skills. Mere ability to fight is not a true skill. The real skill lies in the ability to flee when faced with someone stronger. Ah, esteemed immortal. Please spare my life. Chonghao cried in terror. Each of you bears heavy karma, having shed blood without remorse. Your deaths are inconsequential, Honghuang replied coldly. His duty was to enact this justice. With a single punch, he dispatched Chonghao, and several luminous orbs fell to the ground. Without a glance, Honghuang integrated the positive orbs and turned to pursue the remaining demons. At this moment, only the dog demon Daili and the water buffalo Jean Dashing remained. Witnessing their brethren fall one after another had left the two in a state of utter panic. That foolish beast Jushin, cursed be it, has brought this harbinger of death back. Daili cursed, harboring deep resentment toward his once good brother. It is all due to this creature's insatiable greed. The vicinity of Mount Mei is hardly sufficient for their appetite, yet they still venture forth to devour others, while they also consume humans. They do not do so with the same gluttony as Zhu Zhan. Ultimately, he met his own demise. It is over, there is no escape. Sensing the ominous presence closing in behind him, the second demon was engulfed by despair. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended upon the skies of Meishan. Boldness. Came a thunderous roar, shaking the very heavens. Yuan Hong had returned, sensing the slaughter of his brethren, and in that instant, his killing intent blazed like wildfire. Yuan Hong. Honghuang halted his movements and looked skyward. Although Yuan Hong's figure was not imposing, he radiated an aura reminiscent of divine mountains, capable of suppressing all. As the foremost of the 7 oddities of Meishan, Yuan Hong was no ordinary demon. He held another significant identity, one of the 4 great spirit monkeys, the Tongbei monkey. The Tongbei monkey could seize the sun and moon, compress mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the cosmos. In terms of physical strength, the Tongbei monkey reigned supreme among the 4 great spirit monkeys. What a formidable opponent indeed. Within Honghuang, the spirit of battle surged forth. Chapter 42, The Three-Headed. 6-armed demon ape Honghuang's gaze fixated upon Yuan Hong, who at that moment possessed the complete cultivation of the golden immortal. Yet, despite this, his aura far surpassed any golden immortal he had previously encountered. This was the foundation of the 4 mischievous monkeys. You have slain my 4 brothers. I demand your life in return. Yuan Hong's countenance was icy, a murderous intent boiling within his eyes. Your return is timely. I shall ensure you reunite with your brothers. Honghuang declared, meeting his opponent's gaze with unwavering resolve. An invisible battle intent clashed in the air, sweeping across the surroundings and shaking the very mountains and rivers. Brother. Kill him. Daili and Jean Dashing, brimming with excitement, ceased their retreat and stood at a distance, cheering for their elder brother. Kill. Yuan Hong's figure vanished in an instant, moving with unparalleled swiftness. Honghuang's eyes flickered, capturing Yuan Hong's silhouette. He had not vanished into thin air, but rather employed a mystical technique to shorten the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him. With his left hand embodying the sun and his right the moon, Yuan Hong unleashed his innate divine powers, capable of seizing the celestial bodies with mere gestures. Honghuang, unyielding, activated his celestial protection and enveloped his body with the Taiji Yin-Yang divine thunder, forming a protective diagram. Boom. Honghuang staggered backward, his internal energy surging violently as he chose to confront Yuan Hong's assault head-on. To his astonishment, Yuan Hong's strength was terrifyingly formidable. However, Yuan Hong too was forced to retreat repeatedly from the backlash of the Taiji diagram, his face contorted with shock as he exclaimed, "You actually withstood my sun and moon divine fist? What is amiss?" A smile graced Honghuang's lips. Nothing is amiss. Indeed, everything is amiss. Yuan Hong nearly laughed in anger. As one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys, what was his greatest strength? His arms. The power of his arms was dreadfully overwhelming, and the number of opponents who had perished at his hands was countless. Yet now, he found himself unable to vanquish even a mere early-stage golden immortal. In that moment, Yuanhong's fury ignited. His fists radiated brilliant divine light as his muscles rapidly swelled. Once more, I shall oblige. Honghuang activated his 9 turns profound art, his entire being emanating a golden divine radiance. He was eager to test whether Yuanhong's mischievous monkey physique was superior or if his 9 turns profound art was more resilient. Boom. Their fists collided. Akin to primordial treasures clashing, the terrifying aftermath causing the earth within 1,000 miles to tremble. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange, each blow landing with ferocity. Neither side willing to yield. From a distance, Dai Li and Jin Dashing stood in stunned silence. Even the elder brother cannot subdue this man? They were astonished by the sheer strength of his physical form. What in the world is this? Yuanhong's bloodshot eyes flickered with a chilling flame. An early-stage golden immortal can contend with me in strength. Were he of the same realm, would he not dominate me? You are not without merit yourself. To have battled me thus far, Honghuang laughed heartily, relishing this exhilarating combat. Although his cultivation was beneath Yuanhong's, his physical prowess was by no means inferior. The 9 turns profound art, combined with the enhanced physique from the devouring spirit treasure, was utterly monstrous. Arrogance. Next, I shall demonstrate to you the true extent of my power. Yuanhong was incensed, unleashing a long, resonant roar as his entire being began to expand explosively. A formidable aura of demonic energy surged forth, as if an unparalleled beast were erupting from within him. He revealed his true form, a colossal white demon ape. Towering to great heights, with blood-red pupils resembling 2 blazing suns. His arms, extending beyond his knees, resembled 2 true dragons, brimming with explosive strength. His elder brother had become serious. Dai Li and Jin Dashing were filled with exhilaration, fully aware that the moment their leader unveiled his true form, it signified an all-out assault. In truth, few adversaries could compel him to engage in battle in his true form. That young man was doomed. The second demon was unwavering in his belief. What a ferocious presence. Was this the spiritual monkey imbued with the bloodline of the chaotic demon ape? Honghuang gazed at the giant ape before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Honghuang, if you possess no other abilities, then you shall perish. Yuanhong's voice resonated like the beating of celestial drums. In that case, I shall unleash my full power as well. Honghuang chuckled softly. In an instant, his body began to swell, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Before long, he transformed into a towering giant. Yet that was not the end. 3 heads and 6 arms. The golden giant's aura surged even higher, manifesting the visage of 3 heads and 6 arms. Honghuang clenched one fist in a seal while forming a sword with another. 2 hands positioned before his chest, evolving the Tai Chi Thunder diagram. Finally, 2 hands struck a pose, one on his hip, the other beckoning. Come at me. This. Yuanhong was momentarily taken aback, slightly intimidated by Honghuang's 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation. How infuriating. Do you think having more hands makes you formidable? Yuanhong suddenly erupted in fury, charging toward Honghuang. The earth trembled beneath their feet. Soon, the 2 colossal forms collided. Despite their immense size, their movements remained astonishingly agile. Yuanhong's fist descended with tremendous force, striking like lightning at Honghuang's chest. Yet, this blow was destined to be futile. Honghuang's hands, embodying the Tai Chi Thunder diagram, crossed before him, blocking Yuanhong's assault. Simultaneously, the other 4 hands unleashed a torrential barrage of strikes upon Yuanhong. A tempest of blows rained down upon him. It was in this moment that Yuanhong began to comprehend the advantages of having multiple limbs. For every punch he threw, his opponent retaliated with 4 or 5. Even with his formidable demon ape form, he could not withstand such relentless assault. Before long, Yuanhong was left coughing up blood, his demonic body battered and bruised. Damn it, is he truly a member of the human race? Yuanhong pondered, secretly alarmed. In his eyes, it was inconceivable for a human to possess such prowess. With a resounding crash, Honghuang delivered another punch, forcing Yuanhong to retreat continuously. His fighting spirit surged, feeling unprecedentedly invigorated. In truth, he too had sustained injuries throughout the battle. The disparity in their realms was significant. One was at the early stage of the golden immortal level, while the other had reached completion. Had they been at the same level, the fight would have concluded long ago. Yuanhong, embodying the bloodline of the chaotic demon ape, remained ferocious even when wounded, his combat fervor undiminished. It was said that the chaotic demon ape was trained in the laws of warfare, born for battle, growing stronger with each encounter. The conflict raged on for an extended duration. The Maishan mountain is on the verge of being leveled. This individual's resilience is extraordinarily formidable if this battle continues. It shall surely be my demise. At last, Yuan felt a pang of retreat, his fighting spirit waning. Whenever Yuan's strength approached depletion, a mere 9 breaths would suffice for him to rejuvenate completely within moments. Although Yuan's demonic ape form is indeed monstrous, it too cannot withstand such relentless expenditure. Human, this ends here for today. I have yet to satiate my hunger. We shall duel again another day. Yuan retracted his form, igniting his vital blood to summon Jin Dashing, and took flight with a graceful retreat. When we next meet in combat, it will be your end. Thinking to flee? Yuan scoffed, feigning a pursuit. Suddenly he halted, his gaze fixed intently on the ground. Where Yuan had departed, a radiant purple orb of text shimmered brilliantly. Strikingly conspicuous. By heavens, a purple text item. Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 43, The Innate Sacred Footsteps. I, Guangqingzi, am the MVP, Discoverable Fusion Entry, the 4 mischievous monkeys, purple, one of the 4 great spirit monkeys, endowed with the formidable bloodline power of the chaos demon ape, is an exceedingly rare innate footstep. Upon reading the entry's introduction, Yuan's lips curled into a smile, for he had not anticipated that defeating Yuan would unveil his innate entry. This was the only purple entry possessed by Yuan. I am eager to ascertain the profundity of the chaos demon ape's bloodline. With a mere thought, Yuan immediately merged the entry. Instantly, a vast surge of vitality emanated from within him. Following the fusion of the entry, the 4 mischievous monkeys seamlessly integrated with his existing footstep. Battle demon body, purple, inheriting the combat will of the chaos demon ape, mastering the innate divine powers of the long-arm monkey, you shall grow ever bolder in battle. Simultaneously, at the moment the battle demon body was formed, Yuan's footstep transformed from an innate superior being into an inferior, innate sacred footstep. The elevated tier of innate being footstep is the innate sacred. Only the most powerful beings, such as Kunping, Zenyuanzi, Muwa, and the 3 pure ones, possess this level of footstep. Though merely an inferior innate sacred footstep, it far surpasses that of the finest innate beings. Many innate sacred beings, upon transformation, become Tai Golden Immortals, or even Great Luo Golden Immortals. Even in a state of repose, their minimum achievement is a Great Luo Golden Immortal, with a modicum of effort. The attainment of quasi-saint status is within reach. In contrast, even the finest quality innate being footstep requires a certain degree of fortune to cultivate into a Great Luo Golden Immortal. The quasi-saint realm is even more elusive, demanding significant fortuity for accomplishment. At this moment, Yuan's most immediate sensation was the remarkable acceleration in his cultivation speed. The original superior innate footstep was already rapid, but now it can only be described as soaring. The strength of his physical body has also ascended to new heights. This expedition to Mount Mei has yielded immense rewards. In addition to Yuan's entry, the other 4 demons have also revealed numerous entries and some spiritual treasures. Although they are all low-grade spiritual treasures, they serve as nourishment for Yuan, as he can always benefit from their essence. Now, having merged the entry, Yuan has long since vanished from sight. The 4 great spirit monkeys possess innate abilities to obscure their presence and conceal their aura. Unless they expose themselves, it is exceedingly difficult to detect them. The next encounter will surely end in your demise. Yuan chuckled, reassured that the most valuable entry from Yuan was now in his possession. He hoped the monkey would not act rashly and seek revenge. Otherwise, it would only lead to a dead end. Task accomplished. Yuan did not hasten to return to the heavenly court, but instead moved his body and soared toward the distance. He sought a location to refine the blood and resources of the 4 demons from Mount Mei, transforming them into strength. The battle for the deer was imminent. He must rapidly enhance his power. Shortly thereafter, Yuan discovered a cave and commenced refining the resources to elevate his cultivation. Meanwhile, after narrowly escaping, Yuan, accompanied by Jin Dashin and Daili, headed directly toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. There, in the heart of the demon clan's stronghold, they would find the utmost safety. Wait until I ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal. That young man's demise will be inevitable. Yuan's countenance was frigid, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity that instilled dread. This battle had nearly shattered his resolve. If he did not eliminate Yuan, he would undoubtedly be plagued by inner demons in his future cultivation. With such malevolent spirits lingering, progress would be arduous. How infuriating. That brat has slain our 4 brothers. This enmity is unforgivable. Dali's eyes burned with rage. Brother, when will you break through to Tai Golden Immortal? Jean Dashing inquired with curiosity. Soon, after this conflict. The bottleneck has loosened. Within a century, I shall surely ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal. Yuan Hong spoke solemnly, his gaze shimmering with confidence. Although it appeared he had lost this battle, in truth, he had triumphed immensely. Without this confrontation, it would have taken him a millennium to reach such heights. Splendid. Let us return and enlist the aid of the demon sage, then return to exact our vengeance. Jean Dashin's face lit up with excitement. Alas, if that brat flees to the heavenly court and does not emerge, it will pose a dilemma. Jean Dashing's brow furrowed with concern. Fear not. As long as he descends to the lower realms, I shall be able to track his essence without delay, regardless of where he may hide. Dali scoffed. Brother, how do you manage such a feat? Jean Dashing asked with admiration, his expression filled with envy. Fool, have you forgotten your second brother's expertise? Dali chided. Oh, right. Your keen sense of smell is unparalleled. Jean Dashing chuckled foolishly. As a canine demon, Dai Li's innate ability is tracking. As long as he remembers his opponent's scent, he can pursue them to the ends of the earth. Such is the gift of talent. Time flew by, on the lands of the human race. After nearly a millennium of warfare, Yuan finally unified all territories save for the southern region. This outcome aligned closely with Guang Qingzi's expectations. As he had allotted Yuan a mere 1,000 years, only a small portion in the south remained before total unification could be achieved. At the Yuan Alliance's headquarters, Guang Qingzi, with hands clasped behind his back, regarded Yuan with approving eyes. Without intervening, Yuan had nearly unified the human race. Master, the southern lands have been seized by the Jiuli tribe. This last fragment may prove quite challenging to conquer. Yuan expressed his concerns. No matter. With our formidable presence, a single command will compel them to surrender willingly. Guang Qingzi exuded confidence, dismissing Qiyu entirely. You speak the truth. We command an army of millions. While the Jiuli tribe boasts but a mere 10 million, the advantage lies with us. Tai Jinren concurred with a knowing smile. Yuan, issue a summons for Qiyu to lead the tribe in submission. Do not engage in futile resistance. Guang Qingzi commanded. In these final moments, he intended to take charge of the war and assert his significance. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe Guang Qingzi merely coasted to victory. He must ensure that all recognize who the true MVP is. Very well. Yuan nodded slightly, though he felt his master's approach was somewhat audacious. He dared not voice dissent. Soon, Yuan's summons reached the Jiuli tribe. Hiki, Yuan urges us to surrender. My good brother, what is your opinion? Qiyu replied with a cold smile. Glancing at the nearby apothecary Lioli. Let us engage in battle. Let them know our might. Fear not, my good brother. For the Western sect shall always be your steadfast support. The resolute gaze of apothecary Lioli conveyed encouragement. He has placed his faith in Qiyu, hoping for him to become the sovereign of humanity. Brother, let us march forth. My great axe is already eager for action. Xing Tian rose with excitement, an aura of ferocity surrounding him. Advance into the central plains. Qiyu uttered no superfluous words. His succinct 4-character declaration exuded immense confidence. The grandeur of the Witch clan shall once again grace the primordial earth. By this time, Qiyu had long awakened the memories of his past life. He is not merely of the human race. He is the reincarnation of the ancient great witch, Qiyu. Chapter 44. Qiyu declares war. Who is the commander is the ultimate skill in the Nineli tribe. The grand army assembles. Qiyu formally declares war on Yuan. In an instant, the calamity aura in the world reaches its zenith. After this battle, the merits of the human emperor will be completely fulfilled. Qiyu. This individual possesses the bloodline of the Witch clan. On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 purities gaze at the ever-rising calamity aura, fully aware that a great conflict is inevitable. The Witch clan's bloodline. It poses no significant threat. I have dispatched 12 golden immortals down the mountain. Qiyu is but a minor figure, unable to stir significant waves. After hearing Laozi and Tong Dian, Yuan sure smiles lightly, untroubled. Yuan is the fated human emperor, and nothing can obstruct him. That said, caution is warranted. The tribulation of the human emperor is entirely different from that of the 2 sovereigns. Brother, your reckless dispatch of 12 golden immortals is unwise, Laozi remarked solemnly. His words tinged with a sense of admonition. He, alongside Tong Dian, only dared to send 1 personal disciple down the mountain, while Yuan sure casually dispatched 12. Leaving no room for retreat. Brother, you worry too much. A mere minor tribulation cannot pose any unexpected challenges, Yuan retorts, casting a sidelong glance at Laozi. His tone somewhat rigid. He feels as though Laozi is targeting him. You both have secured your merits, yet when it comes to me, it's deemed inappropriate? What an excuse. Let us hope so, Laozi replies, stroking his grizzled beard, choosing not to elaborate further. This concludes our discourse. To speak more would be to overstep. He wishes to avoid any rift between brothers. Once the tribulation of the three sovereigns passes, we brothers shall possess 60% of the human race's fortunes, while the remaining 40% will be held by Sister Enwa and other sages of humanity. Tong Dian speaks calmly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Ever since the witch and demon calamity, Enwa has been confined by the Dao ancestor in the Enwa palace, unable to venture out without summons. Forced to watch as the fortunes of humanity are divided. Initially, Enwa held over 90% of humanity's fortunes. After the tribulation of the three sovereigns, she may retain at most 40%. Although Fuxi has become the heavenly sovereign, this portion of fortune has already been diverted to the teachings of humanity. Bearing no relation to Enwa, is 40% not sufficient? It is merely the creation of humanity. Does she wish to remain idle on the merit list, enjoying the fruits of others' labor? Yuan snorts coldly, his brow adorned with an air of arrogance. Tong Dian shrugs, choosing silence. What is the medicine master doing, supporting Chiyu? The mandate of the human emperor rests with Xian Yuan. On Mount Sumeru, Zhuanti learns that the medicine master Liuli has allied with Chiyu and is immediately incensed. Even with a clear path, one can still falter. It is as if one enters the wrong cave despite the lights being on. Senior brother, do not be angry. In contrast, Jiejing remains remarkably composed, unfazed by the situation. The medicine master's actions are for the future of our West. With Xian Yuan backed by the Chan teachings, there is no room for others to interfere. Even if he truly joins Xuan Yuan's camp, his merits will be negligible. Thus, it is better to support Chiyu and take a bold gamble. Jiejing articulates his thoughts methodically. Xian Yuan is the fated human emperor. To go against the will of heaven is to seek the ruin of our West. Zhuanti's face is filled with rage. Fate is not immutable. It is shaped by human endeavor. What if Chiyu were to triumph? The guide chuckled. My dear disciple, given the dire state of the Western realms, what is there left to fear? It seemed plausible. Zhuanti fell into silence. If success were to be achieved, the West could seize a significant portion of the human race's fortune and an abundance of merits. The subsequent advantages would be immeasurable. One can only hope that Chiyu proves formidable enough to vanquish Xian Yuan. At this moment, within the heavenly court in the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Ian too was keenly observing the movements of humanity. He felt an urgency to intervene and orchestrate affairs, yet was at a loss as to how to commence. Should he emulate the Western teachings and support Chiyu? Clearly, that was a misguided notion, a last resort for the Western faith. The heavenly court, weakened as it was, needed to proceed with caution, avoiding any missteps. Simultaneously, at the Xian Yuan Alliance's headquarters, upon learning that Chiyu refused to surrender and had declared war, Guang Chengzi erupted into laughter. This was a derisive mirth, mocking the opponent's overreach. Disciple, from this moment forth, I shall command everything. You need only observe and learn, Guang Chengzi declared confidently to Xian Yuan. A teacher must occasionally display their prowess, lest the pupil think them a mere pretender. Understood, master, Xian Yuan replied, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Throughout his upbringing, he had only heard tales of his teacher's formidable abilities. Today, he would finally witness them in action. Surely, his master would wield military tactics with divine precision, swiftly defeating Chiyu. Thus, Guang Chengzi mobilized the troops, dividing them into three forces, proactively launching an assault on the Jiuli tribe. The Jiuli's terrain was treacherous, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Why would his master initiate an offensive? Surely, Guang Chengzi had his own strategies in mind. Xian Yuan pondered this, initially inclined to offer counsel. But the confidence exuded by his teacher quelled his doubts. Consequently, the Xian Yuan alliance dispatched 3 million troops, setting forth toward the Jiuli stronghold. Time passed, and at long last, the Xian Yuan forces entered the southern territories of the human race, now within the domain of the Chiyu alliance. Master, what is your ultimate strategy? Might you share a glimpse of your brilliance with your disciple? Xian Yuan could no longer contain his eagerness to learn of his teacher's clever schemes. Ultimate strategy? Guang Chengzi paused, and then laughed. The one who commands is the strategy. Allow me to impart your first lesson. When in a position of absolute superiority, there is no need for cunning or deceit. Simply employ overwhelming strength to crush the enemy. That is the finest tactic of all. The Jiuli tribe boasts a mere 10 million soldiers, while we field 30 million. A direct confrontation guarantees our victory. More men against fewer emboldens all. Upon hearing this, Yuan experienced a moment of enlightenment, raising his thumb in admiration. That makes sense. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, choosing to say no more, allowing the lesson to resonate. The 3 divisions of the army advanced like 3 swarms of ants, encircling the Jioli tribe's stronghold. As Guangchengzi led his forces through an ancient, vast forest, the ground trembled, and a cacophony of earth-shattering roars erupted. Enemy presence detected. Prepare for battle. Guangchengzi commanded. Boom. The earth trembled as the formidable army of Qiyu surged forth from the dense forest. The warriors of Jioli, robust and vigorous, each mounted upon fearsome iron-eating beasts, struck an imposing figure. Leading them was a warrior wielding a colossal axe, whose very movements seemed to cause the mountains to crumble and the earth to quake, resembling an unparalleled demonic deity breaking free from its prison. This sight left the Yuan army utterly dazed, for it was the first time they had encountered such a fierce adversary. Form ranks. Yuan, astride a magnificent steed, surged to the forefront, leading the charge. Attack. The 2 armies collided with a thunderous clash. Chiyo's panda cavalry, well-trained and armed with exquisite weaponry, though numbering merely 100,000, stood like an impregnable wall. Added to this were the infantry armed with long spears in the rear. As the engagement commenced, the Yuan army suffered countless casualties. The disparity in strength and weaponry was starkly apparent. Faced with the onslaught of Chiyo's million-strong army, the 10 million troops led by Guangchengzi began to retreat in disarray. Witnessing this scene, Guangchengzi was left in a state of utter disbelief. Chapter 45, The Great Defeat of Yuan and the Dual Breakthrough. Guangchengzi found himself in a perplexing situation. Facing an opposing force that appeared to consist of merely 2 million troops, while he commanded an impressive army of 10 million. How could 5 be unable to overpower 1? What a farcical notion. Huh. Yuan, I never anticipated you would so willingly present yourself to me. Qiyu, mounted upon the iron-eating beast, emerged slowly from the depths of the forest, his resonant voice reverberating across the battlefield. Who is the prey remains to be seen. Yuan let out a cold snort. Yet an ominous premonition weighed heavily upon him. Kill. 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 Xing Tian exhibited unmatched ferocity, akin to a tiger among sheep, with each strike resulting in the demise of hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers. The clash of battle echoed thunderously, a sinister aura coalescing like smoke, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. The battle had commenced. The brutality of Chiyo's forces was palpable, and Yuan feared he might not withstand the onslaught. Could it truly be that a numerical advantage could not secure victory? Qiyu bore the essence of the Witch Clan. Could this be a contingency left by Hutu? Did he seek to resurrect the Witch Clan upon this world? Since the Witch and Demon War, Hutu had retreated with the remnants of the Witch Clan to the Nether Realms, embodying the cycle of reincarnation, thus preserving a flicker of hope and preventing the extinction of their bloodline. In Kunlun Mountain, Yuan sure sensed the unfolding conflict between the 2 armies, his brow furrowing slightly. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. It felt as though defeat was imminent. Humph. A group of reckless fools, daring to covet the fortunes of humanity. They deserve extermination. Yuan Shi's gaze was frigid, regarding the Witch Clan with contempt, viewing them as obstinate and oblivious to their own mortality. Not long after the calamity of the Witch and Demon War, they re-emerged to sow discord once more. In Yuan Shi's eyes, the Witch Clan had become even more detestable than the beastly, horned creatures that roamed the land. Boom. Boom. At that moment, an even greater number of Chiyo's forces surged forth from the ancient woods, flooding the battlefield like a relentless tide. Meanwhile, the other 2 armies led by Guangchengzi arrived in succession to provide support. The combined forces swelled to several tens of millions, their fierce combat instilling terror even in the hearts of the divine. Strike fiercely. Guangchengzi commanded from atop his steed. The human race was flourishing, shielded by fortune, and any casual engagement risked a backlash. Thus, he refrained from acting unless absolutely necessary. 30 million troops of Yuan faced Chiyo's 8 million, though the numbers seemed advantageous. Victory was not assured. Rather, the outdated equipment of Yuan's forces led to continuous casualties. Before long, millions had already fallen. Teacher, please unleash your ultimate technique. Our army cannot hold. Yuan fought valiantly, his eyes bloodshot from the fray, yet he turned to Guangchengzi, seeking aid. Guangchengzi was exasperated. He had previously stated that the commander was responsible for their ultimate technique. Did Yuan think he was jesting? He truly had no fallback plan. Retreat. Suddenly, Guangchengzi shouted, signaling the call to withdraw. What? Teacher, Is this your ultimate technique? Yuan was taken aback. Yu dared to engage in such treachery. Once I return to regroup, I shall annihilate him completely. Continuing the battle would only lead to greater losses. Qingzi's face darkened with displeasure. Indeed, he had been overconfident. Before the battle, he had failed to investigate his opponent's strength, leading to being outnumbered yet overpowered. Of course, the primary reason was the incompetence of Yuan's troops. Even with several against one, they couldn't secure victory. How could this be his fault? It was simply impossible to carry them. In the span of a single breath, Qingzi identified the problem and deftly shifted the blame. It was all Yuan's fault. Had he trained his soldiers properly, they wouldn't have faltered at the critical moment. Now, as his mentor, he suffered an initial defeat. At the sound of the retreat signal, the already crumbling morale of Yuan's army collapsed entirely. Like an avalanche, their retreat turned into a rout, and casualties mounted rapidly. Master, Yuan's face twisted in fury. Even if retreat was necessary, it shouldn't have been so abrupt. Without any preparation, his forces fled southward in disarray, their numbers dwindling to less than 20 million. Yu, however, did not pursue. Aware of Yuan's main forces lying in wait, recklessly chasing them into their stronghold would have been unwise. In this battle, Yu lost only tens of thousands of soldiers, but captured 300,000 prisoners, a net gain. Mount Sumeru, well done, Yaoshi. I always knew you had potential. Yuan Ti's grin nearly split his face upon hearing of Yu's decisive victory. The future looked promising indeed. If Yu could defeat Yuan and unite humanity under his rule, not even Heaven could deny him the title of human emperor. Jiayin smiled faintly, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he foresaw. In that case, let us dispatch more disciples to partake in the emperor's merit. Yuan Ti's eyes gleamed with ambition. He longed to emulate Yuan Shi's strategy. By contributing to the emperor's ascension, one could share in the heavenly rewards. That was why Yuan Shi had sent so many disciples into the mortal realm. Wise, Jiayin nodded in approval. The western lands were sorely lacking in merit. Kunlun Mountain's Yuan Shi's expression was stormy. What in the world was Qingzi thinking? To suffer such a defeat in the very first battle. A minor setback is not necessarily a bad thing for your disciple, Laozi remarked, materializing with a serene smile. Adversity breeds growth. Yuan Shi's mood improved slightly. He had never doubted Qingzi's capabilities. Once he regrouped, victory in the next battle was assured. A single loss was entirely acceptable. A hidden immortal abode in the wilderness, what absolute folly. Who wages war like this? Honghuang couldn't help but shake his head in amusement upon learning of the human conflict. Charging blindly into Yu's territory without understanding his strength was sheer idiocy. Moreover, the terrain of the Nine Li tribe's lands was ill-suited for large-scale warfare. Numbers alone conferred no advantage. The golden immortals of the Chan sect cherished their reputations too much. Honghuang mused. Unless they intervene, Yuan stands little chance. Their goal was merely to leech off the emperor's merit, not to exert themselves. Though Qingzi was the foremost among the golden immortals, his profound cultivation had been honed in the seclusion of Kunlun, far removed from worldly affairs. What did he know of leading armies into battle? Let them strike first. The time for my intervention has not yet arrived. Only when Qingzi's reputation is thoroughly tarnished can he assist Yuan and take command of the battlefield. At this very moment, he has refined the majority of his resources, and his physical cultivation has ascended to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Concurrently, his spiritual essence has also reached the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm with remarkable ease, with both his spiritual essence and physical form having undergone breakthroughs. Honghuang is confident that should he encounter Yuan Hong again, even without the use of spiritual treasures, he could effortlessly claim his life. As Honghuang continues his cultivation, he simultaneously focuses on refining the falling treasure coins. Of the 45 prohibitions on the falling treasure coins, he has successfully refined 10. The remaining purple gold hammer and primal earth spirit pearl have also been refined beyond 50%, enabling them to unleash a significant portion of their power. As Honghuang diligently performs his refining rituals, an intangible force of fortune converges from all directions. It seems that due to this influx of fortune, the 5 blessings entry within him suddenly stirs, creating a ripple in his heart. The sin of opportunity. Chapter 46. The Master of Blame and the astonishing opportunity. Honghuang's eyes brightened. The effect of the 5 blessings entry was to inevitably locate 5 spiritual treasures. Unexpectedly, it was triggered at that moment. He promptly stowed away the falling treasure money and, guided by an unseen force, soared out of the cave abode. Could it be that the opportunity lay in the East Sea? Honghuang's expression shifted. Speaking of the East Sea, it is indeed vast. The primordial ocean stretches endlessly, teeming with countless renowned mountains and immortal abodes. Even a sage could not explore it all. Honghuang quickened his pace, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished into the horizon. On the lands of humanity, within the ranks of the Yuan army. Failure. Do you comprehend the reason for our defeat? It is due to your negligence in training our troops, leading to our army's dismal return despite our numerical superiority. What strength did our opponent possess that, as the leader, you were unaware? Had I not ordered a timely retreat, the consequences would have been dire. Guang Qingzi paced back and forth, sternly reprimanding Yuan. The unfortunate Yuan, utterly bewildered, listened with a dazed expression, feeling pitifully small and helpless. Though he had done nothing wrong, it felt as though he had committed an unpardonable sin. My teachings are never biased. In this defeat, you bear 70% of the responsibility as the leader. After considerable deliberation, Guang Qingzi finally placed the blame squarely on Yuan. As a golden immortal of the Chan school and the foremost disciple of a sage, it is imperative that you remain unblemished. Teacher, you were the one who stated that this battle would be entirely under your command. Yuan finally could not restrain himself and quietly retorted. You foolish child, you are beyond redemption. Guang Qingzi waved his sleeve in exasperation and moved aside. Senior brother, this cannot all be laid at Yuan's feet. Please forgive him this once. The assembled deities, including Tai Jinren, Zhu Lu's son, Wenchu, and Si Hong, all chimed in, urging understanding. What should we do next? A single defeat is inconsequential. We shall retaliate. With our presence, no matter how formidable Qi Yu may be, he cannot stir up great waves. The assembled golden immortals remained unfazed, their demeanor calm, as if they had just celebrated a victory. Having succeeded in the initial skirmish, Qi Yu would undoubtedly be emboldened, advancing northward. We merely need to wait at the hunting grounds. The vast expanse of the hunting grounds is suitable for large-scale warfare, allowing our advantages to be fully realized. Should Qi Yu dare to approach, he shall undoubtedly return in disgrace. Guang Qingzi turned around, speaking slowly with a faint smile gracing his lips. What my senior brother says holds merit. Could it be that this defeat was intentional? Brilliant. Truly brilliant. A deliberate failure to bait the enemy, inducing overconfidence in Qi Yu. The golden immortals praised in unison, their imaginations running wild. This flattery even left Guang Qingzi feeling a bit bashful. He cleared his throat and spoke. There is indeed a portion of the plan in this, but it is not wholly so. The demeanor of a master was immediately regained. Yuan, standing to the side, remained skeptical. Having fought for so many years, he understood the intricacies of military strategy. Yet, this notion seemed too far-fetched. Could it be that he had misjudged his teacher? Yuan mused, sensing that perhaps his teacher indeed possessed a hidden depth. Disciple, in the forthcoming battles, I shall remain at the helm, while you are tasked solely with training the troops. Do you comprehend? Guo Qingzi stated with an air of composure, hands clasped behind his back. Understood, Master, Yuan replied, his confidence surging. Little Qi Yu, observe how my teacher orchestrates your fate. Meanwhile, after years of flight, Honghuang arrived above an island. 3 celestial islands stood majestically in the sea, resembling a brush stand, arranged in a triangular formation. The 3 immortal islands. Honghuang recognized the islands before him as Polai, Fangzhang, and Yingzhou, which emerged during the Wu Yao period. It was said that these 3 islands were formed from fragments of chaos, containing innumerable spiritual treasures and divine artifacts. Their emergence had caused quite a stir, attracting countless celestial beings vying for possession. Over the years, the islands had been pillaged repeatedly. Could there still be treasures to uncover? A look of intrigue crossed Hong Yuan's face. The guidance of fortune seemed to lead him to the 3 immortal islands below. He then stepped forward, landing upon the islands. Though merely islands, they were manifestations of chaos fragments, each resembling a vast world, boundless and expansive. Honghuang activated his divine eye, scanning the islands, to sever causal ties, to ensure his safety. He employed this technique to erase his presence, preventing detection. It would be dire if any powerful beings residing on the islands were to discover him. After a considerable time, Honghuang reached Yingzhou Island, where an inexplicable sensation grew stronger. It is here. With a swift motion, he burrowed underground. He descended thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of fathoms deep, the immense pressure of the Earth's veins rendering him breathless. Suddenly, he seemed to encounter an obstruction, a layer of earth membrane hindering his advance. Honghuang's eyes gleamed with golden light as he sought to discern the nature of this barrier. This was no ordinary membrane. It was fused with a restrictive array. With his extensive experience, Honghuang immediately set about unraveling the restrictions. With the divine eye at his disposal, he could dismantle nearly all barriers, provided they were not excessively formidable. After some time, Honghuang managed to create a breach in the barrier sufficient for him to enter. He stepped through, and in an instant, was enveloped by a torrent of pure yang energy, surging powerfully toward him. He swiftly sealed the barrier behind him to prevent the pure yang energy from escaping. Expanding his consciousness, he ventured deeper into the essence of the pure yang energy. Soon, at the core, he beheld a divine sword. This sword radiated with unparalleled strength and righteousness, embodying the essence of pure yang energy. A premier innate spiritual treasure, the pure yang sword. A look of delight crossed Hongyuan's face. This sword was indeed the companion treasure of the Eastern King. It bore 34 restrictions, classifying it as a premier innate spiritual treasure. Why was the Eastern King's sword found on Angel? A look of perplexity crossed his features. Of course, the Eastern King met his demise on Ingzhou Island. During the Wu Yao period, he had been revered as the foremost male immortal, safeguarding the order of the primordial world. However, in his broad governance, he had offended the beast tribes, ultimately being slain by Emperor Jun and Tai on Ingzhou Island. Thus, the Eastern King's companion treasure, the pure yang sword, was left behind on Ingzhou. This treasure, embodying utmost strength and purity, is perfectly suited for me. Honghuang was filled with exhilaration. The sword he currently wields is merely an acquired treasure, evidently insufficient for his needs. Moreover, the path of the sword is one of his vital skills. Possessing a fine sword is of paramount importance. Honghuang, with great satisfaction, stowed away the pure yang sword, allowing his consciousness to permeate it as he gradually refined its essence. The 34 innate prohibitions, a mark of exceptional quality, constituted a superior innate treasure. The pure yang energy within the prohibitions slowly dissipated. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to leave this place first and continue the refinement later. Honghuang resolved to withdraw from the area to avoid being ambushed. Previous experiences had taught him that this was not a wise practice. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly realized that the guiding force he sensed was not fading but rather intensifying. What could this mean? Was there something more? His expression shifted as a sudden intuition compelled him to glance toward a certain spot. A fragment of white lay quietly concealed in the corner of the ground. Could this possibly be? Honghuang inhaled sharply, a startling notion surfacing in his mind. Chapter 47. The Shattered Jade Disc. Given the opportunity, you were truly remarkable. Honghuang, filled with excitement, soared over with great fervor. With utmost caution, he extracted the shard of jade, allowing his consciousness to gradually penetrate its essence. Indeed, it was a fragment of the creation jade disc. As Honghuang had surmised, this white shard was a piece of the primordial treasure, the creation jade disc. After the opening of the heavens, the disc shattered into numerous fragments, scattered across the vast wilderness. Nevertheless, the worth of even a single shard is incalculable. As a primordial treasure, the creation jade disc harbors the essence of 3,000 laws of the Tao, serving as a divine artifact for comprehending the laws and cultivating the Tao. Even in its fragmented state, it still contains the profound principles of the Tao. What laws might be hidden within this shard? Honghuang's face was alight with anticipation. It was akin to opening a mystery box. If he were to uncover a supreme law, it would be a monumental discovery. As his consciousness delved into the shard, after a thorough examination, Honghuang finally discerned the law embedded within. The supreme law, the law of destruction. Honghuang was taken aback, his pupils narrowing slightly. Within this fragment resided a supreme law. The 10 supreme laws: fate, causality, time, space, creation, reincarnation, destruction. The 5 elements, yin and yang, and chaos, possess extraordinary significance, wielding powers that transcend other laws. It appears the shard is of considerable importance. Honghuang marveled, recognizing that among the 10 supreme laws, this fragment contained one. Moreover, the creation jade disc shattered into far more than merely 10 pieces. In addition to the law of destruction, this shard also encompassed a multitude of other ordinary laws, numbering in the hundreds. The supreme law, the path of destruction, Honghuang's spirit sword. Upon reaching the golden immortal stage, one gains the qualification to cultivate the laws. However, due to the current difficulty in comprehending these laws, compounded by the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the path of enlightenment through the laws had become utterly inaccessible. That avenue was irrevocably closed. Yet, with the shard of the jade disc in hand, all possibilities were restored. The golden immortal who cultivates the laws exists on an entirely different plane from one who does not. First, I must leave this place. Honghuang restrained his impulsive yearning, postponing his comprehension of the law. The immediate priority was to depart discreetly to avoid detection. He utilized the technique of severing causality to erase any traces of his presence. After ensuring everything was cleared, he quietly departed. Honghuang left Engzhou Island and flew to Penglai Island, seeking a cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy for shelter. He intended to refine the pure yang sword before delving into the law of destruction. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Haha, I have finally broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. In a certain cave, Yuan exclaimed with unrestrained joy. My dear brother, you have finally succeeded. Congratulations, brother. Celebrations are in order. Upon hearing the exclamations, Dai Li and Jin Dashing, who were guarding outside, rushed in. Just as I anticipated. Yuan reveled in the newfound power within him, his expression growing increasingly confident and exuberant. It is time to return and exact my vengeance. Indeed. We have awaited this day. The two demons were equally exhilarated. To ensure success and prevent any chance of escape, we must enlist additional allies. In the pursuit of a troublesome talisman that would sever his escape route, Yuan, with his meticulous thoughts, aimed to eradicate Honghuang in one decisive blow to avert future troubles. Let us consult the demon sage. Surely, he possesses a method, proposed Dai Li. Excellent. Let it be so. With that, the three demons departed from their cave and swiftly made their way to the abode of the demon sage. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, there were not only the likes of the merchant sheep demon sage, but also several surviving demon sages. Some in seclusion, others recuperating. The demon sage they sought was Fei Lian, who bore the body of a deer, a head like that of a sparrow, long horns, a serpent's tail adorned with leopard spots, and was adept in the grand mastery of wind. Upon learning of Yuan's intentions, Fei Lian immediately commanded his subservient demon king, Fengyamo, to accompany Yuan. This demon king was at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, his cultivation level comparable to that of Yuan. Demon sage, this individual is cunning. I fear he may flee. Might you have a strategy? Yuan inquired. Oh, why such a fuss over a mere golden immortal? Fei Lian replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Nevertheless, just to be safe, take this treasure with you. As he spoke, Fei Lian gestured, and a radiant umbrella emerged, shimmering with extraordinary hues. This treasure, known as the Boundless Umbrella, was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. When deployed, it could seal off a stretch of space-time and ensnare adversaries within. Fei Lian's voice pierced through the air, sharp as a blade of wind, reaching the ears of the three demons. Thank you, esteemed sir, for this gift, Yuan exclaimed, his face alight with delight as he accepted the Boundless Umbrella. Ah, this is not a gift for you. Remember to return it once you have used it. Fei Lian corrected him, for the Boundless Umbrella was his most cherished spiritual treasure. Despite its classification as merely a mid-grade innate treasure, many celestial beings had never even touched an innate treasure in their lifetimes, even the most trivial of them. I understand. Yuan nodded, fully aware that it was unreasonable to covet such a precious artifact. With the Boundless Umbrella in hand, I shall see to it that you meet your demise. He smirked inwardly, his murderous intent towards Honghuang surging forth. Yuan, Jin Dashing, Dai Li, and Fengyamo, a total of 4 demons, set forth on their journey wielding the Boundless Umbrella. With his keen sense, Dai Li followed the trail of Honghuang's aura. After some time, the 4 demons emerged in the East Sea. I can smell him. That scoundrel Honghuang is on Sanxian Island, Dai Li declared, straining to capture the faint scent in the air. At that moment, Honghuang likely had no inkling that he could obscure the celestial mechanisms and evade the probing of others' divine senses and calculations, only to be discovered by a dog employing the most primitive of methods. Let us go. The 4 demons hastened towards the Penglai immortal path, anxious that their prey might escape. Right there, Dai Li pointed to a cave below, and Yuan understood, invoking the Boundless Umbrella. With a hum, the Boundless Umbrella slowly unfurled, sealing off the space-time for a radius of 10,000 miles. Honghuang, your time of death has come. Yuan's voice thundered forth, pressing down towards the cave below. Within the cave, Honghuang opened his eyes in displeasure. That wretched monkey has returned? He mused. So, he has broken through. No wonder he dares to seek revenge. Sensing Yuan's aura, Honghuang couldn't help but chuckle. He tidied himself up and ambled out of the cave at a leisurely pace. Yuan, is your skin once again itching? Honghuang gazed at the sky at a sharp angle of 45 degrees. It appears that Yuan has come well prepared this time. not only bringing treasures capable of sealing time and space, but also inviting a demon king of the Tai Golden Immortal level. This formidable assembly is solely intended to deal with him, a mere Golden Immortal. Humph. This time, your demise is inevitable. Even the Heavenly Sovereign cannot save you. Do not entertain thoughts of sending a distress signal, for it would be utterly futile. Yuan Hong pointed at the boundless umbrella in the sky. Yuan Hong, have the courage to face me in a one-on-one duel. Hong Yuan's face contorted with rage. Heh. Who wishes to engage you in singular combat? Although I possess overwhelming power, it is prudent to eliminate you swiftly to prevent any unforeseen changes. Brothers, arm yourselves. Yuan Hong declared with a cold smirk. As his words fell, the four demons swiftly summoned their magical artifacts. In that case, I shall not hold back. Hong Yuan replied with a devilish grin. You squander your opportunity. Chapter 48. A fierce assault on the Tai Golden Immortal. Wealth falls like treasures. Yuan Hong summoned his treasured artifact, the Qi Water and Fire Staff. A postnatal spiritual treasure. Dai Li and Jean Dashing also produced their own magical items. Kill. The three demons unleashed their lethal moves, overwhelming the surroundings. Meanwhile, Feng Mo showed no inclination to intervene, believing the three brothers of Yuan Hong were sufficient. After all, a dignified Tai Golden Immortal should not require assistance to besiege a mere Golden Immortal. Such a notion would be a source of ridicule. Boom. In a moment of crisis, Hong Yuan summoned the primordial earth spirit pearl, which hovered above him, releasing a vast aura of earthy essence. The trio's assault struck it, as if they had plunged into a quagmire, vanishing without a trace. A primordial spiritual treasure. The earth spirit pearl. Yuan Hong gasped in astonishment. Never expecting Hong Yuan to possess such a magnificent treasure. Why hadn't he used it in their previous battle? An upper-grade primordial earth spirit pearl. This was extraordinary. Feng Mo's face lit up with elation. Even his leader, Fei Lian, did not possess an artifact of this caliber. This journey had been worthwhile. If he could obtain the primordial earth spirit pearl. Feng Mo's eyes gleamed with avarice, fixated on the earth spirit pearl. Ah, no wonder you remain so composed. It is the primordial earth spirit pearl that protects you. Yuan Hong, both surprised and delighted, evidently shared Feng Mo's covetous thoughts. This was an upper-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Even a Deluo Golden Immortal would covet such a gem. He had intended to engage in a fair duel, but now, that pretense was cast aside. None of you shall escape today. Hong Yuan spoke calmly. As his words fell, the pure yang sword manifested in his hand. Cut. He uttered a single word, and the sword's brilliance shone like a star, illuminating the moment. Splurt. Blood splattered forth. Dai Li's eyes widened in shock, losing their luster as his head toppled down. What? Another primordial spiritual treasure? Yuan Hong and Feng Mo were aghast. Where do you acquire so many primordial spiritual treasures? Yuan Hong demanded, disregarding the death of his second brother. Is that all? Hong Yuan chuckled. The most powerful has yet to be unleashed. Brother Yuan, enough of this chatter. Let us slay this man. 2 primordial spiritual treasures. 1 for each of us. Feng Mo declared loudly, his greed intensifying. Just as he pondered how to divide one treasure, another appeared, resolving his dilemma. Just as I thought. Yuan Hong nodded earnestly. Jean Dashing cast a glance, as if to say, what about me? Boom. Yuan Hong revealed his true form as a fearsome demonic ape. A terrifying aura suffusing the space. He had grown even stronger since their last encounter. Feng Mo also transformed, manifesting as a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a human. Jean Dashing, terrified, retreated to the sidelines, leaving the battlefield to his 2 elder brothers. Young one, even if you possess 2 primordial spiritual treasures, what can you truly achieve? Today, you shall learn the disparity between a Golden Immortal and a Tai Golden Immortal. Feng Mo laughed heartily, his expression one of unwavering arrogance. With that, he was the first to strike, lunging at Hong Yuan. Battle demon body. Hong Yuan bellowed within himself, and immediately, a terrifying aura emanated from his being. His body transformed into a towering figure, his eyes shimmering like stars, and his hair danced gracefully, flowing with divine light. Enveloping him were intricate patterns of gold and black, embodying both demonic and divine essence. With a thunderous roar, Hong Yuan unleashed a punch that shattered the heavens and the earth, sending the wind demon staggering backward. His hand a bloody mess. How is this possible? The wind demon could hardly believe his eyes. Was such power truly possessed by a Golden Immortal? That aura felt so familiar. Yuan Hong was taken aback, sensing a shared essence emanating from Hong Yuan. Yet this essence surpassed his own, akin to a son encountering his father. Beast. Die. Yuan Hong snapped back to reality, his eyes bloodshot with rage. This feeling of inferiority shattered his composure. The demon war body was fused from the essence of the great ape, combined with the battle will of the chaos demon ape. Calling it a paternal relationship would not be an exaggeration. Facing the enraged second demon, Honghuang smiled calmly. Entering his second form, 3 heads and 6 arms, the surge of his aura intensified. In one hand, he cradled the primordial earth spirit pearl. In another, he wielded the pure yang sword. One hand swung a purple gold hammer, while another held the primordial chessboard, not to mention his numerous spiritual treasures. The second demon's eyes widened, feeling nauseated. Why did this young man possess primordial treasures as if they were mere cabbages, while he lacked even a single decent artifact? Prepare to meet your end, Honghuang roared, launching his assault against the 2 demons. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Yet Honghuang alone wielded 6. He effortlessly battled 2 opponents, even having the leisure to spare. With a sudden strike, the wind demon, caught off guard, was crushed by a hammer blow, half his body obliterated. Yuan Hong, you've betrayed me. Is this what you call an unremarkable golden immortal? The wind demon shouted in fury. This is not my fault. He has broken through. Yuan Hong was drenched in sweat, despite his own breakthrough to a higher realm. He should have held an advantage, yet it seemed as though Honghuang had surpassed him. Previously, their encounters had been evenly matched, but now, after just a brief exchange, he found himself overwhelmed. Breakthrough? The wind demon scoffed, incredulous. This youth was clearly only in the mid-stage of golden immortal, yet he wielded such formidable strength. Enough talk. Fight with all your might, or we shall both perish. Yuan Hong bellowed, his visage twisted in rage. No sooner had he spoken than a sword pierced through his chest, his aura rapidly waning. Seeing this, the wind demon inhaled deeply, unleashing a tempest. 9 heavens gale. The storm, infused with the power of the heavens, possessed the ability to rend all things asunder. Yet, Honghuang merely expanded his heavenly gang shield, effortlessly deflecting the attack. If it were the divine wind, he might have felt some trepidation, but the 9 heavens gale posed no threat to him. Freak. Yuan Hong, what have you done to provoke this monster? The wind demon exclaimed, pale with fear. One of his most potent moves had merely tickled his adversary. Not only did this individual possess a plethora of spiritual treasures, but his techniques were also flamboyant and varied, effortlessly wielding various divine communications. You give me wind, I shall return thunder. One of Honghuang's arms formed a seal. A bolt of Tai Chi Yin-Yang divine thunder descended from the heavens, obliterating the wind demon into nothingness. Unprepared, his physical form was instantly obliterated, leaving only a wisp of his primordial spirit, desperately attempting to flee. With a resounding thud, he collided with the spatial barrier of the infinite umbrella. Yuan Hong, for heaven's sake, retract the infinite umbrella, roared the wind demon. What was originally intended to confine his adversary had now become his own prison. Immediately, Yuan Hong disengaged from the battle, striving to retract the infinite umbrella and escape alongside the wind demon. There is no need for such complications. Allow me to assist you, boomed Honghuang, startling the 2 demons momentarily. Above his head, a winged golden coin gradually materialized. The falling treasure coin manifested into existence. With a hum, an extraordinary force radiated outward, causing the infinite umbrella to slip from control and soar toward Honghuang. Damn it, the infinite umbrella is out of control? Panic flashed across Yuan Hong's face, disbelief evident in his eyes. Chapter 49, Manipulating the Universe. The final showdown. Honghuang utilized the falling treasure money to strike down the Wujizuan. Simultaneously, he sensed a significant decline in his fortune. When one's financial luck wanes, the falling treasure money begins to extract merit. It appears that this artifact should not be used excessively. Honghuang felt a surge of trepidation within. Unless one possesses a wealth of fortune, it is prudent to wield it sparingly. At this moment, Yuan Hong, witnessing the Wujizuan poised to fall into Honghuang's grasp, was instantly consumed by anxiety. Should he lose this item, returning would surely mean facing the wrath of the fierce demon saint. His eyes bloodshot, he charged at Honghuang, intent on reclaiming the Wujizuan. Such a death would be of little consequence. Honghuang coldly shook his head and cast forth the Hunyuan chessboard in the yin-yang chess pieces, conjuring a realm that suppressed the wind demon's primordial spirit. With his hands freed, he turned to confront Yuan Hong, already wounded and now mentally disordered. Yuan Hong stood no chance against Honghuang. After a fierce battle, Honghuang decisively eradicated Yuan Hong's primordial spirit, annihilating this demon king entirely. Discoverable merging terms. Manipulating the universe, light purple, boundless strength, green. Manipulating the universe, mastery over the cosmos, controlling the changes within heaven and earth. Boundless strength, your physical power has been greatly amplified. Yuan could only extract terms, yet both proved invaluable to Honghuang. Boundless strength augmented his physical prowess, while manipulating the universe represented a divine ability that transcended creation. In simpler terms, it could alter the environment. In grander terms, it could harness the forces of the universe to empower oneself. Honghuang raised his hand to retrieve the Honghuang yin-yang chessboard. The wind demon's spirit had been thoroughly subdued. Several luminous spheres of terms fell forth. Discoverable merging terms. 9 heavens gale, green. Unfortunate luck, black. Swift wind, blue. Summoning wind and rain, green. 9 heavens gale. Wind transformed from the power of the heavenly constellations, possessing destructive force. Summoning wind and rain. One of the 36 transformations of the heavenly constellations. Unfortunate luck. Your recent fortune has been lacking. Proceed with caution. Swift wind. Run at an astonishing speed. To venture out under such unfortunate luck. After perusing the wind demon's terms, Honghuang couldn't help but chuckle. If this fellow were aware of his misfortune, he would likely never have dared to accompany Yuan to slay him. Honghuang merged the terms of the two demons, instantly feeling his physique strengthen further, particularly in terms of power, which surged significantly. Discoverable merging terms. Scent tracking, blue. Celestial dog running to the moon, blue. Immobilization, blue. Scent tracking. Your sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, allowing you to track targets by scent. Celestial dog running to the moon. The closer you are to the lunar influence, the faster your cultivation progresses. Immobilization. You can temporarily immobilize targets whose magical power is inferior to yours. Compared to Yuan. The terms from the dog demon daily were vastly inferior, almost laughable. None bore the hue of green. At first glance, scent tracking sounded formidable. Yet it held considerable limitations. One must first be familiar with the target's scent to initiate the tracking. After a prolonged pursuit, it would be more efficient for a skilled practitioner to calculate the target's whereabouts. The immobilization term, however, piqued Honghuang's interest more than the others. The lower the cultivation level of the target, the longer the immobilization time. This phenomenon bears a resemblance to the stasis of time itself. Let me examine my attributes. With a mere thought, Honghuang summoned his attribute panel. Name, Honghuang cultivation, mid-gold immortal, Yuanshan. Mid-gold immortal, physical body. Footing, low-grade innate sacred spiritual treasures. Fragments of the creation jade disc, pure yang sword. Innate earth spirit pearl, purple gold hammer, falling treasure money. Primordial chessboard, yin-yang chess pieces, Xian iron flying star sword. Merit points, 4, 297, 600 attributes. Gold, 9 transformations mysterious art. Purple, supreme clarity celestial scripture. Taiji yin-yang divine thunder, cutting causality, combat demon physique. Light purple, heavenly eye divine pupil, 9 breaths breathing technique. Golden light of the earth, fetal transformation, 5 blessings arriving. Manipulating heaven and earth, blue. 3 heads and 6 arms, sword heart clarity, gluttonous stomach, gung metal heavenly thunder, sheep spirit rebirth, earth as steel fingers, white tiger's might, bean soldier's formation. Heavenly gang body protection, wealth fortune, 9 heavens gang wind, boundless strength. Light blue, with spirit formation, mountain carrying, transformations at will. Blue, celestial dog devours the moon, scent tracking, earth listening technique, withering and flourishing, mirror flower water moon, thunder wings soaring, entry into formation path. Green, cloud riding, wind blowing, great strength, wind control, fire manipulation. It has become increasingly splendid. Honghuang nodded in acknowledgement. It is precisely due to these attributes that he can defeat enemies across significant realms. Of course, the function of spiritual treasures also plays a pivotal role. With a flick of his fingers, the Wuji umbrella flew before him. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Quite commendable. Upon realizing the grade of the Wuji umbrella, a look of satisfaction graced Honghuang's face. Oh, Haji Yuan, not only did you come to deliver your head, but you also brought gifts. The primary function of this spiritual treasure, the Wuji umbrella, is to ensnare foes and provide defense. With this artifact, executing future missions will be significantly easier. Thinking of escaping? Just wait until you see my Wuji umbrella. Once caught, you'll face dire consequences. Honghuang's consciousness delved inside, where a mental imprint resided within the Wuji umbrella. This indicated that the treasure had an owner. First, he must refine the imprint. Honghuang had no intention of hesitating. He immediately began the process of refining the mental imprint. At that moment, the spiritual entity of the demon Saint Fei Lian appeared within the Wuji umbrella. Old One, who are you to dare refine my treasure? Fei Lian bellowed in anger, initially believing it to be Yuan Hong attempting to steal his possession, only to discover it was a stranger of human descent. Who are you, demon spawn? Human or demon? I can discern at a glance, Hong Yuan remarked, noting the bird-like head of Fei Lian. I am the demon Saint Fei Lian. Who are you, and where has Yuan Hong gone? Fei Lian demanded coldly. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan understood. You are the demon Saint Fei Lian. Yuan Hong has already met his demise at my hands, and the Wuji umbrella is now my treasure. What? You have killed Yuan Hong? Fei Lian exclaimed in shock. You are that human named Hong Yuan? Indeed, Hong Yuan nodded slightly. Such audacity. Quickly return the Wuji umbrella to me, or else. Get lost. Have you lost your mind? Why would I return a treasure that is rightfully mine? Before Fei Lian could finish his threat, Hong Yuan interrupted him with a resounding shout and began to channel his consciousness to refine the imprint. Although Fei Lian is a quasi-saint, it is merely a spiritual imprint, which Hong Yuan can effortlessly refine. As you step, Fei Lian's visage contorted, and the spiritual imprint shattered in response. On another front, the long-prepared army of Qiyu from the human realm marched northward, arriving with great momentum at Zhulu. As I anticipated, Zhulu is indeed the site of Qiyou's demise. Upon receiving the news, Guang Chengxi's lips curled into a smile. Everything unfolded as he had predicted. The master is indeed sagacious, exclaimed Xin Yuan, his expression one of admiration. Mobilize the entire army, Guang Chengxi commanded. Soon, the mighty Xin Yuan army set forth, making their way to Zhulu. Guang Chengxi rode atop a splendid steed, flanked by numerous golden immortals from the Chan sect. This time, he aimed to decisively vanquish Qiyou's forces and fulfill his grand ambitions. Chapter 50, Qiyu and his 81 brothers. The sovereign of war upon the vast expanse of the plains, Xin Yuan and the formidable army of Qiyu stood in a tense standoff. Qiyu commanded an army of 20 million, while Xin Yuan boasted a staggering 80 million, culminating in a grand total of 100 million troops, a sight both awe-inspiring and imposing. Qiyu, surrender swiftly and spare yourself the futility of resistance. Xin Yuan is destined by heaven, the ordained sovereign of mankind. You defy the celestial order, ignorant of the inevitable fate that awaits you. Do not err further, lest you plunge into irreversible calamity. Guo Chengxi proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Prior to the onset of battle, he sought the moral high ground to psychologically undermine his adversary. It seems the last defeat has failed to impart any wisdom upon you. Xin Yuan, you cannot hope to vanquish me. Qiyu retorted with a cold laugh, his voice echoing like the tolling of a bell, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. As a reincarnated great shaman, he possessed not only a formidable physique but also the coveted primordial spirit of the witch clan, coupled with his fortuitous birth during a pivotal epoch. His current cultivation had nearly reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Your fortune is shallow, and your obstinacy is your undoing. My previous loss was merely a lapse in my vigilance, allowing you to seize a fleeting advantage. This time, I shall see how you intend to triumph over me. Guo Chengxi declared resolutely, emphasizing his superiority. With 80 million well-trained troops at his command, equipped with significantly upgraded weaponry, Qiyu's attempt to catch him off guard as he had before was utterly untenable. Such audacity, Guo Chengxi, who is truly the sovereign here, you or Xin Yuan? Queried Yao Liuli, who stood beside Qiyu, a sly smile gracing his lips, acting as both strategist and devoted companion to Qiyu, as well as a future mentor. His presence was vital in this crucial battle. Do not assume that I would fail to recognize you simply because you have altered your appearance, Yao Liuli. Your allegiance to Qiyou's tyranny. Do you not fear the repercussions? Guo Chengxi retorted coldly. Wait, you are mistaken. I am not Yao Liuli, he insisted, waving his hands in denial. Enough of this charade. The truth is apparent. You cannot hide from it. Yao Shi, Qiyu interjected with a mischievous grin, patting Yao Liuli on the shoulder. And so what? Every action I take is of my own volition. No one coerces me, and I bear full responsibility for my deeds, Yao Liuli declared proudly, shedding pretense entirely. Excellent. The Western sect, in its defiance of heaven, shall inevitably meet a dire fate, Guo Chengxi remarked with a frigid demeanor, dismissing the declaration with disdain. I care not for your proclamations. None shall escape this day, he asserted. Master, why waste words on them? Let them witness our might. Xin Yuan's great blade was eager for action, his confidence in his master unwavering, as victory felt assured. Form ranks. Attack. Guo Qingzi commanded with a slight nod. At once, the call to arms rang out, and Xian Yuan's army surged forth, organized and formidable, their weaponry a sight to behold. "Ha, Qiyu, do you presume you alone possess the skill to forge weapons?" Guo Qingzi remarked, brimming with confidence. "What you have, I too possess. Let us see how you dare to contend with me." Indeed, it appears Xian Yuan has made some progress, Qiyu conceded, an air of anticipation lingering in the atmosphere. "Regrettably, this level of prowess is far from sufficient to defeat me," Qiyu remarked with a cold smile. 81 brothers, step forth. With a thunderous roar, imposing giants with bronze heads and iron bodies emerged from the rear of Qiyu's army. These 81 warriors emanated a dark, sinister aura, resembling unleashed, formidable beasts. They charged forward, akin to a raging flood, crashing into the Xian Yuan army. In an instant, chaos ensued. Soldiers were tossed aside as if they were mere playthings. The battle formation that Guangqingzi took pride in was shattered in an eye blink. Ordinary blades and spears merely ricocheted off the bodies of the 81 warriors, inflicting no harm whatsoever. What on earth are these creatures? Guangqingzi and Xuanyuan's expression changed drastically. Such ferocity in the form of 81. These are war machines. Hybrids of humanity and witchcraft, further enhanced through special modifications. Tai Jinren and Chijingzi exchanged serious glances. These 81 brothers were neither fully human nor fully beast. Yet their bodies were incredibly resilient, impervious to conventional weaponry. How dare Qiyu resort to such underhanded tactics? Guangqingzi seethed with fury, his countenance dark and foreboding. "Huh! What a thrill to battle!" Xingtian's boisterous voice echoed through the heavens and the earth as he rampaged across the battlefield, an adversary more terrifying than the 81 brothers. "Which junior brother shall go forth to subdue this fiend?" Guangqingzi pointed at Xingtian, his face ashen. If Xingtian is not subdued, no amount of reinforcements will suffice. The assembled golden immortals exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to engage, weighed down by concerns. The distribution of merits from the human emperor's achievements is based on contributions. "Do not think for a moment that the senior brother will not grant you opportunities," Guangqingzi stated, gazing ahead with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuo's son immediately stepped forward. "This junior brother is willing to go." With Guangqingzi's nod of approval, Zhou Yuo's son burrowed underground, infiltrating the battlefield. The remaining golden immortals looked on enviously, lamenting that Zhou Yuo's son had seized the opportunity first. Zhou Yuo's son, adept in earth-moving techniques, stealthily approached Xingtian, grasping him and dragging him underground, leaving only his head above the surface. A dim-witted brute, strong in limbs but lacking in intellect, is only fit to bully mere mortals. Zhou Yuo's son taunted derisively as he manifested before Xingtian. He employed a minor technique to ensnare him with ease. "Behold as I cleave you." Zhou Yuo's son brandished his sword, aiming for Xingtian's head. Clang! Xingtian's cranium proved unyielding, sending the sword flying. "You think you can slay me?" Xingtian sneered, as if his colossal body were made of mere tofu. "Die!" He bellowed, his malevolent energy soaring, causing the earth to tremble. With a resounding crash, Xingtian shattered the ground and surged forth. Zhou Yuo's son's pupils constricted as he swiftly dove underground once more. The two wrestled and clashed incessantly. The 81 brothers remained indomitable, a force none could withstand. Meanwhile, the two commanders, Xian Yuan and Qiyu, faced off against each other. Qiyu was already a Tai golden immortal, possessing the true form of a great witch. Although Xian Yuan hails from the human race, he is endowed with great fortune and has been a disciple of the esteemed Guangqingzi. Over the years, he has ascended to the realm of Tai golden immortal. In the midst of a fierce battle between two armies, Xian Yuan wielded his sword with extraordinary skill. Having mastered the true teachings of Guangqingzi, the northern dipper sword technique, Xian Yuan executed a cunning thrust aimed directly at Qiyu's brow. Yet, just as the sword was a mere 3 inches from its target, it could advance no further, no matter the effort. "Haha, Xian Yuan, your swordsmanship is commendable," Qiyu proclaimed, firmly grasping the blade with one hand and displaying a contemptuous smile. "However, you shall not breach my formidable true form." With a resounding clang, the sword shattered, and Qiyu delivered a powerful punch that struck Xian Yuan squarely in the chest. Xian Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward. "All lies, all deceptions. My master's sword technique is anything but invincible." Chapter 51. The Fate of the Witch-Slaying Sword Guangqingzi. Utterly insane. Xian Yuan spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Guangqingzi once proclaimed that his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the realm, second only to the heavenly master. As long as you learn my sword techniques, you shall surely defeat Qiyu. Yuan believed him and practiced diligently, yet when he unleashed his full power in a single strike, he could not even breach Qiyu's physical form. Haha, Yuan, you have lost. The supremacy of the human race is now mine. Qiyu laughed maniacally, his malevolent aura surging skyward, suppressing the ethereal presence of the human emperor. Yuan. Guang Qingzi's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Should Yuan perish, all his efforts would be rendered futile, leading to total annihilation. Not only would Yuan be doomed, but so would he. Qiyu, you shall perish, Guang Qingzi roared, his eyes filled with bloodlust, resembling a lion bereft of sanity. With a hum, the celestial seal soared above him, carrying with it an overwhelming force aimed directly at Qiyu. Irrespective of whether you are Qiyu or a harbinger of calamity, I shall obliterate you. Qiyu, poised to strike Yuan, suddenly sensed a lethal threat. His innate treasure, the Tiger Soul Blade, was unleashed. This blade, a postnatal spiritual treasure crafted from a multitude of rare materials and nourished by countless drops of essence, was an unparalleled weapon. Although merely a postnatal treasure, its might surpassed that of many innate treasures. The celestial seal collided with the Tiger Soul Blade, erupting in a cataclysmic display of power that reverberated across the cosmos. Guang Qingzi's body trembled as his blood surged within him. What a monstrous creation! To have forged such a weapon, I cannot allow you to remain. What are you all waiting for? Join me. Guang Qingzi was in a state of utter desperation. Yuan must not be defeated. Yes, Master. The multitude of golden immortals responded in unison, rushing to the battlefield. Guang Qingzi's intervention afforded Yuan a moment to regroup, and he launched another assault on Qiyu, only to face yet another dismal defeat. Master, my blade cannot penetrate his defenses, Yuan exclaimed, a mixture of surprise, anger, and a hint of grievance in his voice. Fool, how have I taught you all this time? Guang Qingzi scolded, filled with exasperation. This is precisely how you taught me, Yuan retorted, leaving Guang Qingzi momentarily speechless. In truth, it was not entirely Yuan's fault. Qiyu's formidable witch body was beyond what mere strength could overcome. Even he found it exceedingly challenging to slay Qiyu. Qiyu is truly formidable. Yuan stands no chance. The body of a great witch can only be vanquished by the witch-slaying sword. The calamity energy in this world surged ever more fiercely. Many powerful beings in the primordial realm were closely monitoring this battle. The struggle of humanity was also a contest among the saints, the stakes of which were of utmost significance. On Palai Island, the esteemed Master Guang Qingzi appeared poised to lose once again. Honghuang observed the battlefield, silently appraising the situation. Although it seemed Yuan had the support of 12 golden immortals, in his eyes, they were merely 12 talismans. Setting aside whether the 12 would intervene, even if they did, they would inevitably be ensnared by calamity, caught in a web of mortal peril. In any case, the affairs of humanity must be resolved by humanity itself. Honghuang shook his head with a smile, extending his palm, from which a destructive aura surged forth. The law of destruction, truly extraordinary. He has finally grasped a fragment of the law of destruction. Even a mere wisp possesses a heart-stirring potency. This represents the pinnacle of destructive power, significantly enhancing the efficacy of offensive techniques. Honghuang retracted the force of annihilation and shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. For Yuan to vanquish Qiyu, there exists an indispensable element. What could it be? It must surely be the human emperor's sword, also known as the witch-slaying sword. Crafted by the demon race to counteract the witch race, this artifact was designed to dismantle the witch body. However, since the cataclysmic battle between the witches and demons, the whereabouts of the witch-slaying sword have remained unknown. Honghuang strained to recall, yet found no trace of its location. There are three primary possibilities. One is the demon race, the second is Nuwa, and the third is Hongjun. If it lies in the hands of the demon race, there remains a chance. Yet, if it is with Nuwa or Hongjun, the situation becomes dire. A contemplative expression crossed Honghuang's face. He had no standing to procure the witch-slaying sword from either Nuwa or Hongjun. I shall first inquire with the demon trickster. A flash of inspiration struck Honghuang as he thought of Kuei-jie. Kuei-jie, please respond. After a moment, Kuei-jie replied, Master, what is your command? Do you have knowledge of the whereabouts of the witch-slaying sword? Honghuang asked directly. The witch-slaying sword? It is said that this sword is in the possession of the demon prince Lia. Shall I assist you in acquiring it? Can you procure it? Honghuang's eyes brightened. Alas, it may be somewhat challenging. Kuei Jie replied timidly. However, I have heard that the witch-slaying sword is sealed by Luya in a certain location. I will first investigate for you. Excellent. Inform me at the first opportunity when you have news, Honghuang instructed, before severing the communication. At this moment, the battlefield was a tempest of chaos filled with cries of battle. Taiji Jinren, Chijingzi, Wishu, Puxian, Sihong, Huanglong, and other golden immortals of the Chan school all took action, striving to alter the tide of the conflict. With a swift and ruthless strike, Taiji Jinren effortlessly dispatched over 1,000 Chiyu soldiers, defying the heavens. Those who perished deserve it. He bore a countenance devoid of compassion. Unbeknownst to him, as he eliminated those soldiers, a dark mist silently infiltrated his brow. Indeed, the death of these individuals was of little consequence. Sihong, Chijingzi, and others also engaged in the massacre of Chiyo's forces. A continuous influx of dark energy surged into their bodies. This is dire. The influx of karmic energy. Suddenly, Taiji Jinren's expression shifted dramatically after casually slaying tens of thousands. He felt a flow of ominous black energy within him. Karmic energy is indeed a form of calamity. Excessive karmic energy within a cultivator can lead to misfortune, regression in cultivation, or even a fatal calamity. These individuals, being of which human hybrid lineage, are also part of the human race. The human race is the destined protagonist. Indiscriminate slaughter is forbidden. The golden immortals were quick to realize the gravity of the situation, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Internal strife among the human race may be tolerable, but if an external race perpetrates slaughter against humanity, they shall be ensnared by karmic retribution. What shall be done? In that moment, the golden immortals of the Chan school found themselves in a quandary. To act or not to act, that was the dilemma. On the other side of the battlefield, Chiyo's 81 brothers were invincible, relentlessly pushing back the Xianyuan army. They clashed with the edge of Sun Bian's forces, engaging in fierce combat with numerous tactics. Yet the damage inflicted was merely superficial. Qi pursued Xianyuan, slaughtering indiscriminately and sweeping across the battleground. What was once a numerical advantage for the Xianyuan army had now transformed into a display of utter defeat. The middle-tier combatants in Chiyo's forces were formidable. In addition to the 81 brothers, there were many hybrid humans, each capable of taking on 10 or even 100 foes. Guang Chengzi surveyed the entire battlefield, his expression growing increasingly grim. It was a familiar sensation. No, this battle was of paramount importance. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. If we abandon the deer hunt, we will be entirely relegated to a passive position. With this thought, Guang Chengzi's eyes turned bloodshot. The last defeat could be understood. But what about this time? Absolutely not allowed to lose. Guang Chengzi summoned the treading heaven seal once more, transforming it into a mountain-sized weapon, and hurled it towards the center of the battlefield. Boom. With a single strike, tens of thousands of Chiyo's troops were reduced to a mist of blood. I strike. I strike. I strike. Strike. Guang Chengzi descended into madness. Chapter 52. Bound by karma, the three purity schemes to annihilate all. No one can hinder the human emperor's enlightenment. Guang Chengzi's eyes were bloodshot, and the fan-like artifact in his hand resembled a pestle, striking down upon the Chiyu army and reducing them to mere pulp. He appeared utterly deranged, completely consumed by madness. Guang Chengzi, have you lost her senses? Shouted Yoshi Yuli, her expression grim. Who could have anticipated that Guang Chengzi would suddenly descend into battle himself, forsaking his status? Very well, if you disregard your identity, then I too shall slay. A magnificent glass pagoda materialized in Yao Shi Yuli's grasp, transforming into a mountain-sized structure as it crashed down upon the Xianyuan army. Boom. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Senior brother, cease at once, spare their lives. At that moment, Qi Jingzi, Taiji Jinren, and others soared onto the battlefield, rushing to Guang Chengzi's side. Murder incurs karma. We are already ensnared by it. Senior brother, please halt. Taiji Jinren exclaimed anxiously. Guang Chengzi, however, remained deaf to their pleas, continuing his relentless assault as if it had become an instinctive reflex. Senior brother, I kneel before you. Please retract the fan. Taiji Jinren clung to Guang Chengzi's leg, beseeching him to stop. Senior brother, I implore you, do not continue this slaughter. Thud. The remaining golden immortals rushed forward, forming a tangled mass, wailing and pleading in despair. What has come over me? Guang Chengzi suddenly awoke from his frenzy, his gaze regaining clarity. I see that senior brother longs for home. Long for home. Karma. 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 This is disastrous. Upon hearing these words, Guang Chengzi's expression shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to him, a shroud of black mist had enveloped his primordial spirit. Having caused more deaths than anyone else, Guang Chengzi bore the heaviest karma. His younger brothers looked on in admiration. Truly, the eldest brother must always be the first in all endeavors. Senior brother, what shall we do? The celestial beings wore expressions of sorrow. The only one who remained composed was Honghuang, for he had long been accustomed to the burdens of karma. Do not panic. As long as the human emperor attains enlightenment, we shall share in the merits and cleanse ourselves of this karma. Guang Chengzi's mind sparked with a notion, and he quickly regained his composure, reassuring his younger brothers. Indeed, what you say is most insightful, senior brother. The celestial beings displayed relieved smiles. Let us retreat. Allow me to return to Kunlun Mountain and consult with our master, seeking a method to vanquish Qiyu. Guang Chengzi realized that continuing the battle would lead them to be hopelessly ensnared by karma, or they would be slaughtered by the Qiyu army. In any case, victory was already a formidable challenge. Retreat. Immediately, the call for withdrawal echoed across the battlefield, marking yet another defeat for the Xianyuan army against Qiyu. As they fled in disarray, "Damn you, Guang Chengzi, you have brought me suffering." In the rear, Yao Shi Liuli wore a face of despair. For he too was ensnared by karma, his primordial spirit exuding black smoke. Haha, what a thrill. The boisterous laughter of Qiyu and Xing Tian resounded across the battlefield. The air was thick with calamity, and the human emperor's fate in the heavens grew ever dimmer. Kunlun Mountain. Lung fog. It's all lung fog. Yuan Shi's face turned ashen, his gaze clouded with foreboding. To my astonishment, the 12 golden immortals, united in their efforts, have suffered such a defeat. What were these 12 individuals preoccupied with all this time? Have their wits been misplaced? My second brother, do not succumb to anger. Although our esteemed disciples possess formidable powers, they cannot recklessly intervene in battle. The crux of victory or defeat lies within the hands of humanity itself. I, Laozi, spoke with a sense of calm. It was evident to me that Guang Chengzi and the others were hindered by karmic constraints, unable to unleash their full potential. The path of the human emperor is indeed fraught with twists and turns. Tongdian shook his head with a sigh. The witch clan, obstinate and defiant, deserves their demise. Yuan Shi scoffed, unleashing a torrent of invective. I glanced helplessly at my second brother. This troublesome sibling resorts to insults when faced with defeat, day in and day out. He laments about the fragility of life or the shallow roots of fortune, or else he rebels against the heavens. The three pure ones were once united, akin to red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. Eldest brother, third brother, shall you merely stand by as our kin faces adversity? Yuan Shi gazed intently at me and Tongdian. Surely not, surely not. Second brother, we three brothers shall advance and retreat together, Tongdian affirmed, his fierce disposition placing great value on brotherly loyalty. Fear not, for I possess a plan, I said with a slight smile, already formulating a strategy in my mind. What method do you propose? Yuan Shi inquired eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. Despite his seemingly profound demeanor, he was but a facade, lacking substance beneath the surface, a mere pretender. The true wisdom lay with the astute elder brother, me. I shall procure the river map and Luo Book of Fuxi from Xuandu, employing them to establish the Honghuang Hulua Great Formation. Although humanity may not fully harness the power of this array, it will suffice to contend with Qiyu. I stroked my beard, my gaze profound, as if everything were within my grasp. Splendid! What an excellent plan! Yuan Shi exclaimed, elated. He promptly summoned Guang Chengzi back. Upon receiving the command, Guang Chengzi hurriedly made his way back to Kunlun Mountain. In the Shumi Mountain, well done, Yao Shi. The two saints of the West chuckled, already envisioning Qiyu attaining the status of human emperor, heralding a triumphant victory for the Western teachings. The recent defeat of the deer hunting had cost Xianyuan half of his territory. Victory seemed imminent. Yuan Ti, flushed with excitement, displayed none of the solemnity expected of a sage. We must remain vigilant. Beware of a cornered dog desperate to leap the wall. With the support of the Chan sect behind Xianyuan, the three pure ones united present a formidable front, preventing any ruthless moves. Jane intoned gravely. After years of dealings, he understood the three pure ones all too well. When these three unite, they beautifully exemplify the diversity of life, one representing youth, another middle age, and the last, elderhood, each with their own distinct personalities, fully encompassing the spectrum. Should we alert Yao Shi to bolster his defenses? Yuan Ti hesitated before asking. Indeed. Jane nodded, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze profoundly contemplative. He unleashed his full might, every action brimming with intricacy. This was a game of wits among sages, where only the ultimate victor could savor the fruits of triumph. Soon enough, within the ranks of Chiyo's army, the troubled pharmacist Liuli, ensnared by the burdens of karma, received a message from Xuanti. Guangchengzi had returned to Kunlun Mountain seeking assistance, urging caution and the bolstering of their forces. Master? Pharmacist Liuli was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her head in contemplation. The disciple was indeed ensnared by karma, suffering immensely, overwhelmed by frustration. Oh, curse Liuli, if only you would assist Chiyu in vanquishing Xin Yuan, the rewards would be boundless. Cleansing your karma and severing the 3 corpses would no longer be a mere fantasy. Is what you say truly so, Master? Pharmacist Liuli's face illuminated with excitement. Have I ever deceived you? Xuanti replied with a scoff. The disciple grasped the implication. I shall promptly inform Chiyu. Renewed with vigor, Pharmacist Liuli felt a surge of determination. With the benefits assured, even the Emperor of Humans would be easily vanquished. Chapter 53. Honghuang courageously ventures into the mountain of 10,000 demons. And I too have indulged in spirits meanwhile, on the Isle of Palai. Master, I have gathered information regarding the slaughtering witch sword. The voice of Kuei Jie reached Honghuang, who was engrossed in comprehending the loss. Oh, pray tell, where is it? Honghuang's spirits lifted. The slaughtering witch sword is sealed within the Golden Crow Temple by Luyo. The Golden Crow Temple lies deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Golden Crow Temple. I understand. Upon hearing Kuei Jie's report, Honghuang finally comprehended. The Golden Crow Temple was originally the palace of the Demon Emperor. But after the fall of the Demon Court, it was relocated to the 10,000 Great Mountains by Luya. The slaughtering witch sword was sealed within its confines. Kuei Jie, I command you to immediately retrieve the slaughtering witch sword for me. Honghuang instructed Kuei Jie without hesitation. What? The Golden Crow Temple is heavily guarded. Is the master jesting with me? Kuei Jie was taken aback. Why not ask me to steal the Zishio Palace instead? Do you take me for a wishing star? Do you think I am jesting? Very well. I shall do my utmost. Kuei Jie gritted his teeth, his voice brimming with determination and a spirit that seemed ready to face death. Honghuang smiled faintly, severing the communication before rising to leave his cave abode. Indeed, he had been jesting. He could not rely solely on Kuei Jie. Subsequently, Honghuang employed the technique of transformation and shape change, metamorphosing into the appearance of Jin Dashing. He assumed a human form with a bull's head, a yellow face, iron rings, and a pair of sharp black horns atop his head. Having completed this transformation, Honghuang became a streak of golden light, soaring toward the northern 10,000 Great Mountains. At the deepest part of the 10,000 Great Mountains lies a range known as the Mountain of 10,000 Demons, the stronghold of the demon race. Honghuang effortlessly passed through numerous checkpoints, arriving at the Mountain of 10,000 Demons. The atmosphere was ablaze with firelight, filled with demonic energy, and bustling with activity. Demonic soldiers stood guard, and the area was heavily fortified. Various demons flocked from all directions, chattering and laughing, seemingly preparing for a gathering of sorts. Today marks the birthday celebration of the demon sage Philian. Dear brother, what gift have you prepared? A gift? Just a rather unremarkable spiritual root. I have brought nothing but my mouth. Goodness, you are quite bold. Are you not afraid of inciting the sage's wrath? Wrath? I have been summoned by the sage to serve. The discussions of the smaller demons reached Honghuang's ears. Serve? Honghuang pondered, deciding to blend in and observe. He immediately followed suit, casually wrapping an arm around the shoulder of one small demon. Brother, serving is a fine opportunity. Take me along to witness the world, shall we? The small demon, upon seeing the bold demon, was immediately incensed. What do you mean, you old yellow bull? How will you manage to not disturb our esteemed guests? Serving requires wit. You are not cut out for it. Unfazed, Honghuang discreetly slipped a spiritual fruit into the small demon's hand. Brother, please assist me. I yearn for advancement. Feeling the potency of the spiritual fruit, the small demon's demeanor shifted dramatically. This esteemed bull brother is quite impressive. You certainly possess the qualities for serving. Come with me. Thus, Honghuang seamlessly integrated himself into the throng. The hall of 10,000 demons was adorned with a lavish feast, teeming with a multitude of demons. Seated at the head of the table was the protagonist, the demon Saint Philian, flanked by the demon Saint Shangyang. Below them sat various demon deities, all possessing the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals, while the remaining seats were filled with formidable demon kings, each boasting remarkable prowess. Honghuang successfully secured the role of a server, weaving through the assembly to pour wine for the demons. Here was Philian, the demon saint, who had just been robbed of his treasure, yet still had the leisure to host a birthday banquet. One could not help but marvel at the carefree nature of the demon race. Honghuang cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Lian, silently ridiculing him. At that moment, a purple orb of light appeared beneath Lian's feet. A notification. Honghuang was startled and quickly concealed the notification. Before he could even examine it, he inadvertently spilled wine all over the table. What is this little cow demon thinking? Can't you see the wine overflowing? A crisp yet languid voice interrupted his thoughts, causing Honghuang to turn his head. It was a pristine white female demon, visibly displeased as she reclined in her feathered cloak, wine dripping down the edge of the table onto her shapely thigh. I too have had too much to drink. Honghuang realized the gravity of the situation and immediately feigned drunkenness, his eyes glazed and slurring. I'll help you clean it up. I'll help you clean it up. Without further ado, his furry hand pressed against the female demon's thigh. Honghuang was dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the audacity of this cow demon daring to desecrate her sacred form. Impudent! Honghuang exclaimed sharply, ready to unleash her wrath. Honghuang, what has transpired? Lian, sensing the disturbance, cast a perplexed glance in their direction. Nothing of great consequence. This little demon merely spilled some wine, Honghuang replied with a smile. Oh, is that so? Lian's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Honghuang. I was drunk. Honghuang explained, his heart pounding with guilt. Very well, today is a momentous occasion for me, so I shall spare you this once. Have him leave and let the patrolling brothers come in to partake. Lian waved his hand dismissively, irritation evident in his tone. Thank you, great king. Honghuang felt a surge of relief and promptly turned to exit. Wait, Lian suddenly called out, as if recalling something. What further instructions do you have, great king? Honghuang stiffly turned back. Surely, you have not been discovered? You seem somewhat familiar. What is your name? Replying to the great king, I am called Jin Xiaoxing. Honghuang answered without lifting his head. Nothing further. You may go. Lian gestured nonchalantly. Come, let the feast continue. Honghuang exited the Hall of 10,000 Demons. His heart lightened. He made his way toward the back mountain, seizing the opportunity when the demonic powers were momentarily lax in vigilance. Silently, he activated his heavenly eye, searching for any suspicious signs in the vicinity. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the mid-slope. Found it. Suddenly, Honghuang spotted a resplendent golden palace, exuding an inexplicable pressure. The entrance was guarded by a host of demon generals. This was the Golden Crow Temple. Honghuang pondered quietly, devising a plan to stealthily abscond with the slaughter which soared without arousing suspicion. A flash of inspiration struck. Suddenly, he produced a flask of wine and took several hearty swigs before unsteadily approaching the Golden Crow Temple. Halt! The actions of Honghuang immediately drew the attention of the demon generals. Why aren't you brothers partaking in the feast for the flight of the fiery demon saint today? Honghuang slurred, taking another generous gulp as he spoke. The intoxicating aroma of the wine stirred the appetites of the demon generals, causing their wariness to dissipate. We are tasked with guarding the temple and cannot leave. One of the demon generals responded with evident reluctance. That's simple. I will keep watch while you indulge, Honghuang declared nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall go first, and I'll switch with you upon my return, the eager demon general replied. Once he departed, the once dazed Honghuang suddenly regained his composure and discreetly activated the binding spell, pointing towards the three demons behind him. Bind. The three demons were momentarily stunned as an invisible force restrained them, rendering them immobile. In a flash, Honghuang struck, swiftly eliminating the three demons. He casually merged the fallen spell fragments before stealthily infiltrating the Golden Crow Temple. Chapter 54. The acquisition of the witch-slaying sword Xian Yuan stood at the entrance of the Golden Crow Temple, once revered as the Sun God Temple. Honghuang stealthily infiltrated its depths, employing his celestial vision to scrutinize his surroundings. The temple was a labyrinthine structure, concealing independent realms within its confines. Unbeknownst to him, Honghuang found himself at the heart of the temple, where an astonishing malevolence permeated the air. Was this the ominous aura emitted by the witch-slaying sword? Forged from the essence of countless human lives and stained with the blood of innumerable witches, its sinister nature was unmistakable. Soon, he reached the temple's core, and from a distance, he beheld a blood-red longsword hovering above a pool of blood. The witch-slaying sword. Honghuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cautiously approached. Surrounding the sword was a layer of protective enchantment. However, he found the barrier rather rudimentary, lacking the sophistication of the innate defenses he had previously encountered. Without hesitation, Honghuang seated himself upon the ground and commenced the unraveling of the enchantment. In the span of a brief tea ceremony, the barrier dissipated. Such a trivial enchantment was easily managed. A smirk graced Honghuang's lips. He then extended his hand, drawing the witch-slaying sword into his being. Success. With decisive swiftness, he took flight from the temple. As he exited the Golden Crow Temple, he was confronted by a demon general. Brother, I've had my fill. Would you mind? Before he could finish, the demon halted abruptly, staring at the lifeless body of another demon on the ground. What had transpired? Had he become inebriated without a drink? Look at their infantile slumber. What could possibly be wrong? Honghuang chuckled softly, then abruptly raised a finger, invoking a binding spell. The demon general realized too late what was occurring. With a single strike, Honghuang extinguished his life, collecting the spoils before vanishing into the distance. It was only long after his departure that a patrolling demon discovered the state of the Golden Crow Temple. This is dire. The Demon Emperor's temple has been violated. The news raced back to the myriad demons' palace. The demon lords, including the demon sage and the demon god, were left in shock. Under their watchful eyes, who dared to trespass into the sacred domain of the demon race? Who possessed such audacity? The temple has been stolen? They inquired. Do you mean an entire temple has been relocated? No. The temple remains intact, yet the witch-slaying sword is missing. How outrageous. Why do you stand there? Go forth and search. Fei Lian bellowed in fury, overturning the table before him. On this auspicious day of his celebration, such an affront occurred. Investigate at once. This act was undoubtedly premeditated, executed while we relaxed our vigilance. Shangyang's expression darkened. The myriad demons mountain was the stronghold of the demon race. How could someone infiltrate and abscond with the witch-slaying sword? Was this not akin to defecating upon the heads of the demons? How would they maintain their dignity when word spread? None of the demons present tonight may be spared. He continued. This fiend must have disguised themselves as a demon to infiltrate the myriad demons mountain, or perhaps there is a traitor among our ranks. At this proclamation, Fei Lian suddenly froze, his pupils constricting as the visage of an elderly yellow bull surfaced in his mind. Is it him? Who? Shangyang cast a puzzled glance. That bull demon pouring wine. Jin. Xiao. Sheng. He finally understood why Jin Shaoxing seemed familiar. This was none other than the bull demon Jin Dashing, who used to be by Yuan Hong's side. Yet Jin Dashing had long since perished, evidently. Tonight Jin Dashing was someone in disguise. So it was him. Shangyang felt a wave of dizziness and fury wash over him, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. This scoundrel not only devoured his tender tofu, but also pilfered the demon race's treasured artifact, the Slaughter Witch sword. I now know who this person is. Fei Lian's face turned ashen. He is the one who slaughtered the 7 monsters of Meishan, the human, Honghuang. A little contemplation made it clear that all of this was inextricably linked to Honghuang. Otherwise, why would he take on the guise of Jin Dashing? Was it a deliberate provocation to the demon race, or merely an accident? In Fei Lian's view, Honghuang must have acted intentionally. Otherwise, he could have easily transformed into an unfamiliar demon. Honghuang, it's you again. Shangyang's face was as cold as frost. His hatred for Honghuang reaching new heights. Even the former witch race had never evoked such animosity in her. Pass the orders down. Capture all the bull demons within the 10,000 great mountains and bring them here. An esteemed demon god immediately commanded his subordinates to apprehend the bull demons. Fool. By this time, he is already transformed. What use is it to capture a bull? Fei Lian slapped the demon god on the head in exasperation. The prince is in seclusion. Do not inform him of this matter just yet. We must seize Honghuang while we have the chance. News spread throughout the myriad demon mountains. That damned yellow bull spirit has actually stolen the Slaughter Witch sword? How am I supposed to steal it now? Somewhere in the myriad demon mountains. Kuei Jie pounded his chest in frustration, his fur standing on end. He was just about to steal the Slaughter Witch sword when someone else beat him to it. How will I explain this to my master? Immediately, Kuei Jie relayed this news to Honghuang. Master, it's a disaster. The Slaughter Witch sword you wanted has been stolen by a cursed old yellow bull. As Honghuang raced through the mountains, upon receiving this transmission, he burst into laughter. Kuei Jie, you are mistaken. Mistaken? Kuei Jie was puzzled. It is not a cursed old yellow bull. Rather, it is a far-sighted, charismatic, and graceful bull deity. Bull? Bull deity? Kuei Jie was utterly baffled. Has my master lost his wits in his anger? Soon, as new information spread, it became known that the one who stole the Slaughter Witch sword was Honghuang himself. Upon hearing this, Kuei Jie immediately knelt down. Honghuang, constantly changing his appearance, successfully made his escape from the 10,000 great mountains. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and examined the entries he had previously merged. Annihilation Wind, purple, one of the strongest divine winds in the world, possessing the power to obliterate all things. Nail-headed 7 arrows, light purple, one of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, inscrutable to gods and demons alike, able to take a life from afar. These 2 entries were fresh and had merged with the original entries like the 9 Heavens Gang Wind to form powerful new abilities. Meanwhile, on the human realm, Yuan and Qiyu faced off once again. Guangqingzi returned from Kunlun Mountain with the river map and Lo Shu, intending to set up a makeshift version of the Honghuang Luo formation. He shook off his despondency, radiating an unprecedented confidence. By the shores of the East Sea, 2 armies stood in opposition. Qiyu, mounted upon the iron-eating beast, exuded an imposing aura. Compared to the last encounter, he had grown even stronger. The victory in the Battle of the Stags had once more augmented his fortune, and his cultivation had ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This terrifying progress left the Golden Immortals of the Chan sect astounded. Qiyu could not be allowed to triumph again. Otherwise, there would be no chance for resurgence. Yuan, you must exert yourself. We are bound by limitations and cannot unleash our full strength. Qiyu must be defeated by you, urged Guangqingzi, who was astride a horse beside Yuan. Hearing this, Yuan, taken aback, pointed incredulously at himself. Me? Master, are you jesting? You all indiscriminately facilitated Qiyu's rise, and now you wish for me to vanquish him? What? Does the future emperor lack even this modicum of confidence? This is a test for you. The path to becoming an emperor is destined to be fraught with challenges. If you cannot overcome this minor difficulty, how can you speak of becoming an emperor? Guangqingzi admonished with a grave expression, as if he had intentionally lost before to create obstacles. Yuan fell silent, his trust and admiration for Guangqingzi diminishing once more. He began to perceive that this group of individuals cared only for merit, completely disregarding their own lives. The so-called teachers were utterly unreliable. Chapter 55. The True Form of the Ancestor Shaman. Honghuang, the Supreme Deity, Yuan, Guangqingzi. This time, what tricks do you still have up your sleeves? The voice of Qiyu reverberated like thunder across the battlefield, his expression one of disdain, a playful smile gracing his lips. You enjoy calling for help from your sect, do you? My backing is not to be underestimated. Qiyu secretly scoffed. Qiyu, today, your defeat is inevitable. Guangqingzi retorted sharply. The river map and Luo book soared from above his head, unleashing an enigmatic radiance. In an instant, this power spread forth, enveloping the Yuan army. The moment the formation was established, a miniature map of the primordial world emerged, emanating a terrifying pressure. The primordial river and Luo formation? Haha. So that's how it is, Guangqingzi. No wonder you possess such confidence. Qiyu observed, unperturbed, his face alight with mockery. The true primordial river and Luo formation can rival the power of a sage, yet this version before me barely measures up to that of a quasi-saint. Buzz. Boom. In the next moment, 12 banners materialized around Qiyu, radiating an astonishing malevolence. Arise. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Qiyu's roar resonated through the heavens and earth. What? The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the primordial realm, a multitude of celestial beings and mighty powers gasped in disbelief. Those who had witnessed the Pangu's true form could not remain calm. During the original battle between the witches and the demons, the 12 ancestor shamans had conjured this formation, summoning Pangu's true form, nearly shattering the very heavens and earth. Humph! How can a mere shaman arrange the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation? It is all fake, utterly false. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan's expression darkened as he bellowed. He had never anticipated that Qiyu possessed such a card up his sleeve. Second brother, remain calm. This is not the true formation, merely a name in vain. The old one signaled to his brothers not to panic, for there was still a chance to salvage the situation. He spoke truthfully. Qiyu, with his own strength, was incapable of manifesting the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. What he had set up could only be termed the ancestor shaman formation, utilizing the 12 god-killing banners to gather the malevolent energy of heaven and earth, summoning the shaman as true form. Well done, my younger brother. Behind them, Yao Shi expressed his astonishment. He had not expected Qiyu to heed his counsel and procure the 12 god-killing banners from the underworld. What a listener! Oh no, this wretch has come prepared. The celestial beings of the Chan school turned pale, their eyes betraying fear as they beheld the slowly materializing shaman's true form. This entity is beyond their capability to confront. How dare he play tricks with me? Guo Qingzi gritted his teeth, smoke practically emanating from his 7 orifices. Is there no martial virtue? I set up a formation, and you set up a formation too? Master, the path of the Emperor Teacher is always fraught with twists and turns. Fight him. I believe in you. Yuan encouraged earnestly from the side, his tone tinged with an oddly sarcastic flavor. At this moment, Guo Qingzi had no choice but to engage in combat. The shaman's true form, embodied by Qiyu, unleashed a punch that tore through the primordial river and Luo formation. The collision of 2 overwhelming forces shook the heavens and earth, causing countless soldiers of the Yuan army to spill their blood. Quick! Stop him! Guo Qingzi shouted, commanding Tai Jinren, Jingzi, and others to take action. Immediately, the 12 golden immortals surged onto the battlefield, besieging the ancestral shaman's true form. Various spiritual treasures were summoned, raining down upon the foe. Away with you! With bare hands, Qiyu struck Tai Jinren, sending him flying, his physical form nearly shattered. This ancestral shaman's manifestation possessed genuine quasi-saint cultivation and was shrouded in malevolent energy, impervious to all forms of attack. Ordinary strikes were akin to mere tickles. Smash it! Guang Qingzi's eyes reddened as he unleashed the celestial seal, aiming a fierce blow at Qiyu's head. Turned to pulp, Qiyu let out a cold laugh, spreading his arms wide, and astonishingly caught the celestial seal midair. To catch such a mighty artifact with empty hands, the ancestral shaman's body could shatter even the true Mount Buzhou. So supporting the celestial seal forged from a fragment of it seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Boom! He retaliated with another punch, sending the celestial seal hurtling back towards Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi's face changed dramatically. He instinctively dodged, the seal barely grazing his cheek. So close, just a mere 3 inches. Qiyu continued to unleash his assault, withstanding various treasures as he delivered left and right strikes, overwhelming the 12 golden immortals entirely. Lung fog. It was all lung fog. Yuan Shi, witnessing this scene, was on the verge of intervening personally. How could 12 fail to overpower 1? How had I instructed you all? Second brother, calm your wrath. Qiyu's ancestral shaman form is indeed genuine quasi-saint cultivation, fortified by malevolent energy. As long as that energy remains intact, it is invincible. I sighed and shook my head. It is no easy feat for the second brother to gather merits of the human sovereign. The heavenly sovereign and earthly sovereign faced little resistance. Yet the human sovereign encounters myriad challenges. Can we entirely blame Yuan Shi for this? We cannot. Malevolent energy protection? That is simple enough. We can borrow the slaughtering witch sword. At this moment, Tong Tian spoke with a smile. His seemingly casual words jolted Yuan Shi. Third brother speaks truly. The slaughtering witch sword can dispel malevolent energy. It is the nemesis of the witch tribe. Let Guang Qingzi and the others retreat. We shall return to the fray once we acquire the slaughtering witch sword, I declared. Yuan Shi nodded slightly and immediately sent a message to Guang Qingzi. At this time, without Yuan Shi's reminder, Guang Qingzi had already resolved to retreat. The 12 golden immortals were utterly incapable of contending against Qiyu's ancestral shaman form. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Xing Tian had led his 81 brothers into a charge. After the previous 2 battles, the Yuan army had suffered heavy losses. And in this confrontation, they were not favored in numbers. Previously, their numerical advantage allowed them to fight back. Now, even that was lost. Once the Honghuang Hulua formation was shattered, only retreat remained. Guang Qingzi, come to me. Qiyu's massive hand struck down, pinning the dazed Guang Qingzi to the ground. Unable to break free. Brother. The golden immortals rushed forward in desperation, striving to rescue their elder brother. Stay back. It's over. Guang Qingzi's face drained of color, his entire Dao body crumbling into dust, his primordial spirit nearly extinguished. Though his magical power was not weak, his physical body fell far short. He had nearly been swatted away like a mosquito. Retreat. Quickly retreat, Tai Jinren shouted. To his astonishment, he realized that Yuan had already led the army in flight. One cannot rely on the teachings of the celestial beings, yet the army belongs to me. Losing even a single soldier pains my heart. Thus, Yuan thought, leading his forces to flee northward. After several days of relentless flight, upon noticing the absence of Qiyu's army in pursuit, Yuan commanded his men to set up camp. Alas, having lost the eastern territories, only the north remains under my control. What shall I do? Yuan's expression was one of bitterness, almost more sorrowful than that of the western saints. It is all my fault for placing too much trust in Guang Qingzi, which resulted in devastating losses for my army. What face do I have left to be called the sovereign? Now, Qiyu occupies 70% of the human realm, his fortune greatly augmented, and I am no longer his match. After several fierce battles, I have depleted my resources to the brink of ruin. In contrast, Qiyu's strength has multiplied severfold. As fortunes shift, I find myself in dire straits. Just as despair enveloped Xian Yuan, a figure entered the scene. Xian Yuan, the sovereign. It has been a long time. Who are you? Honghuang, the divine? Xian Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 56. Xian Yuan bows to the strategist, who dreams in broad daylight. Divine One, what brings you here? Xian Yuan rose to greet him, recalling his last encounter with Honghuang distinctly. I merely came to check in. I have heard that the Lord of the Realm has faced considerable defeats lately, Honghuang remarked knowingly. With a heavy sigh, Xian Yuan shook his head. Alas, I shall soon no longer hold this title. My forces have suffered consecutive losses, relinquishing a significant portion of our territory. Qiyu is on the verge of becoming the Lord of the Realm. Feigning surprise, Honghuang replied, that should not be the case. The Lord has the assistance of the 12 golden immortals from the Chan sect, each a disciple of the sages, all formidable experts. How could such a defeat occur? This comment only intensified Xuan Yuan's frustrations. The Divine One is unaware that, despite their seemingly steadfast support, the 12 golden immortals do not genuinely assist me. They merely seek to exploit me. Yet, often, I find myself with no alternative. Even the mightiest of the Heavenly Emperor and Earth Emperor cannot escape the control of the sages. What can I do? Xian Yuan yearned to leverage the power of the Chan sect to unify humanity and usher in a new era. However, he never anticipated that the 12 golden immortals would prove so inept, allowing Qiyu to outmaneuver them. Now, I am left with only 800,000 soldiers. While Qiyu boasts an army of 50 million, victory seems impossible. With a self-deprecating smile, Xian Yuan lamented. It is a pity that our people shall fall under the dominion of foreign races. What is Qiyu, after all? His voice brimmed with resentment. 800,000 is no small number. When Qiyu first rose, he commanded only a few million troops. In warfare, it is not merely the number of soldiers that determines the outcome. If that were the case, you would have long been the Lord of the Realm, Honghuang chuckled. From your words, it seems you have much to reflect upon, Xian Yuan remarked, surprised by Hongyuan's apparent military acumen. Reflection is an overstatement. It is merely theoretical discourse, Honghuang shrugged. According to your wisdom, what steps must I take to turn the tide? Xuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, finding depth in Hongyuan's earlier words. A protracted conflict, Honghuang calmly declared. In fewer numbers, one possesses unique advantages. The vastness of the primordial world is well suited for prolonged warfare. As long as one endures, victory will ultimately belong to you. Protracted conflict? Xian Yuan was taken aback, as a flicker of understanding ignited within his mind. He felt a glimmer of hope but remained puzzled. Could you elaborate on how to execute this strategy? Xian Yuan eagerly inquired. At this moment, Honghuang chose to be coy, humbly waving his hand and smiling. I am but an amateur. True warfare should be orchestrated by a strategist. A strategist. This revelation struck Xian Yuan, reminding him that his army lacked such a position. Previously, Guang Chengzi had provided counsel, albeit in a rather haphazard manner. Divine One, I wish to appoint you as my strategist, Xian Yuan declared decisively, attempting to bow in reverence, only to be gently halted by Honghuang. Xian Yuan, have you truly made up your mind? If I am to serve as your strategist, all future actions must heed my command. What will your master, Guang Chengzi, say regarding this? This statement did not cause Xian Yuan to waver. For the future of humanity, I am willing to bear any consequences as long as we can defeat Qiyu, he declared with unwavering resolve. At that moment, he embodied the essence of a sovereign. When you achieve enlightenment as a sovereign, what will you do? Honghuang inquired solemnly. I shall sever my ties with Guang Chengzi. And even if it means my utter destruction, I shall never allow the Chan sect to usurp the destiny of humanity, Xian Yuan retorted fiercely. So you are aware. Honghuang, as if truly seeing Xian Yuan for the first time, was astonished at the young sovereign's formidable determination. The severance of their master-disciple bond signified a complete disassociation of the sovereign from the Chan sect, thus denying them the fortune that would accompany the sovereign's existence. Excellent. I shall accept the role of strategist, Honghuang nodded emphatically. Splendid, Xian Yuan exclaimed with relief. Subsequently, under Honghuang's direction, Xian Yuan ordered the construction of a platform for the ceremony to hold a modest ritual. Today, I, Xian Yuan, in the name of the sovereign of humanity, hereby appoint Honghuang as my strategist. Xian Yuan's voice echoed throughout the army, reaching the ears of many celestial beings. At that moment, Taizhenren, Qi Jingzi, and other golden immortals carried the incapacitated Guangqingzi back to Kunlun Mountain. Guangqingzi was gravely injured, malevolent energy having penetrated his being, touching upon his very essence, and it would take time for him to recover. Thus, a saint's intervention was necessary. Yuan Shi Tianzun was both furious and helpless, for Guangqingzi was his most cherished disciple. Once healed, Guangqingzi was revitalized and full of fervor, immediately vowing to return and annihilate the enemy forces without a trace. Unruly disciple, is it not enough to bring shame upon yourself? How many times must this occur? Yuan Shi's cold reprimand snapped Guangqingzi back to his senses. He knelt on the ground, shame etched across his face, and said, "It is my incompetence that has brought disgrace upon my master. You cannot defeat Qiyu by merely returning in this manner." Yuan Shi spoke calmly, his tone measured. Before he could finish, his brow furrowed suddenly as an image began to materialize before everyone. It depicted Xin Yuan appointing a strategist. A strategist? Guangqingzi's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind momentarily paralyzed. "Disciple, I am here, and you have pledged to whom? Who is this person that Xin Yuan has appointed as strategist? What does this mean for my esteemed senior brother Guangcheng? I know this individual. His name is Honghuang, a minor deity from the heavenly realm. And he is also of the human race," Taizhenren suddenly interjected, having recognized Honghuang. In truth, Yuan Shi was already aware of Honghuang's identity. Not long ago, when Song Jie created characters, earning merit, Honghuang had made quite an impression. What nonsense! A mere minor deity. What virtue or capability does he possess to dare usurp the position of strategist? Guangqingzi, now fully cognizant of the situation, was filled with rage, his temper flaring. After all this, he had been ousted. A minor deity could not act alone. There must be a scheme from the heavenly realm behind this. What of him being a strategist? The Xianyuan army is already at the end of its tether. We cannot triumph over Qiyu, so what can he possibly do? Indeed, I doubt he even knows how to write the word death. The assembly of golden immortals erupted in derisive laughter, their faces twisted in disdain. The mess they have created, does a mere golden immortal think he can rectify it? A foolish dream. Silence. With a gentle reprimand from Yuan Shi, the immortals fell silent, cautiously observing their teacher's expression. It is precisely your incompetence that has led Xianyuan to lose faith and seek another as strategist. Very well. Let this serve as a lesson for you. Teacher, are we to let this go unchallenged? Guangqingzi was agitated. Naturally not. I shall borrow the slaughter witch sword. When Xianyuan suffers defeat once more, you shall wield the slaughter witch sword and turn the tide. Yuan Shi spoke calmly, having already devised a plan in his heart. Chapter 57. A commanding token summoning the entire celestial court? The edict of the primordial one was issued, summoning Prince Luya of the Golden Crow to Kunlun Mountain with the intent to borrow his slaughtering witch sword. Deep in meditation on the sun star, Luya immediately sensed the call of the sage. He dared not delay and promptly set forth for Kunlun Mountain. In times of old, during the witch and demon period, he would have disregarded the primordial one, but in the present day, with the decline of the demon race, he could not defy the decree of the sage. In the celestial court, within the Lingsha treasure hall, the heavenly emperor marveled, "What a fine lad. He has become a strategist for Xianyuan, my heavens. We truly have remarkable talents." Using the Haotian mirror, he observed this scene and could not help but smile. He had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to intervene in the tribulation of the human sovereign, and now, it seemed, the chance had arrived. As Honghuang was not only of the human race but also a deity of the celestial court, it was quite reasonable to lend him assistance. Summon the nine heavens Xian Nu, the great spirit god, and the thunder and lightning mother at once. With a command from the heavenly emperor, the Taibai Jingxing was dispatched. The nine heavens Xian Nu, a direct disciple of Yachi, possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal and was regarded as one of the top combatants in the celestial court, excluding the heavenly emperor and empress. At this critical juncture, the heavenly emperor had no choice but to play this trump card. Taibai Jingxing swiftly obeyed the command. Shortly after, a group of celestial officials entered the Lingshao treasure hall. Leading them was a woman with her hair styled in a magnificent coiled bun adorned with 9 dragons and phoenixes. Dressed in a gown of golden threads and crimson gauze, she was the nine heavens Xian Nu. Her features were exquisite, ethereal, and her presence both lofty and transcendent, instilling awe and curiosity in those who beheld her. "Your Majesty," the deities greeted in unison. "Prepare yourselves to descend to the mortal realm to assist Honghuang and support Xianyuan in ascending to the throne of the human sovereign." The heavenly emperor spoke solemnly. "Yes, Though the deities were puzzled, they did not question further and simply prepared to execute the order. Does your majesty mean for us to follow Hongyuan's command? The Nine Heavens Xian Nu inquired suddenly. Indeed. In the mortal realm, all actions shall be directed by Hongyuan, and there must be no mistakes. The Heavenly Emperor affirmed with a slight nod, choosing to place his unconditional trust in Hongyuan at that moment. Upon hearing this, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu hesitated briefly but decided against further inquiry. In the Xian Yuan army, after Hongyuan was appointed as strategist, he prepared to summon the celestial soldiers under his command to descend to the mortal realm for their utilization. Moreover, he could benefit from the merits accrued. He never shortchanged those loyal to him. Strategist, I must trouble you again. It is all my fault for heeding Guangqingzi's advice, leading to significant losses. Now, I must rely on you to summon troops from the celestial court, Xian Yuan expressed with a face of shame. There is no need for the sovereign to blame himself. It is merely a handful of soldiers, a chance for some training. Hongyuan waved his hand dismissively. He had his own motives, after all. Besides, with merely 10,000 celestial soldiers, it was hardly significant in the grand scheme of this great war. With that, Hongyuan issued a summoning talisman, sending it soaring to the 33 heavens. Sovereign, let me share with you the 3 essential elements of a protracted battle, he began, discussing military strategies with Xian Yuan while they awaited the arrival of the soldiers. The summoning talisman flew to the celestial court, landing in Thunder City. Lu Huan Xingrong, training in Thunder City, immediately sensed its presence. Quick! Assemble! The general has issued orders to descend and eliminate the demons, maintaining the order of heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled as 10,000 celestial soldiers, expertly trained, swiftly assembled and set forth for the mortal realm. Meanwhile, within the Lingshao Temple, Haotian, for reasons unknown, suddenly rose with great excitement. Quickly, quickly! Hongyuan is calling for reinforcements. We must seize this golden opportunity. Now is the time. The gods, taken aback, nodded in unison and immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the lower realm like dumplings being tossed into boiling water. This protracted war, under circumstances where the enemy is strong and we are weak, necessitates the use of flexible and mobile tactics to wear down the adversary while seeking opportunities for annihilation. Hongyuan explained with tireless fervor. Before he could finish, a vast expanse of auspicious clouds descended. Behold, my summoned allies have arrived. Hongyuan pointed to the clouds above, addressing Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan looked up to see a dazzling silver light amidst the clouds, revealing a full 10,000 celestial soldiers arriving on clouds under the command of 2 valiant heavenly generals. These 10,000 celestial soldiers can rival 1,000,000 troops. Xian Yuan exclaimed in awe, contemplating the formidable presence of those descending from the heavens. However, at that moment, an even larger cloud formation followed closely behind, teeming with figures, divine light shooting forth, an endless sight. The foremost figures, merely standing there, radiated an aura of overwhelming strength. What is this? Xuan Yuan's pupils constricted as he gazed incredulously at Hongyuan. Is this also part of your summons? At this moment, Hongyuan too appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Did I just launch a firework that summoned an aircraft? The foremost female immortal turned out to be a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, followed by the Thunder God, the Giant Spirit God, Martial Ma, and various astral deities. Was the entirety of the heavenly host summoned? Hongyuan, brother, we have come to assist you, boomed the voice of the Giant Spirit God, arriving before his presence. The voice preceded the figure, resonating like thunder. Military strategist. This. Is it permissible? Xian Yuan expressed gratitude, realizing that Hongyuan had called forth such a multitude of divine beings to aid him. The contrast with Guangqingzi was glaringly evident. What trickery was the Jade Emperor up to? Hongyuan mused silently. He turned to Xian Yuan, forced to chuckle, and said, upon reflection, our tactics may need to be adjusted. With such numerous allies, who would dare to engage in a protracted struggle? As the celestial beings descended, Thunder God and Giant Spirit God were familiar faces to Hongyuan. Your Majesty, we are here to heed your command. Feel free to issue your orders. They referred to him as military strategist in this place. Very well, military strategist Hongyuan. Command us at your leisure. The Giant Spirit God laughed heartily, eager to showcase his prowess. Acknowledging their words with a slight nod, Hongyuan's gaze turned towards the distant Jiutian Shinnu. Identified fusion entry, 6 doors of marvelous armor, green, one of the 36 transformations of Tian Gang, utilizing the natural forces of heaven and earth, altering the environment and layout, predicting the future, and employing techniques to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Thus, it dawned on Hongyuan, indeed, it was Jiutian Xian Nu who possessed such majesty. In myth and legend, Zhou Tian Xiannu had once aided Xian Yuan in vanquishing Qiyu. She is proficient in the art of Qimen Duanjia, formations, and military strategies, playing a crucial role in battle. As she contemplated, Honghuang merged the fallen entries. Noticing Honghuang's gaze, the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens gracefully approached. His Majesty has instructed me to heed your commands. However, should you prove unable to defeat Qiyu, the command will fall to me. The celestial maiden possesses her own pride. Being well-versed in various military tactics, formations, and esoteric arts, none understand warfare better than she. She would not defy the will of the heavenly emperor. But if Honghuang is not cut out for leading troops in battle, then she must take charge. I am aware of your intentions. Yet your opportunity is destined to elude you, she remarked, to which Honghuang merely smiled. Do you truly believe that theoretical discussions on military strategy equate to true warfare? Chapter 58, The Divine General Honghuang, Crafting Strategies in the Jade Void Palace. Outrageous. Hao Tian is utterly audacious, openly interfering in the calamity of the human emperor. The celestial beings of the Chan sect were filled with indignation upon learning that the gods of the heavenly court had descended to the mortal realm. To dare seize the opportunities of the holy sect is simply intolerable. Nevertheless, they are but insignificant players. Without the Slaughter Witch sword, they cannot contend with Qiyu. Yuan spoke with a cold gleam in his eyes, revealing his disdain for Hao Tian's actions, which had disregarded him as a senior brother. This consequence will surely be reckoned with in the future. At that moment, Luya finally arrived. I was summoned by the sage. What are your instructions? Luya entered the Jade Void Palace and respectfully greeted the esteemed Yuan Tianzuan. Luya, I have heard that the Slaughter Witch sword resides with your demon clan. I wish to borrow it, Yuan stated plainly, his words imbued with undeniable authority. His restraint in not seizing it outright was already a considerable courtesy. The mention of the Slaughter Witch sword stirred Luya's thoughts. Recalling the recent human conflict, he quickly grasped Yuan's intentions. It is an honor for me to lend the sword to the sage. Luya expressed with utmost humility. I shall have someone bring the Slaughter Witch sword at once. Excellent. Yuan nodded slightly. Below, Guangchengzi appeared somewhat agitated. With the Slaughter Witch sword, they need no longer fear Qiyu. Immediately, Luya sent a message to Feilian, instructing him to bring the Slaughter Witch sword to Kunlun Mountain. Upon receiving the prince's message, Feilian was momentarily bewildered. The Slaughter Witch sword. Feilian, did you not hear my words? Hurry and deliver the Slaughter Witch sword. The sage is awaiting its use. Luya reiterated with an air of authority before Feilian could respond. Ah, well, the Slaughter Witch sword has been stolen by someone named Honghuang. Feilian gritted his teeth, resigned to his fate. What? Luya exclaimed in shock. Is there a problem? Seeing Luya's astonished expression, Yuan furrowed his brow, suspecting that Luya was being evasive about borrowing the sword. If that were the case, he would be displeased. Even a sage bears a fierce temperament. The Slaughter Witch sword, is it to be used against Qiyu? Luya stammered awkwardly. Indeed. In that case, it seems there is no need to trouble the sage. The Slaughter Witch sword is already in the possession of the human race. What do you mean? Yuan's frown deepened, revealing his displeasure. Is the little golden crow jesting with me? Do you wish to become a dish for me to guess its flavor? Our Slaughter Witch sword has been stolen, and the thief is named Honghuang, Luya said with an awkward smile. What? At this revelation, Yuan Guangchengzi, and the other celestial beings were all taken aback. Outrageous. This person has sealed his own fate. This child must not be spared. There is no need to panic. Even if he possesses the Slaughter Witch sword, he may not be a match for Qiyu. Once they are mutually weakened, we shall intervene and claim the victory for ourselves, Tai Jinren suggested, always brimming with innovative ideas. Junior brother speaks wisely. Let it be so. On the land of the human race, the Xianyuan army sounded the horn of counterattack, with Honghuang commanding with full authority. With remarkable proficiency in the formation of 6 extraordinary defensive strategies, Honghuang effortlessly eradicated the stronghold occupied by Qiyu in the northwest, annihilating and capturing a staggering total of 3 million troops. Although the military tactics of Honghuang lingered merely in the theoretical realm, they were entirely sufficient during this epoch, even verging on the divine in their execution. The renowned art of war by Sun Tzu had yet to be unveiled, and the populace of this era possessed little understanding of the true art of warfare. Honghuang, standing upon the shoulders of giants, executed a dimensional strike with an unstoppable momentum, pushing back the forces in swift succession. Such a display left even the celestial 9 heavens' mysterious maiden astounded. She, who believed herself the foremost expert in military strategy, found herself eclipsed by Honghuang's superior acumen. Not only was he adept in military tactics, but he also mastered the intricacies of the mystical arts of Qi and Duanjia. Alone, he could command it all. Why does it feel as though all his techniques are my own? Mused the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden, her perception of Honghuang shifting, giving rise to an inexplicable admiration. This man is a god of war, she proclaimed. Meanwhile, within Qi Yu's ranks, a cold laughter escaped his lips upon receiving news from the front lines. How interesting. The newly appointed strategist of Yuan possesses some merit. It seems I must personally confront him and crush him. With a commanding voice, he ordered, "All troops, advance." Instantly, millions of soldiers surged forth with fervor towards the battlefield. This individual possesses considerable skill and is well-versed in Qi and Duanjia. He is no mere figure like Guang Qingzi. My good brother, do not underestimate him, cautioned the healer Luli. Fear not. Even should he surpass Guang Qingzi, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Qi Yu retorted with a proud smile, exuding an aura of imperial authority. I have yet to unleash my secret weapon, he added, not out of arrogance, but rather with careful calculation. Oh, what is this secret weapon? Inquired Lu Li, her curiosity piqued, tinged with a hint of apprehension. Pray do not suggest that you yourself are the secret weapon. Yet, she was confident that Qi Yu was not a fool like Guang Qingzi. Feng Bo, you sure? Qi Yu's voice resonated with solemnity, and in an instant, two figures materialized beside him. Another expert? Lu Li gasped in astonishment. Realizing that Qi Yu had concealed yet another ace up his sleeve, something she had been oblivious to until now. Let my good brother showcase his prowess, Qi Yu instructed. As you command, replied Feng Bo and Yu Shi in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side, Honghuang and the army led by Yuan had arrived at the battlefield of Zhulu. The desolate plains lay barren, marred by the scars of past conflicts. Suddenly, a thick fog descended from the heavens, initially perceived as a mere change in weather. However, the fog thickened rapidly, soon shrouding the landscape in an impenetrable veil. Strategist. Where are you? I can no longer see you. Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that even he could not pierce through this fog. Someone is up to mischief. This is no ordinary mist, he declared. All troops, stand ready. Honghuang commanded, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he activated his divine sight, enabling him to discern the surrounding scene. As an ethereal fog descended, disorienting all in its wake, it became evident that the wind and rain masters, allies of Qi Yu, had made their presence known. Honghuang mused quietly, well acquainted with this particular narrative. This thick mist heralded the birth of an extraordinary invention, the compass card. A sly smile graced Honghuang's lips. It seemed fortune was favoring him. In truth, he possessed the means to navigate through the fog. Yet the merit derived from crafting the compass cart was irresistible. Thus, he resolved to play along with fate. Lords of the realm, Xin knew. Remain here on standby and refrain from rash actions. I shall return shortly, Honghuang commanded robustly. Understood. Xin Yuan and Xin Nu replied in unison. With that, Honghuang departed silently. Drawing upon his memories, he procured the necessary materials for the creation of the compass card. After a period of meticulous contemplation, the first compass card in history was born. Chapter 59. Qi Yu, how dare you play tricks on me? With a thunderous roar, the moment the guiding chariot emerged, the heavens and earth trembled, and a wave of merit descended. An immense and magnificent aura of virtue surged forth, manifesting in the world. Indeed, crafting the guiding chariot is a deed of merit. Honghuang, witnessing this scene, was instantly overjoyed. Merit. From whence does this essence of virtue arise? Upon the boundless earth, Qi Yu gazed at the golden light of merit in the sky, his face reflecting astonishment. He remained oblivious to the unfolding events. At this moment, he was leading his army, preparing to ensnare the Yuan forces amidst the fog, aiming to encircle and annihilate them. Surely, the Yuan army would be disoriented in the mist. All we need do is set an ambush and wait for them to unwittingly walk into the trap. The Wind Master and Rain Master stood beside Qi Yu, their expressions serene as they laughed. The fog they had conjured was impenetrable even to the most powerful of celestial beings, let alone ordinary mortals. Excellent. This time, we must capture the Yuan forces entirely, lest they rise anew, Qi Yu sneered. At this very moment, merit descended, enveloping Honghuang. He observed the figures on the merit panel soaring wildly. In a short while, it reached 20 million before gradually ceasing. 20 million in merit. Honghuang rejoiced. With such merit, he could replicate a pale golden inscription. Merely crafting one guiding chariot had yielded such results. Imagine how much merit would be garnered if Yuan achieved enlightenment. Subsequently, Honghuang proceeded to create a multitude of guiding chariots before returning to the army. Upon his return, Yuan, Xin Nu, and others felt a wave of reassurance. Military advisor. Do you possess a strategy to break the enemy? Yuan inquired with anticipation. Yuan smiled and produced the guiding chariot, an object capable of discerning direction. Unaffected by the fog. Oh, such a miraculous artifact exists? How peculiar, how peculiar. It exhibits no trace of magical fluctuations, yet it can penetrate the fog formation. The Nine Heavens Xian curiously examined the guiding chariot. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary object, devoid of spiritual essence, not even qualifying as a low-tier spiritual treasure. To be precise, this object is termed technology. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained, Honghuang chuckled, dismissing the matter. Xian wore a perplexed expression, without an explanation. She was confused, and with one, she was even more so. What sort of treasure is technology? Very well. With this, we shall fear no more being lost. Yuan praised exuberantly, placing unwavering trust in Honghuang. By heaven, Qiyu is but a petty trickster, relying solely on such underhanded tactics. Once we burst through the fog, we shall confront them head-on. The giant spirit god bellowed. Hearing this, Yuan, discerning the source of the voice, cast a glance at the giant spirit god, who bore a striking resemblance to Guangqingzi, always accusing others of employing deceitful tactics. Brother giant spirit, warfare is the art of deception. Honghuang smirked. Warfare is indeed the art of deception. Yuan, and the others were struck with enlightenment, as if receiving a profound revelation. Hong, military advisor. What shall we do then? The giant spirit god clamored. In a direct confrontation, Chiyo's forces are formidable, bolstered by the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. We are no match for them. Honghuang spoke slowly. Chiyu orchestrated the shroud of mist with the intent to besiege us. In light of this, we shall adopt an inverse approach, maneuvering to encircle his ancestral home, the Jiuli tribe. This stratagem is known as feigning an attack to the east while striking in the west. Upon hearing this, both Jiu Tianxian and Xuanyuan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. They have learned anew. This is the guerrilla warfare strategy spoken of by the strategist, embodying the essence of protracted conflict. Yuan could not restrain his admiration for Honghuang, his respect elevating to new heights. The unity of theory and practice exemplifies true divinity, unlike Guangqingzi, who merely boasts without substance. Onward! With a commanding voice, Honghuang set the course. The guiding cart proved invaluable. Even amidst the dense fog, the army advanced with remarkable speed, adeptly altering their trajectory. Chiyo's forces, impatiently awaiting Xuanyuan's entry into their clutches, found themselves ensnared for days. What is happening? Have these fools lost their way? Why do they not emerge? Perhaps I overestimated Yuan and the strategist. A mere veil of mist has ensnared them thus. If this continues, they shall fall apart without a fight, starved into submission. The wind and rain masters exchanged knowing glances, oblivious to the fact that at this moment, Honghuang had already breached the Jiuli tribe, targeting Chiyo's stronghold. This is dire. Our leader, our main force has come under attack. Xuanyuan's army has seized our tribe. A scout reported frantically within Chiyo's ranks. Upon hearing this, Chiyu felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting from rage. Beasts! When did they maneuver behind us? The fog. Is this what you call impenetrable? Windmaster, Rainmaster. Look at the chaos you have wrought. Disperse the mist at once. Chiyu seethed with fury. Losing the stronghold not only inflicted severe losses but also dealt a devastating blow to morale. Who among us lacks family to protect? Yes. Fear not, my leader. We shall clear it immediately. The wind and rain masters, now visibly flustered, scrambled to comply, their minds swirling with confusion. Something is amiss. How has Xuanyuan's army pierced the veil of fog? Without delay, Chiyu rallied his forces to retaliate against Jiuli. His wrath surged, an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Cursed Yuan, how dare you engage in such treachery? You pitiful wretch, lacking the courage for an honorable confrontation. As Chiyu charged back, Honghuang had already commenced his withdrawal. His objective was merely to dismantle Chiyo's stronghold, not to occupy it. Yet, before his departure, he employed the art of Qimen Duanjia, manipulating the feng shui. Should Chiyu return, he would inevitably suffer greatly. Sure enough, when Chiyu and his army returned, they were met with a ravaged tribe. In that instant, Hongyuan's deadly trap was unleashed. The earth trembled, a cacophony of violence erupted, and anguished cries filled the air. Beasts! Chiyo's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Thus, employing the tactics of retreating as the enemy advances, disturbing them when they are stationary, striking when they tire, and pursuing when they falter, Honghuang persistently evaded direct confrontation. Each time Qiyu sought to unleash his full power, Honghuang would vanish without a trace. This prolonged engagement left the battle-hungry Qiyu in a state of exasperation. As if a weight lodged in his chest demanded release. He was in desperate need of release, but found no one to vent to. Honghuang completely ignored him. "Damn you, Honghuang and Xianyuan, are you not men?" Qiyu declared, vehemently berating the two for their cowardice in refusing to confront him. "You wish to fight, do you? Very well." Upon receiving the news, a mysterious smile crept across Honghuang's lips. "I shall be back shortly, and when I return, I will engage Qiyu in a battle to the death," he proclaimed to Xianyuan and the others before stepping out of the army, disappearing underground. Utilizing his earth manipulation abilities, he burrowed through the ground until he reached the Jiuli tribe, stealthily eliminating one individual and assuming their appearance, boldly infiltrating the tribe, with the ability to transform at will. As long as he did not act recklessly, he was virtually undetectable. Honghuang's sole objective for infiltrating was clear: to steal Qiyu's prized treasure. Chapter 60, The Theft of the Divine Flags. The strategist's understanding of combat. Qiyu's most treasured possession was none other than the 12 divine flags. Only by neutralizing the 12 heavenly array could Xianyuan confront Qiyu directly. Otherwise, once the ancestral shaman revealed his true self, Xianyuan would stand no chance against Qiyu unless he achieved enlightenment as the emperor in advance. Honghuang was placing a wager, betting that Qiyu would not carry the 12 divine flags with him at all times. He infiltrated the Jiuli tribe, becoming a guard at the military camp, biding his time for the opportune moment. Days turned into weeks, and finally, a month later, the moment arrived. On this day, Qiyu commanded his 81 brothers to carry the divine flags outside to absorb the malefic energy. It turned out that the divine flags required periodic absorption of the malefic energy from the heavens and the earth to replenish their power and unleash their full potential. The opportunity had finally come. Hongyuan's eyes gleamed as he beheld the 12 flags standing tall within the military camp. To avoid immediate detection, he meticulously crafted a flag identical to the divine flags. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he executed the swap. Honghuang only stole one flag, with one missing. The 12 heavenly divine array would be rendered utterly ineffective. Having accomplished his task, he stealthily returned. "Strategist, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Hongyuan's sudden appearance, the members of Xuanyuan's army rose in surprise. "Strategist, where have you been during this time?" "Nothing much, just took a stroll through Qiu's camp," Honghuang casually replied, keeping them in suspense. Impressive. Even amidst Qiu's vast army, the strategist can come and go as he pleases. "Isn't that remarkable?" the giant spirit god exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. "Enough, giant spirit. When did you learn to flatter?" The celestial comrades looked at the giant spirit in astonishment, surprised that this honest and simple fellow had grasped the ways of the world. "All right, the time has come. The guerrilla tactics have reached their conclusion. We shall now confront the enemy head-on and utterly defeat Qiyu," Honghuang declared solemnly. With this pronouncement, the playful atmosphere dissipated. "Leader, do you have confidence in defeating Qiyu?" Honghuang turned to Xianyuan. "Indeed." Xianyuan responded with renewed vigor, his voice firm, yet he soon waned again. "Qiyu possesses the true form of the ancestral shaman. Protected by malefic energy, relying solely on my own strength may prove challenging. Ambition alone cannot substitute for power. Ultimately, he was merely an ordinary man, incapable of contending with a resurrected great shaman." Honghuang remained silent, his hand moving to reveal the shaman-slaying sword. What if it were to aid us? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of resentment and malefic energy surged through the military camp. "This is..." Xianyuan was taken aback, tears welling in his eyes. The shaman-slaying sword, a peerless weapon forged from the blood of countless humans. To their astonishment, the sword was now in the hands of the strategist. The 9 heaven Xian knew. The giant spirit god and others displayed expressions of shock. They never imagined that Honghuang had concealed such a formidable weapon. The shaman-slaying sword can penetrate the shaman's body. With this sword, you will be able to breach Qiu's defenses. Honghuang presented the shaman-slaying sword before Xianyuan. Xianyuan hesitated for a moment before gripping the hilt of his sword, his expression more resolute than ever. "I shall not lose this battle. Behind me stand countless compatriots." "Excellent. As long as you attain the Tao of the human emperor, there may yet be a way to purify the resentment of the slaughter which sword, transforming it into a holy sword of humanity." Honghuang spoke solemnly. The following day, Xianyuan's army, fully equipped, set forth with their entire strength. Upon hearing the news, Qiyu of the opposing forces immediately laughed. It appears that recent minor victories have inflated Xin Yuan's confidence, leading him to believe he can contend with me. Very well. Let us grant him this chance. The entire army shall advance. With a single command from Qiyu, the two armies soon converged once more on the hunting deer plain. Heh. Xin Yuan, do you not plan to flee this time? Qiyu called out mockingly from atop the iron-eating beast, his gaze filled with disdain. Xin Yuan, with determination, rode forth and declared, "This battle will determine our fates. Whoever runs is no true man." Excellent. After so long, it is time to discern victory from defeat. I shall make the heavens and earth aware of who the true human emperor is. Qiyu's powerful voice reverberated through the cosmos. Boom, boom, boom. The horns of war sounded, and drums of battle resounded. Sons of the land, let us slay. Xing Tian led the charge, followed closely by his 81 brothers. The earth trembled as the two armies surged forward like a torrent, rushing towards one another. Throughout the vast wilderness, the mighty beings residing in sacred realms such as Kunlun Mountain, Mount Sumeru, the Heavenly Court, and the underworld were stirred by the ominous aura, directing their probing thoughts towards the unfolding conflict. Xin Yuan's momentum surged, his fortune increasing significantly, yet, defeating Qiyu still seemed an unlikely feat. With Qiyu commanding the 12 capital Heavenly God Slaughter formation, how would Xin Yuan respond? The young Lord Haotian wishes to seize the merits of the human emperor. He should be wary of losing himself in the fray, for all celestial soldiers shall perish in this battle. Yuan sure sneered coldly. It seems that Haotian's years of accumulation are about to be squandered, even with the slaughter which soared. Xin Yuan cannot hope to triumph over the true form of Qiyu. Honghuang, you shall have your moment of lamentation. Guang Qingzi chuckled darkly. Not just anyone can be a strategist. Kill, kill, kill. The cries of battle echoed across the hunting deer plain as the two armies clashed, generating a tumultuous surge of calamity that swept through the heavens and earth. Xing Tian and his 81 brothers displayed remarkable valor, charging into the fray. However, this time, Honghuang would not indulge them. Do you think that just because you bear the bloodline of humanity, no one dares to slay you? I am sorry, but I too am of the human race. Honghuang waved his hand, unleashing the annihilating storm of obliteration. In an instant, several of Qiyu's brothers were swept away, torn to shreds. These brothers possessed formidable bodies, having reached the golden immortal level. Yet, no matter how powerful a golden immortal may be, they cannot withstand the force of annihilation. Dare to slay my brothers? You seek death. Xing Tian, enraged, fixed his gaze upon Honghuang. Qiyu's brothers are also my brothers. I have long wished to test the prowess of your great witch form. With that, Honghuang leaped into the fray, charging towards the battlefield. The strategist must not engage. This is not your domain. Many were taken aback, for is not the strategist one who devises plans? Why has he taken to the battlefield himself? Fear not. I, the strategist, possess not only knowledge of military tactics, but also a modicum of skill in combat. With a resounding laugh, Honghuang activated his battle form, invoking a magical embodiment of 3 heads and 6 arms. His colossal figure descended upon the battlefield, instantly clearing the area. He crushed 2 of the Qiyu brothers beneath his feet. Die. With a fierce swing, Xing Tian wielded his axe, sending forth a mystical light aimed at Honghuang. Protective energy, yin-yang robe. A flow of yin-yang energy enveloped Honghuang, transforming into a robe of the dual forces draped upon him, followed swiftly by a shield of celestial energy. A dual layer of defense. The axe's edge struck him, creating but a ripple before vanishing entirely. How is this possible? Xing Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. This strike, capable of instantly slaying even a golden immortal, could not even graze Honghuang's skin? Now, taste my sword. A smirk grazed Honghuang's lips as one of his arms swung forth, delivering a strike with his sword. Chapter 61. The True Form of the Great Witch. Qiyu, where is my banner? Honghuang casually and elegantly swung his sword, executing a strike that was swift, precise, and ruthless. Xing Tian's pupils narrowed. He had never witnessed such rapid swordplay. When he attempted to evade, it was already too late. Although his physical form was formidable, he was not adept in agility, lacking the necessary flexibility. With a whoosh, the sword light grazed his chest, leaving a trail of blood, non-fatal. For the most part of its force was absorbed by his protective malevolent aura. Ha! Your sword's power is rather unimpressive. I am the true form of the Great Witch, impervious to all forms of assault. You cannot slay me. Xing Tian laughed heartily, his eyes filled with derision. This minor injury was akin to a mere scratch for him. The protective malevolent aura was indeed extraordinary. Honghuang's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was no wonder the demon race sought to forge the witch-slaying sword. If even the great witch's physical form was so formidable, one could only imagine the strength of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. "Receive my axe," Xingtian screeched, swinging his massive axe down upon Honghuang with great force. "Is this the only move you possess?" Honghuang chuckled, shaking his head as the innate earth spirit pearl emerged, hovering before him and releasing a dense aura of earth energy. Buzz. Xingtian's axe seemed to sink into muck, its advance sluggish and difficult to withdraw, with its power nearly diminished to a fraction. At that moment, Honghuang's countenance shifted to one of solemnity as he unleashed a sword strike imbued with the power of the principle of destruction. The same sword, now transformed, exhibited a cataclysmic change. "This is bad." A chill ran through Xingtian's heart as he sensed a lethal peril. In the blink of an eye, thud. A severed head rolled to the ground. Xingtian's head had fallen, leaving only his massive body standing, motionless as if he had become a statue. The principle of destruction. Indeed formidable. The lethality astonished even Honghuang. With a single stroke, he had effortlessly severed Xingtian's head. Those unaware might have thought he wielded the witch-slaying sword. Thud. 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 A violent heartbeat echoed as Xingtian's body began to mutate, his breast morphing into eyes, his navel into a mouth. A powerful unwillingness compelled him to transform. Whoosh. A streak of sword light darted forth like lightning, piercing through Xingtian's chest and impaling his heart. The heartbeat ceased, vitality swiftly waning. "I apologize. I do not adhere to martial ethics." Honghuang slowly withdrew the pure yang sword. With a resounding crash, Xingtian's corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. The principle of destruction obliterated life. Even unwilling to perish, he was destined for death. Until his final moments, Xingtian never anticipated that Honghuang would act with such decisiveness. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. No one expected Honghuang to be capable of slaying Xingtian. After all, he was a great witch. Is this fellow truly a strategist? By heavens! Such prowess! Why would he settle for being a strategist? This Honghuang cannot be allowed to live. With Xingtian's demise, items of interest fell to the ground. Discovered fusion items, true form of the Great Witch, light purple. Xingtian's battle intent, blue. True form of the Great Witch. Upon activation, you will possess the true form of the Great Witch, with protective malevolent aura, impervious to all forms of assault. Xingtian's battle intent, severed head, yet unyielding, battle power doubled. The true form of the Great Witch. Honghuang was filled with astonishment. This great sorcerer's true form was not merely a manifestation of bloodline or the corporeal essence of the battle demon. Instead, it resembled a form of divine power, akin to the ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth at will. This revelation granted him the ability to switch between various forms. Fusion. With a mere thought, Honghuang commenced the merging process. Brother. At that moment, a piercing roar reverberated across the battlefield. Qi Yu, sensing the fall of Xingtian, felt his eyes blaze with fury as he glared menacingly at Honghuang, his aura radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. "Beast, you have slain my brother. I shall see you dead." 12 divine flags surged forth, swirling around Qi Yu. Godly formation. Arise. With a thunderous shout, the 12 divine flags came to a halt, unleashing a malevolent energy. A spectral figure of an ancestral which began to coalesce in the cosmos, on the verge of manifesting. This is bad. Qi Yu is about to materialize the true form of the ancestral witch. The celestial beings, including Xian Yuan, the 9 heavens Xian Nu, and the giant spirit god, all bore grave expressions. The outcome seemed predetermined. The formidable godly array was simply too overpowering. That lad boasts great strength. Let him attempt to slay the ancestral witch as well. The celestial beings watching this battle had mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with dread. The Western sect and the Chan sect were undoubtedly elated, eagerly anticipating Xian Yuan's downfall. Meanwhile, the most anxious was Hao Yan, who realized that unless he intervened personally, victory was elusive. Just as the saints and immortals believed the conclusion was inevitable, suddenly, the ancestral witch's form began to tremble and collapse. One of the 12 swirling divine flags shattered abruptly, disintegrating into fine particles that scattered across the realm. The ancestral witch's form dissipated, and Qi Yu's momentum weakened significantly. What is happening? Why did the divine flag shatter? Where has it gone? Qi Yu's eyes burned crimson with disbelief as he frantically searched in all directions. Can't find it, can you? Honghuang called out, feigning concern. Before Qi Yu could respond, he produced a flag from behind him, waving it at Qi Yu. It's right here. Haha. Chiyu, beast, why is my divine flag in your possession? Return it at once. His roar echoed, and in that moment, he was consumed by rage, teetering on the brink of madness. He was unaware of the traitor amongst him. Thank you, alchemist Dao friend. Yuan gestured appreciatively towards alchemist Liuli. You are the traitor? Chiyu turned sharply to alchemist Liuli, his reason slipping away as he lost himself in fury. No. Impossible. You wretched creature. He is sowing discord. Do not believe him, my good brother. Alchemist Liuli protested vehemently, attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. Boom. Without a second thought, Chiyu unleashed a punch that sent alchemist Liuli flying. Humph. Without the 12 divine flags, what can you do? I shall still vanquish you. Chiyu roared, charging towards Honghuang. Remaining calm and composed, Honghuang called out to Xin Yuan, Lord, if not now, then when? Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan hesitated no longer and summoned the witch-slaying sword to confront Chiyu. Chiyu, your adversary is I. Do not harm my strategist. Buzz. The slaughter witch sword gleams with an intimidating aura, effortlessly tearing through the malevolent energy enveloping Chiyu's form. The slaughter witch sword. You possess the slaughter witch sword? Chiyu's countenance shifts dramatically, panic evident in his eyes. This sword has always belonged to the demon clan. How could it appear in the hands of Xin Yuan? Is it possible that the demon clan secretly aids Xin Yuan? Do not waste words with him. Zilin, Lei Gong. Let us all unite and assist Xin Yuan in vanquishing Chiyu. Honghuang proclaimed loudly. At this moment, the notion of martial virtue has ceased to exist, although Xin Yuan wields the slaughter witch sword. Chiyu is a figure of the great Luo golden immortal level. Relying solely on him is insufficient to confront such a foe. Good. The celestial beings nodded in unison, joining forces to encircle and eliminate Chiyu. A fierce battle ensued. Ultimately, Chiyu's fate was sealed. Despite his myriad of grievances, he could not escape the judgment of destiny. Chapter 62. The great catastrophe comes to an end. Meritorious deeds settled. The sovereign has his own demise. Xin Yuan, you have triumphed. Chiyu, utterly exhausted, chose self-destruction. He did not perish beneath the Xin Yuan sword, nor did he fall to the Honghuang sword. Nevertheless, despite this, Honghuang still acquired a noteworthy attribute. Master of Artifact Refinement. Pale purple, your skill in artifact crafting has reached an extraordinary level, enabling you to forge numerous postnatal spiritual treasures. Chiyu, a master of artifact refinement and renowned as the Lord of Arms, was not to be trifled with. At the same time, he claimed Chiyu's tiger blade for himself. With a resonant hum, as Chiyu fell, the ominous aura that enveloped the heavens and the earth visibly dissipated, heralding the conclusion of the human emperor's calamity. The myriad beings in the world were left in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. They could hardly fathom that Chiyu met his end in such a manner. The decree of fate cannot be defied. Xin Yuan was the ordained human emperor. Even after enduring multiple failures, he ultimately turned the tide in his favor. Chiyu lost his life in this singular defeat. It is over, it is over. On Mount Sumeru, the two saints of the West were grim expressions, frozen in disbelief. I had forewarned against this. Yashir Liuli, this is your doing. Should the West bear the brunt of this calamity, I shall not let you off lightly. Kuan Ting's wrath was palpable, and he was pragmatically furious, having long since cast aside previous words. Yushu Palace. Who would have thought he truly vanquished Chiyu? Despicable and shameless. All underhanded tactics. To think he stealthily seized Chiyu's divine flag, victory obtained through treachery. Hiss. How could I have overlooked this from the start? The celestial beings of the Chan teaching debated animatedly, their expressions far from pleasant. Especially Guangqingzi, whose countenance felt as though it had been bruised. During his tenure as strategist, he suffered consecutive defeats, while Honghuang, as strategist, consistently emerged victorious. Regardless of the scale of victory, he triumphed every time. Does this not publicly humiliate him, the golden immortal of the Chan teaching? You all hasten down the mountain, assist Xin Yuan in his grand ritual, and partake in the merits of the human emperor. Yuan sure commanded. As commanded. Immediately, the 12 golden immortals sprang into action, excitement subtly illuminating their faces. In the heavenly realm. Indeed, I did not misjudge him. Hao Yian gazed at the scene within the Hao Yian mirror, a look of delight adorning his visage. Beside him sat a woman of regal grace, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an air of nobility. This woman was the queen of the heavenly pool. Hao Tian and the heavenly pool were not husband and wife, but rather siblings in the craft, each fulfilling their roles in governing the heavenly court. I never anticipated that the hope of our celestial domain would arise from the human race. Honghuang is truly a boon for our heavenly court. The heavenly pool's enchanting eyes sparkled with admiration. It is time to consider what position to bestow upon him, Hao Yuan pondered thoughtfully. In the lower realms, with Qi Yu's demise, the contest for the human emperor was decisively concluded. Yuan unified all tribes, propelling humanity into an era of great unity. His meritorious deeds were fulfilled. Subsequently, Yuan entrusted the throne to Zhuan, initiating the grand ritual on Mount Tai. On this day, the ceremony to confer gods officially commenced, bustling with activity atop Mount Tai. Disciple, I have come. Just as Yuan was about to commence, Guangqingzi led the disciples of the Chan teaching, arriving fashionably late. On such an important day, it is quite surprising that I, along with your esteemed masters, have not been invited. Without our presence, do you truly believe you could vanquish Qiyu and ascend to the throne of the human emperor? Guangqingzi maintained a stern expression, embodying the role of a teacher, imparting earnest admonitions. Do not blame my senior brother. I believe Yuan did not intend to overlook this. He was merely preoccupied. Tai Jinren feigned sincerity in his attempt to mediate. Yuan furrowed his brow in silence and turned to ascend the Fengshan platform. I, Yuan. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing like the tolling of a great bell. Boom. The heavens and the earth trembled as torrents of virtue coalesced in the firmament, cascading down to envelop Yuan. A portion of this virtue, 40%, descended upon Honghuang, while 10% graced figures such as the nine heavens Xinnu, Thunder God, and the Giant Spirit God. Another 10% was allocated to Xingtong, El Hua, and the 1,000 heavenly soldiers, with the remaining 10% distributed among all other celestial warriors. The final 30% scattered across the human realm, rewarding all soldiers who participated in the great battle, as well as the countless members of humanity. Where is ours? The celestial beings of the Chan teaching gazed longingly, their anxiety palpable. Guangqingzi's countenance darkened, his fist clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. At that moment, a slender thread of virtue floated down, landing before Guangqingzi. This is. Guangqingzi was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing increasingly grim. Is this an affront to me? The onlookers could no longer contain themselves, some bursting into laughter. My apologies. I merely recalled something joyous, with no intention of targeting anyone. Wow, such a thick strand of virtue. There must be several hundred. The giant spirit god feigned astonishment, his voice booming like thunder, eager for all to hear. Several hundred? At least 1,000. The thunder god corrected. That is quite substantial. The giant spirit god nodded in agreement. Unable to restrain his mirth, Yuan felt that such a small measure of virtue was almost insulting. Supporting the human emperor had granted him 40%, totaling a commendable 40 million. Coupled with his prior accumulation, he now possessed over 60 million in virtue. It is better than nothing. Take it, my senior brother. The celestial beings of the Chan teaching urged Guangqingzi. Humph. Guangqingzi snorted coldly, discreetly accepting the virtue. Excellent. The virtue entering my being feels as if it is non-existent. There is no reaction whatsoever. The karma remains unchanged. At this moment, Yuan, the human emperor, experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, achieving the status of a quasi-saint. A radiant purple aura surged from the east, exuding an overwhelming sanctity. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Dian arrived in unison, as if perfectly timed. With the human emperor's virtue complete, please enter the fire cloud cave to stabilize the fate of humanity. Yuanshi stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Residing within the fire cloud cave effectively meant confining a machine of virtue. The three teachings, through their master-disciple bonds, continually received virtue. A golden pathway unfolded between heaven and earth. Please proceed. Yuanshi's Dharma form exuded majesty and sanctity. Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, I appreciate the saint's presence. The fire cloud cave will certainly be attended to. However, before that, I have one more matter to address. Sanqing nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The Great Dao resides above. Today, I, Yuan, sever my ties with Guangqingzi, renouncing my status as a disciple of the Chan religion. Yuan suddenly spoke. His voice resonant and powerful, reverberating throughout the cosmos. As his words fell, the heavens and earth trembled in astonishment. Yuanshi's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze chilling to an icy stare. Bold move. Before the witness of heaven and earth, the bond between Yuan and Guangqingzi was irrevocably severed. Haha. I take my leave. Yuan, satisfied, waved his hand nonchalantly and stepped toward the fire cloud cave. Scoundrel, where do you think you're going? Yuan, enraged. was about to take action when he was abruptly restrained by Laozi. Second brother, the Emperor of Humanity is shielded by fate. Do not act recklessly. However, my own fate. Yuan sure trembled all over, his three corpses in turmoil, just as Xian Yuan severed his connection with the Chan religion. The human fortune that rightfully belonged to the Chan religion in the unseen realms gravitated towards the individual who had achieved the greatest merit and acclaim among humanity at that moment. Such formidable fortune. Honghuang was filled with astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Within him, a new entry began to form gradually. Chapter 63, The Favor of Humanity, summoned by the Celestial Emperor. The Favor of Humanity. Honghuang was astounded to discover that the once ordinary human fortune had transformed into a vibrant shade of purple. At this moment, he had already claimed over 10% of the human race's fortune. In the depths of his being, Honghuang sensed that Yuan possessed around 40%. The three pure ones held 30% collectively, while he himself accounted for a little over 10%. The remaining fortune resided among the rest of humanity. It was astonishing for a postnatal human to command such a substantial share of fortune. Even the three ancestral figures of humanity could not rival his fortune. It was akin to him ascending from a mere laborer to a shareholder, and indeed one of the major shareholders at that. Damn it! What merit does this shallow fortune possess? At this moment, the three pure ones also sensed the change in Honghuang. Yuan sure immediately reprimanded softly. This portion of human fortune was rightfully his to teach and expound upon, yet it had been seized by Honghuang. Brother, this young man possesses over 10% of human fortune. Can he truly be deemed shallow in fortune? Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Tong Tian could not help but interject. If this is considered shallow fortune, then there are hardly any fortunate beings left in the entire primordial world. He is merely a fortunate little thief, Yuan Shi retorted coldly, casting an irritable glance at Tong Tian. How easy it is for you to stand there and scathe, having secured your own fortune. What of my own? Brother, in my view, you should incorporate this young man into your teachings, and everything will be resolved effortlessly, Laozi remarked. Initially, Yuan Shi had taken in the yellow dragon to usurp the dragon clan's fortune. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi appeared contemplative. What you say makes sense. I shall consider it. At this very moment, within the Nuwa Palace, I never anticipated that our human race would give rise to such a talent. Nuwa reclined upon her throne, her profound gaze shimmering with myriad colors, as she beheld all that transpired within humanity. Confined within the Nuwa Palace, she was unable to intervene in human affairs. Left to watch the three pure ones scheme and plunder human fortune. Initially resigned to her fate, Nuwa was taken aback when Honghuang emerged, forcefully tearing a significant piece of flesh from the three pure ones. With over 10% of human fortune shielding him, even the three pure ones would have to think twice before attempting to act against Honghuang. Xian Yuan entered the fire cloud cave. Announcing the conclusion of the human emperor's tribulation, Honghuang returned to the heavenly court alongside the celestial deities. This expedition to the mortal realm had proven immensely rewarding. Not only had he amassed several million merits, but he had also secured a considerable number of powerful attributes. Simultaneously, his cultivation had ascended to a minor realm, reaching the late stage of Golden Immortal. As he journeyed, Honghuang discreetly summoned his attribute panel. Name: Honghuang Cultivation. Late Golden Immortal, Yuan Shun. Late Golden Immortal, Physical Body. Background: low-grade innate sacred being treasures, fragments of the creation jade plate, pure yang sword, tiger soul blade, Ganqi axe, innate earth spirit pearl. Purple gold hammer, falling treasure money, Hunyuan chessboard, yin yang chess pieces. Merit points: 63, 258, 200 attributes. Gold: 9 transformations, mysterious art. Purple: supreme clarity, celestial technique. Taiji yin yang divine thunder, annihilation wind, causality severance, battle demon body, favor of humanity. Light purple: true body of the great witch, mastery and artifact refinement. Heavenly eye divine pupil, 9 breath pacification, golden light of the earth, fetal transformation, 5 blessings descend, manipulating the universe. Blue: 3 heads and 6 arms, enlightened sword heart. Gluttonous stomach, gung metal heavenly thunder, sheep spirit vitality, steel-like fingers, might of the white tiger, beans turned soldiers, heavenly gang body protection, wealth and prosperity, boundless strength. Light blue: wood spirit array, mountain carrying, changing at will. Blue: Xingtian battle intent, celestial dog devouring the moon, scent tracking, earth listening technique. Withering and flourishing, mirror flower water moon, thunder wings soaring. Green: cloud riding, wind blowing, mighty force, wind control, fire manipulation. Truly resplendent. Honghuang contentedly stowed away the panel. With his current capabilities, dispatching an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal is not a challenge. Such combat prowess qualifies as elite strength within the heavenly court. My dear brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude for showcasing your divine prowess and aiding the human emperor in achieving enlightenment, allowing me to partake in a portion of the merits. The giant spirit god expressed as he approached Honghuang, his face brimming with appreciation. The rewards from this endeavor equate to numerous ordinary tasks. No need for formalities. You have earned it, Honghuang replied with a smile. The distribution of merit is proportional to one's contributions, and the giant spirit god, having exerted himself, accrued significantly more merit than other deities. It was evident that he was quite satisfied with his share. In the primordial chaos, merit serves as a rare currency, with boundless applications often unattainable for the average individual. I too wish to extend my thanks to you, Honghuang. Upon overhearing their conversation, the nine heavens, Xian Nu could not contain herself. She gazed at Honghuang, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, harboring a profound meaning. Although this man's cultivation may not surpass her own, he had completely captivated her in other aspects. The nine heavens, Xian Nu pondered whether, had he assisted Xian Yuan, they could have swiftly defeated Qiyu. The answer was a resounding no. Nine heavens, Xian Nu. It's the first time I've seen you regard a man with such eyes. You aren't falling for my good brother, are you? The giant spirit god exclaimed. Oblivious to the romantic undertones, his eyes glinting mischievously like a bumbling yet cunning fat fox. Nonsense. The nine heavens, Xian Nu retorted with fervor. Well, if it's not, then why are you so agitated? The giant spirit god shrugged, regarding her with curiosity. What are you two whispering about? Hand me 20,000. Honghuang interjected. Looking at the pair, I shall take my leave first. The nine heavens Xian Nu stamped her foot and swiftly vanished from sight. My good brother, this woman is remarkable. Not only is she a direct disciple of the Empress of Heaven, but her cultivation is formidable, and her beauty is among the finest. The giant spirit god winked at Honghuang, choosing to omit any mention of the 20,000. My good brother wishes to borrow some money, and I feign ignorance. Beads of sweat adorning my forehead. I am someone who prefers to take a passive stance. Honghuang, with an indifferent demeanor, expressed his reluctance to dwell on this topic. Shortly thereafter, we arrived at the southern heavenly gate. Leading hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers, Honghuang marched triumphantly through the gate. This marked the grandest expedition in the history of the celestial court. The Star Lord of the White Emperor had been waiting inside and, upon seeing Honghuang return, hurriedly approached him with enthusiasm. Congratulations, esteemed generals, on your remarkable achievements, he exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, completely disregarding his own status. Not at all. Come, let us celebrate with wine at my residence. You must join us as well, the giant spirit god invited. Celebration must wait a moment. The Star Lord of the White Emperor replied, waving his hand as he turned his gaze to Honghuang. General Hong, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor wishes to see you. Please follow me. See me? Honghuang was taken aback, not anticipating a summons from the supreme heavenly deity. Though he had been in the celestial court for quite some time, he had yet to meet the true form of the heavenly emperor. Then, let us go? Honghuang declared, a hint of anticipation in his voice. He wondered what extraordinary attributes this esteemed deity might possess. Chapter 64. The Extraordinary Attributes of Hao Yin, the Martial Deity. Honghuang, accompanied by the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing, entered the magnificent Lingshao Treasure Hall and beheld a formidable figure clad in a golden robe, standing majestically above. Your subordinate, Honghuang, pays his respects to your majesty. Honghuang's heart raced as he sensed the ethereal aura emanating from Hao Yin, akin to that of the three sovereigns. This was the essence characteristic of a quasi-saint. As the Dao ancestor's disciple and the sovereign of the three realms, Hao Tian was imbued with immense fortune, his cultivation having long reached the quasi-saint level. Please, rise, Hao Yin replied, turning with a handsome yet authoritative visage, adorned with a gentle smile. Honghuang, you have rendered great service to our heavenly court this time, and I have been contemplating how best to reward you. Due to Honghuang's influence during the emperor's calamity, numerous celestial beings within the heavenly court reaped significant benefits, thereby greatly enhancing the court's prestige, something that could not be exchanged for any elixir or spiritual root. Your Majesty is overly gracious. It is merely my duty, Honghuang humbly responded, all the while discreetly scrutinizing Hao Yin. He was eager to discern the splendor of the attributes possessed by this ruler of the three realms. With just a glance, Honghuang was rendered speechless. Heavenly Emperor, Gold Supreme Authority, Sovereign of the three realms. Fortune of the heavens, Gold, your luck is extraordinary. Great achievements are destined for you without effort. Conversely, excessive striving may diminish your fortune. Primordial fate, Gold, you are born of chaos, a being chosen by the primordial essence. From chaos, you shall manifest unparalleled abilities. Disciple of the Dao Ancestor, purple as the disciple of the Dao Ancestor, you are destined for greatness under their protection. Heaven's favor, purple, you bear a celestial mandate, shielded by divine will. Words manifest as law, purple as the sovereign of the three realms. Your words hold power within the heavenly court. By the heavens. Truly remarkable. Honghuang gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Hao Yan's attributes. 3 golden attributes and a plethora of purple and azure ones left him utterly awestruck. It was no wonder Hao Yan's fortune was so exceptional. First, he was taken as a disciple by Hongjun, and then inexplicably ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Reflecting on it, Hao Yan had seemingly accomplished nothing in his life. Often remaining in the shadows, yet he traversed his path with uncanny ease. Attributes of fortune and gold, who else could compare? In the vast expanse of the primordial world, it would be nearly impossible to find another being with such fortuitous luck. Hong Aiching, what are your thoughts? What? Honghuang snapped back to reality. With a wave of Hao Yan's sleeve, the skies above the Lingxiao treasure hall shimmered with countless stars, transforming into a cosmic river. 9 stars sparkled particularly bright, catching the eye. These were the 9 luminaries, among which Tianqin, Tianhuan, Zhufu, and Yubai already had their celestial masters. Which of the remaining stars do you desire, my dear minister? Hao Yan inquired with a smile. Gazing at the 9 colossal stars above, Honghuang fell into deep contemplation. It turned out Hao Yan wished to confer upon him the title of the 9 luminary star lord. The 9 luminary star lords were elevated deities within the heavenly court. Holding both high status and prestige, they were recognized as true third-grade deities. Furthermore, upon becoming a star deity, one could gain the enhancement of stellar powers, each star bestowing unique abilities. For instance, the star Tianhuan, commonly known as the Wenchang star, governs wisdom and literary fortune. Thus, this celestial body possesses the ability to enhance one's intellect and comprehension. Among these 9 stars, some are devoid of presence, while others feature figures either standing or seated, symbolizing that these stars have already acquired their celestial masters. The figure upon the Juman star, Honghuang, is rather familiar. Indeed, it is the mighty giant spirit god. He joined the celestial court quite early and was consequently bestowed by Hao Tian as one of the 9 luminaries. Have you made your choice, my minister? Hao Yan inquired with a smile, noticing Honghuang's prolonged silence. I choose the Kaiyang star, Honghuang declared after a moment's hesitation, no longer wavering. The Kaiyang star is synonymous with the Wuqing star, governing martial prowess and wealth, also referred to as the god of wealth in martial affairs. With the Wuqing star's favor, the path to prosperity shall become significantly smoother. The Wuqing star? It indeed suits you well. Hao Yan nodded slightly, then with a divine utterance, he conferred upon Honghuang the title of Wuqing star. Slowly, a figure emerged upon the Kaiyang star, merging seamlessly with the celestial body. Honghuang immediately felt a mysterious power bestow itself upon him. Honghuang, your valor in battle has earned you this honor. Henceforth, I appoint you as the commander of the eastern camp, overseeing 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Hao Yan continued. Is there more? Honghuang's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had initially anticipated merely receiving the title of a luminary star. The celestial court is divided into 5 camps: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central, each commanding 100,000 celestial warriors. For instance, the Taibai Jingxing serves as the temporary commander of the central camp, while the giant spirit god belongs to the ranks of senior celestial generals of the same camp. The position of eastern camp commander subtly surpasses that of the 9 luminaries, as it wields actual authority unlike the solitary nature of the Star Lords. Your servant expresses gratitude to His Majesty. Honghuang found himself at a loss for words, deciding to express his thanks for the moment. My minister, do not rush. Do you believe this is the end? A playful smile danced upon Hao Yan's lips. I have one more reward. What reward? Honghuang's eyes widened. Could it be that His Majesty intended to bestow his daughter upon him? This plot felt eerily familiar. You may visit the treasure hall of the celestial court and select 3 treasures of your choosing. With no limitations, Hao Yan announced with a grin. So it is to select treasures. Honghuang internally sighed in relief, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As the name suggests, the treasure hall is a repository for precious artifacts, akin to the celestial court's treasury, filled with a myriad of treasures. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall choose from the treasure hall, Honghuang declared. Yuan raised an eyebrow, and with a chuckle, Honghuang clarified that he was merely jesting. I currently possess over 60 million merits. I should be able to replicate a golden title, correct? Honghuang had been fixated on the golden titles possessed by Yuan. He immediately began to examine them discreetly. Fortune of the Heavens, gold 55 million merits. Chaos Fate, gold 60 million merits. Only 2 golden titles were available for replication. The title, Heavenly Emperor, belonged to a status category and could not be replicated, even if he could replicate it. There would be no way to usurp Yuan's position as the Heavenly Emperor. Similarly, the title Taoist Ancestor's Disciple could not be replicated, even if he acquired it. Hongjun would not come forth to accept Honghuang as a disciple. Thus, he was left with only these 2 golden titles to contemplate. After a brief moment of reflection, Honghuang promptly reached a decision. The system, I wish to replicate the chaotic fate. Though the phrase fortune reigns supreme is indeed extraordinary, it seems that the harder one strives, the less fortunate they become. It is more suitable for a laid-back approach, yet burdened with the constraints of the phrase system. How could one truly adopt such a passive stance? Therefore, the phrase fortune reigns supreme somewhat conflicts with his essence and cannot be replicated. The chaotic fate is far more fitting for him. This phrase has the potential to bestow upon an individual a singular and unparalleled ability. Given that it is a golden phrase, such an ability must surely transcend Honghuang's imagination. With a mere thought, 60 million merits were instantly depleted. Gone. I hope this does not lead to disappointment. A pang of regret struck Honghuang. Instead of immediately examining the newfound ability, he chose to take his leave from the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Chapter 65, Chaotic Calamity in the Yellow Dragon. Am I human? Am I truly human? Honghuang departed from the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, eagerly seeking to explore the capabilities bestowed by the birth of the Chaos Fate. To his astonishment, the original entry for Chaos Fate vanished, replaced by a new golden entry, Chaotic Calamity Light. Gold extracts chaotic power, refines the calamity aura of heaven and earth, compressing it into a beam of destruction capable of injuring saint-level beings, with a maximum storage of 108 calamity lights. What? It can even harm saints? Honghuang was utterly astonished. This meant that if he mastered 108 calamity lights, he could contend with saints, truly worthy of its golden status. The chaotic power and the calamity aura of heaven and earth are among the most formidable forces in the primordial realm. The might of the calamity light derived from these 2 powers is beyond imagination. Honghuang immediately commenced his attempts to absorb the calamity aura from the world and the chaotic power. After a period of endeavor, he gradually regained his composure. Given his current cultivation level, refining a single calamity light would take at least a millennium. As for 108, who could say when that would be achieved? Never mind. He thought, I shall take my time, starting with refining 1 calamity light as my ultimate trump card. With a tranquil mindset, Honghuang, bearing the token bestowed by Yuan, made his way to the treasure hall of the 8 heavens. At that moment, Yuan's decree resonated throughout the heavenly court. Honghuang, having traversed the realms as a spirit of the day and as a deity of thunder, was once again conferred the titles of Juyo Star Lord and Grand Marshal of the Central Camp. These titles amalgamated, elevating Honghuang's status to rival that of a second-rank celestial deity. Second-rank celestial deities are genuine titans within the heavenly court, and there are but a few, most of whom remain vacant. The deities of the heavenly court were left in awe, particularly the celestial officials of the Celestial Slaying Platform, who felt as though they no longer recognized the name Honghuang. We are all celestial slayers. Why does he stand apart? How can one from the human race be so exceptional? Heh. Henceforth, our celestial officials shall have a stronghold within the heavenly court. Such a pace of promotion is unprecedented, truly enviable. Grand Marshal Hong's might in the mortal realm is unparalleled, aiding the human emperor in vanquishing Chiyu. Such feats are indeed remarkable. Indeed, it is hard to fathom how he accomplished this. Quickly, prepare lavish gifts. Let us go congratulate Lord Hong on his ascension. In an instant, the entire heavenly court buzzed with excitement. Although the deities were filled with envy, there was not a trace of jealousy. What Honghuang achieved during the human emperor's tribulations was no small feat. In the Yushu Palace, the figures of the 12 golden immortals were rife with disdain as they whispered among themselves. That scoundrel Honghuang has been conferred as Jiuyo. commanding the vast expanse of the heavenly court as Grand Marshal. Hao Tian truly holds him in high regard. Ah, such a trivial position, I wouldn't even accept it. The 12 golden immortals, with their exalted status, naturally look down upon the celestial deities of the heavenly court. What purpose do they serve? None can compare to a direct disciple of a saint. At the forefront, the primordial beginning sat in serene contemplation, his expression as calm as still water. This young man possesses significant fortune. He could enter my Chan school. I intend to take him as my disciple, he spoke softly, his voice resonating with grandeur. He has changed his tune. Previously he claimed that Honghuang's fortune was shallow, yet now he seems to possess considerable blessings. What merit or capability does this young man possess to earn his teacher's favor? Guangqingzi, Tai Yizhenren, and others were astonished. He bears a fraction of humanity's fortune. Is that reason sufficient? Yuan sure remarked coldly, casting his gaze over the assembly of immortals. Were it not for your inefficacy, there would be no need for such a course of action. The teacher is indeed wise. Guangqingzi praised with a bow. Keenly aware that Yuan sure had made his decision, promptly altering his stance. This task shall be entrusted to me. I am willing to undertake this journey on behalf of my teacher, Guangqingzi continued. Now that the 3 sovereigns have retreated and the 5 emperors have emerged, your current mission is to assist the 5 emperors in their grand endeavors. Yuan sure shook his head, stating, to assist the 5 emperors also bears great merit. Yet your karmic burdens are heavy, which can only be alleviated through virtuous deeds. Yuan sure declined Guangqingzi's request, unwilling to let his treasured disciple bear the weight of karmic afflictions. I understand, Guangqingzi replied, his face lighting up with joy as he nodded emphatically. Huanglong, this task is now entrusted to you, Yuan sure directed, turning his attention to Huanglong Zhenren. Me? Huanglong Zhenren was taken aback. So, Guangqingzi bears the karmic load, and I am exempt? Teacher, my karmic burdens are even greater than those of senior brother Guangqingzi. Huanglong Zhenren murmured in a state of anxiety. He too wished to partake in the accumulation of merit. The karmic weight you bear is deeply ingrained, not easily resolved in a short span. It would be prudent to allow this opportunity to your brothers and sisters. In due time, when the opportunity arises, I shall address your burdens. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression remained neither sorrowful nor joyful, utterly serious. Very well, Huanglong Zhenren lowered his head, having heard similar admonishments countless times. Go now. Yuan Shi waved his hand, and the assembly of immortals dispersed immediately. At Mount Sumeru, Yao Shi, you have greatly disappointed me. Now burdened with karmic afflictions, how shall we proceed? Zhuanti sternly reprimanded Yao Shi Lioli, who knelt before him. This youth had executed a series of audacious schemes, yet ended up with no merit to show for it, only a heavy burden of karma. Teacher, please, save me. I am the hope of the Western teachings. Yao Shi Lioli shamelessly boasted. You are not. He is. Zhuanti pointed at the nearby Dashizi. Although this young man ventured eastward, he accomplished nothing, merely indulging in gluttony, and thus managed to evade calamity. Avoiding mistakes is the greatest success. TSK. Dashizi suddenly knelt, kissing the rough, large black foot before him. Enough. Stop that. Zhuanti kicked Dashizi away in disgust and turned to Yao Shi Lioli, saying, you shall now go to the human realm to assist the 5 emperors. You shall also earn merit. Be cautious. Do not assist wrongly again. Zhuanti commanded, having reached a point where he could no longer afford to be overly concerned. The 3 pure ones' disapproval would not deter him. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Yao Shi Lioli exclaimed, filled with delight, and then took his leave. Hong Yuan possesses profound fortune and is connected to our Western teachings. What do you think, junior brother? After the apprentice departed, the guide finally spoke. This lad has long occupied my thoughts. Unfortunately, he seems to harbor a strong aversion to my Western ways. The expression of the sage, with furrowed brows and flickering eyes, suggested contemplation. Should he be granted another opportunity to make a choice, and if he declines once more, then we shall not be held accountable for our lack of courtesy. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Hong Yuan arrived at the treasure hall. After presenting his token, he strode confidently inside. Activating his divine eye, he surveyed the treasures within. He hoped to uncover mysterious artifacts that others had overlooked, akin to the classic narratives. However, reality appeared to be quite mundane. The treasures were meticulously displayed, each accompanied by its name and description. Suddenly, Hong Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing a familiar object, a dazzling golden staff. Chapter 66, 3 Treasures. Chaos of the Demon Star. A seemingly inconspicuous staff stood there, Yet Honghuang's discerning eye immediately recognized its significance. The sea-calming needle. Indeed, this staff was none other than the sea-calming needle, also known as the Rui Jingu Bang. It was utterly unexpected to find the Rui Jingu Bang within the heavenly treasury. At this moment, the Great Yu had yet to tame the waters, and thus, the sea-calming needle would not have appeared in the Eastern Sea. Honghuang swiftly deduced that the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into an extraordinary treasure post-Great Yu's flood control, acquiring immense merit. At this juncture, the golden staff was merely an unremarkable postnatal spiritual treasure. After the three sovereigns, the five emperors emerged, with Great Yu bearing the greatest merit among them. Honghuang pondered deeply. The merits and feats of Great Yu were no less significant than those of the three sovereigns. He had overseen a monumental civilizational shift. Following Great Yu, humanity would inevitably progress towards a dynastic system. Having made his choice, Honghuang promptly retrieved the golden staff, considering it among his options. With the acquisition of the sea-calming needle, the merit would naturally follow. Continuing his selection of treasures, he noted that within the treasure pavilion, the most precious spiritual treasures were merely of the lowest quality. Honghuang lacked for spiritual treasures and thus dismissed them as options. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt as though he had been struck. His gaze was drawn to a book radiating with ethereal light. It was a magical artifact. Upon probing its essence, Honghuang learned of its origins. This artifact was called the Wanling Baojian, primarily designed to transplant spiritual roots, essentially a portable field for cultivating spiritual roots. Its utility seemed rather trivial, as celestial beings possess their own microcosms, capable of nurturing numerous spiritual roots. Yet, this treasure possessed an additional function. It could analyze the growth of spiritual roots and document their condition, akin to a comprehensive database. With little alternative, he decided upon it. Honghuang found it akin to chewing wax, flavorless yet regrettable to discard. Unless a better option presented itself, this was his only choice. For the third treasure, Honghuang selected a refining material, the celestial iron essence from a star aged 10,000 years. This piece, no larger than a fist, were a weight comparable to a celestial body. Even a small fragment could forge 100 or more spiritual treasures. Honghuang intended to test his refining skills with it, lest the term mastery of refinement go to waste. After securing his three treasures and completing the necessary registrations, Honghuang departed from the treasure pavilion. He exchanged his recent accumulated merits for cultivation resources before returning to his abode. First, he intended to transplant the Earth Origin fruit tree into the Wanling Baojian. With a mere thought, he transferred the Earth Origin fruit tree from his inner world into the Wanling Baojian. In an instant, the first page of the treasure revealed an illustration of the Earth Origin fruit tree, alongside its growth status. No wonder it had not borne fruit lately. It was lacking in nutrients. Upon observing the tree's condition, Honghuang sheepishly scratched his head, nearly starving the spiritual root. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the treasure. Honghuang's expression froze, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Upon discovering that the breath of the universal treasure mirror grew slightly stronger after planting the primordial fruit trees, he felt a subtle yet undeniable shift. What could this imply? Could it be that merely embedding the spiritual roots would enhance the power of the treasure? A surge of astonishment coursed through Honghuang's mind. If this were indeed the case, the artifact would possess extraordinary capabilities. However, primordial spiritual roots were even rarer than spiritual treasures and not easily acquired. For now, he decided to set it aside and would pursue spiritual roots when the opportunity arose. Honghuang then stored the universal treasure mirror and commenced refining resources. He expended considerable effort to exchange for a 7-turn golden pill, determined to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm in one decisive move. The Golden Immortal harbors the 5 energies within, while the Tai Golden Immortal manifests the 3 flowers atop the head. When the 5 energies converge and the 3 flowers bloom, one ascends to the status of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Honghuang swallowed the golden pill and began his cultivation. Time flowed on, and before he knew it, a millennium had passed. On this day, an immense aura surged skyward, resonating throughout the heavens above Thunder City. This presence, it is the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal. Which deity has achieved such a breakthrough? That sensation feels so familiar. It is General Hong. Goodness, wasn't General Hong already a Golden Immortal? Has he ascended to Tai so swiftly? The deities of the Thunder Department and the celestial soldiers were astounded. Even Lei Gong widened his eyes, gazing at the Yin Yang Thunder Mansion with an expression of disbelief. This young man, I fear I may not be his match." He shook his head and offered a bitter smile, feeling as though he had aged suddenly. The leadership of the Thunder Department seemed poised to change hands. Within the Thunder Mansion, Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat, 3 flower buds adorning his head, symbolizing the unity of heaven, earth, and humanity. Once these buds bloom, they signify the embodiment of a great Luo golden immortal. This is the essence of the Tai golden immortal. Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Throughout this millennium of cultivation, his primordial spirit had ascended to the Tai golden immortal level, while his physical cultivation had progressed more slowly, remaining at the peak of golden immortal. Physical cultivation cannot be achieved solely through meditation. It requires enduring trials to break through one's limitations. He resolved to visit the Immortal Slaying Platform to see if any malevolent beings awaited judgment. Yuan remained true to his original aspiration, even as a third-grade deity. He did not forget the path of slaying immortals. His arrival ignited excitement throughout the Immortal Slaying Platform. No one anticipated that Yuan, now holding such a significant position, would still come to slay immortals. What an unexpected turn of events. All the immortal slayers stood in bewilderment, as if a sovereign had unexpectedly arrived in the fields to toil alongside them. "Lord Hong, do you have some peculiar predilection?" Shui Hao inquired softly, his expression slightly unusual. "Shallow-minded, do you think my cultivation has come without effort? It is through relentless diligence that one attains the Great Dao," Yuan replied with righteous fervor, spinning a tale of his own making. He then approached the Immortal Slaying Platform to commence his duties for the day. Fortune smiled upon him. For 3 golden immortal-level malevolent beings awaited their reckoning. Yuan stepped forth without hesitation to take action, collecting numerous entries, 2 of which were of a verdant hue. At that moment, a celestial warrior hurriedly arrived at the Immortal Slaying Platform. "Master Wukwing, the ancient star river is in turmoil due to the disturbance caused by the demon star. The other celestial deities have already set forth. Please, Master, hasten to quell the chaos." "Oh, the ancient celestial bodies are beset by the demon star." Yuan's expression shifted. The ancient demon clan once held dominion over the heavens. Thus the ancient celestial realms became their refuge. Even to this day, despite the heavenly court's governance over the universe, numerous demons still conceal themselves within the ancient celestial bodies. The heavenly court has yet to fully cleanse this domain. Rectifying the ancient stellar realms remains a paramount duty for many celestial deities. Take me there. With a swift motion, Yuan seized the heavenly general and soared from the celestial slaying platform. Meanwhile, within the ancient star river, the celestial deities led by Yaoji were engaged in a fierce assault against a colossal demon. This giant was even more immense than the surrounding ancient celestial bodies, effortlessly sending several celestial deities from the heavenly court flying with its every movement. Even Yaoji suffered grave injuries, crashing against a celestial body and spitting blood. Such formidable malevolence. If matters worsen, we shall have no choice but to summon the 9 heavens Xian Nu. Chapter 67, The Celestial Patrol Demon General. This virtue seems unusual. Yaoji's expression darkened as she faced the towering demon before her, a complete Tai golden immortal. Given her own cultivation, even with a primordial spiritual treasure in hand, she was no match for it. At this moment, the members of the 9 luminaries, including the stars of Juman, Wenxiu, Luxian, and Lianjin, along with various earthly fiends from the southern Dipper constellation, were all present. They surrounded the colossal demon, yet found themselves utterly helpless against it. "Haha. You wish to drive me away? You were unaware of my presence when I was here. Since you've disturbed my slumber, none of you can leave. I happen to be quite hungry." The giant demon, adorned with dual wings and 3 dragon-like heads, boasted with an air of arrogance. "Who dares to be so brazen?" The giant spirit god bellowed, revealing his towering true form. Yet, in the presence of the colossal demon, he appeared as diminutive as an ant. "I don't even know who I am. I am the Celestial Patrol Demon General." The demon's eyes gleamed with pride. "The Celestial Patrol Demon General," Yaoji murmured, quickly comprehending the identity of this creature. The Celestial Patrol Demon General was a figure from the ancient demon court, responsible for patrolling the heavens. It was said that there were over 1,000 such generals in the court, each one a Tai golden immortal. The disparity in strength compared to the present heavenly court was stark. Any last words? If not, then come to me. The Celestial Patrol Demon General opened its mouth wide, a powerful suction pulling the surrounding stars toward it. The deities displayed expressions of horror, struggling against the force, yet their bodies were gradually drawn closer to its maw. "Quickly summon the 9 heavens Xian Nu," someone shouted in desperation. Buzz. A blade of unparalleled sharpness sliced through the starry river, descending with terrifying intent. Akin to a surging celestial river, magnificent and overwhelming. A sense of peril surged within the celestial patrol demon general, prompting an instinctive evasive maneuver. Yet it was too late. With a sickening sound, one of its wings was severed, and a torrential downpour of blood cascaded down. The sudden turn of events left all the deities in stunned silence. Who dares? The celestial patrol demon general roared, fixing its gaze deep into the cosmos. A figure rapidly traversed through the spatial void, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. Yuan. The eyes of the deities brightened with excitement. Even Yao Ji let out a quiet sigh of relief, as if she had found her anchor. Yuan, you have arrived just in time. Together we shall surely triumph over this vile beast. Yao Ji regained her composure, preparing to join forces with Yuan, but before she could finish her sentence, Yuan shouted and launched into action. This domain of the heavenly court shall not permit your rampancy. Boom. The true form of the Great Witch unleashed. Yuan's body expanded dramatically, charging toward the celestial patrol demon general, engaging it in fierce combat. What a terrifying aura. A tiny golden immortal. Yao Ji's heart trembled as she realized that Yuan's cultivation had surpassed her own. My goodness. The power of this physical form is astounding. The giant spirit god marveled, nearly drooling with admiration. Such physical prowess was what he had always yearned for, robust and exuding masculine charm. With a fierce determination, Yuan unleashed a barrage of punches, overpowering the celestial demon general with ease. In his true form as a great witch, he effortlessly subdued a demon king of the Tai golden immortal realm. You are a great witch? At that moment, the celestial demon general was taken aback, sensing the overwhelming power of the great witch within this human. It was a familiar sensation, reminiscent of the ancient war between the witches and the demons. The last time he had been defeated by the witch clan, he had managed to evade annihilation by hiding among the primordial stars. Little did he expect that despite the fall of the witch clan, he would still encounter the formidable might of a great witch. Such a great witch, and yet after just a few punches, you appear dazed, unable to discern my presence? Yuan scoffed, his fists relentless, each strike infused with tremendous force, breaking bones and shattering tendons. Two of the demon's 3 heads exploded under the sheer impact. Beast, I shall consume you. The celestial demon general roared in fury, frustrated by the fact that despite his superior cultivation, he was being thoroughly dominated by a seemingly frail human. He had merely taken a nap, and yet humanity had grown so powerful. With a gaping maw, the celestial demon general attempted to rend Yuan apart, sinking his teeth into his shoulder. Yet, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, Yuan's body felt as unyielding as iron. Suddenly, Yuan delivered a crushing kick to the demon's abdomen, puncturing its entire form and shattering its internal organs. Realizing his impending defeat, the celestial demon general turned to flee. Yuan let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to summon the Taiji Yin-Yang divine thunder, which obliterated the demon into mere fragments. After breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm, the power of the Taiji Yin-Yang divine thunder had become even more terrifying. Discovered potential fusion entries: size and convenience, green; relocation of stars, green; entangled by karma, black; size and convenience. One of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang allows for the arbitrary alteration of an object's size, including oneself. Relocation of stars. One of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang alters the trajectory of celestial bodies. Indeed, 2 of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang. Yuan's face lit up with satisfaction as he fused the entries. The might of the Wutu Star Lord was truly unparalleled. The gathered celestial beings gazed at him with admiration, recognizing that compared to Yuan, they were akin to mere bystanders. In truth, these celestial officials were mere substitutes, none of whom were worthy of comparison in terms of strength. Yuan, thank you. Yao Ji's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. There's no need for such formality, princess. Yuan replied dismissively, waving his hand. This star domain surely harbors remnants of other demon courts. Let us work together to clear them out. Very well. Yao Ji responded with a captivating smile. Thus, Yuan fulfilled his duty, collaborating with Yu Ji to organize the stars. On that day, he suddenly felt a stirring within, as if something intangible was beckoning him. A fortuitous opportunity was at hand. Yuan's heart quickened, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seemed the arrival of good fortune had begun once more. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Yao Ji and set out alone, guided by the signs, leading him to the ancient stellar river, perhaps hidden among certain celestial bodies. Meanwhile, on the land of humanity, Zhuang Su, with the heartfelt assistance of Guang Qingzi, had reigned for a millennium before finally abdicating his throne. Much like Guang Qingzi, Yao Shi Liuli was equally exhilarated. The two of them assisted Zhuangqiu, engaging in a fervent competition, each striving to outdo the other in their endeavors. At long last, the heavens rewarded their diligence. With Zhuangqiu's achievements reaching fruition, they too were poised to reap the fruits of their labor. Atop Mount Tai, as the grand ceremony concluded, Guang Qingzi expounded the teachings to the assembly of immortals, while Yao Shi Liuli gazed longingly at the heavens, anticipating the descent of merit. After a considerable wait, a trickle of merit, no thicker than a stream, descended. The assembled immortals were taken aback. Surely, this could not be right? Was this meager offering sufficient for anyone? The already scant merit was dispersed into countless fragments, each landing upon the multitude. Guang Qingzi and Yao Shi Liuli received the lion's share. Yet what they grasped was merely a thread of merit, akin to the thickness of a finger. In that moment, they were struck by existential doubt. Having toiled tirelessly for a millennium, only to be rewarded with such paltry merit. Was this truly a fitting recompense? Chapter 68. The Celestial Tree of the Zhou Stars and the Subversion of the Yellow Dragon. True man, why is it so? Is this all there is to the merits of the 5 emperors? Many were bewildered, for the disparity was simply too great. Guang Qingzi and Yao Shi Liuli were nearly driven to the brink of despair. After years of diligent service, they had nearly revered Zhuangqiu as a father. Yet, in the end, their merits amounted to so little. They absorbed the meager merits into their bodies to purify their karmic burdens, but the results were disheartening, as their inner karma remained largely unchanged. Surely, something must have gone awry. Were they not striving hard enough? The two fell into contemplation, doubting their own efforts. After Zhuangqiu abdicated, he passed the position of co-ruler to Emperor Ku. Once again, Guang Qingzi and Yao Shi Liuli vied to showcase their capabilities. Meanwhile, Honghuang, guided by an unseen force, arrived before a colossal ancient star. He discerned. Honghuang sensed a tremendous primordial restriction enveloping this ancient star. He sat down to meditate and began to unravel the restriction. After a considerable period, the barrier was finally breached, and with a flicker, he entered. This is the Celestial Tree of the Zhou Stars. On the ancient star stood a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with twinkling starlight, as if festooned with celestial bodies. It boasted 365 branches, corresponding to the number of the Zhou heavens. The Celestial Tree of the Zhou Stars, a premier innate spiritual root. Honghuang was overjoyed and immediately stored the Celestial Tree of the Zhou Stars into the Wanling treasure mirror. On the second page of the treasure, the image of the Celestial Tree appeared, along with pertinent descriptions and status. The aura of the Wanling treasure mirror surged, unexpectedly advancing to a mid-grade postnatal treasure. The treasure had leveled up. Honghuang rejoiced. What was once a low-grade postnatal treasure had ascended to a higher tier. If one day he were to collect all the spiritual roots of the primordial world into the treasure, what level would it attain? Truly, a marvelous artifact. Honghuang praised. He then continued his search upon the ancient star, eager to uncover any remaining treasures. In the lower realm, Emperor Ku reigned for a millennium, his merits culminating in his abdication, passing the mantle of co-ruler to Yao. At last, success was achieved. Atop Mount Tai, Guang Qingzi and the celestial disciples of the Chan sect, along with Yao Shi Liuli, felt a profound sense of relief, thinking they no longer needed to feign humility. In pursuit of merit, they had willingly obeyed Emperor Ku's commands, a considerable burden for the proud disciples of the sage. Deep down, they held disdain for humanity, yet were compelled to follow their directives. After the formalities, divine merits descended from the heavens, bestowing themselves upon Emperor Ku and others. Guang Qingzi and Yao Shi Liuli felt a wave of disappointment wash over them once more, as this round of merits bore no difference from the last, equally meager. What? I can hardly believe it. The celestial beings struggled to accept this reality, continuing to assist Yao. Ultimately, they lost hope, for Yao's merits were indistinguishable from those of his predecessors. At last, Guang Qingzi grasped the truth. Despite the titles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the merits of the 5 emperors paled in comparison to those of the 3 sovereigns. A realization dawned upon him, and he swiftly lost interest in aiding the 5 emperors. Such scant merits were hardly worth the effort. How could a dignified disciple of a sage, a golden immortal of the Chan sect, so readily diminish his stature? Brothers and sisters, It is perhaps best to forego the merits of the 5 emperors and return to our cultivation. Guang Chengzi addressed his fellow disciples, leading them back to the Chan teaching. Soon, after the 4th Emperor Shun abdicated, his merits were fully realized. The bestowed merits bore little difference from those of the preceding 3. Upon witnessing this, both Guang Chengzi and Yao Shi Liuli were utterly disheartened. As I anticipated, the merits of the 5 emperors are of no use, Guang Chengzi remarked, his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, elder brother, your foresight is remarkable. The celestial beings praised his prescience, otherwise they would have to serve as beasts of burden. Meanwhile, Yao Shi Liuli, equally despondent, returned to the west, resolved never to engage with the 5 emperors again. After Shun's abdication, he was succeeded by the final human emperor, Yu. During Yu's reign, humanity faced catastrophic floods. Terrifying deluges ravaged the land, relentlessly encroaching upon the living spaces of the people. Witnessing this devastation stirred profound sorrow within Yu, prompting him to vow to control the waters and restore peace to humanity. Soon, Yu summoned the leaders of various tribes and wise sages to discuss strategies for flood control. At this juncture, Honghuang descended to the mortal realm. He had foreseen Yu's emergence, thus neglecting the celestial constellations to hasten his assistance to Yu in flood management. Honghuang raced towards Yu's tribe, but midway, a figure clad in yellow obstructed his path. Friend Honghuang, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The figure revealed to be the Yellow Dragon Patriarch. What business do you have with me, Yellow Dragon? Honghuang inquired, his expression revealing confusion regarding the Patriarch's intentions. This somewhat disregarded, Thrino Attribute Immortal was the only Chan teaching golden immortal he bore no particular disdain for. Friend, would you be willing to accompany me to Kunlun Mountain and join my sect? The Yellow Dragon Patriarch proposed candidly. I would not, Honghuang replied without a moment's hesitation. Why not? My master holds you in high regard and wishes to take you as a personal disciple, even offering you a place among the 13 golden immortals. The Yellow Dragon Patriarch pressed urgently. Hongyuan's prompt refusal was utterly unexpected. Upon hearing this, Honghuang smiled coldly and asked, Yellow Dragon, may I inquire why the Yuqing Saint accepted me as a disciple? The sudden interrogation rendered the Yellow Dragon Patriarch speechless. Allow me to answer for you. He accepted me as a disciple merely because he valued the fortune I possess, did he not? Honghuang inquired with a smirk. The Yellow Dragon Patriarch hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. It appears I have spoken correctly, Honghuang scoffed, scrutinizing the Yellow Dragon Patriarch. The purpose behind his acceptance was akin to that of your own. Yellow Dragon, it would be wiser for you to join the Heavenly Court, as it offers greater prospects than remaining in the Chan teaching. In a turn of events, he not only declined the invitation but also sought to persuade the Yellow Dragon Patriarch to join him instead. Farewell. The Yellow Dragon Patriarch turned and departed, uttering not another word, his heart tumultuous and restless. Hongyuan's words had struck a chord deep within him, causing the long-held convictions to waver. With a shrug, Honghuang continued on his way. Upon his arrival at Yu's tribe, upon learning of Hongyuan's presence, Yu immediately led everyone out to welcome him. The esteemed sage has arrived, and I apologize for the inadequate reception. The crowd is filled with excitement and reverence. The deeds of Honghuang are already inscribed in the annals of human history. Even a 3-year-old child knows who the first military strategist, the god of war, and the god of arms of humanity is. There is no need for excessive formalities. Subsequently, Honghuang joined the team dedicated to water management. However, he did not assume the role of a teacher to guide Yu in his endeavors. In matters of flood control, Yu possessed greater knowledge than he. Honghuang was tasked with addressing intricate issues, while the primary responsibilities remained in Yu's capable hands. For that was his mission. Yu traversed various regions, surveying the terrain and meticulously documenting the mountains, rivers, and the extraordinary creatures he encountered. One day, he presented this manuscript to Honghuang. Esteemed sage, what do you think of my records? Are they of any value? As Honghuang perused the pages, a peculiar expression gradually emerged on his face. Quite remarkable. Very vivid indeed. I kindly request the sage to bestow a name upon it. Yu exclaimed with delight. Let us name it. The Classic of Mountains and Seas. Chapter 69. The Water Monster Waziki and the Origin of the Demon Ape during the course of his efforts to control the flood. Yu inexplicably authored the Classic of Mountains and Seas. This revelation astonished Honghuang, who had not anticipated that such a work was the creation of Yu. Employing a strategy of diversion rather than obstruction, Yu excavated rivers to channel the floodwaters towards the eastern sea. This monumental undertaking presented numerous challenges along the way. On one particular day, he encountered a new dilemma. The flood surged violently, rendering it impossible to ascertain the precise water level. At this critical juncture, Honghuang appeared promptly, producing the pre-prepared Rui Jingu Bang. Dao, this object can change in size and length, enabling you to measure the water level, he explained. Dao, witnessing the marvel of the Rui Jingu Bang, found his confusion swiftly resolved. Thank you, esteemed master, for this precious gift. Dao expressed his gratitude. With the Rui Jingu Bang in hand, Dao's flood control efforts progressed with remarkable ease. Soon, he reached the central region, the Huai River area. One day, while leading his men in the excavation of the river, the water's surface suddenly roiled violently, unleashing towering waves that swept a group of people into the river. I am the king of the Huai River, the lord of the waters. How dare you disturb my tranquil dreams? The river parted, revealing a red-bottomed monkey that emerged from the depths, glaring menacingly at Dao and his companions. Who are you, river deity, that you would take the lives of my kin? We toil to control the waters. What business do we have with you? Dao retorted, refraining from directly calling him a monster, which was already a show of restraint. Heh. Why should I explain my actions to you, Waziki? The red-bottomed monkey scoffed, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. Monster, you have gone too far. Do you believe there is no one among humankind to stand against you? Dao's anger flared. Just mere ants. If you wish to die, I shall oblige, Waziki sneered, summoning a colossal water dragon to crash toward Dao and his men. In that moment of impending doom, a figure suddenly appeared, standing before them. With a casual wave of his sleeve, he shattered the water dragon, scattering it into droplets. Waziki, you have audaciously sought to slay the leader of humankind? The newcomer was none other than Honghuang, who regarded Waziki with keen interest, as if observing a rare treasure. One of the 4 chaotic monkeys, the red-butted monkey. Previously, he had slain the long-armed monkey and acquired a fragment of the chaos demon ape's essence, thereby enhancing his own strength. Now, another of the chaotic 4 was before him. The Huai River's water monster, Waziki, a disruptor of Dao's flood control efforts. Who are you? Waziki asked disdainfully, as if his ears had rusted, utterly oblivious to Honghuang's words. In his eyes, there was no creature that he could not kill, except himself. The chaos demon ape was inherently ruthless, and the 4 chaotic monkeys were equally reckless. Waziki's ferocity surpassed even that of Yuan. Although Yuan was wild, he still exhibited some semblance of humanity. This monkey, however, was utterly unrestrained. Waziki had been in seclusion, having awakened not long ago, and was unfamiliar with Honghuang. I am Honghuang, a member of the human race, Honghuang replied with a light chuckle. Not quite, not quite. You possess something I find intriguing. You resemble a monkey. Waziki exclaimed suddenly, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Honghuang from head to toe. He felt a familiar yet alien aura emanating from Honghuang. This sensation lured him, compelling him to desire the annihilation and consumption of Honghuang. Trying to be close to me? It's too late. You have already sealed your fate by slaying my kin. Honghuang spoke coldly. Do you wish to kill me? Ha. Wuzhiqi laughed heartily, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, while the human before him was merely at the early stage. Not only was his realm inferior, even if they were of equal standing, victory would still belong to him. In that case, I shall slay you and then devour you. Wuzhiqi's ferocity was laid bare as he conjured a purple staff in his grasp. The innate mid-grade spirit treasure, purple jade sea-covering staff. Slash. Without hesitation, Honghuang summoned his pure yang sword, unleashing a sword energy akin to a mighty river. The Great River Sword Intent, a culmination of his enlightened sword heart and an array of swordsmanship insights, manifested as a lethal strike. Wuzhiqi's pupils constricted as he raised the sea-covering staff defensively. With a whoosh, the sword energy descended, its terrifying force sending him hurtling backward, while the unleashed sword intent ravaged his flesh like a tempest. Soon, he was drenched in his own blood, nearly stripped bare, resembling a shorn monkey. I shall slay you. Wuzhiqi let out a haunting wail, instinctively aware that he was no match for Honghuang. Yet, the humiliation ignited a near loss of reason within him. Fleeing? Unthinkable. Wuzhiqi brandished the sea-covering staff, charging at Honghuang with blinding speed. The mountains trembled and the skies roiled. The clash between man and monkey plunged the world into chaos. Honghuang moved with grace, as if the winds were at his command. In contrast, Wuzhiqi, consumed by rage, unleashed reckless attacks, increasingly outmatched. True form of the demon ape. Suddenly he bellowed. revealing his true self and invoking his ultimate technique. The greatest strength of the demon race lay in their true forms. In his demon ape form, Wu Zhiqi experienced a comprehensive enhancement in speed, power, and defense. If that is the case, then let us play. Honghuang clenched his fist, manifesting the three-headed six-armed demon body. His long hair cascaded down, his gaze sparked with electricity, and mysterious patterns flowed across his powerful form. Honghuang's demon body towered over Wu Zhiqi, exuding a more formidable presence. Standing together, they resembled a robust father and his youthful son. Impossible. How can a mere human possess a physique stronger than mine? Wu Zhiqi roared in fury, charging towards Honghuang. Short-sighted, Honghuang's countenance remained inscrutable as all six of his arms swung in unison. Wu Zhiqi threw a punch, only to receive six in return. Neither engaged in defense. They exchanged blows with reckless abandon. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, Wu Zhiqi could no longer contain it. Blood surged from his chest, erupting from his mouth. His body was on the verge of being reduced to a sieve. Thank you, Wu Zhiqi. Without you, my physical form would not have achieved such a breakthrough. Honghuang expressed his gratitude with a smile. This fierce battle had loosened the confines of his physical realm, propelling him towards the Tai Golden Immortal stage. You felt a surge of fear, realizing that neither your magical prowess nor your physical strength could match the opponent. If this continued, only death awaited you. In an instant, you withdrew from the battlefield and plunged into the waters of the Huai River. You initially believed that the waters of Honghuang were not formidable, only to discover that they were as formidable as your own. Ultimately, you met your demise at the hands of Honghuang amidst the waters of the Huai. Discoverable fusion entries. For primordial apes, purple, minor mastery of aquatic mysticism, green, life avoidance and extinction, green. Bloodthirsty nature, black. For primordial apes, possessing a fragment of the primordial chaos demon ape's essence, originating from the Chimakio monkey. Minor mastery of aquatic mysticism, a foundational level of aquatic mystical abilities. Life avoidance and extinction. You possess the ability to foresee life and death, fortune and misfortune. Bloodthirsty nature. You harbor a profound inclination towards slaughter. Excessive killing may lead you to lose your sanity. Chapter 70. The Flood Abyss refining the 9 tripods. Lo and behold, the bloodline of the chaotic demon ape has arrived. Honghuang felt a surge of joy within, swiftly merging the entries. Immediately, the entries within his body began to transform, and his foundation was significantly enhanced. The entry of the 4 mischievous apes melded seamlessly with the battle demon body. Although the hue of the entry remained purple, Honghuang distinctly sensed a newfound strength in his foundation. His cultivation speed and all other aspects were drastically different. Aside from the 4 mischievous apes, the remaining entries were commendable, particularly the entry of death avoidance and life extension, which granted him foresight of his demise. Alas, even with the murderous intent of Wu Zhiqi penetrating his mind, he was unable to flee at the first sign of danger. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Thank you, Holy Master, for your assistance. Dao expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the dire consequences had Honghuang not intervened. It was merely a casual effort. You may proceed. Honghuang waved his hand nonchalantly. After gathering his spoils, he vanished without a trace. It seemed that due to Honghuang's slaying of Wu Zhiqi, Dao's subsequent tasks proceeded with remarkable ease, as no demon dared to obstruct him. In the Jade Void Palace, the obstinate wretch has refused? Yuan gazed coldly at the Huanglong Zhenren below him. He had lowered himself to solicit Honghuang as his disciple, only to be rejected? Such a slap to the face. How outrageous. This child has already chosen the path to his own demise. Those wishing to become his master could line up from Kunlun Mountain to Shimi Mountain. Yet this wretch dares to decline? I see that this lad has truly become arrogant. The disciples of the Chan sect were indignant, feeling personally insulted. Their pride, the disciple of a sage, Honghuang, had cast aside as if it were worthless. How could they tolerate this? A sage should not be disrespected. I implore the Master's permission to challenge him. Tai Zhenren stepped forward, his face brimming with lethal intent. Master, allow me to go. I shall capture this child and bring him to kneel at the Jade Void Gate for a millennium of repentance. I shall go. I shall go. The 12 golden immortals all rose, requesting to engage in battle. Yuan remained expressionless, silently listening. After a moment, his gaze shifted to Jilia's Sunday. Jilia's son. You shall take the binding celestial ropes and fetch this person. Disciple obeys. Jilia's son exclaimed joyfully. The other golden immortals pounded their chests in frustration, lamenting why such a splendid opportunity had not fallen to them. Meanwhile, Dao successfully diverted the flood into the East Sea, alleviating the water disaster. On the summit of Tushan, Dao gazed upon the vast expanse of earth with a smile, declaring that henceforth, the human race would no longer suffer from flooding. Your remarkable achievement will be remembered for millennia to come. Hongyuan's figure appeared beside Dao. I only hope for the continued prosperity of the human race. I truly had not considered the accolades, Dao chuckled softly. Holy Master, have I accomplished my task? He looked to Hongyuan, voicing his lingering confusion. He always felt that his mission was yet unfulfilled, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Upon hearing this, Hongyuan secretly smiled and spoke. Do you not feel that the human race currently lacks something? Dao was momentarily taken aback, lost in contemplation. I have come to realize that our human race lacks a divine artifact to suppress the fate. The treasure of fate for humanity must rest solely in our own hands, never to fall into the grasp of others. A spark of inspiration illuminated Dao's mind, and his thoughts became crystal clear. The treasure of fate, the Kongtong seal, remains in the hands of Laozi of Taiji, like a thorn embedded in the heart of humanity. Master, do you mean to forge a treasure of fate that belongs to our people? Dao gazed at Hongyuan with profound admiration. Hongyuan was momentarily stunned. He had merely broached the subject, and Dao had already drawn such extensive inferences. What is this? Fate. Even without his input, Dao would have arrived at this conclusion. It was merely a matter of time. Laozi, you see, this is not my instigation. It is Dao's own realization. Hongyuan mused quietly. Does the master acquiesce? Very well. I shall have the materials for the forging collected. Seeing Hongyuan's silence, Dao took the initiative. Wait. There is no need to collect materials. Hongyuan called out to him, retrieving the precious 10,000-year star iron essence with a flick of his hand. This is the ultimate treasure for forging, the 10,000-year star iron essence, sufficient for you to craft the 9 tripod cauldrons. Hey, how did the master know I intended to forge the 9 tripods? Dao exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment. I sensed your intention, Hongyuan casually explained. To inquire is to unify with the intention. Truly, the master is remarkable. I happen to possess some knowledge of the forging technique. Let me assist you in crafting the 9 tripods. Since I have decided to intervene in the affairs of humanity, Hongyuan was resolved to make a significant impact. With the master's involvement, I feel assured, Dao nodded emphatically. The two returned to the tribe and commenced the forging of the 9 tripod cauldrons. 3 of the cauldrons were round, while 6 were square. Each cauldron bore the topographical features and peculiar symbols corresponding to the 9 provinces. Additionally, various auspicious items were incorporated, such as vermilion grass and the spiritual Ganoderma. Together, they symbolized the prosperity and good fortune of humanity. Finally, cloud and mountain patterns were added, signifying favorable weather and stability. The 9 tripods were successfully completed. With the completion of the cauldrons, Dao experienced an epiphany, elevating his entire being. He relinquished the position of co-ruler to Bo-E and led the ancient sages of humanity to Mount Tai for a grand ceremony. Atop Mount Tai, Dao exuded an overwhelming aura. The way is above. Today, I, Xiaoyu, shall govern the floods and delineate the 9 provinces. As he spoke, the 9 tripod cauldrons soared into the air, suspended in the void. In the name of the human emperor, I established the cauldrons to stabilize the 9 provinces and suppress the fate of humanity. Boom. At that moment, the primordial realm trembled. What does Xiaoyu intend? To forge the 9 tripods to suppress the fate of humanity, where shall the Kongtong seal be placed? A foolish fantasy. How could 9 broken cauldrons hope to suppress the fate of humanity? Each artifact meant to suppress fate is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, or even an innate supreme treasure. How could broken cauldrons, which are not even spiritual treasures, possibly suppress fate? Kunlun Mountain. A commendable thought, but ultimately futile. The 3 pure ones stood side by side. Laozi spoke calmly, unfazed. Dao's actions, aiming to usurp the position of the Kongtong seal, are utterly impossible. And the rest that wicked Hongyuan again. Yuan Shi's expression turned slightly cold as he beheld the silhouette of Hongyuan upon Mount Tai. Was this an attempt to replicate the miracles of Yuan? Absolutely inconceivable. A thunderous roar echoed as the heavens and earth quaked, the ominous sound of thunder reverberating through the air. The chaotic world of the primordial realm shifted dramatically, and a terrifying aura converged towards Mount Tai. This astonishing phenomenon caused the celestial beings to change countenance in alarm. Such a dreadful presence surely foretold significant events to come. At last, the myriad bolts of divine thunder descended, engulfing the 9 tripod cauldrons. Everyone assumed that the cauldrons would be reduced to ashes in an instant. However, as the tribulation of thunder fell, the might of the 9 tripods grew increasingly formidable, gradually manifesting a hint of spiritual essence. This is bad. Could it be? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. At that moment, Laozi's face darkened to the color of a burnt pot, a visage of utmost distress. A sense of foreboding washed over them in relentless waves. Chapter 71. The postnatal treasure of virtue, the arrival of the divine decree. What a jest. The old one was enraged, unable to fathom the scene before him. An instinct whispered that the 9 tripod cauldrons were indeed on the verge of transformation. Thunderous roars echoed as heavenly virtue descended, manifesting as countless beams that enveloped the Yu, Hong Yuan, and the great sages of humanity. By the heavens, such an abundance of virtue. Hong Yuan's robust form trembled, feeling an overwhelming force, surpassing even that experienced during the era of Xin Yuan. A rough estimate revealed at least half a small objective. Additionally, a portion surged towards the 9 tripod cauldrons. In an instant, the cauldrons radiated brilliance, their aura escalating dramatically. Celestial beings gazed in astonishment as the cauldrons transformed from mundane iron lumps into treasures of postnatal virtue. Treasures of virtue. This spectacle ignited envy among many formidable beings, who longed to seize them. Wait, this virtue feels amiss, does it not? It seems to exceed that of the 3 sovereigns. Tong Tian cried out, his mind in a whirl. We have been deceived. The virtue of the last emperor is not in the least inferior to that of the 3 sovereigns. Jian displayed a pained expression, grappling with his own anguish. More incensed than the Western 2 saints was Yuan Shi. This virtue was rightfully that of the Chan sect. I am deeply regretful. How could my resolve be so feeble? Why could I not endure a little longer? Guang Qingzi clutched his head in despair, desperately tugging at his hair. If this virtue were bestowed upon him, it would not only eradicate his karmic burdens but might even enable him to sever his own corpse. Alas! Senior brother, do not despair. Please take care of yourself. It is but a measure of virtue. Look at it with a broader perspective. Other golden immortals hastily consoled their senior brother, urging him to regain his composure. By the heavens! I cannot endure this. These virtues were meant to be ours. As he contemplated, Tai Zhenren clutched his head, collapsing to the ground, faint from rage. Alas! Tai, you too? Please, rally yourself. I was indeed short-sighted. Let destruction come swiftly. In that moment, the golden immortals staggered, resembling aimless fish devoid of dreams. 50 million virtues. Hong Yuan beamed with astonishment. This bounty of virtue exceeded what he had received while assisting Xin Yuan by 10 million. Perhaps it was due to his alchemical endeavors with the Jiuzhou Ding. Even more astonishingly, he felt an inexplicable connection to the Jiuzhou Ding. At will, he could claim it as his own. However, should he dare to do so, he would face the frenzied retribution of the saints. A thought sparked in his mind, and a smile graced his lips. With a flicker of intent, he guided the Jiuzhou Ding towards the fire cloud cave. The 9 cauldrons, 1 for each of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. With the last under his dominion, a strategy to mitigate risk. Witnessing this scene, even the saints were rendered speechless. The Jiuzhou Ding was now entrusted to the 9 most significant figures of humanity. Even if they harbored ulterior motives, executing them would not be a simple task. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Hao Tian was once again taken aback, feeling as though he had done nothing yet was swept away by Hong Yuan's momentum. This child, Hong Yuan, possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Hao Tian could not help but praise him, even contemplating bestowing upon him the title of the 6 sovereigns. The 6 emperors represent the sovereigns of the heavenly court. With the successful abdication of Diyu, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors came to a definitive end. Successor to Diyu was the esteemed sage Bo Yi of the human race. However, Bo Yi's reign was short-lived as he was soon usurped by Diyu's son, Qi. She established the first dynasty of humanity, the Xia, thereby terminating the system of abdication and initiating the age of hereditary rule. Though human civilization advanced, it also faced regression. Nevertheless, the relentless wheel of time moves forward. Indifferent to right or wrong, Hong Yuan, aware of these developments, chose not to intervene. He was focused on transcending his physical limitations, allowing events to unfold without obstruction. Successfully mastering the profound arts, he achieved the 6th transformation and elevated his physical form to that of a Tai golden immortal. Following the Xia dynasty came the Shang dynasty, heralding the imminent onset of the Fengshan calamity. Emerging from his secluded chamber, Hong Yuan gazed quietly at the horizon, sensing an ethereal aura of calamity brewing in the air. The tribulation of the 3 sovereigns was not a true slaughter, but rather a transformation. In contrast, the Fengshen calamity would be markedly different, its intensity rivaling that of the Wuyo calamity, drawing even the saints into its fray. Furthermore, post-Fengshen, a multitude of formidable beings would ascend to the heavenly court. Thus, he resolved to strengthen himself during this interim, to navigate the turbulent tides of impending disaster with ease. With matters concerning humanity concluded for the moment, he decided to return. As he stepped forth, he soared away. In the depths of chaos, a venerable Dao palace resonated with the sound of a bell. This sound reached the primordial realm. Audible only to a select few saints, hastened to the purple cloud palace for a council. The voice of Honghuang reverberated in the ears of the saints. The three pure ones, the two saints of the west, and Yuan from the palace of Yuan, all paused in surprise. Their master was summoning them. They needed to hurry. The two saints from the west were the most eager, promptly setting off towards the purple cloud palace. Each of the 6 saints exhibited their prowess, arriving at the palace in the shortest span of time. We pay our respects to our master. It is an honor to meet you, master. The 6 saints bowed before taking their seats on the nearby mats. Honghuang sat cross-legged upon the 9-layered cloud bed, unyielding as a mountain, exuding an aura of tranquility. After a brief moment, a flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise placid visage, and his profound gaze swiftly glanced over the 6 saints. A chill ran through the hearts of the 6 saints. Could it be that the failure of the 3 sovereigns' calamity had provoked their master's ire? Master, I have something to say regarding the 3 sovereigns. I was completely unaware. It was solely my disciples acting on their own. Yuan raised his hand to speak, referring to the chaotic actions of the medicine master Lioli. Of course, if my disciples have erred, I too share the blame. Should there be punishment? Let it fall upon me. Yuan presented himself with an air of righteousness, a gallant martyr. Honghuang was momentarily speechless. He was also Yuan Ti's teacher. Was this young man inadvertently implicating himself? If that were the case, the final penalty would ultimately rest upon his shoulders? Very well, minor shifts can be amended. Yet major trends are immutable. The 3 sovereigns' calamity was not fundamentally flawed in his past. Honghuang spoke solemnly. Due to Hongyuan's influence, there was a slight deviation. This was unforeseen even by me. Fortunately, the issue is not grave. Hearing Honghuang's words, the assembled saints breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Suddenly, Honghuang continued. The next calamity is approaching. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Upon these words, the 6 saints were taken aback, astonished by the rapid arrival of the new calamity. Master, is it the great calamity of the West? Connie could not restrain her curiosity, her face alight with anticipation. Honghuang cast a sidelong glance at her and gently shook his head. The forthcoming calamity will be unprecedented in its ferocity. Unprecedented ferocity. The 6 saints trembled once more, sensing a chilling aura emanating from Hongjuan's words. This was unlike anything they had ever encountered before, underscoring the severity of this impending calamity. Ferocity, again, ferocity. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. Curse it all, the calamity brought by the human Emperor Yuan has already tainted my 12 golden immortals, stripping them of their purity. And now, another calamity approaches? When the calamity arrives, you shall await the celestial guidance, which will inevitably come, Honghuang stated with an air of tranquility. His gaze lingering momentarily on Yuan Shi before continuing, Yuan Shi, your disciples are ensnared by calamity. When the time comes, a method of salvation will reveal itself. This utterance undoubtedly provided Yuan Shi with a sense of reassurance. Chapter 72, The Severance of the Saints' Direct Disciples. The frequent emergence of purple texts within the assembly of the Zishu Palace. Meanwhile, Honghuang was soaring towards the heavenly court. Suddenly, a golden light flashed past. Upon glancing down, he realized he was ensnared by a golden rope. Heh, this is too easy. A mocking chuckle resonated as the figure of Jiulu's son materialized, scrutinizing Honghuang with a smirk. You wretched being, there is no escape for you now, is there? Your master took you in with kindness, yet you spurned his goodwill, unaware of the peril you invite. His purpose for this visit was to capture Honghuang, and thus he dispensed with any pleasantries, opting instead for a cunning ambush. Jiulu's son, Honghuang's expression turned icy. The golden rope binding him was none other than Jiulu's son's renowned artifact, the binding rope of immortals. It was said that once ensnared by it, even the most powerful could not hope to escape. You possess an audacious spirit, daring to openly apprehend a deity of the heavenly court. Does being a disciple of a saint grant you immunity from the law? Honghuang retorted with a cold shout. Apologies, but disciples of the saint do as they please. Jiulu's son shrugged, wearing an air of indifference. With the nod of his saintly master, he felt free to disregard even the might of the highest heaven. Very well. You dare to defy celestial authority, Jilu's son, your demise is imminent. A murderous intent flickered across Hongyuan's face as he summoned his formidable power in an attempt to break free from the binding rope of immortals. Haha, wretched one. Accept your fate. Do you truly believe you can liberate yourself from the binding rope? Jilu's son laughed, viewing Hongyuan's efforts as mere folly. Once ensnared by the binding rope, even a Deluo golden immortal must submit. Hongyuan fell silent, focusing all his strength. His form began to swell, revealing the true visage of a great shaman, a terrifying aura surging forth. Jilu's son's eyelids twitched. Could this lad truly break free? He watched with bated breath as Hongyuan transformed into a colossal figure. The binding rope expanded accordingly, tightening around him. Jilu's son's worries dissipated as a contemptuous smile graced his face. Do not waste your energy. Come back with me obediently. I refuse to believe it. Release me. Hongyuan's momentum surged once more. His physical strength intensified, and his form grew larger. At last, the binding rope was shattered. This is impossible. Jilu's son gasped, astounded by the spectacle before him. This breached his realm of understanding. The binding rope, which had ensnared the heavens and earth, was now shattered by sheer brute force. Jilu's son, your end has come. Hongyuan's voice reverberated like thunder, his 5 fingers reaching out to obscure the sun. Damn, what a freak of nature. Jilu's son was both astonished and furious, too preoccupied to ponder further. He had no choice but to engage in combat. Since Hongyuan refused to comply, he would have to be beaten into submission before being taken back. One does not drink a toast and spurn the cup of punishment. Do not think that breaking free from the binding rope makes you my equal. Jilu's son bellowed, as a disciple of the saint. He was not limited to merely capturing with artifacts. His powers were formidable as well. With a splatter of blood, Jilu's son was sent flying, his arms shattered and broken. Among the 12 golden immortals, Jilu's son's cultivation was deemed among the weakest. Thus far, only the Tai golden immortal has attained perfection. Had it not been for the failure of the human emperor during the tribulation, he would have long since utilized his merits to achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Alas, reality is what it is. There are no what-ifs. This fellow, Jilu's son, bore a visage akin to gold paper, his eyes reddened with strain. He had never anticipated that Hongyuan's magical prowess would be so formidable. This was no mere early-stage Tai golden immortal. He resembled a great Luo golden immortal. Binding celestial rope. Bind him for me. Jilu's son once more summoned the binding celestial rope, attempting to ensnare Hongyuan and buy himself some time. As Hongyuan beheld the approaching binding celestial rope, a smirk graced his lips. Come forth. The falling treasure money flew out, its wings flapping, sending forth a ripple that expanded outward. The originally resplendent binding celestial rope was struck by the ripple, instantly losing its luster and falling to the ground. What kind of treasure is this? Jilu's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the connection to the binding celestial rope severed in an instant. A dead man need not know so much, Hongyuan scoffed, his pure yang sword unleashing the might of the great river sword intent. Jilu's soul quaked, rendering his body immobile. Honghuang, do you intend to kill me? I am a direct disciple of the Jade, Clear Saint. Jilu's emitted a long cry, his face betraying unprecedented panic, his earlier arrogance utterly dissipated. So now you know fear? Where was this caution before? Hongyuan's aura surged like a tempest, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Armed with lethal weapons, a murderous intent arose within him. Jilu's had struck first. If he hesitated to kill now, what was the point of cultivating the Dao? It would be better to return home and tend to pigs. The pursuit of the Dao demands clarity of thought. To refrain from slaying this man would obstruct his progress. Swish. With a single stroke of his sword, Jilu's head was severed, soaring away. Subsequently, several entries fell to the ground. Discovered fusion entries. Jade Clear Immortal Technique, purple. Mastery of Earthly Divine Ability, light purple. Earth Escape Technique, green. Jade Clear Immortal Technique, a first-rate method imparted by the Jade Clear Saint. Mastery of Earthly Divine Ability, Mastery Level Earthly Divine Ability. Earth Escape Technique, an advanced Earth-based evasion technique. Jade Clear Immortal Technique. Hongyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, he was cultivating the Upper Clear Immortal Technique. If he could gather the Tai Clear Immortal Technique as well, who knows if it might fuse into the 9 transformations primordial skill. Without hesitation, he fused the 3 entries. The Upper Clear Immortal Technique did not merge with the Jade Clear Immortal Technique, but the Mastery Level Earthly Divine Ability fused seamlessly with his original Earthly Divine Ability. Perfected Earthly Divine Ability, purple. The perfected realm of Earthly Divine Ability Your cultivation of earthly laws will yield twice the results with half the effort. At the moment this entry formed, Honghuang intuitively grasped the earthly laws, achieving an introductory level of understanding. Laws transcend divine abilities. Even an introductory level of law possesses a might that surpasses ordinary divine skills. What surprised Honghuang even more was that the Earth Escape technique also exhibited a fusion effect, merging with several other similar entries to form a new entry. 5 Elements Great Escape. Purple, one of the 36 transformations of the celestial gangs. You can traverse freely among metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, wielding the power of the 5 elements. With the emergence of this entry, Honghuang instantaneously comprehended the power of the 5 elements' divine ability. Should he advance further, he would be able to understand the laws of the 5 elements. The laws of the 5 elements are among the 10 supreme laws, holding a rank equivalent to that of the law of destruction. Julia's son is rather good, traveling countless miles to deliver me a message. Honghuang secretly chuckled, stowing away Julia's son's treasures as he continued his journey towards the southern heavenly gate. In the heavenly court, will you merely watch as Honghuang slays Julia's son without intervening? Yaoqi inquired gravely, her gaze fixed on the scene within the Haoyan mirror, addressing Haoyan beside her. Upon hearing her words, Haoyan gently shook his head. Honghuang is a divine being of the heavenly court, as the heavenly emperor. My intervention would only serve to protect my own. He continued, if I were to save Julia's son, not only would it chill Honghuang's spirit, but it would also dishearten the deities of the heavenly court. Yaoqi was taken aback, pondering how to respond if the Yuqing sage were to come seeking justice. Let him come. I shall stand firm against him. Chapter 73. The 5 Elements Divine Thunder. The saint questions the crime throughout the years. The disciples of the holy sect have consistently disregarded the heavenly court. Honghuang's actions have significantly enhanced our authority. Regardless of the cost, I must protect him, Haoyan declared solemnly, his body trembling slightly. This was not fear, but an exhilarating defiance of authority. If necessary, I shall shamelessly seek the guidance of the Dao ancestor. Senior brother, you have left me quite impressed, Yaoqi remarked, her expression one of astonishment, as though she were meeting him for the first time after all these years. Impressed is one thing, just do not develop feelings for me. As you know, I never harm those familiar to me. Haoyan shifted his position, creating distance between himself and Yaoqi. You think too much. The man I admire must be unique. Yaoqi replied with an air of pride. Jiu Sun is dead. Scoundrel, how dare you kill my disciple? Yuan Shi, having just departed from the Zixiao palace, erupted with fury, shaking the very fabric of chaos. The assembled saints were taken aback, pondering the cause of his outrage. Second brother, what has stirred your anger? Who has slain disciple Jiu Sun? Laozi inquired with a puzzled expression. Honghuang. Yuan Shi's countenance darkened, for he had just sensed the destruction of the Yuqing immortal talisman upon Jiu Sun. Honghuang? Impossible. With his cultivation, how could he possibly be a match for Jiu Sun? Laozi expressed his disbelief. It is indeed him. Yuan Shi's gaze turned icy. Even he found it hard to fathom, yet the truth remained. Second brother, without reason, why would Honghuang kill Jiu Sun? Tongdian casually questioned. This inquiry instantly provoked Yuan Shi's ire. Third brother, your disciple has been murdered, and as his uncle, you do not seek to avenge him, but instead ponder the circumstances of his demise. Second brother, you needn't be so hasty. I never said I would not seek vengeance, Tongtian replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. Enough of this chatter, let us swiftly return to the primordial chaos. Laozi, observing the brewing conflict between the two brothers, hastily changed the subject. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Honghuang casually made his way to the celestial execution platform to see if there were any sinners awaiting execution. Sinners of gold immortal rank and above do not appear daily. Often, a millennium may pass before such a chance arises. Hongdarun, Hong Marshal. Along the way, every celestial being that encountered Honghuang greeted him willingly. With his current standing, few in the heavenly court surpassed him. As anticipated, there were no tasks at the celestial execution platform today. Let us head to Thunder City. With a thought, Honghuang immediately set off for Thunder City. I now possess the Gung Metal Heavenly Thunder and the Bing Fire Yang Thunder. I must find a way to acquire the remaining 3 types of 5 elements Heavenly Thunder to forge the 5 elements Divine Thunder. The 5 elements Heavenly Thunder is versatile, capable of both offense and defense, and is every bit as formidable as the Taiji Yin-Yang Divine Thunder. Without further ado, Honghuang arrived at Thunder City, fabricating an excuse to gather the deities of the Thunder Department, claiming it was for a feast. In truth, It was to facilitate his copying of the attributes. With several million merits to his name, he would not let them go to waste. After some maneuvering, Honghuang successfully gathered all 5 types of heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder of metal, the heavenly thunder of wood, the heavenly thunder of water, the heavenly thunder of fire, and the heavenly thunder of earth. The azure entries require merely a few 100,000 merits, a trivial matter for him. The moment the 5 entries converge, they instantly meld into one. Divine thunder of the 5 elements, purple encompassing the powers of the 5 elements, embodying both strength and softness, it is a supreme thunder that can both attack and defend. The divine thunder born from the fusion of the 5 heavenly thunders is not simply a matter of addition. Observe my entries. Honghuang's thought stirred. Revealing his panel. Name, Honghuang, cultivation. Early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, Yuanshan. Early stage of Tai Golden Immortal physical body, footing, mid-grade innate sacred. Spiritual treasures, shards of the creation jade plate, pure yang sword, tiger soul blade, ganchi axe, innate earth spirit pearl, purple gold hammer, falling treasure money, binding immortal rope. Primordial chessboard, yin-yang chess pieces. Merit value, 54, 108, 200, entries, metal, 9 transformations of profound art, chaotic calamity light, purple, supreme clarity immortal sutra. Jade clarity immortal sutra, divine thunder of the 5 elements, Taiji yin-yang divine thunder, destruction and annihilation wind, severing causality, battle demon body, favor of humanity. Earth element divine ability perfection. Light purple, true body of the great witch, mastery and artifact refinement. Heavenly eye divine pupil, 9 breaths of submission. Golden light of the earth, embryonic transformation, 5 blessings arriving, manipulating the universe, great escape of the 5 elements, blue, 3 heads and 6 arms, sword heart clarity, gluttonous stomach. Sheep spirit breathing, finger of steel, might of the white tiger, beings transforming into soldiers, heavenly gang protecting the body, prosperity and fortune, great and small wishes. Shifting stars and changing the dipper. Light blue, invulnerable to all poisons, dragon breath. Blue, battle intent of Xingtian, celestial dog eating the moon. Aroma tracking, withering and flourishing, mirror flowers and water moon, thunder wing soaring. Green, riding clouds, great strength, swift feet. Indeed, it has become even more splendid. A satisfied smile adorned Honghuang's face, particularly regarding the 2 golden entries, which were a delight to behold. To this day, he has refined 3 strands of calamity light. Although not numerous, they can catch even a great Luo golden immortal off guard. This shall serve as his trump card. He must not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. He had initially thought that Zhu Lusun could compel him to employ the calamity light. But he greatly underestimated Zhu Liusuan's ineptitude. In truth, it is not entirely Zhu Liusuan's fault. Honghuang's current combat prowess could easily surpass that of an average great Luo golden immortal, with a plethora of magical treasures and various powerful entries. If he cannot challenge beyond his level, it would be better to perish. Come, come, let us drink. The atmosphere within the Thunder God's mansion was abuzz with revelry. As Lei Gong, the Electric Mother, Marshal Ma, and various Thunder Generals gathered around Honghuang to drink and converse. Boss Hong, I admire you greatly. Next time, could you perhaps take me along to share in the merits? One Thunder General, holding a cup, spoke with an ingratiating smile towards Honghuang. Indeed, one cannot escape the intricacies of human relationships anywhere. Honghuang sighed inwardly. Of course, of course. Next time I unleash a Thunder Talisman, you all may come forth. Honghuang replied with a smile. That is a must. We await your command, boss. The deities chimed in unison. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the 33 heavens. 3 immensely terrifying, dermic forms illuminated the 33 heavens, casting their gaze downward. Where is the abomination, Honghuang? You have slain my disciple, Zhu Lushun, a sin beyond forgiveness. Come forth at once to accept your death. The celestial sound of Yuan sure reverberated through the heavenly court, causing all deities to tremble in fear. Honghuang has killed Zhu Lushun. Hiss, did you hear that? Honghuang has indeed taken the life of Zhu Lushun. How could this be possible? Zhu Lushun is one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, a direct disciple of the sage. Could there be some misunderstanding? Do you suppose that His Majesty might willingly surrender Honghuang to appease the sage's wrath? It is difficult to say. Even though His Majesty is the sovereign of the 3 realms, he is ultimately not a sage. To the sage, all beneath him are but ants. It is over. Such a monumental affair is beyond my ability to resolve. The deities of the heavenly court were abuzz with discussion, utterly astonished. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Hao Tian stepped forward, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Why do the three senior brothers rage?" Chapter 74. The embarrassment of the primordial beginning society. Hao Tian confronted the three pure ones with an air of tranquility, a subtle smile gracing his features, neither servile nor arrogant. "Hao Tian, spare us your pretense. Are you truly unaware of the death of Zhuliuo's son? Where is the true instigator, Honghuang? Bring him forth at once." Primordial beginning coldly demanded. "Of course, I am aware of this matter," Hao Tian replied. "But what perplexes me is why my senior brother's disciple, Zhuliuo's son, would attack Honghuang without provocation." He nodded slightly. His tone as casual as a conversation about mundane affairs. Is he not aware that to conspire against a deity of the heavenly court is a capital offense? "I uphold the teachings of the Dao ancestor, establishing the heavenly court to maintain the order of the cosmos. Surely, my senior brother would not wish for the Dao ancestor to learn that his disciple has disrupted this order?" Hao Tian countered. Upon hearing this, primordial beginning fell silent, his expression darkening for a considerable time before he finally spoke. "What nonsense! Zhuliuo's son merely sought to spar with Honghuang. Who could have anticipated that this child would resort to murder? My junior brother, is the heavenly court filled with such reckless individuals? How can you justify the Dao ancestor's teachings?" "Nonsense!" came a thunderous voice as Honghuang materialized before the Lingxiao Hall. "Zhuliuo's son ambushed me with the binding immortal rope, without cause or reason. Is this the demeanor of a saint's disciple? Your Majesty, unleash the Hao Tian mirror to judge this matter." With that, Honghuang turned his gaze to Hao Tian. How did you know?" Hao Tian stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. "Your Majesty's keen insight. No, Your Majesty, nothing can escape your discerning eye." At this critical juncture, Honghuang shifted his tone, flattering Hao Tian. He nearly revealed the truth, realizing that Hao Tian must have witnessed the confrontation with Zhuliuo's son, hence the earlier remarks. "Your words hold merit," Hao Tian acknowledged with a slight nod, feeling a surge of pride. He then waved his sleeve, summoning the Hao Tian mirror, which projected a vivid image into the world. The scene was clear and immersive, showcasing Zhuliuo's son binding Honghuang and boasting arrogantly. His brazen demeanor was infuriating. The three pure ones turned pale, especially primordial beginning, whose face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Though Zhuliuo's son had perished, his teacher faced utter disgrace in that moment. 666. Is this truly the esteemed disciple of a saint? So brazen, utterly unrepentant. The gods murmured amongst themselves, pointing and discussing. "Do you see this, Yuqing saint? This is the fine disciple you have instructed, showing disdain for the heavenly court and the sovereign of the three realms. Your Majesty, under the Dao ancestor's command, you have tirelessly built the heavenly court and maintained the order of the primordial world. The order you painstakingly established is now trampled by Zhuliuo's son's whimsy. If the Dao ancestor were to discover this," Honghuang elaborated, discreetly giving Hao Tian a knowing wink. Initially unfazed, Hao Tian instantly grasped the implication, his face contorting with indignation and a hint of grievance. "I shall no longer serve as the heavenly emperor. I intend to resign to the Dao ancestor and request that he appoint another." Hao Tian felt profoundly aggrieved as soon as he finished speaking. He prepared to depart for the Purple Cloud Palace. Yuan Shi's expression wavered between dark and light, and as he observed Hao Tian's impending departure, he could no longer contain himself. "Wait, junior brother Hao Tian, this matter warrants further discussion." "What? Further discussion? Does the saint of jade purity imply that I have wronged Zhuliu's son?" "Your Majesty, I implore you to project this image in the Purple Cloud Palace, broadcasting it 10 or 8 times a day, so that the Dao ancestor may verify my innocence," Honghuang asserted with a bow, his voice firm and resolute. "How dare you?" Yuan Shi glared at Honghuang, his eyes icy with fury. Hao Tian was the Dao ancestor's appointed sovereign of the three realms. Such a position could not be dismissed lightly. Moreover, the title of Heavenly Emperor could only belong to Hao Tian, as he was the Dao ancestor's chosen disciple. "Young man, show mercy where it is due. Do not be overly aggressive," Laozi remarked calmly, casting a meaningful glance at Honghuang. The matter of Dao crafting the 9 tripod cauldrons and distributing the Kongdong seal's merits had yet to be settled with Honghuang. Honghuang shrugged, opting for silence. "Junior brother, this trivial matter need not trouble the Dao ancestor. Let it be resolved here." Laozi then turned to Hao Tian, attempting to smooth over the situation. "Brother," Yuan Shi exclaimed in urgency. He had descended upon the heavenly court in a grand manner. Could he truly depart in such a disheartened state? "Honghuang, imbued with the fortune of the human race, was under Hao Tian's protection and could not be moved against for the time being. If this turmoil continued, what would become of the three pure one's dignity? Laozi discreetly transmitted his thoughts to Yuan Shi. Never did he expect Hao Tian to confront them so resolutely on behalf of Honghuang. Yuan Shi's eyes darkened, and he fell into silence. Since my elder brother has spoken, I shall comply, Hao Tian replied with a smile, opting to withdraw gracefully. To have the three pure ones concede voluntarily was an unprecedented occurrence. Very well, but you must surrender the binding immortal rope belonging to Zhulu's son. Yuan Shi directed his gaze at Honghuang, his voice deep and restrained, barely containing his rising fury. The binding immortal rope? I do not possess it. I am unaware of it. Honghuang quickly shook his head, feigning ignorance. Nonsense. Yuan Shi erupted in anger. You insignificant insect are becoming too brazen. Wait. Brother of Jade Purity, my loyal subject has endured such great injustice. A mere binding immortal rope should suffice as compensation. Hao Tian interjected promptly, taking over the conversation. Brother, your family's wealth is vast, and your spiritual treasures innumerable. Surely a single binding immortal rope would not be a matter of concern, he said with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, it was as if Yuan Shi was being roasted over a fire. Among the three pure ones, Yuan Shi held his pride above all. He was the type who would forego a meal for the sake of face. Given Hao Tian's statement, even if Yuan Shi felt dissatisfaction, it would be unbecoming of him to demand treasures from a junior. Success. Honghuang felt a surge of delight, having already incurred offense. He saw no harm in acquiring a binding immortal rope for free. By the way, let me examine the three pure ones' entries. Honghuang's thought stirred, this time. The three pure ones had come in their true forms, allowing him to review the entries. His gaze first fell upon Laozi. 9 transformations of primordial power, gold derived from the profound teachings of Pangu. It represents the supreme cultivation method of the primordial era. Saint of the heavenly Dao, gold empowered by the force of the heavenly Dao, wielding unparalleled authority. Orthodox Pangu, gold manifested from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Endowed with the merits of creation, a supreme sanctity of the primordial realm. Unity transforming into 3 purities, gold and exalted combat technique capable of manifesting 3 Dao bodies. Possessing 90% of the original body's powers. The original body is immortal, and the Dao bodies are indestructible. 2 instruments returning to void. Yin-yang annihilation, gold the holy, great supernatural power of the most pure saint. Possessing the divine ability to open chaos and obliterate all, prerequisite. Mastery of 50% of the yin-yang principles. Alas, upon seeing the entry of the old one, Honghuang felt a chill run down his spine. He initially believed that Hao Tian was formidable enough, but he had not anticipated the presence of even more heavyweight figures. Just the gold entries alone were numerous, while the purple ones were a veritable multitude. Replicate. It is imperative to replicate. Chapter 75. The Transformation of the 3 Pure Ones. The punishment of the heavenly monarch Honghuang subdued the excitement within him and refrained from immediately replicating Laozi's entry. His gaze flickered discreetly over the figures of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. The entries of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were equally resplendent, rivaling that of Laozi. They each possessed the illustrious titles of 9 transformations of origin, Saint of the Heavenly Dao, and the authenticity of Pangu. As the 3 pure ones prepared to depart, Honghuang had no time to ponder meticulously. He opted to replicate Laozi's entry of transformation of the 3 pure ones. This choice promised considerable enhancement for the future, requiring merely 50 million merits. As for the title of Saint of the Heavenly Dao, it was beyond replication. The mere act of replicating an entry would not instantaneously elevate him to the status of a saint. Without delay, Honghuang activated the replication function, successfully adopting the transformation of the 3 pure ones. In the next moment, the 3 pure ones vanished from sight. Honghuang gazed at the direction they had departed, his eyes momentarily glimmering. Detected entries available for fusion. Jade Purity Divine Thunder, purple. Profound Understanding of Formation, purple. Jade Purity Divine Thunder. Originating from the divine thunder created by the Saint of Jade Purity, it stands as one of the supreme divine thunders of the primordial chaos. Profound Understanding of Formation. Your mastery of formations has reached an extraordinary level of prowess. A delightful surprise. Honghuang was overjoyed, a fortuitous bargain, by 1. Yet 2. The 3 pure ones had graciously bestowed upon him a momentous boon. Truly, they were benevolent beings. My dear minister, please come here, at this juncture. Hao Tian turned to Honghuang, his smile radiating warmth. Thanks to Honghuang, He had relished a moment of triumph, venting years of pent-up frustration. This marked the first time the Heavenly Court had gained the upper hand in a confrontation with the three pure ones. Following this battle, it was likely that the disciples of the saintly teachings would no longer dare to underestimate the Heavenly Court. Subsequently, Yuan and Honghuang entered the Lingxiao Palace, one following the other. At this very moment, the primordial chaos was in a state of upheaval. The myriad deities and powerful beings observed in astonishment as the three pure ones retreated, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Could it be? Is the Heavenly Court on the rise? Honghuang, a mere youth, had audaciously slain even the disciple of the Saint of Jade Purity. This divine being was truly reckless. What a perilous path he had chosen. From this point on, the Heavenly Court had irreversibly severed ties with the three pure ones. Who would dare to align themselves with the Heavenly Court henceforth? In my estimation, this lad Honghuang is doomed, having offended the three pure ones. How could he possibly continue to navigate the primordial chaos? The myriad deities and powerful beings buzzed with speculation. If there were a hot search list in the primordial chaos, Honghuang would undoubtedly occupy the top spot. Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. This is intolerable. This child must not be allowed to remain. Yuan sure erupted in a furious rage. After so many years, he had never felt such anger. This wretch had become unbearably arrogant. It could not be tolerated. I vow to avenge my disciple, Julu-san. You reckless fool. You seek your own demise. Below, the disciples of the Chan sect were equally incensed, brimming with murderous intent. Master, are we to let this go unpunished? Guangqingzi's expression darkened. Julu-san had been his most trusted companion, and now he was gone. Yuan Shi's visage remained impassive as he formed a seal with one hand and pointed to the ground. Instantly, a figure rapidly reconstructed itself. He invoked the supreme divine power of resurrection, bringing Julu-san back to life. As a sage, resurrecting a being is a relatively simple task. It does not necessarily drain one's magical essence or require a sacrifice of life and death. However, upon resurrection, one's foundational essence must inevitably decline, rendering millennia of arduous cultivation into mere illusions. Master, it is the disciple's inadequacy. Please punish me. The resurrected Julu-san knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear. Go to the back mountain and reflect upon your transgressions. Yuan Shi's expression was cold. He then turned to Guangqingzi and the others, stating, What you do is not my concern, but remember, do not be like this fool, Julu-san, who has allowed himself to be caught in a compromising situation. Today, he is indeed in the wrong. Otherwise, he would have long been rampaging through the Heavenly Court. At these words, the celestial beings were momentarily taken aback, their lips curling into inexplicable smiles. The implication of the master's words had crossed from mere suggestion to clear admonition. In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Hao Tian remarked, Honghuang, your actions today have greatly enhanced the Heavenly Court's reputation. His face bore a mixture of astonishment and approval. The feat of slaying Julu-san had set a precedent, elevating the esteem of the Heavenly Court to unprecedented heights. Even a sage's disciple must face punishment for violating heavenly laws. Your Majesty overpraises me. I merely did what was required, Honghuang replied with a smile, indicating that it was no extraordinary feat. Excellent. You possess both valor and wisdom, consistently achieving remarkable feats, yet remain so humble. Based on your performance, I have decided to establish a department of punishment and appoint you as the Heavenly Lord of Punishments, overseeing the execution platform and heavenly prison, wielding authority over all penalties. Hao Yan's tone shifted, his voice growing more resonant. It was only fitting that Honghuang, who dared to slay a sage's disciple, be entrusted with the position of Heavenly Lord of Punishments. Your Majesty, are you serious? Honghuang asked, taken aback, unable to suppress a wry smile. It is well known that the Heavenly Court comprises 8 major departments: thunder, combat, water, fire, pestilence, pox, wealth, and the Tai Sui department. While punishment had always existed, no formal department had ever been established. Now, due to his influence, Hao Yan was actually creating a department of punishment and appointing him as its chief deity. One could say that the chief deity of a department was among the highest officials in the Heavenly Court. I speak with utmost sincerity, Hao Tian declared, his majestic sleeves sweeping through the air. What? Are you afraid, my minister? He employed a method of provocation. Afraid? Honghuang candidly nodded. In truth, I would prefer to be the chief deity of the wealth department. Could we perhaps exchange positions? No. At a glance, it is evident that you are not a person who covets wealth. You cannot handle that position. Hao Tian resolutely shook his head. Honghuang raised his hand and inscribed the words covet wealth on his forehead, urging, Your Majesty, Perhaps you should take a closer look? Hao Tian chuckled silently, producing the Hao Tian mirror to show Honghuang. Honghuang was left dumbfounded. At some point, the words covet wealth on his forehead had transformed into punishment. See? It is inscribed on your face, yet you claim you do not wish to assume that role? The sincerity of your heart is evident to heaven and earth. Moreover, you are already the god of martial wealth. Do not linger over the wealth department any longer, Hao Tian said with a smile. How amusing, trying to play tricks on me. Have you not heard that words manifest as laws? Honghuang shrugged helplessly, realizing that at this juncture, there was little he could say. In truth, this department was still quite suited to him. From henceforth, the execution of any celestial offender shall be dictated by heavenly law, facilitating a more unobstructed course of action. Moreover, the higher his rank within the celestial court, the greater the fortune he shall enjoy. With the dual protection of the fortunes of humanity and the celestial realm, even the sages would think twice before acting against him. Forthwith, Hao Tian raised his hand and issued a decree that resonated throughout the 33 heavens. Henceforth, the celestial court shall establish the Department of Punishments, with Honghuang appointed as its chief deity, bestowed with the title of Celestial Lord of Punishments. Hao Tian's celestial voice echoed in every corner of the heavenly realm. What? Another promotion? Chief deity of the Department of Punishments, Celestial Lord of Punishments. This position is indeed formidable, wielding immense power. The gods were astounded. To be the chief deity of a department is to be an indisputable titan, with authority and status unmatched by other stellar deities. Soon, the news of Honghuang's ascension to Celestial Lord of Punishments quietly spread throughout the primordial world. Chapter 76. The First Strike Upon Taking Office. Establishing divine regulations, the news of Honghuang's promotion to the position of the Celestial Punisher stirred considerable waves in the primordial world. How could one offend the teachings of manifestation and still ascend in rank? It was evident that Hao Tian intended to confront the teachings head-on. Upon assuming office, Honghuang was commanded to establish the Department of Punishment. He was granted the authority to select subordinates from the ranks of celestial soldiers and generals at will, appointing them to various positions. This was the power bestowed upon him by Hao Tian. In addition to Honghuang as the chief deity, the Department of Punishment would also have the great spirit officer of the celestial surveillance, known as the Yuan. This figure is famously recognized from Journey to the West, where he obstructs Sun Wukong. The Yuan was responsible for maintaining order in the heavenly court, overseeing the conduct of the deities and reporting and addressing transgressions. Honghuang initially contemplated appointing the giant spirit god to this position, but the latter was already burdened with multiple responsibilities and could not possibly fulfill another role. Thus, a new candidate had to be sought. Beneath the Yuan were the left and right secretaries, who were civil officials. The left secretary was in charge of the Celestial Law Revision Bureau, responsible for amending heavenly laws, while the right secretary oversaw the Bureau of Calamities and Punishments, managing standards for penalties. Following them was the chief judge of the Celestial Execution Platform, tasked with adjudicating celestial offenses and signing execution decrees. Next in line was the warden of the Celestial Prison, responsible for maintaining order within. Furthermore, there were positions such as the Celestial Inspector and the Guardian of Punishments, among others. All these divine roles were merely to assist the Celestial Punisher, who governed the penalties across the three realms, holding the title of Supreme Compiler of Heavenly Laws. This implied that, should Honghuang wish, he could immediately institute a new heavenly regulation, such as requiring cultivators to endure 9 tribulations during this epoch in the primordial world. The concept of tribulations had yet to be established. Whether in transformation or breakthrough, no tribulations existed. It was only after the conferral of titles that the heavenly court would fully assume control over the primordial realm and enact various regulatory laws. At that time, even the prohibition against interactions between immortals and mortals had not yet been codified. Upon his appointment, Honghuang swiftly designated Shui Hao as the chief judge of the Celestial Execution Platform. This was a civil post that did not necessitate any particular cultivation level. Integrity and clarity of mind were the only prerequisites. Although Shui Hao had a penchant for flattery, he was never unjust to those beneath him, a fact well recognized by Honghuang. Thus, he was the most suitable candidate for this role. Before long, Honghuang's decree reached the Celestial Execution Platform. Goodness, the Celestial Lord is indeed wise, Shui Hao exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon receiving the news. The chief judge of the Celestial Execution Platform held the rank of the 6th grade deity, while his previous position had been merely a 9th grade one. This advancement marked a significant elevation in status. The execution officers of the celestial platform were also greatly invigorated, for most of them were of the human race. And Honghuang, as the chief deity of the Department of Punishment, was likewise human. Consequently, the human race's prospects within the heavenly court appeared to expand considerably. Within the celestial punisher's residence, Honghuang convened the first meeting of the various divine officials from the Department of Punishment. All present included the left secretary, the right secretary, the guardian of punishments, and the celestial inspectors, among others. Only a few positions, such as the Great Spirit Officer of Celestial Surveillance, remained vacant, as suitable candidates had yet to be appointed. Celestial Inspector, what is the current state of affairs in the lower realms? Honghuang inquired with an imposing presence as he took his seat at the head of the assembly. Immediately, a celestial general clad in silver armor stepped forward to respond. Your Excellency, the celestial ruler, I must report that recent conflicts among the human race have been incessant, with the fortunes of the Xia dynasty waning, suggesting an imminent change of regime. Meanwhile, in the realm of demons, the young demon Emperor Luya has made his appearance, and the power of the demon clan is growing day by day. The northern human territories are frequently besieged by demon disturbances, particularly in the North Sea, where calamities run rampant, making it a focal point for purging efforts. Upon hearing the report from the celestial inspector, Honghuang nodded slightly. The matters below are solely between humans and demons. I did not anticipate the Xia dynasty would falter so swiftly. Following the Xia would be the Shang dynasty. Once the Shang dynasty rises, the calamity of the deification will not be far behind. As for the demon clan, a cold glimmer flashed in Honghuang's eyes. In this vast expanse of heaven and earth, every living entity that takes form is a demon. The wilderness is boundless, brimming with spiritual energy. How many beings take form each day? Thus, the rate of demon births is hardly inferior to that of humans. During the period of the witch and demon calamity, the number of peak demons surpassed billions. After the great calamity, the number of demons gradually recovered. Despite the continuous purging efforts from the heavenly court over the years, control remains elusive. The issue must be approached from its roots. Honghuang contemplated silently, his gaze growing ever colder. Where is the left inspector? At that moment, a civil official stepped forth and bowed to Honghuang. I wish to establish a new celestial decree. What sort of decree does your excellency intend to establish? Inquired the left minister. Remember, from this day forth, all beings in the wilderness that take form must undergo the trial of heavenly tribulation. The tribulation shall be divided into 9 levels, accumulating based on the karmic burdens they carry. At this proclamation, the gathered deities widened their eyes in astonishment. They had anticipated Honghuang would impose trivial decrees, but he commenced with something of monumental significance. The ramifications of this decree, once enacted, would be profound. It would effectively serve as a compression mechanism for the demon clan. Your Excellency, this decree. The left minister hesitated, filled with trepidation. No matter. Proceed as I have instructed. Furthermore, all living beings with karmic burdens must undergo the trial of heavenly tribulation when they break through their realms. With the intensity of the tribulation linked to their karmic burdens, Honghuang continued to command. With these 2 celestial decrees in place, the demons would find it far less convenient to slaughter indiscriminately, unless they were prepared to sacrifice their lives. The rules for the heavenly tribulation must uphold a standard of fairness and impartiality. He refrained from targeting the demon clan explicitly, yet his words inherently constrained them. Right, Minister? You, the enforcers of heavenly punishment, shall collaborate with the Thunder Department to implement the rules of the heavenly tribulation. The sooner, the better, commanded Honghuang. Yes, Your Excellency. The celestial ruler. The 2 deities acknowledged their orders. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, within the hall of 10,000 demons, Luya, my comrade. This Honghuang has already become a favored figure beside Hao Yin. While he is still in his infancy, it is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, your ambitions to revive the demon court will surely be thwarted by this individual. Before Liu sat Guangqingzi, Tai Zhenren, and others, each exuding an aura of celestial grace, yet the words they spoke were harsh and cutting. The disciples of the Chan teachings desired to eliminate Honghuang, but were reluctant to dirty their hands and entangle themselves in this karma. Thus, they resorted to inciting the demon clan to take action in the 10,000 great mountains. Some fellow cultivators have spoken too simplistically. You all claim that Honghuang is currently a favored confidant of Hao Tian. If I were to take his life, Hao Tian would undoubtedly seek retribution against me. Luya chuckled, for he was no fool devoid of intellect. What is Hao Tian? My master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, is unparalleled in the world. At that time, I shall recommend you to join the Chan sect, where a sage will offer protection. What is Hao Tian in comparison? Tai Yizhen wore an expression of haughty arrogance. Luya, this is your sole opportunity to gain my friendship within the Chan sect. Weigh the gravity of the situation yourself. Guang Qingzi held himself with the demeanor of a transcendent sage. Upon hearing this, Luya's heart stirred. He already harbored a grudge against Honghuang. This individual not only stole the Slaughter Witch sword, but also slaughtered many of his subordinates. Even without the instigation of the Chan sect's golden immortals, he would not let Honghuang escape. It was merely that a suitable opportunity had yet to present itself. Honghuang, this individual, I shall ensure his swift demise. Luya declared coldly, revealing his intentions. Chapter 77. Who is it so difficult to guess? Luya, adaptive heavenly tribulation? Within the Hall of 10,000 Demons, the golden immortal of the Chan sect engaged in lively conversation with Luya. Their rapport akin to kindling meeting a fierce blaze. Both parties aimed to eliminate Honghuang, and collaborating was the most advantageous course of action. Meanwhile, outside the Hall of 10,000 Demons, atop the mountain of 10,000 demons, the demon god, the Great Deer, had just refined a spiritual root and was on the verge of breaking through the long-stalled bottleneck. Ha! Great Luo Golden Immortal, I am coming. The Great Deer demon god soared from his lair, letting out a spirited roar that reverberated throughout the mountain of 10,000 demons. The Great Deer is about to break through? What a remarkable figure, so deeply concealed. How dare he surpass me? Congratulations to the Great Deer demon god on his ascension to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, adding another formidable warrior to our demon clan. The entire mountain of 10,000 demons erupted in excitement. A Great Luo Golden Immortal, regardless of where they are positioned, is an elite powerhouse. At this moment, the Great Deer demon god sat cross-legged in the void, his chest brimming with vital energy, 3 blossoms manifesting atop his head. The blooming of 3 flowers signifies the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. 1 bloom, 2 blooms, 8 great flowers. The Great Deer demon god is truly impressive. A demon god expressed envy. Even Luya and the Golden Immortal of the Chan sect emerged from the Hall of 10,000 Demons to witness the Great Deer's breakthrough. 8 great flowers, a commendable achievement. Guang Qingzi remarked with a smile. The number of flowers atop one's head represents the cultivator's innate talent. 1 flower at 8 grades equates to 24 grades in total. It is said that one can attain a maximum of 36 grades, symbolizing the number of the Chaos Green Lotus. Yet, that remains but a legend. Guang Qingzi had neither seen nor heard of it. Even he, upon breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, had only achieved 9 grades, totaling 27 grades. At this moment, the 3rd Dao flower had appeared atop the Great Deer's head, and once it fully bloomed, he would ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Just at that pivotal moment, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across heaven and earth. Endless tribulation clouds began to gather atop the mountain of 10,000 demons, brewing a terrifying storm of thunder. What is happening? The demons wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Why, during a breakthrough, had the tribulation been summoned? As they pondered, a grand celestial sound resonated from the heavenly court. From this day forth, all who take form and bear karmic burdens shall face the trial of the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing these words, all beings were taken aback. What? What does this mean? Must those taking form endure tribulation? Fortunately, I do not need to take form. The heavenly court is meddling too much. Isn't it? Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Hiki. Guess who this is targeting? So hard to guess. Many beings, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly regained their composure after the initial shock. It seemed this heavenly decree had little bearing on their own lives. Yet, those burdened with karma felt as though they had lost a mother. Most gratifying to the onlookers was the evident targeting of the demon clan by this decree. In the Hall of the Celestial Treasure, this punch, it is earth-shattering. Hao Yin wore a pained expression, never expecting Honghuang to dare enact such a heavenly decree. This was something he had never foreseen. At the mountain of 10,000 demons, the demons were left utterly astonished. Damned, the heavenly realm is indeed merciless. Even transforming one's form requires enduring tribulations. Is this an attempt to eradicate my demon race entirely? Liu was filled with fury and astonishment, his eyes flickering with golden flames. The heavier the karma, the more formidable the heavenly tribulation becomes. Consequently, will it not lead to the selection of a few compliant demons? Those who are ruthless will be struck down. This must be the machination of that wretched Honghuang. The Lord of Punishment is precisely the one behind this. Calm down. My friend Luya, remain composed, said Tai Yizhen, suddenly realizing. Does even one burdened with karma have to face tribulation? This is targeted at us. Brother. Tai Zhenrin's words trailed off as he comprehended their predicament. The karma they bore had yet to be purged, and they remained ensnared by it. Humph. Mere bluster, Guang Chengzi sneered, exuding an air of dominance, his gaze dismissive and indifferent, tinged with a hint of apathy. Upon hearing this, Tai Zhenrin, Pu Xian, Wen Shu, and Xi Hang regained their composure. Indeed, they were disciples of sages. How could they fear this? It is illogical. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation designated for the great deer demon god descended. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, pierced the heavens and the earth. The great deer demon god revealed his true form, bracing himself against the strike. The lightning inflicted no substantial harm upon him. Is this all? The great deer demon god scoffed. I expected something far more formidable. Just a tickle. Then, the second bolt of lightning struck down. The great deer demon god trembled. His expression shifted slightly as this bolt's potency had unexpectedly doubled. The third bolt followed suit, amplifying its power once more. No. The great deer demon god was thoroughly alarmed. Each successive strike increased exponentially in strength. How could this continue? With a long, anguished howl, he summoned all his strength to resist. In a short while, his bones were shattered, blood gushed forth, and his power was nearly depleted. Yet the tribulation showed no signs of abating. Your Majesty, save me. The great deer demon god cried out pitifully, pleading for Liu Ye's assistance. Do not harm my kin. Liu Ye retorted coldly, charging into the tribulation, displaying his formidable prowess. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. With Liu Ye's involvement, the power of the heavenly tribulation surged dramatically, as if the tribulation were now targeting him instead. By the heavens, an adaptive tribulation? Liu Ye was taken aback, and the gathered demons were thrown into disarray. Great deer, I cannot assist you. You must fend for yourself. Liu Ye turned to flee, escaping the range of the tribulation. The great deer attempted to escape as well. But no matter where he ran, the clouds of tribulation pursued him relentlessly. Great deer, for heaven's sake, stop running. Do you wish to doom us all? Stay away from me. A true friend would not perish alongside a fool. In an instant, the myriad demon mountain was thrown into chaos. Several lesser demons, lacking in cultivation, were obliterated by the residual force of the heavenly tribulation. Ultimately, the great deer demon god succumbed beneath the heavenly wrath. Lacking experience, he recklessly faced tribulation, becoming the first to fall. The assembled celestial beings of the Chan teaching stood in stunned silence, particularly Guang Chengzi, who was more astonished than a wooden chicken, for he bore the heaviest karma. What if a breakthrough attracts the wrath of the heavenly tribulation? Fortunately, I have ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal and need not face the tribulation for the time being. The Taoist master Tai Yi sighed with relief, comforting himself. The heavenly tribulation is fierce. I simply shall refrain from breaking through. Cursed beast. Honghuang, I shall not rest until I confront you. Guang Chengzi fumed with rage. Liu Ye shared in his indignation. The decree from the heavens had effectively driven the demon race to a dead end. At this moment, within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, numerous shape-shifting little demons were undergoing the trials of transformation tribulation due to the enforcement of the heavenly decree. The success rate, naturally, was dismal. Your Majesty, the giant spirit god of the heavenly court is currently purging the North Sea. If we eliminate him, it will undoubtedly force out Honghuang. Before the palace of 10,000 demons, the demon Saint Fei Lian emerged to report to Liu Ye. Upon hearing this, Liu Ye and the assembled immortals of the Chan school brightened with excitement. Chapter 78. The grand array of ancestor witches in the flooded abyss. Liu Ye furrowed his brow. The northern sea was the domain of the beast Kunping. Should he encounter it, the consequences could be dire. At the pivotal moment of the battle between the witches and the demons, Kunping, the ancient ancestor, had suddenly betrayed them, stealing the river diagram and the Luo book, forcing the two demon emperors to self-detonate in a desperate attempt to perish alongside the ancestor witches. Since then, Kunping had become a traitor to the demon race. However, due to his formidable strength, many demons fled to the northern sea after the fall of the demon court. Consequently, the demon race divided into two factions. One was the orthodox demon race led by Liu Ye, residing in the 10,000 great mountains, while the other was the northern sea demon race under Kunping's command, controlling the northern sea and parts of the north. Liu Ye harbored an intense hatred for Kunping, wishing to consume him whole. Yet, with his current cultivation, he was powerless against the ancient ancestor. As the only golden crow of the primordial era, Luya bore the fortune of the demon race and had reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. However, facing the seasoned quasi-saint Kunpeng, he had no chance of victory. Kunpeng was a top-tier innate deity, on par with the three pure ones and Yuan. Fear not. If Kunpeng dares to show his face, I shall deal with him, Fei Lian proclaimed with authority. Thus, it was settled. Without hesitation, Luya immediately summoned his army to enter the northern sea. Since my friend is so commanding, we shall await your good news, Guang Chengzi said, bowing slightly, ready to depart with his companions. Wait, you cannot leave. I require your assistance. Should Kunpeng appear, I need all of you to help me confront him. Otherwise, Luya chuckled lightly, a hint of menace in his tone. The celestial beings from the Chan teaching were taken aback. They had not anticipated this stipulation. Very well, we shall accompany you, Guang Chengzi conceded, no longer hesitating. As the likelihood of encountering Kunpeng seemed uncertain, he was more inclined to deal with Honghuang. In the heavenly court, within the punishment hall, it appeared that the implementation of the heavenly tribulation had been notably effective. Upon receiving his subordinate's report, Honghuang's expression turned contemplative. After a moment, he waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. Yes. Once his subordinates had departed, Honghuang commenced his cultivation for the day. At this moment, his primordial spirit cultivation had broken through to the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. This level of power could be considered formidable anywhere, yet for him, it was still insufficient. Honghuang gently waved his palm before him, and immediately, 12 banners emanating dark mist materialized. These were not the banners of the human emperor, but rather the 12 heavenly god-slaying flags. Acquired from the battle against Qiyu, he had carried them with him, waiting for the right moment. With my current understanding of array formations, I wonder if I could set up the 12 heavenly god-slaying array. Honghuang murmured to himself, his consciousness penetrating the flags as he began to experiment. Of course, his version of the 12 heavenly god-slaying array was not the complete one. It was instead the grand array of ancestor witches laid out by Qiyu, condensing the true form of the ancestor which was equivalent to the quasi-saint realm. Though I am not of the witch race, I possess the true form of the great witch. Theoretically, it should be achievable, right? The 12 heavenly god-slaying flags could concentrate the malevolent energy of the cosmos upon oneself, manifesting the true form of the ancestor which through the vessel of the witch's body. As long as his formidable body can withstand the onslaught of malevolent energy, there is no issue. Therefore, setting up the formation is not difficult. The challenge lies in enduring the influx of this sinister energy. Honghuang's consciousness summoned the 12 divine banners, causing them to swirl around him. Before long, streams of malevolent energy cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping Honghuang. His aura began to rise gradually. This is feasible. Honghuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to halt his actions. Indeed, my talent in formation is remarkable. He shamelessly praised himself, feeling immensely proud. Another powerful weapon has been added to my arsenal. Honghuang was overjoyed, recognizing this as yet another trump card. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Master, Master. This is Kuei-jie. The demon clan is on the move. Luya is mobilizing the demon army to march towards the North Sea. The message came from the old demon, Kuei-jie. It had been so long that Honghuang nearly forgot about this brother. Kuei-jie, you have done well. Tell me, what is Luya's objective? Is he aiming to assault the North Sea Kunpeng? This thought immediately crossed Honghuang's mind. The North Sea is the domain of the Kunpeng demon master. That old schemer, who had caused the demise of Emperor Jun and Tai, would surely be targeted by Luya. The specifics are unknown to me, but I am involved, Kuei-jie replied. Understood. Inform me of any new developments promptly. Honghuang instructed before severing the connection. Luya's intentions must be more intricate than a mere attack on the North Sea. Deep within his being, Honghuang sensed that this matter was connected to him. Certain abilities began to manifest, such as averting calamity and discerning causality, allowing him to foresee impending danger. Consequently, he summoned the celestial inspector to inquire about any recent anomalies in the North Sea. Upon questioning, he learned that the heavenly court had recently deployed significant resources to the North Sea, sending 3 battalions of troops. Could it be that Luya intends to ally with the North Sea demon clan to strike against the forces of the heavenly court? Or is he attempting to draw me into the fray? Honghuang pondered, realizing that, given his responsibilities, such matters were unavoidable. The situation became crystal clear. Immediately, Honghuang departed from the Hall of Punishments, gathering 100,000 celestial soldiers from the eastern camp, as well as deities from the Thunder Department. He then proceeded to the palace of the Mysterious Maiden, seeking the assistance of the 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden. Upon hearing that Honghuang wished to take her into battle, she readily agreed without hesitation. As the goddess of war in the heavenly court, this was her area of expertise. The battle of the stag had endeared her to Honghuang, and she had not forgotten that encounter. "Shall I inform your master?" Honghuang inquired. "No need. My agreement suffices," the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden replied with a charming smile. "We can manage. If something arises, we will handle it." Honghuang nodded in approval. With the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden and 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, alongside the deities of the Thunder Department, they surged forth from the southern gate with great fervor. Meanwhile, at the North Sea's edge, a fierce battle was unfolding in the territory of the Poison Dragon Demon King. The Poison Dragon Demon King, one of the 72 demon kings of the North Sea, possessed mid-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation. His adversaries were the giant spirit god and the demon general. Yao Chaoyu, the giant spirit god, had recently transcended to the Tai golden immortal realm. And with the assistance of celestial soldiers, he swiftly subdued the Poison Dragon Demon King. This marked the second demon king he had vanquished. Such a fate was hardly mournful. It was foolish for one to abandon the safety of the sea and seek death instead. After all, it was merely an electric eel. Yet it dared to refer to itself as a poison dragon. Even if it were a true dragon, it would still fall under the jurisdiction of the celestial court. The fish spirit, grumbling in annoyance, vented his frustrations after being recently electrocuted. "Let us tidy up and prepare for the next assignment," commanded the giant spirit god. He then sat down to meditate and restore his magical energy. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, enveloping the giant spirit god and his companions, rendering them nearly immobile. "Hey, is it exhilarating to slay my demon kin?" A demon deity of the great Luo golden immortal level materialized silently in the void, casting a cold gaze upon the giant spirit god and his allies. "Who are you?" the giant spirit god questioned, his expression shifting dramatically. "I am the Blood Moon Demon God. I have come to claim your lives." Chapter 79, The Annihilation of the Great Dao, the Zixiao Golden Eyes. The Blood Moon Demon God, an early-stage Luo golden immortal of the demon race. Under the orders of Luya, he was sent to eliminate the giant spirit god and his companions. Meanwhile, Luyu and his allies lay in ambush, awaiting the arrival of Honghuang to execute a lethal encirclement. By the heavens, is the demon god truly so formidable? Look at that malnourished appearance of yours. I am the true embodiment of divinity. The giant spirit god leaped up, unleashing a torrent of insults, expressing his unrestrained emotions. The Blood Moon Demon God, pallid and slender, bore an ambiguous gender, for his true form was that of a male rabbit. "You foolish giant, are you courting death?" The Blood Moon Demon God's complexion shifted from white to a deep green, his gaze fixed intently on the giant spirit god. "Aha, your end is nigh. Reinforcements from the heavenly court have arrived." The giant spirit god, filled with surprise, turned his attention towards the Blood Moon Demon Goddess back. "Huh?" The Blood Moon Demon God, momentarily taken aback, instinctively turned to look. Seizing the opportunity, the giant spirit god hurriedly activated a celestial talisman, beseeching aid from the heavenly court. "Damn it, hurry up." He stomped his feet in desperation, finally igniting the talisman. "Haha, is it not too late to summon help now?" The Blood Moon Demon God turned back, a mocking expression etched upon his face. "What summoning? I am merely paying respects to your mother." The giant spirit god disdainfully tossed the half-burned talisman to the ground. "Since we have been caught, let the battle commence. I shall rend your body into pieces." The Blood Moon Demon God sneered cruelly. "Ha, your doom is sealed. My reinforcements from the heavenly court have arrived." Suddenly, the giant spirit god burst into laughter once more. "Ha, using the same trick twice." The Blood Moon Demon God scoffed. However, before he could finish his sentence, his body stiffened slightly as he turned back in uncertainty. A vast expanse of auspicious clouds descended, with Honghuang standing prominently at the forefront, flanked by a formidable army of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. "Is it really happening?" The Blood Moon Demon God was taken aback, as if he had seen a ghost. This was far too swift. Despite his astonishment, he remained composed. His objective was merely to compel Honghuang to reveal himself. Whether or not he eliminated the giant spirit god was of little consequence. "This is splendid. As long as I can stall for a moment until Lord Luyo arrives, it will be a grand success." A smile curled at the corners of the Blood Moon Demon God's lips as he clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely addressed Honghuang. "You are Honghuang?" He spoke with the demeanor of a superior, embodying the confidence of a Luo golden immortal. Honghuang did not even glance at him. Instead, he wielded the power of destruction, channeling the forces of the five elements and yin-yang to manifest a colossal hand that seized the Blood Moon Demon God. What? What is happening? The Blood Moon Demon God was bewildered, his eyes filled with doubt. How could he have been captured in the blink of an eye? Bang! Without uttering a word, Honghuang crushed the Blood Moon Demon God with a single squeeze. You dare to call yourself a Deluo Golden Immortal? I have never encountered such weakness. This scene left all onlookers in stunned silence. Was that truly a Deluo Golden Immortal just now? Even the Nine Heaven Xin knew gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as she prepared to intervene, only to witness the swift demise of the Blood Moon Demon God. Discoverable fusion entries: Blood God Child, light purple; Blood Eye Pursuit, green; Weak Foundation, black. Blood God Child, the innate divine ability of the Blood Moon Rabbit. Devouring blood can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, yet it may lead to an unstable foundation. Blood Eye Tracking, you can trace your target based on the scent of their blood. Unstable foundation, your cultivation has increased too swiftly, resulting in a chaotic flow of energy within your body. The entries dropped by the Blood Moon Demon God reveal the reason for this rabbit as frailty. Honghuang chuckled. Normally, even if he could defeat a great Luo Golden Immortal, it would not be so effortless. The reason lies in the fact that this demon rabbit's cultivation was elevated through the Blood God Child. Although its realm has reached the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, its combat prowess is significantly lacking. Not only is it frail, but its practical combat ability is also insufficient. Fusion. Honghuang immediately began to merge two positive entries. Among them, the Blood Eye Tracking entry instantly began to merge with the Heavenly Eye Divine Pupil entry, resulting in a new entry. Purple Sky Golden Pupil. Purple from the highest heavens to the deepest abyss. Your eyes can probe the three realms, discerning illusions and possessing boundless utility. A layer of purple gold hue enveloped Honghuang's pupils, rendering them extraordinarily divine. He had become even more handsome. Honghuang, we owe you our timely arrival. Otherwise, we would have been doomed, never to see you again. The giant spirit god approached Honghuang, his face reflecting lingering fear. Thank you, Lord Hongtian. The Yaocha and Yudo expressed their gratitude, bowing respectfully, though they dared not address Honghuang as a brother like the giant spirit god did. The giant spirit god was not only a heavenly general, but also one of the 9 luminaries, while they were merely ordinary heavenly generals. Has the 9 heavens, Xiannu, arrived? This is quite a spectacle. Is it truly necessary? The giant spirit god chuckled, feeling a surge of pride at the assembly of such formidable beings to rescue him. If it were solely for your sake, it would not warrant such an operation. Honghuang patted the giant spirit god's belly, as the fellow was too tall for him to reach his shoulder. We have more pressing matters at hand. Saving you was merely incidental. Ah, I see now, the giant spirit's heart sank. What is so significant that requires such a grand mobilization? It's coming. Honghuang gazed into the distance. What is coming? The giant spirit god looked perplexed. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, a raucous laughter erupted, akin to a tempest sweeping through the heavens. The flying Lian demon saint materialized. Honghuang, at last, you have fallen for the trap. Blood Moon, well done. Wait, where is Blood Moon gone? The flying Lian demon saint paused, glancing around, unable to locate the Blood Moon demon god. Are you referring to this? Honghuang pointed to the tattered remnants of clothing on the ground. That was the only relic of the Blood Moon demon god. Beast, you have slain the Blood Moon demon god. The flying Lian was both astonished and enraged. The creature had perished so swiftly. I allowed you to delay, but not at the cost of your life. Boom. The heavens trembled, and ominous clouds began to gather. Luya descended with a host of demon troops. He resembled a small sun, illuminating the world as he gradually landed in the arena. Greetings, your majesty, the demon emperor. The throngs of demons shouted in unison. Clad in golden robes, Luya possessed a handsome visage, his brows slanting into his temples, exuding a grand aura reminiscent of the former demon emperor. He looked down upon Honghuang coldly, saying, You are the one who stole my clan's slaughter witch sword. You have consecutively diminished the ranks of my demon clan's esteemed generals. Furthermore, you have established celestial regulations that confine our ability to transform. You are deserving of the gravest punishment. The authoritative voice of Luya reverberated through the cosmos, akin to the judgment of the heavens, profoundly sacred and transcendent. In the presence of such overwhelming pressure, an ordinary individual would likely succumb to trepidation. However, Honghuang merely smiled faintly and inquired with curiosity, Are you the least capable among the 10 golden crows? Luya's survival from being struck down was not a testament to his strength, but rather an indication of his inadequacy, allowing him to escape calamity. For when Hui shot down the suns, he first targeted those that shone the brightest. The dimmest, Luya, managed to endure until the end. Upon hearing these words, Luya's imposing countenance visibly faltered for a moment, only to contort in rage thereafter. Beast, I shall slay you. Chapter 80. Ancestor Witch Honghuang. Hutu, this child is fated to my witch clan. Luya's defenses have been breached. Although this is the case, it is still deeply wounding. In an instant, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from Luya, heralding his imminent explosion of power. You all step back. Honghuang bellowed, signaling the deities to distance themselves. I will assist you. The nine heavens, Xian Nu summoned her magical artifact, ready to fight alongside Honghuang. Luya is a quasi-saint. You are no match for him. Sister, I have my own strategies. Do not hinder me here, Honghuang declared, lifting the nine heavens Xian Nu, and, amidst her startled exclamations, flinging her away. Kiki, you wish to face me alone? Luya laughed mockingly. What courage does a mere Tai golden immortal possess? Even if you were the reincarnation of Pangu, could you be this formidable? Enough with the nonsense. Today I shall eradicate the remnants of the demon race. Honghuang coldly chuckled. As 12 divine flags of celestial malevolence surged forth, swirling around him and releasing ominous black mist. The divine malevolence flag. Luya, Philian. And the demon gods all widened their eyes. They were all too familiar with this artifact. What is he planning? Is he attempting to summon the corporeal form of Pangu? Run now, or it will be too late. Many demons wore expressions of panic, flustered like ants on a hot pan. What are you doing, you fool? How can a mere human summon the corporeal form of Pangu? Philian turned and began to curse vehemently. Indeed, this brat is of the human race. I almost mistook him for one of the 12 ancestor witches. The demons gradually calmed down, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Honghuang, I shall grant you time. Let us see how you can wield the 12 divine malevolence flags. Liu stood with his hands behind his back, imposing amidst the solar manifestation, exuding a sacred and transcendent aura. You shall soon find no cause for laughter. A smirk crept upon Hongyuan's lips as he silently roared within. True form of the Great Witch. Boom. His body began to swell, soaring upwards, reaching heights that scraped the clouds, 100,000 zhang tall. The true form of the Great Witch manifested before the world. This is the aura of the Great Witch. How is this possible? Could he be of mixed human witch blood? I loathe the witch clan, especially the Great Witch. Luya furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This child must not be allowed to live. Luya's gaze turned icy, murderous intent boiling forth. To perish at my hands, you may take pride in that. He could wait no longer. With a single finger pointed, he unleashed a terrifying solar flare, a dreadful energy condensed from the core of the sun. At that very moment, Hongyuan's true form of the Great Witch had already reached 1,000,000 zhang, fully transforming into the true form of the ancestor witch. He struck out with a fist, compressing the void, and the terrifying force instantly shattered the flare. Honghuang strode forward, charging towards Luya. In that moment, he truly seemed to become the ancestor witch, facing the demon race's sovereign. Golden Crow burning the world. Luya manifested the Golden Crow aspect. His wings, vast enough to shroud the skies, trembled, and torrents of solar true fire rained down, engulfing Honghuang. At this moment, the heavens and earth were alive with energy. And even formidable beings such as the nine heavens Xian Nu, who were among the great Luo golden immortals, felt an intense heat. The true fire of the sun, the most potent among the 10 divine flames, emanated a terrifying power. The destructive annihilation wind. Do you think the primordial ancestor lacks divine abilities? Apologies. I possess a modicum of understanding. Honghuang opened his mouth and unleashed the cataclysmic winds, directing the true fire of the sun towards the demon army. Of course, this was intentional. Liu was incensed, and the Golden Crow, in its true form, lunged at Honghuang, engaging in fierce combat, showcasing its formidable physical prowess, seemingly forgetting that the strongest aspect of the primordial ancestor was, indeed, its physical form. My current incarnation as a primordial ancestor is not complete, yet it appears sufficient to deal with a novice like Luya. Honghuang, feeling the power of his primordial ancestor form, silently assessed the situation. Were it the peak and complete form of the primordial ancestor, there would be scarcely any challengers beneath the saints. The divine demon flag cannot sustain itself for long. I must conclude this swiftly. Honghuang invoked the power of the 3 heads and 6 arms. Thus, ethereal heads and arms sprouted from his primordial ancestor form. In one hand, he wielded the tiger soul blade, in the other, the dry chi axe, complemented by the pure yang sword and the purple gold hammer. For divine weapons, paired with a set of robust arms, appeared fearsome and powerful. Honghuang unleashed his full might, relentlessly assaulting Lu Yu. In no time, Lu Yu was bloodied. One of his wings entirely plucked. Beast! If only I had the slaughtering witch sword in hand. Lu Yu seethed with rage. Had he possessed the slaughtering witch sword, he would have severed this counterfeit primordial ancestor long ago. At that moment, the demons and celestial beings present were left in awe. They never anticipated the celestial lord possessed such capabilities. The celestial lord could now contend with a quasi-saint. Unbelievable, utterly astonishing. Do you see? This is what true masculinity embodies. The giant spirit god trembled with excitement, his eyes brimming with admiration. A true man must be this formidable. I see it. I see it. The 9 heavens, Xian Nu involuntarily exclaimed beside the giant spirit god. Upon realizing her words, her exquisite visage flushed crimson. Thankfully, no one heard. The 9 heavens, Xian Nu murmured softly, secretly relieved. As her words fell, the nearby deities nodded in agreement. We did not hear anything. We heard nothing. The 9 heavens Xian Nu was momentarily taken aback, a fierce glint surfacing in her eyes. Since you all heard it, do not blame me for my ruthless intentions. What do you intend to do, Lady Xian Nu? The gods huddled together in terror. Grand memory erasure technique. In the underworld. What is happening? I sense the aura of a primordial ancestor. Indeed, this individual is human, yet how can he wield the divine demon flag? Could it be a remnant of our witch clan's legacy? Is it possible that a primordial ancestor has been reborn? The witch clan's bloodline stirred in response to Honghuang's aura, prompting a flurry of speculation. They even began to question whether Honghuang was the reincarnation of a primordial ancestor. If even the great witch Qiyu and Xing Tian could inexplicably reincarnate, then the rebirth of a primordial ancestor seems plausible, does it not? As for which primordial ancestor it might be, that remains uncertain. Should we report this to Her Highness? Such trivialities. If even you can perceive this, how could the Empress be unaware? She is merely in slumber, not departed from this world. Amidst the discussions of the numerous sorcerers, a singular will quietly awakens at the heart of the wheel of reincarnation, sending forth waves of resonance. Qiyu, Xingtian, who might that be? Could it be that one day, my brothers will indeed be resurrected? A resplendent and divine figure materializes at the center of the reincarnation wheel. Huda has awakened, her enchanting gaze piercing through the mist of the underworld, settling upon the primordial earth. Her attention is firmly fixed on Honghuang. After a moment's observation, she discerns that this child is indeed fated to be connected with my witch clan. This connection is genuine, unlike the forced ties of the West, which claim kinship where none exists. Qiu's downfall was ultimately the decree of heaven, a fate even she could not alter. Yet, within Honghuang, she perceives a glimmer of possibility. At this very moment, Lu Ya, having been relentlessly struck by Honghuang, has completely lost his wits. The celestial slaying flying knife. He unleashes the celestial slaying flying knife, intent on severing Hongyuan's ancestral witch form. Chapter 81. The unprecedented 3 incarnations. Xianhuang's heavenly escape in the boundless void. Lu Ya bowed respectfully to the immortal slaying gourd. Immediately, a piercing immortal light surged forth from the gourd's mouth, striking towards Honghuang. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. The immortal slaying flying knife. Honghuang's gaze momentarily sharpened, his chest swelling with resolve. I shall see whether your immortal slaying flying knife is more formidable, or if my ancestral witch form possesses the necessary resilience. Upon uttering these words, he summoned the falling treasure money from above his head. What a jest! How could I possibly confront the immortal slaying flying knife with mere flesh? Moreover, his ancestral witch form was only temporary. Should it fail to withstand the attack, it would spell disaster for him. Fall for me. Honghuang commanded the falling treasure money. The next instant, he felt his essence being drained. Oh no, is my fortune destined to plummet into the negative? I refuse to become the saint of loans. Having nearly exhausted all his fortune, the power unleashed by the falling treasure money was terrifyingly potent. In an instant, it struck down the flying knife, causing the gourd to lose its luster and plummet. The gourd. Lu Ya was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired, as the immortal slaying flying knife suddenly lost all self-control, severing its connection to him. In this brief moment of chaos, Honghuang seized the opportunity, boldly snatching the immortal slaying gourd for himself. He then infused it with his divine consciousness, beginning the process of suppression and refinement. The falling treasure money could only induce a temporary loss of control in the magical treasure. It could not eliminate the imprint directly. Return my flying knife. Lu Ya cried in anguish, feeling as though he had lost both his beloved and his troops. He had failed to kill his adversary and instead lost the immortal slaying flying knife, his most cherished possession. All gods, heed my command. Quickly form ranks to assist in suppressing the immortal slaying flying knife. Honghuang bellowed. At your command. Immediately, the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, the giant spirit god, and others sprang into action, uniting with 100,000 heavenly soldiers to form a grand array, aiding Honghuang in subduing the immortal slaying flying knife. Your Majesty, I shall assist you, Fei Lian shouted, and the demon army behind him surged forward, charging towards the celestial deities. This is dire. The 9 heavens, Xian Nu's expression shifted. At this moment, she was fully focused on suppressing the immortal slaying flying knife, leaving her stretched thin. Today, you shall all perish. Fei Lian sneered. Confident that with his quasi-saint cultivation, he could single-handedly vanquish the celestial beings of the heavenly court. Witnessing this scene, Honghuang formed a mystical seal with one hand and pointed towards the heavens. Once she transforms into 3 purities. This golden-tiered, heaven-defying incarnation technique summoned 3 avatars, each possessing 90% of his power. From Honghuang's head, 3 streams of pure energy erupted, soaring into the sky, manifesting as 3 figures, a benevolent elderly Taoist, a dignified middle-aged Taoist, and a defiant young Taoist. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The 3 Taoists bowed in unison to Honghuang. This spectacle left Luya completely astounded, his face a mask of existential doubt. He stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed, for these 3 Taoists were, astonishingly, all quasi-saints. Honghuang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that these 3 incarnations would evolve based on his current strength, incorporating the ancestral which form he had coalesced through the array. Remarkable. Truly deserving of the golden descriptor. In this moment, Honghuang finally grasped the extraordinary phenomenon of transforming into the 3 pure ones. It was nothing short of a flaw in the fabric of reality. He resolved to assist the 9 heavens Xian Nu in vanquishing Fei Lian. Without hesitation, Honghuang commanded his 3 avatars. A trifling matter. Leave it to us. The avatar of youth stepped forward, positioning himself before Fei Lian. Esteemed comrade, we shall escort you to your demise, he proclaimed with a smile. Your fortune is meager, your death is inconsequential. The middle-aged avatar remarked coldly. You, who are you? Fei Lian inquired, bewildered, completely unaware that these 3 quasi-saints were but manifestations of Honghuang himself. Perish. The youthful avatar struck decisively, unleashing a formidable sword intent. The middle-aged avatar followed suit, forming a thunder seal to summon the Tai, Qi Yin Yang Divine Thunder, the 5 elements Divine Thunder, and the Jade Clear Divine Thunder. The elder avatar, seemingly unremarkable, radiated the principles of annihilation. Fei Lian, a renowned demon sage, had long achieved mid-level quasi-saint cultivation, his strength comparable to Luya. Yet, besieged by the 3 quasi-saint avatars, he found himself in a flurry, increasingly unable to defend himself. The 3 avatars, being one in essence, shared a telepathic connection, their synergy remarkably seamless. Suddenly, Fei Lian was struck by a sword intent, severing half his body. He roared in fury, desperately attempting to restore his corporeal form. Just as he regained his composure, a bolt of divine thunder crashed down upon him, rendering his hair a disheveled mess. Following this, the elder avatar unleashed the principle of annihilation to obliterate his very essence. In a short span, Fei Lian was overwhelmed and utterly defeated by the 3 avatars. Fei Lian. Luya's eyes widened in fury, his heart bleeding. What has driven this esteemed comrade to such rage? Come, we shall see you on your way. The 3 avatars surrounded him, feigning concern. Luya's expression shifted from fury to terror. In the next moment, he executed the Golden Crow transformation and fled towards the North Sea. Pursue him. Honghuang commanded the 3 avatars to chase after Luya while he remained behind to collect the spoils. Discovered potential fusion entries. Minor wind principle, purple. Wind returning fire, green. Flying sand and rolling stones, green. Minor wind principle, a minor mastery of the wind Dao. Wind returning fire, one of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang. It allows the wind to swirl and diminishes flames. Flying sand and rolling stones, one of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang. It causes dust to soar and mountains to tremble. Though merely a minor mastery of the wind principle, it might surpass that of ordinary wind-based divine arts. With a flicker of thought, Honghuang fused the entries. Furthermore, at the spot where Luya had departed, another luminous entry awaited. Golden Crow transformation. Purple, a supreme body technique of the primordial era, the swiftest in existence. a signature divine art of the Golden Crow lineage. Indeed, Honghuang's eyes sparkled with delight. This was splendid. A quintessential divine art for slaying foes and making a hasty retreat. The speed of the Golden Crow transformation surpassed even that of the earthly gold light. As the Golden Crow transformation coursed through him, it immediately integrated with the earthly gold light and the void escape shuttle entries. Honghuang wore an expression of eager anticipation, pondering the potential amalgamation of two rapid divine abilities alongside a void shuttling technique. Soon, a pale golden inscription began to materialize before him. Shenhuang Tian Dun, pale gold time-space traversal, instantaneous relocation. You can nearly reach any location in the blink of an eye. Wow, this is astonishing, Honghuang exclaimed, his face alight with joy. With such velocity, he mused, he might not quite match a sage, but he was certainly close. At the very least, there would be few beneath the sage's rank capable of keeping pace with him. Even the ancient Kunping might not surpass his swiftness. Meanwhile, Liu fled desperately, making his way to the North Sea. His aura swiftly attracted the attention of the beings residing beneath the depths of the North Sea, within the Demon Master Palace. What brings Liu to my North Sea? Within the palace, a sinister elder clad in black robes emerged from his meditation, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. It seems the young demon emperor has grown tired of life. Chapter 82. Kunping at this moment. The expressions of Guang Chengzi and the others who followed Liu had darkened to an ominous hue. Dreadful. What manner of being is he, human or shaman? That he can wield the 12 capital heavenly god flags? Something is amiss, very much so. The demon clan is utterly inept, especially Liu, whose incompetence is surpassed only by his failures. It is no wonder they face annihilation. The disciples of the Chan religion gritted their teeth in frustration, eager to intervene. Yet they knew that should they engage, they would likely be met with overwhelming force. Those three Taoist figures are peculiar. Could they truly be avatars of Honghuang? Unthinkable. How could a Tai Golden Immortal possess avatars of a quasi-saint? Were those three sent by Haoyan to protect him? Guang Chengzi, Tai Zhenren, and the other immortals were utterly confounded. Honghuang's methods were manifold, each more enigmatic than the last. First, he transformed into an ancestral shaman, and now he has summoned three Taoist figures. The variety of his strategies was bewildering. The plan had failed. Relying solely on Liu, it was impossible to eradicate Honghuang. Guang Chengzi's gaze darkened, and in that moment, he bore a resemblance to the primordial beginnings. Liu had flown to the North Sea. Should he follow? To what end? It would be preferable for Kunping to encounter him and eliminate this troublesome adversary. Yet, perhaps he should pursue, as even a nuisance like Liu might hold some value. Guang Chengzi's mind cleared. He understood that now was not the time for impetuousness. North Sea. Little Jinwu, there is no escape for you. Caw. Halt at once, lest my wrath befall you. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Third brother, what manner of tone is this? We are respectable beings. The three avatars of Honghuang relentlessly pursued Liu, shouting threats as they followed closely behind. Honghuang, I stand resolutely opposed to you. Liu let out a mournful cry, his heart bleeding. The demon Saint Philian had fallen, and he had lost the blade of celestial slaying. He could feel the blade being forcefully invaded by Honghuang's divine consciousness, nearly reshaping it into something unrecognizable. Such a profound humiliation. What stung the most was being cornered by a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Henceforth, no matter the heights Liu might achieve, he would forever be branded by this disgrace. Suddenly, a tremendous upheaval shook the air, sending waves crashing to great heights. Liu, it has been far too long. Do you have any inkling of how much I have yearned for you? The colossal Kunping burst forth from the sea, transforming into a venerable elder clad in black robes. Liu's countenance shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon the elder, Kunping. When enemies meet, their animosity intensifies. Liu ached to turn Kunping to dust, a thought that often haunted his dreams. Yet, encountering him in reality was an entirely different matter. Kunping, how dare you, traitor? Show your face to me. Liu's fury surged, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Impudent. How dare you address your uncle Kunping in such a manner? I have explained on numerous occasions that my initial theft of the river map and Luo book was not by choice. I was compelled by circumstance. The venerable Kunping spoke with a hint of regret. At that moment, he appeared to be under a spell, with his mind consumed by the river diagram and Luo book, as if an inexplicable force compelled him to steal them. It was only later that Kunping realized this force was the invisible hand of fate, and he found himself powerless against it. However, The naive Liu stubbornly insisted that Kunping had betrayed the demon clan, leading to the demise of Emperor Jun and Tai. Such a fallacy. Liu was clearly incredulous. Kunping's actions aligned perfectly with his persona. There could be no mistake, whether you believe it or not. I have no desire to explain myself to a dying bird. Kunping's eyes gleamed with cold intent, his murderous thoughts lurking beneath the surface. In a realm that cannot accommodate two tigers, if he were to eliminate Luya, he would ascend as the sovereign of the demon clan. Just then, Hongyuan's three avatars arrived. Who are you? Kunping was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing that these three figures were unfamiliar yet possessed an aura that belied their apparent simplicity. Honghuang. They are the avatars of Honghuang. This individual is a great enemy of our demon clan. Filian perished at his hands. Luya replied in a low voice. Honghuang, are you jesting with me? Kunping expressed disbelief. He had heard of Hongyuan's reputation, known to be the most promising deity of the heavenly court, but at that time, he had merely attained the golden immortal level. How could he have reached the quasi-saint realm so swiftly? No one believes it, and I do not believe it either. Yet the truth remains. This individual possesses sinister methods. If he is not dealt with, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our demon clan. From your demeanor, it seems you already perceive him as a grave danger. Kunping chuckled. No wonder Luya, in a fit of folly, ventured into the northern sea. It was evidently due to being pursued. Luya, do you wish for me to assist you in confronting this man? Kunping grasped Luya's intention. He was attempting to drag him into the fray. Kunping, do not heed his words, seizing this opportunity. We shall aid you in eliminating Luya and elevate you to the throne of Demon Emperor. The youthful avatar of Honghuang interjected. Kunping laughed. Do you take me for a fool? Nonsense. Luya is the rightful one. We should support Luya in vanquishing Kunping and aiding him in unifying the demon clan. The elder avatar corrected, demonstrating an uncanny ability to read the room and adapt accordingly. Upon hearing this, Kunping and Luya exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their wrath upon Hongyuan's three avatars. Though they were embroiled in internal strife, they were not foolish enough to resort to mutual slaughter over mere words. I am doomed. Just as Kunping and Luya closed in, the three avatars simultaneously tilted their heads and collapsed. The power of the 12 capital heavenly gods had been exhausted, leading to the vanishing of Hongyuan's avatars. Kunping's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Their sudden disappearance indicated that these three were indeed mere projections. They have concluded. Now it is our turn, Luya. Accept your fate. Kunping's gaze turned menacingly toward Luya. Show mercy. Yet at that moment, the celestial beings of the Chan sect rushed in hastily. Kunping, my friend. Luya cannot be killed. If he dies, the demon clan will be utterly finished. Guangqingzi exclaimed in a frenzy. What did you just call me? Kunping furrowed his brow, casting an unfriendly glare at Guangqingzi. Kunping, my friend? Guangqingzi questioned, perplexed. The esteemed elder is of the same generation as your master. At the time of their rise to fame, you were but mere liquid. The ancient Kunping remarked coldly, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of aloofness. Indeed, we have encountered the esteemed elder. Guangqingzi hastily amended his tone. For had it not been for his need of Kunping, he would not have offered such cordiality. A mere bird hiding in the shadows dares to act so imperiously in my presence. Esteemed elder, what Luya just stated is the unvarnished truth. The child Honghuang is far more formidable than you might imagine. Although he appears to be merely a Tai golden immortal, he possesses the ability to wield the true form of the ancestral witch and summon quasi-saint avatars. The recent celestial decree that restricted the demon race was indeed orchestrated by this individual. Guangqingzi elucidated. Upon hearing this, Kunping fell silent, while Luya began to feel anxious. What do you propose we do? Guangqingzi, confident and composed, slowly articulated 3 words. Chaos Bell. Chapter 83. Luya. Who is my father? A gourd containing the 9-turn golden elixir. As long as we locate the Chaos Bell, all questions will be effortlessly resolved. Guangqingzi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luya was momentarily taken aback, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. The Chaos Bell is a treasured artifact of Uncle Tai, one of the 3 paramount treasures of creation. With the Chaos Bell in hand, even the venerable Kunping would be a source of no fear. More importantly, possessing the Chaos Bell would enable the arrangement of the grand star formation of the cosmos. At the mere mention of the Chaos Bell, an unusual glimmer flickered in Kunping's gaze. This treasure far surpasses the significance of the He Tu and Luo Shu. Ahem. That, Guangqingzi said. It is not prudent to linger here. We should return and discuss further. Sensing the malevolent gaze of the venerable Kunping, Luya hastily interjected, fearful that the ancient Kunping might pilfer the chaos bell as well. He was aware that with the presence of the celestial beings from the Chan sect, Kunping would not dare to act against him. Luya, for the sake of my esteemed disciples, I shall spare you this time, Kunping stated nonchalantly, exuding an air of superiority. His intention was not to truly let Luya off the hook, but rather to wait until Luya located the chaos bell, with plans to steal it and eliminate Luya afterward. Having spoken, Kunping transformed into a grand fish and dove back into the sea. The Chan sect celestial beings watched with disdain as the infamous dark fish swam away, noting how it flourished under a mere hint of sunlight. Soon after, Luya and Guangqingzi took to the skies, departing the North Sea. My friend, the chaos bell vanished long ago after the War of the Witch and Demon. Where should I search for it? Luya inquired eagerly. Ahem. To be candid, my master once calculated the whereabouts of the chaos bell, Guangqingzi replied, clearing his throat to mask his unease. The inquiry into the chaos bell was merely out of curiosity, not for any other reason. Oh, please do tell, Luya exclaimed with delight. The answer lies with your mother. Guangqingzi paused momentarily before continuing. Mother? Indeed. You should inquire with your mother on the Tyne Star. She may possess knowledge of the chaos bell's whereabouts, Guangqingzi suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luya became increasingly anxious. The chaos bell is a treasure of Uncle Tai. Why would his mother know about it? This seemed rather perplexing. Thank you for the information. My friend, I shall go at once. Luya transformed into a divine rainbow and soared towards the Tyne Star. Tyne Star, Guanghan Palace. Luya hurriedly descended before the palace, striding inside. Mother, your child has come to see you. In the aftermath of the War of the Witch and Demon, Shiha and Changshi had sustained grievous injuries and were recuperating on the Tyne Star. My son, why have you come? Two enchanting figures emerged from deep within Guanghan Palace. One mature and regal, the other petite and exquisite. They were Shiha and Changshi. Luya is the offspring of Shiha. Plop. Luya rushed forward, kneeling on the ground. I have come to pay my respects to both mothers. I am concerned about your injuries. How do you fare? My dear son, you are most filial. This is your first time showing concern for our well-being, Shiha replied, her face radiating warmth. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Luya's face. Speak, what brings you here? Shiha inquired with a smile. Mother, in this manner, the child finds himself beset by formidable foes, with the demon clan on the brink of peril, necessitating the assistance of both mothers. Luya spoke in a solemn tone. How may we assist you? Shiha and Changshi exchanged perplexed glances. Inform the child of the whereabouts of the chaos bell. Luya stated plainly. How could I possibly know the location of your Uncle Tai Yi's life treasure? Shiha retorted. You truly possess a talent for nonsense. Mother, the saint has divined that you are aware of the chaos bell's location. Please disclose it to the child. Very well. Since you're already aware, I shall tell you, Shiha sighed lightly. The chaos bell resides within the core of the sun star, protected by an innate formation. Only your blood can activate the array. My blood? Why must it be my blood? Luya's expression turned peculiar. Because you are the sole golden crow. Is that reason not sufficient? Shiha smiled with resignation. So, the chaos bell is within the moonstar. Luya was taken aback with joy, hesitating momentarily before hesitantly asking, Mother, may I pose a question? Ask away. Whose son am I truly? Luya inquired, voicing his inner confusion. Upon hearing this, Shiha could not help but laugh, her demeanor radiating warmth. Silly child, you are your father's son. Does that make a difference? Luya persisted. Then who is my father? Silly child, you are a golden crow. Naturally, your father is also a golden crow, Shiha replied with affectionate kindness. Luya, dear mothers, I must take my leave. He refrained from further inquiries. The pressing matter was to obtain the chaos bell. In the North Sea battle, Honghuang annihilated 1,000,000 demons, gravely wounding Luya and slaying the demon Saint Fei Lian. The news returned to the heavenly court, instantly causing a tumultuous uproar. Many deities doubted their own hearing. Grievously wounding Luya, slaying the demon Saint Fei Lian. Why did these phrases seem so foreign? Could this truly be the work of the heavenly court? Not only did the heavenly court find itself astonished, but even other formidable beings in the wilderness were equally taken aback upon learning this news. Is this truly the once inept heavenly court? Suddenly, there was a feeling that the heavenly court might indeed possess potential. In an instant, many beings experienced a subtle shift in their perception of the heavenly court. Within the heavenly court, the decree of the celestial punishment Lord Honghuang, who had gravely injured the demon clan and slain the demon Saint Fei Lian, resonated throughout the realm. He was awarded a gourd of 9 transformation golden elixirs and 100 peach of immortality. The decree from Houghton spread throughout the heavenly court. Such rewards could hardly be deemed insignificant, causing Houghton to feel a twinge of pain. A gourd containing 10 9 transformation golden elixirs would require 10,000 years to refine. In essence, this constituted his provisions for a decade. In the Lingsha Treasure Hall, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Honghuang expressed his gratitude as he received the rewards from Houghton, his face alight with joy. "With so many 9 transformation golden elixirs and peaches of immortality, I could take flight on the spot. My dear minister, you truly astonish me. These rewards are but trifles. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. As long as it is within my capability, I shall certainly fulfill it." Houghton said earnestly to Honghuang, "Your Majesty, I have no request for the moment. I shall discuss them with you once I have thought of something." Honghuang replied with a smile. Soon after, Honghuang departed from the Lingshao Palace and returned to the Heavenly Lord's mansion. He had yet to savor the essence of the 9-turn golden pill. Upon opening the gourd, he poured a 9-turn golden pill into his mouth. As soon as it entered his abdomen, he felt an immense force surging violently within him. He swiftly began to channel his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal power. A single 9-turn golden pill possesses the potential to elevate an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation, to the realm of the immortal golden celestial. However, at this moment, Honghuang was already a Tai golden celestial, thus a solitary 9-turn golden pill could not instigate earth-shattering transformations. The realm of Tai golden celestial places greater emphasis on enlightenment and the cultivation of principles. Merely consuming elixirs cannot yield rapid advancements. Honghuang consumed another 9-turn golden pill, guiding the overwhelming energy into his limbs and bones, merging it with his flesh and blood. Boom. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sound akin to a shell breaking resonated from Honghuang's body. His physical cultivation level had ascended to the mid-stage of the Tai golden celestial. Chapter 84. The Rise of the Shang Dynasty. In the presence of Honghuang, the path of cultivating the physical body reveals itself, where every sip and morsel holds no shortcuts. Even the consumption of medicinal herbs serves merely as an auxiliary aid. Ultimately, after indulging in a plethora of peaches and several 9-turn golden pills, Honghuang's spiritual cultivation ascended to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal. However, his physical cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal, necessitating further refinement to progress. As Honghuang sat cross-legged upon a mat, he summoned forth his personal attributes panel with a mere thought. Name: Honghuang cultivation. Late-stage Tai golden immortal spirit. Mid-stage Tai golden immortal body. Footstep. Mid-grade innate holy treasures. Immortal slaying flying knife. Fragments of the creation jade plate. Pure yang sword. Tiger tooth blade. Ganshi axe. Innate earth spirit pearl. Purple gold hammer. Falling treasure money. Binding immortal rope. Primordial chessboard. Yin yang chess pieces. Merit points. 1, 953, 600 entries. Gold. 9-turn profound art. Chaos calamity light. 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones. Light gold. Xianhuang heavenly escape. Purple. Upper clear immortal technique. Jade clear immortal technique. 5 elements divine thunder. Taiji yin yang divine thunder. Annihilation wind. Causation severance. Battle demon body. Human path favor. Small accomplishment of wind law. Complete mastery of earth elemental techniques. Light purple. True body of the great witch. Mastery in artifact refinement. 9 breath subduing chi. Fetal transformation. Arrival of 5 blessings. Manipulating heaven and earth. Blue. 3 heads and 6 arms. Sword heart clarity. Gluttonous stomach. Sheep spirit vitality. Grounding with steel. White tiger might. Bean soldiers. Heavenly gangs protection. Prosperity and wealth. Great and small wishes. Shifting stars and changing constellations. Light blue. Immunity to all poisons. Dragon breath. Shattering stars. Blue. More intent of Xing Tian. Celestial dog eating the moon. Aroma tracking. Lifespan. Mirror flower water moon. Thunder wing soaring. 3 golden entries brought a satisfied expression to Honghuang's face. Having stored 7 strands of chaos calamity light, he could unexpectedly slay quasi-saints. However, his merit points appeared rather dismal and required enhancement. With a thoughtful visage, Honghuang utilized the falling treasure money to remove the immortal slaying flying knife, depleting not only his fortune but also sacrificing a portion of his merit points. Lacking sufficient fortune, merit served as a substitute. He needed to devise a strategy to bolster his fortune swiftly. Otherwise, he would miss opportunities for treasure during his ventures. In a moment of reflection, he pondered the progress of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao. He had entrusted them with responsibilities within the human race, and he wondered how their endeavors fared. Following the battle in the North Sea, the demon clan had become considerably subdued, temporarily refraining from causing disturbances. With the transition of the human dynasties, Shang Tang had finally made his appearance. In the world of the primordial, epochs have transformed. Under the tyrannical reign of King Jia, the Xia dynasty succumbed to decline, ultimately overthrown by Shang Tang. Establishing the Shang dynasty with its capital in Hao, present-day Shangqiu, the second human dynasty officially emerged. In the capital of Shangqiu, as the Shang dynasty was founded amidst a myriad of pending tasks, Tang stood atop the city, gazing into the distance, contemplating the forthcoming national policies. Chao Qing, do you possess any sound strategies? At that moment, Shang Tang redirected his gaze towards the two Taoists standing beside him. Your Majesty, as I see it, to establish the nation upon the foundation of commerce, it is essential to vigorously develop the path of commerce. Xiao Sheng responded with a slight bow, his words profound and enigmatic. Commercial path? Shang Tang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in the realm of commerce, the foremost task for the sovereign is the extensive minting of currency. Once the coins begin to circulate, the various sectors of the Shang state shall naturally thrive. Qiao Bao added, accompanying him was Xiao Sheng of Wui Mountain. Under the command of Honghuang, they descended the mountain to promote the path of currency. They experimented with numerous methods and traversed many detours. Yet, the people of the pre-Xia dynasty favored barter over currency, which was met with reluctance. Eventually, when there was a flicker of progress, the Xia dynasty faltered. Thus, following Shang Tang, they contributed significantly to the overthrow of the Xia dynasty. Upon the establishment of the new state, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao were appointed as the left and right chancellors, earning Shang Tang's trust and esteem. After listening to their counsel, Shang Tang nodded thoughtfully, finding their insights quite reasonable. This matter shall be entrusted to my esteemed ministers, he declared. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao's faces brightened, and they clasped their hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Yes, Your Majesty. Subsequently, the two took their leave. With their task halfway accomplished, it was time to inform their master. Upon returning to their residence, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao immediately began to contact Honghuang. Before long, Honghuang, who was meditating in the heavenly realm, received their transmission. Oh, the Shang dynasty? Intriguing. A peculiar expression crossed his face upon hearing the news. He had not anticipated that Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao had risen to the positions of left and right chancellors in the Shang dynasty. No wonder there had been no updates. They had been preoccupied with warfare. The notion of a dynasty promoting currency was indeed a testament to their financial acumen. Honghuang mused inwardly. Rising from the heavenly monarch's palace, he swiftly departed through the southern heavenly gate, utilizing the Xianhuang heavenly escape technique. He soon arrived at Shangqiu City. Sensing the presence of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao, he descended upon a certain mansion. Boss. Upon the sudden appearance of Honghuang, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao bowed deeply. Rise, he said with a gentle smile. Your efforts have been commendable. All credit is due to your exceptional leadership, boss, they responded, naturally bestowing a compliment. Under Honghuang's guidance, the coinage plan commenced. He first located a copper mine underground, crafting coins in the likeness of the fallen treasure. Subsequently, he discovered silver and gold mines, refining them into silver and gold as superior currencies, establishing the exchange rates among the three. With all preparations complete, Honghuang, bearing the three types of currency, gold, silver, and copper, soared into the sky. The path is above. Today, I, Honghuang, shall establish the currency system, setting forth the transactional currencies of gold, silver, and copper to complement the completeness of humankind. As these words resonated, the heavens trembled. The divine beings sensed a shift, directing their attention toward him. What is this about the currency path that Honghuang is pursuing? Is he delirious with aspirations for merit? Does he think he can grasp the great Dao with mere trinkets? I suspect it is not as simple as he imagines. However, as many divine beings harbored doubts, a golden light of merit surged through the cosmos, enveloping Honghuang. By the horse's bridle, is this truly possible? Many divine beings gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Curse it! Why does this wretched creature have so many tricks? In Kunlun Mountain, the murmurs of awe and disbelief echoed. Guang Qingzi and Tai Zhenren, along with other golden immortals, found themselves unable to contain their emotions. They could only watch helplessly, nearly moved to tears. They vowed that gaining the recognition of the Great Dao was merely the initial step. What lay ahead was the necessity of transactions, which would continuously generate wealth and merit. In essence, the alignment of celestial timing, geographical advantages, and harmonious human relations was imperative. None could be omitted. Otherwise, the Great Dao would remain indifferent. As the Shang dynasty was established, civilization advanced further, and the advent of a complete monetary system marked the perfect convergence of celestial timing, geographical advantages, and harmonious human relations. With 20 million merits acquired, Honghuang appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Although 20 million merits were not a vast amount, the subsequent value generated would far exceed this figure. Continuous transactions would yield an unending stream of wealth and merit. Chapter 85, The Nine Provinces Bank, the Treasure Basin, the Path of Money established. Honghuang imparted the art of coin minting to Xiaosheng and Qiaobao, instructing them to establish a bank to further promote the path of wealth. Boss, what shall we name the bank? How about Heaven and Earth Bank? Xiaosheng inquired. Heaven and Earth Bank. Honghuang's expression darkened. The name bore ill omens. Let it be called the Nine Provinces Bank. Understood, boss. With that, Xiaosheng and Qiaobao set forth, commencing the minting of coins and the establishment of the bank. Vigorously promoting the path of wealth. Supported by the dynasty, all proceeded smoothly. Within a mere 3 years, gold, silver, and copper coins proliferated across the nation, generating substantial trading volume. In the Prime Minister's mansion, Honghuang relished the pleasures of mortal existence, though he engaged in little of consequence. His fortune and merit flourished over these 3 years. As his wealth increased, he sensed numerous faint and elusive calls in the ether. It was the opportunity of spiritual treasures beckoning him. Yet many of these sensations were weak and not particularly compelling. On one fateful day, an unprecedentedly intense summons invigorated Honghuang. It had arrived. Something monumental was approaching. It felt as if a destined treasure was calling out to him. He could not ignore it. Without hesitation, Honghuang set off, soaring in a specific direction. Before long, he entered the waters of the Eastern Sea, traversing billions of miles at astonishing speed. The ethereal sensations grew stronger. As he neared his destination, Honghuang suddenly halted. Above the ocean, fierce energies clashed in a tumultuous battle. With a keen gaze, he spotted a distant island shimmering with abundant spiritual light. The island was enveloped in a layer of innate restrictions, clearly a newly emerged paradise. It appeared that some beings had inadvertently encountered these innate restrictions, prompting the surrounding entities to engage in fierce combat. Honghuang mused. The call from the ether was emanating from this celestial island. The vast expanse of the primordial sea was boundless, home to countless overseas islands, many of which even saints could not fully explore. Although this island was not as colossal as the Three Immortals Island, its vastness was still formidable. Akin to a world unto itself. It seemed close at hand, yet concealed within multidimensional space-time, only discoverable upon approach. Transforming swiftly, Honghuang became a fish, gliding silently forward. I am the great saint of the demon dragon. This celestial island belongs to me. Leave at once. Those who witness shall partake. Who are you to claim a stake? I see my fellow Taoists are honorable. Let us sit down and discuss. I discovered this island first. Do not steal it from me. Haha, destiny favors the capable. I shall gladly accept. The battle raged fiercely, the cries of combat resounding through the heavens, with beings occasionally exploding amidst the conflict. Before long, only 2 powerful figures remained, locked in a standoff. Both were at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, unable to best one another. Ocean-covering Taoist, our powers are evenly matched. Continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. Why not divide the spoils? Proposed the great saint of the demon dragon. The monk harbored the same intention, first to unravel the restrictions before proceeding further. The Taoist of the oversea nodded slightly. Subsequently, the two seated themselves in the void and began to decipher the primordial barriers. Time passed unknowingly. The enchantment enveloping the celestial island shattered. Boom! The island trembled violently. A golden beam of light soared into the heavens. This is the great sage of the demon dragon. The Taoist of the oversea was momentarily taken aback. A glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. The aura of a treasure's emergence. The golden beam ascended into the sky, and soon, a golden treasure basin slowly rose. The basin was adorned with auspicious patterns such as clouds, coins, true dragons, celestial phoenixes, and kylons. There was no overwhelming pressure, only an astonishing atmosphere of fortune. A primordial extraordinary treasure. The gathering treasure basin? The eyes of the Taoist of the oversea and the great sage of the demon dragon gleamed brightly, disregarding their prior agreement. They simultaneously launched themselves to seize the treasure. The gathering treasure basin. Beneath the ocean's surface, Honghuang's fish-like eyes were fixated on the treasure basin above. This was a legendary primordial extraordinary treasure. It bore no offensive or defensive capabilities, but possessed a singular effect to gather the world's fortune. It was said that when the fortune accumulated to a certain extent, the basin could nurture spiritual treasures. No wonder my senses are so acute. The gathering treasure basin is truly the ultimate treasure of wealth. In all of Honghuang, none were more deserving than he. Many primordial spiritual treasures possess the ability to recognize their masters, instinctively selecting a suitable owner. Before such a treasure, the great sage of the demon dragon and the Taoist of the oversea, their eyes bloodshot, engaged in a frenzied and deadly combat. Oversea, the gathering treasure basin is mine. The celestial island below is yours. Nonsense. You think you deserve the gathering treasure basin? Die. The two battled with madness, completely losing their wits, attacking relentlessly without defense. Ultimately, the Taoist of the oversea was unable to hold his ground, spitting blood and sustaining grave injuries. Recognizing he was outmatched, he braced himself against a strike from the great sage of the demon dragon, seizing the moment to snatch the gathering treasure basin. Just as he was about to succeed, a bolt of yin-yang divine thunder descended from the heavens, hurling the already injured Taoist into the sea. What? The great sage of the demon dragon was startled, abruptly looking downward, sensing the interference of a third party. Who dares to seek advantage in this? Die. A black dragon claw reached out, enveloping the entire sea area. Honghuang no longer concealed himself, fully revealing his presence. A sword light cleaved through the surface of the sea, severing the dragon claw in two. Honghuang stepped into the void. A human, a Tai golden immortal? The great sage of the demon dragon was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He had thought it was some formidable master, only to find it was a mere Tai golden immortal. Human. Do you truly not know how to write the word death, daring to vie for fortune with me? Do you not recognize me? Honghuang chuckled. Insects do not deserve my acknowledgement. The great sage of the demon dragon sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. I relish arrogant foes like you. In Honghuang's hand, the pure yang sword emanated a force of annihilation. The great sage of the demon dragon was momentarily taken aback, sensing impending danger. Swish. Honghuang struck with the sword. Retracting the blade, a head rolled to the ground. With his current cultivation level, slaying an injured early-stage Deluo golden immortal was merely a matter of simplicity. Discoverable fusion entries, superior innate footwork, azure, karma entangled, obsidian, minor mastery of water laws, violet. 8 forms of the demon dragon, pale violet. Honghuang struck once more, delivering a fatal blow to the oversea Taoist as well. Discoverable fusion entries, tidal wave, pale violet. Pot of heaven, azure, mastery of alchemy, azure. Honghuang fused the fallen positive entries. The superior innate footwork entry, when combined with the original innate sacred entry, did not enhance its grade but did strengthen the footwork slightly. The mastery of alchemy entry merged with the original alchemy entry, transforming into the faint violet, great mastery of alchemy. As for the 8 forms of the demon dragon and tidal wave entries, they pertain to offensive magical abilities. Additionally, 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures were dropped. The treasure-gathering basin. Having completed all this, Honghuang raised his hand and summoned the treasure-gathering basin towards himself. Now, this is truly a treasure. Chapter 86. The advancement of the universal treasure and the fruit position of the underworld. Honghuang grasped the gathering treasure basin firmly, and in an instant, he refined it. However, he only managed to dissolve one of its restrictions. Within the basin lay 46 innate prohibitions, qualifying it as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Nevertheless, it bore no offensive capability. Its sole purpose was to accumulate wealth and nurture spiritual treasures. Honghuang temporarily stored the basin away and, with a flicker of his form, descended upon the newly emerged celestial island. This island had just come into existence and remained unexplored, undoubtedly concealing spiritual treasures within. Extending his consciousness, Honghuang commenced his investigation. Innate spiritual root. True to expectation, he soon discovered an innate spiritual root. With a swift movement, he approached the root. The innate Qiang fruit tree, a low-grade innate spiritual root. With a thought, he transplanted the Qiang fruit tree into the universal treasure, causing the treasure's aura to subtly amplify. Honghuang continued his exploration. One by one, spiritual roots revealed themselves. Mid-grade innate spiritual root, the 5 elements spiritual Ganoderma. Low-grade innate spiritual root, the Xianin vine. Mid-grade innate spiritual root, the yin-yang harmonious flower, and the upper-grade innate spiritual root, the banana tree. Honghuang found 7 or 8 innate spiritual roots in total, among which was one upper-grade innate spiritual root, the banana tree, suitable for crafting the banana fan, along with a mid-grade innate spiritual root, the 5-element spiritual Ganoderma, a divine object for cultivating the 5 elements. The remainder were all low-grade innate spiritual roots. Honghuang transplanted all the roots into the universal treasure. Boom. In an instant. The treasure transformed, its might surging dramatically as it ascended to the status of a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. What a marvelous treasure. Honghuang was overjoyed, with continued efforts. The power of the universal treasure would inevitably rival that of supreme innate spiritual treasures, or even innate supreme artifacts. After securing the treasure, he resumed his search across the island. In addition to the overarching innate prohibitions enveloping the entire celestial island, there existed independent innate restrictions scattered throughout. Arriving at the central lake of the island, Honghuang activated his Zishu golden eyes and began to unravel the prohibitions on site. After an unknown duration, he successfully dismantled the restrictions, and a sky-blue pearl began to rise gracefully from the waters. The innate 5 elements spirit pearl, the water spirit pearl. Honghuang's expression brightened. He had not anticipated discovering a second innate spirit pearl here. Although each individual spirit pearl was merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Once 5 were gathered, their power would surpass many supreme innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, it was said that the 5 innate spirit pearls could merge into an even more extraordinary artifact. Raising his hand, he summoned the water spirit pearl, which flew to him. His consciousness infiltrated it, commencing the refining of its restrictions. The innate spirit pearls resonated with one another. He wondered if he could locate the remaining 3 with their aid. Honghuang murmured to himself, now possessing 2 pearls, the more he acquired, the easier it would be to sense the other spirit pearls. After several attempts, he found no further connections. Reluctantly, he decided to stow the pearl away for future endeavors. Next, he thoroughly combed through the celestial island, uncovering several low-grade innate spiritual treasures before finally departing. The greatest gains from this expedition were the innate gathering treasure basin, along with the water spirit pearl and the banana tree, all of which were invaluable treasures. On the journey back, Honghuang wore a satisfied expression as he reflected on his achievements. Just then, a projection of divine consciousness appeared before him. The visitor was none other than Yuan. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Honghuang was taken aback, his face a picture of confusion. Honghuang, the situation is urgent, so I shall be brief. The underworld intends to bestow titles upon its deities, and the celestial court has received an invitation. I have decided to send you to accompany the 9 heaven Shin Nu. To your utmost. At the very least, return with a position among the 10 Yama kings. Wait, is this truly happening? Honghuang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a development from the underworld. However, considering the current state of the underworld, it was quite similar to the celestial court, both suffering from a shortage of personnel. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily infiltrated by the West post the canonization cataclysm. Your Majesty, I fear I might be unsuitable for this task. I have slain Xingtian and thwarted Qiyu. If I were to arrive in the underworld, would I not be torn apart by the witch clan? Honghuang suddenly remembered his enmity with the witch clan. Rest assured, should the need arise, I will intervene to safeguard you. Moreover, even if the underworld shows you no respect, they must grant me some consideration. Yuan's face was filled with confidence and authority. Your Majesty's words only heighten my concerns. Honghuang muttered. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ahem. I meant to say, with your assurance, I feel more at ease. Be bold and untroubled. Upon your return, I shall present you with a grand surprise, Yuan proclaimed solemnly. Obediently follow your Majesty's decree. Honghuang replied with a bow. With that, Yuan's projection vanished. Honghuang swiftly darted towards the blood sea of the underworld. Simultaneously, news reached the teachings of Chan, Jie, and the western sections. On Mount Sumeru, an opportunity has arisen. The underworld's bestowal of divine titles presents a splendid chance for our western disciples. Should they secure significant positions within the underworld, they can purify the deities and not only gain immense merit, but also strategically position themselves to usher souls into our western realm. Yuan paced excitedly, his elation evident. Even Jie, who typically wore a troubled expression, could not help but smile. Who could have anticipated the underworld to make such a move? This is a gift delivered right to our doorstep. Indeed, if this succeeds, our western realm shall surely flourish. Imagine if the western disciples were responsible for reincarnation. Utilizing their positions, they could direct all reincarnating souls to the West. Wouldn't that be a windfall? Many beings may hesitate to enter the West, deeming it impoverished. But if they are directly reincarnated there, the issue is effortlessly resolved. A child does not scorn a mother's looks, nor does a dog disdain a poor home. If a being from the West refuses to join our teachings, they should not blame me for my decisive actions. Do my disciples expect to feast without effort? Everything will be arranged with clarity. All core disciples, gather here at once. Thus, Yuan Ti's voice echoed across Mount Sumera. Soon after, the likes of Yao Yoli, Daji, Dizong, Chiye, Jianglong, Fuhu, and Ananda all arrived. You have all heard of the matters pertaining to the netherworld, have you not? Indeed, we have heard, Master, the disciples replied. It is you few who shall venture into the netherworld. Remember, you must secure at least one position of Ghost Emperor for me, otherwise, do not return. The solemn expression of Yuan Ti conveyed the gravity of his command. We shall obey the Master's decree. Simultaneously, upon Kunlun Mountain. The task of serving in the netherworld involves guiding the spirits and accumulating merits. You are burdened with your own karmic ties. This is a splendid opportunity. Guangqingzi. You shall lead the expedition and ensure that a significant position in the netherworld is attained. The authoritative voice of Yuan sure resonated within the halls of Yusu Palace. Yes, Master. The celestial beings of the Chan sect responded in unison. Initially, they held the positions in the netherworld in disdain. Not even the deities of the heavenly court regarded them with favor. However, serving in the netherworld brings merit, providing a perfect chance to cleanse one's own karmic burdens. Chapter 87. Honghuang enters the underworld. The Eastern Emperor and the Western sect, alongside the Chan sect, were fervently vying for positions of authority in the underworld. Their ambitions palpable. In stark contrast, the human sect and the Kut sect exhibited little interest in such appointments. Had they desired to hold office, they would have long since ascended to the heavenly court. Laozi of the human sect remained unmoved. With but one disciple and one apprentice, there was no need for upheaval. As for the Kut sect, Tongtian merely allowed his disciples the freedom to choose, imposing no compulsion upon them. Meanwhile, Honghuang had arrived early at the abyssal blood sea. Awaiting the arrival of the 9 heavens, Xian knew. Before long, a figure exuding an ethereal grace and unparalleled beauty appeared. Upon seeing Honghuang waiting for her, the 9 heavens, Xian Nu's countenance brightened, and she hastened towards him. Let us proceed, Honghuang replied with a nod, leading the way towards the ghost gate. The atmosphere was thick with mist, and an oppressive aura permeated the air. Upon reaching a colossal portal, they were halted by a chilling and authoritative voice. Who approaches? As they prepared to enter, a ghostly guard stood before them. I am Honghuang, the heavenly court's envoy of punishment, and this is the 9 heavens Xian Nu. We have come to participate in the underworld's fruit position selection, Honghuang declared loudly, casting a discerning glance at the ghostly guard. The guard, though seemingly a mere sentinel, radiated a formidable aura, his physical prowess evidently at the Tai Golden Immortal level. It was clear he was one of the remaining elites of the Witch clan. So it is the heavenly court's envoy, Honghuang. You are the one who slew Lord Xingtian? The 2 ghostly guards' eyes glinted with murderous intent upon hearing his name. Indeed, Honghuang acknowledged with a slight nod. Not denying the accusation. I shall avenge Lord Xingtian, one of the guards shouted, preparing to charge forward. However, the other guard restrained him. Stand down. The lady has decreed that guests must be treated with respect. Reluctantly, the guard stepped back, simmering with resentment. Honghuang shrugged nonchalantly and, accompanied by the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, strode confidently through the ghost gate. Crossing the Yellow Springs, they arrived at a vast black city, Fengdu City, the center of governance in the underworld, housing all significant institutions. Not long after their arrival, disciples from the Western sect and the Chan sect began to trickle in. Upon sighting Honghuang, their faces contorted with rage, their animosity palpable. To meet again is to confront our enmity, one disciple spat, anger boiling over. As expected, the heavenly court has sent you here, but those tactics of yours will be of no use here. The selection for positions in the underworld relies solely on true capability. The Tai True Man sneered, disbelieving that Honghuang would dare employ the 12 capital heavenly god flags in the underworld. With your ilk, I need not resort to my ultimate moves, Honghuang retorted, extending a hand as if to signify that he could easily handle them. Preposterous. You are but a Tai Golden Immortal. One might mistake you for a saint. Daji scoffed contemptuously. Pray, let us quell our tempers. The selection is about to commence. At that moment, a striking woman in red, with phoenix-like eyes and a delicate nose, appeared, captivating all with her beauty. She is none other than the great witch Jiufeng, renowned as the 13th ancestral witch of the witch clan. Subsequently, the celestial beings followed Jiufeng to the heart of Fengdu City. Along the way, Jiufeng had already imparted the general rules to everyone. She implored her fellow Taoists to showcase their true abilities. The ultimate victor would be granted the position of the Eastern Emperor, a rank second only to the Fengdu Emperor in our netherworld. Upon hearing this proclamation, the celestial beings erupted in excitement. The position of Eastern Emperor, second only to the Fengdu Emperor, speaks for itself in terms of its significance. The Eastern Emperor rightfully belongs to our Western faction, the disciples from the West, including Yaoshi Liuli, Dashi Ji, and Dizong, were visibly exhilarated. The Eastern Emperor is even more formidable than the Eastern Ghost Emperor, standing at least a level higher. Securing the title of Eastern Emperor would undoubtedly alleviate the karmic burdens we carry. Guangqingzi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he addressed his fellow disciples. Disciples from the holy teachings and the heavenly court may send forth a representative for the final battle to contend for the title of Eastern Emperor. The remaining matches will be arranged by our netherworld. Jiufeng continued. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings began to deliberate. Honghuang, you shall represent us. I have no objections. The Nine Heavens mystic maiden immediately declared to Honghuang, acknowledging her belief that she could not rival him, even with superior cultivation. Honghuang nodded in acceptance without hesitation. Fellow disciples, given that the senior brother is the eldest and was the first to enter the sect, I believe I should take on this role. I hope there are no objections, remarked Yaoshi Liuli, appealing to their camaraderie. Indeed, the senior brother is correct. He is the eldest and the first to begin his journey, Dashi Ji solemnly affirmed, looking intently at the others, just as the crowd seemed ready to concur. He suddenly shifted his tone. However, age and seniority do not necessarily equate to superior cultivation. Which of you dares to challenge the senior brother? The Western celestial beings exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Even disregarding the facts, Yaoshi Liuli possesses the highest level of cultivation. You scoundrel! Merely sowing discord. A challenge, is it? Come, let us duel. Yaoshi Liuli exclaimed in fury, seizing Dashi Ji, eager to engage. Damn it! If I don't beat this pest today, I shall consider it a tight squeeze. Senior brother, please calm your anger. My intent was merely jest. You shall represent us, and we have no objections. Dashi Ji hastily replied with a grin. As for the Chan sect, Guangqingzi was undoubtedly chosen as the representative, receiving unanimous approval. As the foremost golden immortal and the beloved disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, it was both reasonable and just for him to assume this role. Others could not contest nor dared to. Conversely, the Chan sect had only sent a few inconsequential outer disciples, while the human sect sent no representatives at all. With the representatives decided, the selection began. The first match would feature Guangqingzi from the Chan sect against Yaoshi Liuli from the Western teachings. Meanwhile, Honghuang's opponent would be an outer disciple from the Chan sect, a demon immortal at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Soon, the battle commenced. The foremost golden immortal of the Chan sect faced off against the foremost disciple of the West. Their clash drew significant attention. Both Guangqingzi and Yaoshi Liuli standing at the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation, equally matched in prowess. Moreover, both are ensnared by karma. However, Guangqingzi possesses superior magical artifacts, wielding the innate treasure, the Turning Heaven Seal, alongside numerous congenital spiritual treasures. In contrast, Yaoshi Liuli hails from humble beginnings. Possessing only a single top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the innate Liuli Tower, which is somewhat impressive. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in terms of sheer power, the Turning Heaven Seal could vanquish 10 innate Liuli Towers. The fierce battle between the two raged on for an extended duration, ultimately culminating in Guangqingzi narrowly securing victory due to his advantageous artifacts. He triumphed. My senior brother has won. The celestial beings of the Chan teaching were filled with elation. With the defeat of the formidable Yaoshi Liuli, my senior brother is left without rivals. Given the competition's rules prohibiting the use of formations and the ban on Honghuang's 12 capital heavenly gods, how could he face a quasi-saint? In the subsequent contest, Honghuang exerted some effort to overcome the Luo golden immortal of the Jia sect. The Eastern Emperor, is undoubtedly mine. Upon witnessing this, Guangqingzi could not help but chuckle. After a period of rest, the final showdown between Honghuang and Guangqingzi was set to commence. Chapter 88, The Swift Defeat of Guangqingzi. Does the Empress also desire the resurrection of the Ancestor Witch? Kunlun Mountain. The Eastern Emperor stands as the sole representative of my teachings. Upon witnessing Guangchengzi's triumph over the medicine master Liu, Yuan sure felt a profound sense of certainty. Not to mention that Hongyuan's cultivation is merely that of a Tai golden immortal. Even a great Luo golden immortal would not stand a chance against Guangchengzi. After all, Guangchengzi possesses a third of his former splendor, a fact that Yuan sure remains quite confident about. Mount Sumeru. The medicine master Liu, in utter dismay, has fallen to Guangchengzi. The two saints of the West are bereft of hope. With this defeat, the Eastern Emperor is undoubtedly finished. Yet, there remains a flicker of opportunity. The Eastern Emperor may be lost, but the 5 ghost emperors still stand below. Jane reassured himself. The medicine master Liu was no match for Guangchengzi. Dealing with Hongyuan would be a trivial matter. Heavenly Court. Lingxiao Palace. It is a challenging task for you, Hong Aiqing, to confront the foremost disciple of the sacred teachings. Haoyan sighed softly, unless he personally intervened alongside the Yu Qi. There was no one in the heavenly court who could contend with Guangchengzi. He did not harbor the expectation that Hongyuan could subdue the Eastern Emperor. All that was necessary was for him to secure a significant position in the Netherworld. At this very moment, in the heart of Fendu City within the Netherworld, all eyes were fixed upon the confrontation between Hongyuan and Guangchengzi. Hiki, this time, I shall see what tricks you possess. Guangchengzi sneered incessantly. Past grievances shall be settled today. Perish. In an instant, Guangchengzi unleashed a dual sword strike imbued with astonishing sword intent. This fierce blow stirred the hearts of all deities, prompting exclamations of danger for Hongyuan. At that moment, an overwhelming radiance erupted from Hongyuan, a beam of terrifying light surging forth. The beam obliterated all in its path. The dual sword intent was instantaneously dissolved before it. With a roar, Guangchengzi's form trembled, as if something within him had shattered. This was the Yuqing celestial talisman bestowed by his master, capable of withstanding a single fatal blow. How is this possible? What transpired? Guangchengzi's face was a mask of disbelief. Without the protective talisman, would he have perished just now? No, it must be an illusion. He could not fathom that such terrifying power emanated from Hongyuan. This defied all reason. To withstand my chaotic calamity light, you possess ample reason to be proud. However, I still have over 100 such calamity lights. What will you do now? Hongyuan remarked with a semblance of a smile. The fully realized chaotic calamity light comprises 108 beams. Surely, this is no deception. Do you think you can fool me? Guangchengzi shouted fiercely. Such a formidable technique must be a trump card, not to be used lightly. How could it be unleashed in succession? As his words fell, Hongyuan unleashed 2 beams of chaotic calamity light in an instant. Guangchengzi's pupils constricted as he was struck down, his aura rapidly diminishing. My Dao Foundation. He was alarmed to discover that he had been forced down from his quasi-saint realm. This peculiar beam not only claimed lives, but could also sever one's Dao Foundation. Brother, what has happened to you? Foundation? What foundation? Has the foundation been compromised? Do not panic, brother. Your foundation still exists. Something is amiss. The breath of my senior brother is weakening. He has suffered injuries from the Dao. Quickly, take him back to see our master. The disciples of the Chan sect were in a flurry, hastily carrying Guangchengzi away. Witnessing this scene, the Westerners collectively gasped, feeling an icy chill in a certain part of their beings. The despicable Hongyuan resorts to such vile tactics. Senior brother, teach him a lesson. De Shurji fanned the flames, eager for chaos. Junior brother, my senior has decided to pass the mantle to you. You shall confront Hongyuan henceforth. Go forth, and do not tarnish the reputation of our Western sect. Yao Shiliuli patted De Shurji's shoulder, her face brimming with encouragement. Guangchengzi had been incapacitated. He was clearly no match. What if he were to lose everything? Damn, you truly are a good senior brother. You thought of me at this time? How considerate. I have always seen your potential since we were young. Then I concede. Truly, you are my esteemed junior brother. You think alike with your senior. At this very moment, the myriad saints and mighty beings secretly observing the scene were utterly astonished. What was that light? Such terrifying destructive power. Who would have thought that the esteemed leader of the Chan sect, a golden immortal, would fall to the hands of a Tai golden immortal? Is this even human? Such a formidable human I have never encountered before. Congratulations, Taoist Hongyuan. The Emperor summons you. The figure of Jiao Feng reappeared, inviting him with a smile. The Earth Mother wishes to see me. Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat, yet he nodded with a composed demeanor. Ah, Taoist Jiao Feng. What about us? De Shurji hastily inquired. Wait here. You shall soon receive your respective rewards. Jiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Excellent. The Chan sect has retreated. The title of Ghost Emperor rightfully belongs to our Western sect. The disciples of the West displayed expressions of joy. Honghuang followed Jiufeng to the palace of the Empress Pingxin. As he surveyed his surroundings, a woman clad in a flowing yellow gown, exuding a gentle aura, appeared silently. Her countenance was dignified and graceful, radiating a profound compassion akin to that of a maternal figure. Honghuang had encountered the divine, the sacred, the truly real, and the virtuous, yet none compared to the benevolence of the Earth Mother. He quickly paid his respects, uttering a string of praises. "It has been long since anyone has addressed me thus," the Earth Mother replied with a faint smile, seemingly pleased by the title. Honghuang felt a surge of joy. The Earth Mother was indeed as kind-hearted and amiable as the legends suggested. However, before Honghuang could revel in his happiness, the Earth Mother began to press him. "You possess quite the audacity to slay my kin and oppose my Wu clan, and yet dare to come to the underworld?" Her voice was chillingly cold, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. "Your Majesty, please allow me to explain." Honghuang stammered. Qiyu and Xingtian were merely pawns, embroiled in a struggle against the ordained Emperor of Heaven, destined to fail. Even without my intervention, they would not have triumphed. Although a small panic stirred within him, his words flowed without faltering. "You speak truthfully, but that is not what I wish to hear," the Earth Mother replied, her smile ambiguous, as though she had seen through Honghuang's ruse. "She certainly knows that Qiyu and Xingtian have been exploited, does she not?" Honghuang furrowed his brow slightly. "What exactly does Ho-Tu wish to hear? I am not a worm in her belly. How could I possibly know what this woman desires? Sweet nothings? Should I not have severed Xingtian's head? No, that is not it." Ho-Tu shook her head. "Would it have been better if I had aided Qiyu from the beginning? That is not it either." Ho-Tu continued to shake her head. "Which one is it? Which one, for heaven's sake?" Honghuang began to comprehend. This woman was negotiating with him. "The lady is the kindest woman I have ever encountered, I swear." Ho-Tu smiled without uttering a word. "Very well, that is mere nonsense." Honghuang spread his hands. "It seems that flattery is of little use. Ho-Tu is no Navi young girl who would appreciate such foolish talk." Suddenly, Honghuang's eyes lit up. He finally grasped what Ho-Tu truly wished to hear. "My lady, you would not want the ancestral shamans to remain unreclaimed, would you?" Chapter 89, The Great Emperor of Fendu, Honghuang, and How Tian know. Have I been undermined? Upon Honghuang's utterance, the previously silent and smiling Huda was rendered momentarily speechless. What did you say?" Her composure shattered. She displayed an eagerness that was unmistakable. "I mean, don't you wish for the ancestral witch to remain unrevived?" Honghuang tentatively reiterated. It appeared his words bore significant weight, penetrating the very depths of Hutu's soul. "Do you truly possess a means?" Huda's breath quickened, a hint of desperation surfacing. "Somewhat, but not at this moment," Honghuang asserted, adopting a commanding posture and turning the tables. "Now you realize the urgency? No need to rush. Let us indulge in a little play." "And when would that be?" Huda pressed on. "Your Majesty, that is not what I wish to hear." Honghuang replied with a subtle smile, mimicking Hutu's demeanor and exuding an air of arrogance. "You." Huda's eyes flared with indignation, though the fire swiftly dissipated. "I hereby confer upon you the title of the Great Emperor of Dongyue, granting you the fortune of the underworld. That is expected, but it is not the phrase I seek." Honghuang replied nonchalantly. "This is the spoils of my victory. Do I require your conferment? I shall impart to you the 9 transformation profound art, the supreme method of body refinement from the primordial era." Hutu continued to present her terms, revealing the ancestral witch's secret, thus underscoring her determination. "Though the 9 transformation profound art is admirable, I find myself with little need for it." Honghuang scoffed. "I have already mastered it. Do I require your instruction? I declare you the Great Emperor of Fendu, subordinate only to me in the entire realm of the underworld," Hutu resolutely proclaimed, gritting her teeth. "Well, that is somewhat sufficient, yet it still falls short." "It is not what I wish to hear," Honghuang said, idly cleaning his ears. "Enough. That will suffice. Do you truly believe I am a fool?" Hutu's anger flared. Her conditions already generous, yet this man continued to flaunt his arrogance. Even a figure made of clay could exhibit some ire. "Then it is settled. It appears your desire to revive the ancestral, which is not so fervent," Honghuang remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. He was well aware that Hutu would not dare to harm him. Thus he felt emboldened. "Propose your conditions." Hutu clenched her teeth, wishing she could strike this impertinent individual. Yet, both emotionally and rationally, she could not bring herself to do so. Otherwise, she would not have chosen reincarnation. "I require not only the title of Great Emperor of Fengdu, But as a matter of reciprocity, you too must serve in the heavenly court. Furthermore, whenever I require assistance, you must be prepared to aid me against my adversaries." Upon hearing Hongyuan's demands, Huda sprang up as if her tail had been stepped on. "What do you take me for? I have transformed into the earth itself and cannot leave the underworld. How can I assist you against your foes? Those with intent require no instruction. Those lacking intent cannot be taught. If you truly wish, there will be a way," Honghuang smiled. In truth, as long as the ancestral which had yet to be revived, Hutu would never allow harm to befall him. This meant that regardless of Hutu's agreement or refusal, she would not passively witness his demise unless she no longer desired the resurrection of the ancestral witch. As for Hutu's position in the heavenly court, it was intended to forge a tighter bond between the underworld and the heavens. Only in this manner could they stand united against the sages. Thus, it was resolved. "Your Majesty, I shall request the Celestial Emperor to bestow upon you the title of Earth Sovereign, placing you among the 4 sovereigns, a position of great authority." "Hiki, is not your position as the Great Emperor of Pangu even more significant?" The Earth Sovereign let out a cold laugh, then shifted the conversation. "I am quite curious. How did you cultivate the bloodline of the Witch clan?" "That is a secret," Honghuang replied with a smile. He found himself unable to explain this matter. "I am genuinely curious. Could you share it with me? I have already stated it is a secret. How could I divulge it to you? At your age, you still exhibit such childishness," Honghuang said solemnly. "You scoundrel, if you fail to resurrect the ancestral witch, I shall cast you into the 18 layers of hell. And you shall never escape," the Earth Sovereign retorted coldly. Honghuang shrugged, falling silent as he discreetly examined the Earth Sovereign's attributes. Ruler of the Earth, colorful, true Pangu, gold. Sovereign of the underworld, gold. Master of earthly powers, gold. Earthly sage, gold. Ancestral witch, purple. What the? A colorful attribute. Honghuang was secretly astonished. Thus far, this was the first colorful attribute he had encountered. The Earth Sovereign's attributes were extraordinarily magnificent, surpassing even the 3 pure ones. Regrettably, his merits were insufficient. Otherwise, he would surely have replicated a golden attribute. "I shall proclaim to the primordial realm, conferring upon you the title of Great Emperor of Fengdu. You shall govern yourself wisely." With that, the Earth Sovereign vanished. In the place she had departed, a purple orb of light flickered in and out of visibility. "True form of the ancestral witch, purple once activated. You shall possess the true form of the ancestral witch, with an indestructible body, impervious to all methods." Fusion. With a thought, Honghuang immediately initiated the fusion of the attributes. The original Great Witch attribute swiftly merged with the Ancestral Witch attribute, becoming part of the Ancestral Witch. Although it remained a colorful attribute with no visible changes, Honghuang distinctly felt that the original Ancestral Witch attribute had grown stronger. This signified that, should he continue to fuse, the Ancestral Witch attribute might transform into a golden one, potentially evolving into the true form of Pangu. This journey proved immensely worthwhile. Not only had he garnered the support of the Earth Sovereign, but he had also secured the position of Great Emperor of Fengdu. Honghuang was overjoyed. The spoils from this venture into the underworld were boundless, to the extent that he felt as if he were dreaming. Naturally, all of this was a testament to his cunning. Had he not suddenly conceived the method for resurrecting the ancestral witch, the Earth Sovereign would undoubtedly have sought to undermine him. Whether he could leave the underworld unscathed remained uncertain. In the city of Fengdu, the celestial beings of the West awaited the proclamation with bated breath. At that moment, a grand declaration resonated throughout the underworld, even reaching the infinite primordial realm. "I, the Earth Sovereign, do hereby confer upon Honghuang the title of Great Emperor of Fengdu, granting him authority over all affairs of the underworld." The voice of the Earth Sovereign echoed majestically across the primordial realm. "What? Great Emperor of Fengdu? Honghuang? How could this be? The Earth Sovereign has conferred the title of Great Emperor of Fengdu upon an outsider? What on earth has this Honghuang done to captivate the heart of the Celestial Mother?" Many celestial deities and powerful beings were left in a state of shock, their mouths agape, unable to fathom the reality. The East Peak Emperor was already outrageous enough, but the Great Emperor of Fengdu was an unparalleled heavyweight. In other words, aside from Hutu, thereafter, Honghuang shall become the sovereign of the underworld. All spirits and deities must heed his command. What nonsense! What is Hutu contemplating? To bestow such a significant position upon a mere mortal is unfathomable. His merit is scant. What qualifications does he possess? Yuan sure was incensed, his countenance darker than the bottom of a cauldron. Logically, Honghuang has enmity with the Witch clan. Why then has Hutu conferred such a high office upon him? Has this woman lost her senses in the cycle of reincarnation? Hutu, oh Hutu. She has actually appointed the Emperor of Fengdu to Honghuang. What shortcomings do I, a disciple of the West, possess compared to him? The two saints of the West are filled with envy and resentment. Ordinary divine positions are beneath the notice of the saints. Yet the Emperor of Fengdu is a different matter altogether. This rank is tantamount to the high heaven in the celestial court, boasting immense prestige. Celestial court. Lingsha Treasure Hall. Upon hearing Hutu's proclamation, Haoyan's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Is Hutu attempting to undermine me? Chapter 90. Honghuang is appointed as the Emperor of Fengdu. Haoyan. Is Hutu also part of my heavenly court? Haoyan was not filled with the anticipated joy. Instead, he was engulfed in panic, an overwhelming sense of dread. The appointment of Honghuang as the Emperor of Fengdu by Hutu could only be interpreted as an attempt to undermine his authority. Hong Aiching, you must not be bewitched. Haoyan silently prayed, hoping that Honghuang would resist the temptation and not remain in the underworld. In the depths of the netherworld, the title of Emperor of Fengdu was conferred upon Honghuang. Upon hearing the decree of the esteemed Pingxin Yang, the gathered immortals in Fengdu City were left dumbfounded. Wasn't it previously agreed that the Eastern Peak Emperor would hold the position? How had the situation escalated? The mere existence of the Eastern Peak Emperor was already absurd. The title of Emperor of Fengdu was beyond comprehension. I wonder what sort of enchantment this young man has cast upon the goddess, Daji muttered in disdain. Though jealousy simmered within him. This could work to our advantage. With Guangchengzi's early withdrawal, the Eastern Peak Emperor will surely belong to my senior brother. Jiaya turned to Yashir Liuli, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, no one here is more qualified than my senior brother, the Western disciples agreed. At that moment, the figures of Honghuang and Jiufeng appeared, the latter following closely behind Honghuang with an expression of reverence. Clearly, their statuses had shifted. The forthcoming appointments were now under the exclusive purview of the Emperor of Fengdu. Jiufeng stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, from this moment forth, I shall assume full responsibility for the appointments. At these words, the faces of the Western crowd paled. Honghuang has full authority? This bodes ill. Rest assured, this emperor shall be entirely impartial, with no favoritism whatsoever. If there are any objections, feel free to voice them, Honghuang declared, sweeping his gaze across the assembly with a grave and solemn demeanor. Now, I hereby appoint the second rank in the underworld, the position of Eastern Peak Emperor. He turned his gaze towards the nine heaven Xian Nu, unabashedly stating, you, possessing both virtue and talent, shall be appointed as the Eastern Peak Emperor. Yes. The nine heaven Xian Nu's face lit up with joy as she cast a loving glance at Honghuang. I protest. The Western crowd erupted in anger. Is this truly